Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see third part. What if Harry Potter discovered the forbidden truth of his connection to Voldemort? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support, subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. After the Dementor attack, Harry begins uncovering chilling secrets hidden within his scar. Each revelation ties him closer to Voldemort in ways no one ever imagined. Now, Harry must decide. Use this forbidden bond as a weapon, or let it consume him. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry let out a long breath as he stared at the Hogwarts Express. The train always served as a symbol of a number of things for him. In his younger years, it meant escape from his relatives. A doorway into a whole new world. A glimpse of what a real magical family might look like as young witches and wizards as their parents and other family members cheerfully saw them off to school. The train truly marked the reuniting of him and his friends, off to learn more magic and get a little taller. Most of all, it meant the return to the world that he belonged in. Now, it was finally time to return to the castle for another year of magic and threats on his life, though this year felt different. Different. That was certainly a good way to describe the way things were lately. He took a couple steps to the side as a couple of young children came barreling through right where he was standing and closed his eyes, leaning against the brick wall at the back of the platform. His time away from the castle would no doubt be greeted with a massive headache for the first day or so, if last winter was anything to go by. Though it was unlikely he needed more than that to get accustomed to it. He definitely improved with his sensing abilities. Crowds were no longer soups of magic but individual people, distinctly unique from one another and easy to isolate. A sudden shift under his clothing drew his attention to the passenger who was now curling herself up around his left upper arm like she usually did. She gave him a slight squeeze, her question clear. "Relax, we'll be getting on soon. No need to rush it," he muttered, eyes still closed. "Ron and Hermione aren't here yet anyway. We're pretty early." His passenger settled to wait. Harry returned to his thoughts of the summer. So many things happened, so many changes in his life, in such a short amount of time. And it really all started in the most unlikely of places. Approximately 2.5 months prior, Harry was sitting quietly on a bed, waiting in one of the rentable rooms at the Three Broomsticks for Narcissa Malfoy. It was a few minutes to noon and he didn't sense anyone other than the regular patrons moving around the main room that were there for an early lunch or a small break from work. There were also a handful of people in the rooms as well, though they were there when he arrived. His ability to sense magic around him grew immensely over the school year, constantly put to work by the overwhelming presence that was the castle, but he never really had any opportunity or much dedicated interest to explore or refine it. He was far too absorbed in dueling and everything else. Now, out in the open again and certainly more at risk from attack after what happened at the ministry, the skill was considerably higher on his list of importance. The teen idly conjured a piece of paper and began folding it into an airplane. Seriously, what on earth was he doing waiting for Draco Malfoy's mother in the Three Bloody Broomsticks? There was a huge chance it was some sort of trap. As Lucius Malfoy's wife, he figured that she would have been more than involved in her husband's work for the Dark Lord. The Order all but confirmed that the Malfoy home was Voldemort's base of operations to begin with. Then there was the fact that Harry's plan put Lucius in Azkaban, so it would make perfect sense for her to want some sort of revenge. If that was the case, then he wouldn't be surprised if Draco himself was leading the charge. The boy would no doubt be begging for his own membership to Voldemort's fan club regardless. Add the fact that he arranged to meet the woman in a location that had its own anti-apparition ward and he was really just asking for trouble. Well, at least the bed is comfy, he mused, tapping the paper airplane with his wand before tossing it in the air where it did figure eights endlessly. As he watched it fly about, a new person suddenly appeared in his senses, accompanied with a burst that he came to associate with the inn's fireplace, likely indicating a flow in. It was interesting how the personal magic that came from everyone gave a feeling of life. There was really no other way to describe it. Magic placed on non-living objects felt just that. Non-living. The person moved to the bar and stopped near Rosmerta. A few seconds later, the newcomer began walking back toward where the stairs to the upper levels were, which included a few private sitting rooms which could be rented out for a small price for gatherings, and mainly the rooms where people spent the night, which was exactly where he was. The person got closer and closer until he could hear the footsteps outside the door. He'd made sure that he was in the very first room so that he wouldn't be difficult to find. Canceling the spell on the paper airplane, Harry quietly moved to the side of the door and knelt there, pulling out his wand. There was a knock. Once, twice, then the door clicked open and swung wide. Narcissa Malfoy took one step forward before freezing, a wand tip pressed lightly into her stomach. "Quiet," he said, looking up at her warily. "Give me your wand and go to the bed." She pulled out her wand from a sleeve and held it out to him, handle first, which he took, before she walked to the bed and sat down, facing him. Still keeping one eye on her, he closed the door, locking it with a tap of his wand and then adding in the standard set of privacy and protective wards he became so attached to over the year. "Sleeves up," he commanded. She quickly pulled up her sleeves to show they were completely clean. No dark mark. Not that that actually meant anything considering who she was. "I swear I'm not here to harm you," she said quickly, replacing her hands in her lap. Leaning against the now warded door, Harry took a moment to take in the woman before him. She was certainly a far cry different from the last time he saw her. She wasn't wearing any makeup and her expression lacked the aggression she showed on the platform. She also her hood drawn back, allowing him to fully take in her features. If he remembered correctly from the black tapestry, she was around 40, though like most witches her age she didn't look it at all. Her skin was pale, as though she rarely saw much sunlight, though it suited her. Blue eyes observed him somewhat nervously behind her dark bangs. Probably the most interesting feature was her two-colored hair, a very dark brown capping the classic, Malfoy owned, that he knew so well. No doubt the ensemble was dyed or magicked. The blacks all had hair as dark as their name, even Tonks, when she wasn't changing it around like she usually did. "What?" said Narcissa, unable to contain herself any longer. She'd been fidgeting more and more as the silence stretched on. "Ah, sorry," said Harry, twirling the woman's wand in his fingers. He was getting a minor unpleasant feeling coming from it, indicating that he probably wouldn't do too well casting anything with that wand. "Just thinking. I like your hair, by the way." Thank you." She looked a little thrown by the compliment but took it in stride. Would I be able to get my wand back? Harry raised his eyebrows. Was she serious? "I'll prove my earlier statement." Harry shrugged and tossed her the wand, which she caught. Looking up, she found the tip of Harry's wand a foot away from her head. "I'm waiting," he said flatly, though he really was just humoring her. What could she possibly do with her wand that would make him believe? "I, Narcissa Malfoy, swear on my magic that I have no intention of harming Harry Potter in any way, nor am I participating in anything that may be intended to cause him harm. So mote it be." There was a small flash of light from the wand as the oath settled over her. Harry just stared at her, mouth agape, wand limp in his hand. Magical oaths were, all in all, really damn dangerous. As the price to pay became heavier, they in turn became stronger, and no one was ever willing to risk something so great. The main problem was that they never went away. The woman before him essentially swore that she had no intent to harm him in any way whatsoever. That meant that for the rest of her life, if she ever intentionally tried to do so or involved herself in something that might, she would suffer the penalty for breaking the oath, which in this case would be the loss of her magic and consequently her life. This was the reason that it was one of the first things taught to a magical child, to never swear on their magic or life, as they would be more likely to lose them both than not. It was something heavily impressed upon all Muggle-raised witches and wizards. Heck, the average witch or wizard was more likely to commit murder than take an oath. "Well, I certainly wasn't expecting that," he said, beyond shocked, sinking into a nearby chair. He stowed his wand, not worried about his safety any longer. For her to have done that meant she was as desperate as it got, and it only served to make him even more curious. "You mind filling me in as to why I'm here in the first place?" Narcissa tucked her wand away and brushed a strand of hair out of her face. She seemed to be bracing herself for what was to follow. "I need help." "You need help?" Harry repeated, surprised. "Yes. Recent events have caused things to become a bit out of hand at home." "By recent events are you talking about Voldemort coming into the open, or your dear husband being carted off to Azkaban?" he asked, ignoring the shudder at Voldemort's name. At this she looked at him angrily. "You can't possibly imagine what has been happening lately, it's just but you wouldn't know now, would you?" Harry watched the woman trail off, frowning into her lap as she struggled with herself over whatever was troubling her. Eventually she let out a sigh and focused back on his eyes, which were still watching in confusion. "It would be better if I gave you a little background on my situation." Harry just shrugged. It was a lot like watching a one-person performance where the person in question forgot half of the script. He could practically see her mind working over what to tell him and what to keep back. All in all, he couldn't help but be intrigued. "To begin, I should tell you that my marriage with Lucius was one arranged by our parents, not due to us being interested in one another romantically," she began. "It's becoming less common these days, but with prominent pure-blooded families it's still a fairly regular thing. We need to keep alliances strong if we are to survive after all." "Your family married you off to the Malfoys for politics?" Harry was giving her a purely incredulous look. "Without any say in the matter?" "Well, I suppose I had some influence, but overall no, it was in the best interest of the family," Narcissa shrugged. "It wasn't a bad deal after all." "That's ridiculous. Are you upset for me?" she asked in amusement, her features lightening up for the first time since she arrived. "I just don't like it." He shook his head. "Not important, continue." "Yes. Well, I was actually quite happy with the arrangement at the time," she continued. "Lucius Malfoy was a respectable proper pureblood, if one with an ego problem, though most of the men I knew inflated egos, so it was hardly out of the ordinary. A number of years after we married I produced an heir." Harry snorted in contempt. "Yes, I know of your opinions of each other. Draco absolutely loves talking down about you during the holidays." "Whatever makes him happy," said Harry, shaking his head. "After Draco was born things change," said Narcissa, her expression becoming duller. "Suffice it to say, I was not happy with how things were going. Still, regardless of how I felt, I was there to give everything to my son." "Well, if you were trying to raise a clone of your husband, then congrats," said Harry bluntly. Narcissa just glared at him angrily. "You think I don't know this? The boy worships the ground his father walks. Do you have any idea what it's like to have your own child reject you as a parent?" Narcissa let out a long defeated breath. It was better when he was younger. Always eager to please his mum and dad, to make us proud of him. However, once Lucius began giving him private lessons, ones I was not permitted to be a part of, he began changing. Slowly I lost my influence over him as his mother and became more of a housemaid in his mind, only one he calls mother. That's— Harry didn't really know what to say. So Malfoy's dislike of his mother came from his father. He'd known that Lucius wasn't a good person, willing to sacrifice others to achieve his goals. The man attempted to kill not only an enemy's daughter, but as many Muggle-borns as possible in the process. It took a certain lack of morality for something like that. What he was hearing now, though, was cruel. "I'm sorry to hear that," he said finally. "After years and years of it, I just gave in. Far easier to merely accept it." She gave herself a little shake, pulling herself out of whatever mood she was slipping into. Once the Dark Lord returned last year, there was truly no hope of things getting better. Lucius has always been high in the Dark Lord's ranks, and Draco aspires to rise there as well. "You've been living with a Death Eater for years and years, so why ask for help now?" asked Harry, considering what he just heard. "I still don't know why you've come to me to begin with. Or why you're saying all this stuff." "Nothing could be done before," she said at once. "That was just the way it was and I accepted it as life. But now when Lucius failed his mission and cost the Dark Lord a great number of his strongest supporters, the Dark Lord was absolutely furious." Narcissa closed her eyes, her voice coming out much smaller, quiet and frail. "I can still feel his wrath," she shuddered, holding her arms. "It is the Dark Lord's way of punishing Lucius, though even if he knew I do not think he would care. Not for the reasons I wish." To Harry's confused look she continued simply, "I am his wife. Lucius is locked away in Azkaban. What better target to take his anger out on?" "I think the better explanation is that he's a sadistic wizard with problems," said Harry, scowling. "What do you want me to do to help you? It's not like I can just tell Voldemort to lay off, you know." "Draco will take the dark mark this summer," said Narcissa sadly. "I have done my best to dissuade him, to buy time by telling him to at least hold off until he graduates, but for all my efforts I have only alienated him from myself more. Drawn his ire and his rejection. I fear that a day will soon come where I will be forced to either take the mark myself to stay in line, or accept my death from my son no less. I do not want any part in this war. And the torture. She drew herself up, her expression set. I cannot live there anymore. I seek help from my family. You mean Sirius, said Harry, suddenly understanding. Who else could she be talking about? Narcissa nodded. Cousin Sirius is the head of the family, she explained, speaking more rapidly, almost anxious. She took a breath before continuing. He can shelter any member within it, even break marriages, though with penalty. It is a somewhat old law for pureblood families. Before, when Sirius was in Azkaban, there was nothing that could be done, but with him currently out, he can actually help me. It's one of the reasons I never considered this before recently. You want a divorce? Harry's voice was fairly flat. This was what she was coming to him about? A divorce? Can't you just do that yourself? Go to the ministry or something? It's not that simple, said Narcissa impatiently. There are ways that my marriage into the Malfoy family has put a leash around my neck. Things I know that prevent me from simply leaving with my life intact. If any Death Eater had reason to believe that I was considering leaving, I would be dead before the day was out. So then why not just go to Dumbledore? Said Harry. It seemed the obvious thing to do in this situation. I doubt he'd do anything to you and the Order would keep you safe. No. The sharpness of her voice made Harry's eyes go wide. I want nothing to do with the Order, least of all Dumbledore. I refuse to trade one jail for another. I want nothing to do with any of this. I just want freedom from this entire affair, and to that end I need this from my cousin. Her expression became solemn again, pulling her arms in close. The pleading edge that crept into her tone was difficult to listen to. Please, I do not wish to be tortured again. Harry let out a breath, looking away from the woman's eyes. He was uncomfortable enough without seeing someone who looked like that. All right, let's say that Sirius actually does help you out and you stay clear of the Order. Where would you go? Well, I haven't been able to plan that much ahead, she said nervously. I haven't been at Malfoy Manor since I talked to you on the platform. Wait a second, you already ran away? Harry just looked at her in disbelief. I can't go back, Narcissa said softly. You don't understand what this past year has been like. What it is like now. Being thrown into the First War was bad enough. I was young and foolish, and had no idea what I was getting myself into. None of us did. When the Dark Lord vanished, I thought we finally had a chance at a real future, but he is back and that has all changed. The Dark Lord is much more ruthless, soulless almost. He has no trouble turning his wand on me for his enjoyment or in his fury. He tortures even his most devoted servants without hesitation. Who is to say he won't simply dispose of me next time? All I am asking is that you speak to my cousin on my behalf, please. Harry looked at her hard. Really looked at her. She was so nervous, so anxious, though she was doing her best to remain in control of her emotions. She looked tired. Worn out physically and mentally. And she was asking him for help, going as far as making it so that she would sooner lose her magic than bring him to harm. All to escape misery and torture. He suddenly realized that he was turning the mirror over and over in his pocket. Hermione was right, he really did have a saving people thing. He pulled out the mirror and flipped it open, causing Narcissa to look at him curiously. Harry just smirked and said, Sirius, I need you for a second. Narcissa's eyes went wide. Obviously she hadn't expected them to be that well in contact. Hey Harry, what's up? Said Sirius, scratching his nose a bit. Everything all right? Yeah, just having a chat with a friend, he said easily. Do me a favor and end the Malfoy's marriage, will you? Oh, and while you're at it, you might as well strike good old Draco from the family line so he'll never inherit anything, he added as an afterthought. Sirius was just giving him a blank look. What on earth have you gotten yourself into this time? He said flatly. It's barely been 2 days since you got back. You know me, I like to keep things interesting, replied the teen, grinning. Suddenly his expression turned more serious. I need you to do this for me, Sirius. It's important. I see. The man regarded his godson for a few seconds in quiet contemplation. All right, I'll take care of it. Love screwing with good old Lucius. Anything else? No, that's it, said Harry, shaking his head. I owe you one, thanks. Whatever, just keep out of trouble, would you? He gave the boy a final nod before ending the link, tossing the compact onto the table with a loud groan. Remus, who was sitting close by with an open profit, glanced over before returning to his article, grinning slightly. Harry being Harry? Sirius just put his head down on folded arms. Harry being Harry? Back at the three broomsticks, Harry just shook his head, closing the compact and stowing it. Well, Narcissa said after a minute of silence, straightening herself, I should thank you for doing that so promptly for me. It takes a lot off of my mind, even if I'm now homeless. What about your personal things? Did you leave them? He asked after a second. No, I packed everything of mine in a trunk which is in my pocket, she explained, tapping her thin cloak. And you haven't been followed? Not that I know of. Why? She asked, looking alarmed. There are a couple of people near the room who haven't moved at all since they got here. They must be waiting for something, he reasoned, having picked them up midway through their conversation. As they didn't make a move, he just let them go earlier, but he knew he'd have to deal with them eventually. How do you know? Said the woman at once, clenching at the sheets she was sitting on. Censor, Harry replied absently, loosening himself up as he stretched. Anyway, I suppose they finally noticed you stopped coming to the club meetings. You are a pretty big security risk, I suppose. Narcissa was on her feet now as well, wand out. We're trapped, she said fearfully, her voice almost at a whisper as she looked at the door. It was the only way in and out of the room. I'd honestly rather go out fighting than be dragged back there for. But she came up short as Harry moved very close to her, a frown on his face. What are you doing? We need to escape. Stand still for a second. Harry began passing a hand close to, but not actually touching, her body from top to bottom. He was focusing entirely on her now, his awareness of everything beyond the room vanishing. This was the current peak of his abilities. You said you weren't followed, but it looks like they're here anyway. That means you've probably got something with a tracking charm on it. They aren't difficult spells to use. Yeah, earrings for sure. And Harry blushed a bit as he double-checked. Looks like your knickers as well. Man, that's just wrong. Clever, but wrong. I'll bet they're on the others you packed too. Maybe some other stuff as well. I'm not about to. She started indignantly, but Harry just overrode her. Relax, I'm not telling you to take them off. Just take the trunk out of your pocket and open it on the bed. Quickly, he added impatiently. It looks like they're waiting for you to try and leave, but we can't trust that at all. They shouldn't know I'm here to begin with either, and we can't let them find out. He paused for a second before smirking. Maybe they think you're cheating. Wearing a miffed expression, Narcissa put the trunk on the bed, finished reinforcing the wards on the door. Harry hit the contents of the trunk and her with an overpowered finite spell that would surely kill any tracking spells that were placed on her and her clothing. As she shrunk the trunk and put it in a pocket, there was a bang from the door as someone tried to enter. Well, now that they're blind to you, they're clearly making their move. We'll need to hide. Not like we can both just pop away easily. I can ambush them easily after. Sadly, their options in the small room were pretty limited. If it's a matter of hiding, I can manage that, said Narcissa. Harry turned to her curiously, only to find her midway through what was unmistakably an animagus transformation. Half a second later, a thin, 3.5-foot snake was sitting on the floor, staring up at him. Harry noticed that there was a dark spot on her triangular-shaped head that stood out from her otherwise pale white body, darker ring-like bands running down it from head to tail. See? She hissed. You could tell me these things before we're under attack, Harry hissed at her. However, this actually gave him an idea. He'd immediately dismissed it because it wasn't just himself, not wanting to put the woman at risk of being badly hurt, but with something as small as a snake. Climb up and hang on to me, he said quickly, extending his hand down to her, just as the door gave a loud crack. No time to explain, hurry. A moment's hesitation and she was up his arm, curling around it above his elbow. The door cracked again, buckling slightly inwards and making Harry curse. He'd only seen this done once, but that wasn't about to stop him now. The feeling of how Voldemort's magic flexed itself was something he remembered very clearly. Mimicking that very feeling, he spun on his heel, punching through the three broomsticks ward, just before he felt his own wards collapse under the assault. What the hell was that? Hissed Narcissa in aggravation, half wanting to wring his neck. She was squeezing his arm enough that the teen was sure he'd have a mark there later. Apparatus, just outside the hog's head, Harry said slowly, leaning on a wall as if to catch his breath. That took a lot out of me, just give me a second. Wait, we just apparated? You can apparate? Narcissa shifted, resettling herself so that she was curled around his upper arm with her head able to rest on his shoulder. You broke through the ward? She said in shock. Sorry, I figured with you as a snake I might be able to get us through the ward, he explained, still leaning against a wall for support. And Voldemort made breaking the ministry ward look so easy. Well, at least it worked here. Not like he was going to try it again anytime soon. Size matters with apparition. They should be wondering how you got away from them. Just don't do it again, that was horrible. Relax, it'll be fine from here on. Just hide like that for now until I get us somewhere safe. Harry walked onto the street and right into the hog's head, making straight for the barman. How much to use the flow? The old man barely looked at him before resuming his task. It's free. Your tip from last time covers it. Thanks. Harry grabbed a dash of the powder on the mantelpiece and tossed it into the large fireplace, turning the flames emerald green. Leaky cauldron. Harry stumbled out of the fire in the leaky cauldron but somehow managed to keep on his feet, causing the animagus to hiss in amusement. Embarrassed, Harry took them into Muggle London, walking in between two buildings and apparating them immediately. You can talk now, said Harry to Narcissa, sitting down on the small bed in his room at number 4. He discovered that the protections on the small house really only amounted to the family-based wards. He could apparate in and out, and no doubt portkeys would work too. As for the residents, it was the middle of the day and Vernon was at work. Petunia was out meeting with a friend, and Dudley was doing who cared what. He sure as hell didn't. Probably at that gym again, improving his ability to clobber things. Narcissa moved out of his shirt and curled up in his lap. Well, I'll admit the second jump was much smoother than the first. Are we safe? Harry thought back to the schedule of Order members who kept an eye on the Dursleys' house and nodded. Moody was taken off the roster so there was no one who could see into his room from outside. Spreading out his magical awareness only confirmed that Moody wasn't there. He had a decidedly grisly feel to him. Continuing the thought of being safe, he again regarded the woman before him. The fact that she actually was able to enter the house through the wards and wasn't deposited on the street without a clue as to what was going on meant that she really had no ill will towards him whatsoever. That in itself was shocking at a certain level, even after receiving her oath earlier. He didn't really have any experience with oaths before, but the wards around his home were a different story. Completely, you can transform back. Narcissa moved to the center of the room and returned to human form. Well, this room certainly was a lot larger as a snake, she said, looking around completely unimpressed. Does a house elf live here? In a manner of speaking, Harry grumbled. Narcissa looked at him in confusion. This is my room, soon to be Miss Black. Her look of confusion increased even more. Are you serious? She asked incredulously. But you barely even fit on the bed, and you're just sitting there. I didn't notice, he said in sarcasm, leaning back against the wall. Clearly he wasn't about to elaborate any more to her, so she changed the subject. Why did we take the flow if you could apparate? Actually, better question, how are you able to use magic without being thrown out of school? As far as I know, those letters are disturbingly fast to arrive. No particular reason, he said with a shrug. As to using magic out of school, I'm special. Anyway, why don't you sit down? He gestured to the desk chair, and we can get a few things out of the way. As Narcissa sat, he said, Now Miss Black. Narcissa, Harry, she corrected before tilting her head to the side slightly. If I may call you Harry, that is. Yeah, that's fine, he said, waving it aside. Narcissa, this is my aunt and uncle's house. They're Muggles, as is my cousin. I heard that you lived with Muggle relatives, but I didn't really believe it, she said, still looking around the tiny room. Are they really so poor? The other rooms must be quite small as well if you're living in this one. She was giving him a seriously confused look. Harry let out a snort of mirth at the thought of the Dursleys not having enough money. His uncle supported the whole family by himself, and they still plenty left over to travel and do tasteful things, as his aunt would put it. Narcissa, on the other hand, was giving him a neutral look. I'm sorry, that was pretty funny. Nice of you to think so highly of me though. As a matter of fact, no. The other rooms are all many times larger than this one. This room used to be a place to store all of my cousin's extra toys that wouldn't fit in his own room. Used to? Then where on earth did you? Look, whatever you've likely heard about me is completely wrong. Just leave it at that, interrupted Harry, annoyed with himself for where he'd led the conversation. It wasn't the woman's fault that she was sharp. I didn't even know that magic existed until I was 11. Narcissa just put a hand to her forehead, muttering something about wizarding kind. It didn't sound endearing. Anyway, you're homeless, he continued, rather abruptly, making her wince a bit. Ideally, I'd have liked to take refuge with the Black family, but obviously that won't work this time, she said, looking somewhat forlorn. I can't even remember where cousin Sirius used to live. I have enough money to rent a place for a little bit, but certainly nothing that will sustain me for a long time. I haven't worked in a very long time as I've been managing affairs at Malfoy Manor. You never had any career interests? Asked Harry with a frown. Of course I did, she shot, offended at the implication. But it wasn't like I had much choice about what I could do with the war going on and then having a child. I just fell into being a housewife. I had my hobbies too. The Malfoys always had plenty of gold for me to live off of, not that I was complaining. I'd imagine not, said Harry wryly. What about looking to other family for help? Andromeda would never take me in, she said at once. We were on opposite sides of the war and hasn't spoken to me since Bellatrix openly began supporting the Dark Lord. I think she felt betrayed. Who else do I have but my sisters and cousin Sirius? Well, if I remember the tapestry correctly and what Sirius was telling me, you're related to the Weasleys. Harry let out a snort of laughter at the look on Narcissa's face. Sorry, that was too good to pass up. Narcissa glared at him, but once again her anger was quick to leave, replaced by something sadder. You all right? Harry's voice pulled the woman out of her depressing thoughts. He was watching her with some concern on his face. She gave him a weak smile. Would I be able to get something to drink? She asked. Yeah, that shouldn't be an issue, he said after a second, standing up and opening the door of the room. Follow me. They both escaped the cramped room and headed down the nearby staircase. Harry was relieved that no one came home. The worst would be Vernon, but he wouldn't be home from work for another few hours at least. Water? Harry asked, walking into the kitchen to fetch a glass. Please, nodded Narcissa. She stood in the hall, looking at the walls which were positively covered in photos of who she assumed must be Harry's relatives. The bulbous man with the walrus mustache, his reed-like wife, and their son who clearly took after the father when it came to his more dominant features. Quite the loving picture overall. It was also a pleasant setup, as the pictures were arranged in what appeared to be a sort of timeline, starting near the kitchen and working their way to the front door, jumping to the opposite wall and going right up the stairs. Narcissa was near the stairs again as Harry emerged from the kitchen sporting 2 glasses of crystal-clear liquid. Where are you? She asked, suddenly understanding what was so off about the entire thing. Seeing Harry made her realize he wasn't in a single picture, with the family or without. It was like he didn't even exist in this happy little history. Harry's eyes flickered around the hall at the photos before he walked into a side room, scowling. Come on, we can sit on the couch, he said. Her feeling of unease more apparent now, Narcissa followed him into an immaculately kept room filled with nice furniture, all in good taste. Her mind told her that she could probably get along with people who kept their home in such respectable condition, but her gut was fighting the thought tooth and nail. They sat in silence for a while, keeping to their thoughts. Narcissa kept giving Harry contemplative looks in between finding more family photos to look at on the mantelpiece and end tables. Harry, on the other hand, was feeling more and more regret about bringing the woman downstairs. Continuing to demonstrate that her brain wasn't there for regulating her bodily functions only, Narcissa asked about the one thing that Harry probably hated more than his relatives. The picture wall. Every Christmas, every birthday, every damn semi-important day in their wretched lives, it was the family's constant reminder to him that he had no part in their existence and he never would. Vernon's idea, naturally, that Petunia didn't hesitate to support. As the years went on, it only got larger, and year after year he lived in that cupboard under the stairs, the small grate on the door a dingy window to that unpleasant reality. The only thing that disgusted him more was that he used to want to be up there as well. He should have just brought her the water upstairs. Is everything all right? Narcissa asked finally, unable to keep her thoughts to herself any longer. About? Well, it's just, Harry gave the woman a flat look. If you want to ask something, then ask it. I don't like people dancing around me. Very well. Narcissa sat up a bit straighter. Why aren't you in any pictures? Because I don't belong there. Anything else? He asked. But didn't you grow up here? She asked in confusion. Since my parents were murdered, yeah, but that doesn't make any sense. No, it does, you just don't know what you're talking about. They sat there in silence once more. Narcissa was torn between wanting to stay silent and reprimand him for being so snappish with her. She was saved the trouble of deciding, however, when the sound of the front door unlocking filled the room, closely followed by its opening. Dudley? Sweetums, are you home? Harry just let out a tired breath, closing his eyes for a moment. She just had to come back now, didn't she? A few seconds later the woman appeared in the doorway, freezing at the sight of Harry and a complete stranger in her sitting room, both with glasses from the kitchen. Who are you and what are you doing in my house? Petunia snapped at Narcissa, who blinked at the highly aggressive question. She stood slowly, her eyes narrowed slightly at the woman before her. Harry didn't bother to move, still drinking his water. Maybe he'd get lucky and Narcissa would curse her out of annoyance. I found myself in a spot of trouble earlier and your nephew invited me in. Please forgive the intrusion, said Narcissa politely. Petunia's eyes moved back and forth between Harry and Narcissa, clearly not happy with the former and distrusting of the latter. One of them, I take it, she scowled. Harry's lack of denial confirmed her suspicion. You are not welcome here. Boy, you wait until your uncle gets home. Bringing people inside the house, especially one of them, he'll do nothing to me, unless he wants me to put him in a hospital, Harry said coldly, not even bothering to make the threat subtle. He simply wasn't in the mood. Even a full school year away couldn't rid him of the bad taste in his mouth this place gave him, from its foul inhabitants to that damned wall of pictures. If anything, it only worsened. A couple days back and he was already debating burning it to the ground. Don't give me that, snapped Petunia. We know you can't do magic outside of that freak school of yours or you'll be thrown out. For the first time Harry actually grinned, showing teeth. Well then, if you think you're all so safe, why don't you try something and find out? Narcissa watched wide-eyed at the pair as they each attempted to stare the other into retreating. This was not something she'd ever expected to be witnessing when she woke up that morning. Eventually it was the team that won, Petunia letting out a huff and continuing to the kitchen. I want that woman out of my house right now or there will be trouble, she said loudly before shuffling about noisily. I won't hesitate to tell Vernon either. Harry just clenched his teeth in frustration before turning back to Narcissa. Sorry about her, she's not the most polite person to magicals. My uncle and cousin are the same way. I see, said the woman. I should leave. Thank you, Harry, you've already done more for me than I expected. After everything my son and more importantly my husband have put you through. I don't really get how you think you deserve to suffer at all from anything they might have done, but never mind. Come on. Leaving his glass, Harry walked back into the main hall towards the front door and turned to walk up the staircase, pausing when she didn't immediately follow him up. What are you waiting for? Let's go. But your aunt has absolutely no power here and she can't do a damn thing about it. That goes double for my uncle, he continued, knowing his aunt was listening to every single word they said. He turned back to Narcissa. Things aren't what they used to be anymore. Either you adapt or you get crushed. Now come up. Narcissa spared a glance at the kitchen before following the boy back to the second floor and into the tiny room they arrived in. The moment the door closed she heard the sound of several locks sliding into place. Harry took out his wand and tapped the door twice before stowing it. The room is warded pretty heavily, he explained, sinking back onto the bed with a grunt. I spent all of my first day back working on it, every single one Sirius ever taught me. I know my relatives can't do much, but it still makes me feel better in the end. My aunt is a passive-aggressive coward. The type who becomes furious over something like if she knew that you were older than her, even though you look 10 years younger than she does. Petty and shallow, she'll stew about and wonder how she can secretly make your life worse for it. It's my uncle you have to watch out for. Sometimes his anger overrides his reason. Never let him get within 5 feet of you without a wand pointing at his face. Even then you might need to use it, and I wouldn't hesitate to either. Why are you telling me this? Narcissa asked after a moment. She was clearly confused. Well, it's not like you'll be interacting with either of them, but you should know anyway if you're going to be staying here with me. It took a good 5 seconds for the words to register in the woman's head, at which she jumped up from her seat. What? I can't stay here, she exclaimed. I thought you said you wanted help from your family, said Harry, his voice matter of fact. Of course I do, but we've already been through that, she argued. We're related, didn't you know that? Harry asked, now a bit surprised that she'd never thought of this. Purebloods were always neck deep in their family lines. Second cousins. We're actually technically part of the same family generation. Narcissa gave him a baffled look before she was struck with remembrance. That's right, Great-Auntie Doria married a Potter. How did I forget about that? She said. Though I'd assumed she was struck from the family. Up until last summer I honestly thought that the only blood relatives I had were this lot, said Harry, jerking his head at the door. And as far as they go, they're not my family. How could you not have known? Someone should have told you. Yeah, you'd think that, wouldn't you? Harry said in annoyance. The life of Harry Potter is one of discovery like you've got no bloody clue. Anyway, totally not important, I've mostly put it behind me. You've got nowhere to go, and I'm not about to let you go off to get captured by the Death Eaters. We both know they'll catch you, especially now that they're looking for you. You can stay with me. I appreciate the thought, but Narcissa looked around blankly. No offense, I'd rather take my chances on the street. Harry just rolled his eyes. I wouldn't blame you. I'm saying I've got a place for you to stay. But before I show you, I need you to give an oath to keep my secret. He had to protect himself, no matter how much he wanted to help her out, no matter how much she went through. Narcissa frowned in silence for a minute as she silently debated what to do from here. Her eyes moved from Harry to the window and back, finally closing as she came to a decision. Very well. I, Narcissa Black, swear on my magic to keep Harry Potter's secrets. So mote it be. She coughed lightly before clearing her throat. That works, doesn't it? You? Harry just stared dumbstruck at the woman. Was she trying to frustrate him? I just meant this, not all of my bloody secrets. That's for life. Everything for life. Yes, I suppose so, isn't it? Grumbling, Harry got up and moved to a corner of the room where there was a plain-looking trunk, hissing at it twice. Come on, I'll show you where you'll be staying. Watch your step. Trusting the woman to follow him, Harry led the way down a steep spiral staircase that ended in a small, blank room with an open doorway. Beyond it. Merlin's beard, she said at last, you live down here? They were in a small living room, about the size of the one in the Dursleys' house. To the left was a wide opening to a kitchen area with a small dining table. At the back was a short hall that led to a couple of doors. The entire thing was quite cozy. Yeah, I just got this trunk very recently. You're the only person who's ever been inside it apart from myself and the creator, actually. But there are tents you can buy with the same amenities for a fraction of the price, said Narcissa, wondering at the reasoning behind the choice. Larger, even. Well, apart from the fact that I don't want to have to put up a tent whenever I move the thing? Harry just shrugged. The only place tents look natural is at a camp with other tents. I don't go camping. I do end up living in rooms where a trunk wouldn't be out of place. Hiding in plain sight, if you must. He turned back to the room at large. Anyway, it's fully stocked for living. You can take the bedroom and I'll just repurpose the closet. Do you know expansion charms? I'm still working on space manipulation at the moment. What do you mean you're working on space manipulation? That's a 7th-year special topic in charms, said Narcissa finally, unable to get a straight sentence out. Her mind was still slightly overloaded from the past hour in general, and now this? Please, I know things 7th-years wish they could do, said Harry with a grin, unable to keep a spot of arrogance out of his voice. Wonderful, a prodigy, and he's humble, said Narcissa sarcastically. I'm joking. I can get the charms to work, but they don't last like they should, so everything inside the space gets crushed. Pretty sure that isn't what's supposed to happen when they fail either, so yeah, I'm not about to sleep in a room like that. If you aren't good at them, I'll take the couch. Come on, I'll show you the room. Narcissa watched him walk off for a second before putting her hand to her head and rubbing it slowly. I need a drink. Narcissa Black woke to the soft sound of sizzling. The smell of bacon was clearly filling the room around her, as was what was unmistakably coffee. She sat up quickly, sheet falling off of her body as she looked about at an unfamiliar room. It took her a second to remember that she was in the home of Harry Potter, the very same boy who took her in the day before, refusing to let her go off on her own. Wasn't that sort of kidnapping? Still bleary-eyed, she blinked and looked about, waiting for the room to come into better focus. The bedroom was small by her standards, but many times larger than the box that was the boy's in his relative's house. A desk, a closet, a dresser, a floor lamp, a side table, and a very comfortable bed, if her sleep was anything to go by, were all that decorated it. The bed was a mess of covers and pillows, as she just fell onto it as opposed to properly getting ready for bed. She was still wearing her clothing from the day before as well. Getting up, Narcissa moved over to where her trunk was placed against a wall and gathered a fresh set of clothes before remembering that there wasn't a bathroom connected directly to her room like at the manor. Inconvenient, but it would be a stupid thing to get worked up over. Pushing the bedroom door fully open, she made her way towards the bathroom, the sounds and smells of breakfast growing. She had half a mind to skip the shower, she was so hungry, but even a runaway Death Eater's wife needed to stay clean. A room away, Harry heard the bathroom door snap shut, followed by the eventual sound of the shower being turned on. Not for the first time he wondered at how convenient magic was simply regarding bathroom use. Conjured water, temperature control, vanishing of waste. Hell, even if you ran out of toilet paper you could always just magic yourself more. Yeah, magic was damn useful. You know, I haven't a slice of bacon in 1,000 years. BMO. Godric from the sitting room, his voice clearly forlorn. That smell, do you have any idea what that does to me? Considering you're a portrait, not really, replied the teen with a smirk, looking back over his shoulder at the three founders. They were all positioned above the fireplace, Rowena in the middle with Salazar and Godric flanking her. It was either that or suffer some sort of silly argument about which guy ended up placed in the middle over the other. Less of an actually offended situation and more of a best friends love screwing with each other no matter what area you're from. And don't think for a second I believe that bull about you smelling the food. Did they even have pigs back in your time? You know, for someone who was fairly polite when we first met, you've really let your hair down, so to speak, continued Godric. Looks brilliant, I know, said Harry, making the man laugh. Harry, who are you talking to? Asked Narcissa, coming out of the bathroom wearing a fresh set of clothing. It looked much more suited for lounging around a home than what she was wearing the previous day. Then again, she wasn't exactly going anywhere, so. Oh, that's right. They were keeping out of your hair yesterday because you were feeling a bit off, though as you're staying here for the time being you should meet them. Harry gestured to the three large portraits on the wall above the hearth, his hand lingering to the one on the right. Though I suppose it would make some sense to do him first. Narcissa Black, meet the head of your house. Lord Black? She said in confusion, not recognizing him at all. Both Harry and the man laughed. I would guess from the way that Harry here introduced me, I think he means your other house. It took a second before her mouth was gaping. Salazar Slytherin, she gasped, dropping into a deep curtsy that impressed Harry. How she managed to do that without falling over was beyond him. It's an honor. Lovely to make your acquaintance, Miss Black, said Salazar, leaning back in his seat slightly. Harry briefly explained your situation. You have my deepest condolences. Ah, thank you, she replied, still clearly moving through her shock. You might have more of an inkling who the other two are, said Harry, now returning to their breakfast. It would be done in a minute. If he's Salazar Slytherin, began the woman, her voice still colored with awe. You must be Godric Gryffindor, she finished, pointing to the portrait to the left. In the flesh, Godric said with a bow and a flourish. Or the paint, I suppose. And before you guess again. He leaned in conspiratorially and put one hand up to cover the side of his mouth. The lady to my left wouldn't like being mistaken for the fourth of us. Do be quiet, Godric, sighed Rowena, not even looking at the man. I'm Rowena Ravenclaw, dear. A pleasure to meet you. Likewise, Narcissa stared at them all for a count of 5 before rounding on the amused teen with 2 plates of food in his hands. How in Merlin's name do you have them in your trunk? Found them at Hogwarts, Harry explained brightly, enjoying her reaction. He hadn't been able to tell anyone, after all. It felt wonderful to get it out to someone. Room of Requirement and Chamber of Secrets. Speaking of secrets, thanks for keeping this one. Narcissa just looked back and forth between all of them before letting out a ragged sigh. Let's just eat, I can't think anymore. Seeing as you're not going anywhere anytime soon, could you do me a favor and hang on to this for me? Harry passed Narcissa an object, causing her to nearly drop it the moment it touched her skin. Is this your wand? She said in shock, giving it an apprehensive look. It feels dangerous. Don't be like that, she's a good wand, he said fondly. Yeah, keep it safe, will you? But are you mad? She asked finally, looking at the boy like he was crazy. Here he was, just giving her his wand. Well, this summer I want to try and develop my ability with wandless magic. It's pretty cool and damn useful in certain situations. Apparently he wasn't done surprising her. Was he going for some kind of record? You can do wandless magic? Secret, he replied cheerfully, though he was very obviously making a cup from the table levitate slightly above his right hand. I've gotten pretty good at doing stuff like this when I focus a lot, but I really want to get it a bit more second nature. Also I want to explore it and see its limits. Can't really do either with a wand on me. I feel like I'll cheat. You realize this is the most ridiculous idea ever, yes? Narcissa said indignantly. Whoever taught this boy sense seriously messed up somewhere along the line. What if you're attacked? I honestly don't have time for small returns on my training, said Harry, crossing his arms. I'll rarely be somewhere that I don't have protection in the first place. At any rate I won't be doing this all the time. Besides, you think I'm just going to go around with a sign on my back saying I'm not carrying a wand? People already know that I'm not a pushover from what happened in May. Unbelievable, muttered the woman. You are the worst wizard ever. My dear, you haven't seen the half of it, said Salazar with a laugh, causing the other two founders to chuckle. Bellatrix Lestrange let out a small breath as she took her seat. The past few days were rather tiring with all the recruitment the Dark Lord was having them do. It wasn't that she begrudged the work, but doing nothing but recruitment for weeks upon weeks made her rather less than patient recently. Then they were approached by Fenrir Greyback. He apparently came to the conclusion that his people were ready to assist the Dark Lord's movement. Her master readily accepted, though she knew it was only to use them as tools. If the vision that her master sought after didn't include half-breeds, then what made Fenrir think that his kind would be tolerated in the end? The man wasn't stupid, simply extremely aggressive and possessing a number of disturbing likes, most of them involving young children. And now he walked around Malfoy Manor as well when he wasn't out having fun. Yes, a tiring few days. Something bothers you? The soft words had her out of the seat in a second, her head bowed in submission to the man who spoke them. No, master, I am fine. She hadn't even heard him enter the room. Bellatrix, the man continued, his voice having a hint of amusement in it, you cannot hide things from Lord Voldemort. Tell me what it is. Apologies, master, I am frustrated, she replied finally, raising her head enough to look him in the eye, though still keeping her head bowed slightly. The red irises stared back unblinkingly. Thanks to the others I've been saddled with nothing but mundane tasks that are a waste of my talents. I should be fighting your enemies, not coddling new recruits. Yes, the others. Voldemort looked out at the rear grounds of the Malfoy estate. Unfortunately it will take us quite a while to be able to recover them. Not that they are important enough to risk a breakout of Azkaban for, but the fall of the prison is one of our main objectives in the long run. It is a pillar of power for the Ministry. He cleared his throat slightly before continuing. Regarding what you said, I must say that I agree. You were wasted on what you were doing. It will not be for much longer though. Soon we will have others take over and I can return you to the battle you seek. In the meantime you will have to settle for our duels. Unless, the man turned back to her, you do not find them to be enough? No, my lord, she replied quickly, shaking her head. The Dark Lord nodded and returned to looking out the window. He often did this when he was thinking. She actually had another question for him, but she didn't want to disturb. Something else on your mind? He asked, as though reading her thoughts. Yes. Bellatrix paused for a moment before continuing. I was wondering how your research was progressing. I believe you were closed the last time I asked. That's right, I didn't tell you. Voldemort turned, now giving her a smile. I have completed it. It only needs a volunteer. That is excellent news, she said, rather excited now. Master, please allow me to be the subject for your test. You've worked endlessly on it recently and I. Enough, Bellatrix. But, as I've said before, you are far too valuable to me to risk on an experiment, however certain of its success I may be. There is no one greater than you regarding such things, she said, undeterred. I have no doubt the new mark will work as you planned. Bellatrix, do you wish to be of use to me? Bellatrix cut off as her eyes found her feet. Of course I do, master. Then bring me your nephew. He wants to be like his father, does he not? Then we shall test his loyalty with this. Draco Malfoy was laying on his bed, staring at the ceiling in thought. In all honesty, it wasn't something he did much. Usually during the summer he had everything planned out for him by his father. From the moment he arrived home for the summer to the night before his return to the castle. Unlike those other pathetic students at Hogwarts, he was being tested and honed his magic year-round. The only thing he didn't actually begin yet was dueling. He had the knowledge, just not the practice. It was one of the reasons Potter was able to beat him so much. The Gryffindors simply fought more. A large amount of persuading finally got his father to agree to begin the dueling a year early, this summer instead of the following. Of course, fate had other plans. His father was in Azkaban with the other 10 Death Eaters that were caught. That blasted Order of the Phoenix, and Potter. He took a deep breath and let it go, cooling his temper. They would both be dealt with in time, by his direct involvement if it was possible. No one messed with his father like that and got away with it. Not only that, but his mother hadn't been home in days. She forced him to fully rely on their house elf to eat, among other things. Where on earth did the woman go? Draco. The boy sat up quickly, hand halfway to the wand on his bedside table before he saw who it was. Aunt Bellatrix, I've asked you to knock before, he said in annoyance, not really meeting her eyes as he pushed himself to the edge of the bed. He wouldn't admit it, but the woman scared him. Apart from the handful of old stories from his mother, she was not painted in a very sane light. The few times he interacted with her said otherwise, but he really didn't trust her for a second. The one thing that he did know was that she was obsessed with the Dark Lord, and she wouldn't hesitate in killing him if the man ever ordered it. Not that such a thing would ever happen. After all, he was destined to become greater than his father, Lord Voldemort's greatest lieutenant. While Draco let his ambitions run away with his mind, Bellatrix leaned on the doorframe, watching the boy in mild annoyance. As much as she cared about her family, there was no second way to look at it. Draco was a pompous little shit, spoiled rotten by her conniving brother-in-law, not a shred of her sister to be found. It was actually amazing that despite how similar the two men were, Draco was but a shadow of his father in all but ego. This was why it bothered her that her master would even give the child the time of the day, forget about the opportunity to test out the new mark. At least Lucius had talent. Follow me, she continued, turning her back on him. The Dark Lord summons you. What? Bellatrix said nothing and instead began to lead the way through the large manor to where Voldemort came to reside. The sooner they got this over with, the sooner she could get back to doing something useful. They walked in silence, the only sound coming from their footsteps as they walked through the long halls. Ever since the majority of the Dark Lord's inner circle were captured, the manor was eerily quiet, with only Wormtail and herself being left as people who lived there full-time. Narcissa was around for all of May, but she went missing a number of days before and reportedly vanished in the 3 broomsticks right under the noses of those the Dark Lord sent out to bring her back. According to her master, Narcissa was on the run from their movement, though for what reason Bellatrix couldn't fathom. She'd even left her son to his own devices, though in all honesty she didn't blame her for that one. As long as Narcissa stayed safe, Bellatrix supposed it would be alright. However, even she wasn't blind to the fact that her sister was a huge security risk for them. What if the Order got their hands on her? It would be alright though. Bellatrix knew that her sister would see reason and come back without a fight. The Dark Lord was merciful. He would listen to her plea for safety. We're here, said Bellatrix, stopping suddenly so that Draco almost walked into her. Mind what you say or it may be the last thing you do. Understood. Draco gritted out of clenched teeth. Bellatrix knocked thrice before pushing the door open to a large sitting room with a warm fire lit at the opposite end in the hearth. Lord Voldemort stood close by, watching the flames. The reflected light made his eyes glow ominously. "Thank you, Bellatrix," said Voldemort, turning to face his guest. And it was his guest. Despite being in the home that for all intent and purposes belonged to the bee-owned boy, it was the boy himself who was the guest here, a fact not lost on the nervous teen. "I'm glad you could join me, Draco. Have you heard anything from your mother?" "No, my lord," he replied quickly, unable to look away from the man's eyes. Voldemort gave the strangest impression of looking through him, instead of just at him. "Not since during the school year. Do you know where she is?" "Unfortunately, no," answered the Dark Lord, holding his palms up in an empty gesture. "You will tell me if she attempts to contact you." It wasn't a request, it was a command. "Yes, my lord," Draco said at once. "Was there?" He paused as Voldemort met his eyes once more. "Was there something else you needed from me?" Voldemort considered the boy for a moment before turning back to the fire, frowning slightly. "I will tell you the truth, Draco. One of the less fortunate things about a movement like this is that it is often filled with people who are only strong in their radicalism. People who think to the extreme, willing to do the necessary for their beliefs, but have fairly little else that makes them stand out." "I don't understand." "Power," overrode the Dark Lord, making Draco snap his mouth shut at once. "They lack the power to change anything. This is why they flock to one such as myself. I believe you'd agree that I have what they seek." Draco tried to speak but couldn't manage anything. Instead he settled for a nod. "Yet this is a problem for us. People like you and I who are above those smaller than us. We require their service to better us all, and how can they be of use without the power to inflict change? So that is what I wish to give them. Power." But my lord," began Draco hesitantly, looking confused. "What about the Dark Mark? Doesn't it give your followers power?" In response, Voldemort smiled. A couple of steps brought him within reach of Bellatrix, who was watching them in silence. Wearing short sleeves, her dark mark was easily visible against her skin. Voldemort took hold of her arm and brought the mark into better light, passing a finger close enough to brush the fine hairs on her arm, but not actually touching the arm itself. At this point Bellatrix, whose breath quickened at his approach, looked away. Anxiety clawed at her chest. He never touched her for the sake of touching her, as much as she might wish it. There was always something. The dark mark was actually not what I'd been aiming to create. Think of it more as a fortunate side product, rather than a final product. However, I was pulled away from my research during the First War and decided to leave it as it was. The mark can be extremely useful as is. He suddenly pressed his finger down on the mark, causing it to go jet black as Bellatrix collapsed to her knees with a gasp. Master," she breathed, unable to get much sound behind her voice. Though nowhere near the level of the Cruciatus curse, pain was still moving through her body, incapacitating her. And it was over, the Dark Lord releasing her, and letting her slump to all fours, panting heavily. "You see, Draco, it is a bit more than just a way to summon my followers," he said, as if he didn't just torture his most loyal for a mere demonstration. "There are other benefits that are less easily demonstrated, but it still lacks what I mentioned earlier. Power. And the new mark does that?" he asked, almost eagerly. "No, it simply gives you power," corrected the Dark Lord. "The Dark Mark will still be used on all of my followers, but this new mark will work with it. Only the most capable will receive it. The gift is useless otherwise. Are you willing?" "Yes." "Then brace yourself." Finally regaining her footing, Bellatrix frowned as Draco began screaming in agony. The original Dark Mark was refined so that the process was quick and fairly pain-free. The new one, however, clearly not so much. At least the process for both was relatively short. Listening to the boy screech was wearing thin on her already. It would appear that it worked. Voldemort nodded for a moment before returning his attention to his newest minion. "Heed my words, boy," said Voldemort, his red eyes cold as he looked down upon the young Slytherin, arms pulled in tightly against his body. One bore the dark mark while the other the new one, a small, inch-long snake with its fangs exposed. Unnoticed by all, The snake's tongue flicked out and back, as if tasting the air around it. The serpent's mark is an incredible gift. One I have been developing for many years. It will remove limits your body imposes on itself, more than enough to break anyone you desire to. However, it comes at a price. The serpent and its power will grow as you use it. Do not let this gift consume you. I'll use it wisely, my lord, whispered Draco, his breathing still ragged from the earlier pain. To bring our enemies to their knees. Voldemort smiled. Very good. Harry hesitated for a few seconds as he reached the front door of 12 Grimmauld Place. Sure, he talked to his godfather the day before, but there was just something. He sighed, shaking his head. Might as well just brave it. A turn of the door handle and the teen was inside, looking around at the considerably more welcoming entrance than was there a year ago. Now if he could just. Crash. Without warning, Harry was blindsided by a huge black dog who knocked him easily to the floor before licking his face a few times. Fortunately, he was able to get his senses back enough to cover his face and prevent the onslaught from continuing. Do you have any idea how disgusting that is? He groaned as the animagus backed up and returned to human form, laughing uproariously. Of course I do. Why do you think I do it? Mutt, Harry muttered, about to pull his wand before remembering that he didn't have it on him. Yeah, that was going to take getting used to. Clean this up, will you? Sirius, however, was already waving his wand, returning him to a blissful, dog drool-free state. Sorry, Harry, it's just been a while, you know. He reached down and helped the boy to his feet before pulling him into a quick hug. It's all right. New Year's was a while ago. Though they obviously saw each other back in May, not to mention talked through the mirror at least once a week, they really hadn't spent any quality time together in some time. Unfortunately, Sirius was back to staying inside full time as the security in the area was so much higher than it was before. Voldemort's return brought a lot of change over the past month, good and bad. So, got anything for me? You know it, nodded Sirius, leading him down to the kitchen. I've been waiting for you to come here to say much. I've got some really good dirt this time. Something's finally happened with Fudge, I take it, said Harry slowly. Sirius glanced at him over his shoulder before chuckling. You can be pretty sharp when you want to. It's really the only topic I haven't heard a single thing about since the Ministry attack, explained Harry. Process of elimination in a way. I suppose if you put it like that. So is he getting the sack? Sirius grabbed a couple of butterbeers from the fridge and passed one to Harry, opening them both with his wand. The kitchen was empty other than them. No, he isn't. He's resigning. He really? Harry was honestly shocked. His opinion of the minister gone through some pretty radical changes over the year. In the end, he seemed nothing more than a greedy, easily influenced, and somewhat illogical man. Cornelius Fudge is many things, Harry, but he is not a fool, said Sirius, knowing the boy's opinion of the man. He isn't an inherently bad person either. But after everything he's put you through, argued Harry. Fudge led a crusade trying to hunt you down. You had to eat rats. Which I'm very annoyed about and honestly would rather forget, Sirius replied dryly. But he isn't the reason I went to Azkaban, and I don't blame him for it. I'm honestly more ticked about him placing Dementors at the school than anything he's personally done to me. Fudge might have become very comfortable with his job and unwittingly fell to corruption, but he still cares about the people he governs. So he's stepping down to let someone who's better suited to being minister than he is take over. He'll probably remain in some position or another though. I was wondering, began Harry. How close was he to Lucius Malfoy? Do you know? At this, Sirius actually looked a bit put out. Lucius was Fudge's closest advisor for nearly his whole term as minister. I'd imagine his betrayal and what that would have meant this whole time really dealt a blow. I know it's not quite the same, but even after I found out that Peter betrayed us and ended up in Azkaban, I still felt awful about it for ages. No one can easily deal with stuff like that. Yeah. Harry let out a sigh, staring at his drink in thought. So who's replacing him? No idea, said Sirius with a shrug. Actually, the whole resigning thing is still a secret as well. Keep it under your hat, yeah. People will find out about it when it's time. Don't worry, you know I don't repeat anything we ever talk about. Harry finished his butterbeer with a quick swig and tossed the bottle over his shoulder. The bin near the wall hopped about in its place a bit before jumping to the right a foot and chomping the bottle out of the air, waddling back to its original place to enjoy the snack. So what else is new? Well, you knew about the purge, right? Asked Sirius with a frown, scratching his chin. Ministry spent all of May after the attack cleaning all Death Eaters out of the place, nodded Harry, his voice becoming a bit monotonous. Some fought back and killed, some escaped, most in Azkaban. Count was at 20. 25, corrected Sirius. Did you know that Fudge was the one who instigated it? Harry blinked in surprise before giving his godfather a flat look. Okay, I get it, he's not a complete loss. He's still an idiot. That he is, agreed Sirius. I'm actually looking forward to seeing where this all goes. The new person might give me a way out of my predicament too. Harry smiled at the thought. That would be great. We'll have a drink together the day it happens, said the animagus, raising his butterbeer before downing the rest. The bin happily received the empty bottle with a nice crunch. They continued to chat for a while about various things, most having some relation to Voldemort. The Dark Lord didn't waste any time once revealing himself to the public. While the recruitment of basic Death Eaters was always ongoing, his most notable recent achievement was the alliance of Fenrir Greyback. Greyback finally managed to bring nearly all the migrant werewolf packs under his rule, and now felt it appropriate to begin his quest to turn the world. It was actually quite fortunate that Voldemort for the better part controlled the feral man. Without it, Britain would likely be suffering from an extremely rapid increase in werewolf attacks, rather than the somewhat higher rate they were dealing with instead. Hey Sirius, said Harry, deciding to change the topic once more. How close were you to your cousins? You mean Andromeda, Bellatrix, and Narcissa? He asked in surprise, not expecting the question. How often did Harry ever want to know about the Black family? To be fair, it wasn't like he ever was bursting to talk about it. Not very close. They were all a bit older than me, so we never had any interest in spending time together at family gatherings. Don't forget I was the oddball of the family. He gave Harry a curious and somewhat suspicious look. Why do you ask? I'm just curious, he said quickly. I mean, I talked with Bellatrix for a while and Andromeda as Tonks, Mum, not to mention Narcissa being Draco's. It's a bit of a split, but I feel like the Blacks cared a lot about family ties. Did you at least see them often? All the time, Sirius said with a nod. Summers and other holidays mainly, but during those times I was dragged around a lot as a kid. I probably spent the most time around Narcissa though, as she was closer to my age than the other two. The animagus leaned back in his seat slightly, raising his eyebrows at the boy. You know about the thing you asked me yesterday? I found out something interesting. Was there a problem? Harry knew that Sirius was taking this in a direction he didn't want to go in, but he still needed to know if there was an issue. No, everything was fine, said Sirius, shaking his head. Draco is out of the family and the only Black sister that still has her marriage is Andromeda. That's good. Harry paused as he realized exactly what Sirius said. You ended the Lestrange marriage as well. I figured why not, he replied with another shrug. Maybe it'll ruffle Bella's feathers a bit, and I love pissing off her husband, well, ex-husband now. But that's not what I'm talking about. I found out something interesting last night from Snape. He said that Narcissa ran away from the Death Eaters. Voldemort's actually put out a hit on her. Kill on sight. Really? Harry was giving Sirius his best surprised expression, though he knew it wasn't really working. Did Snape say why? Well, from what he said it sounds like Narcissa was being tortured by Voldemort out of anger for Lucius' failure in May. A couple of weeks of that and it was too much to handle. Harry was giving Sirius a curious look. But if it was going on for that long, why do you think she didn't just run earlier? It goes to show how much control Voldemort has over those who are around him, even if they don't know it. She was probably more afraid of trying to leave than just sticking it out. He paused for a second before leaning in a bit in his seat. Harry, you know you can tell me anything, right? The man said suddenly, dropping all pretenses. He was giving Harry a serious look. Serious, honestly, there's nothing to tell, Harry assured him, completely straight-faced. Sirius stared at him for a second longer before breaking the look with a chuckle. All right, kid, whatever you say. You think I can't recognize mischief when I see it? I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, said Harry, now also grinning. To his great relief, the kitchen door opened behind them for a moment, but instead of the person entering the room, she instead quickly retreated the moment she saw who was sitting inside, closing the door with a snap. Sirius, I'll talk to you later, said Harry quickly, jumping out of his seat and darting after the girl. Sure, sure. Sirius just shook his head as he watched Harry go, the door swinging behind him. James, sometimes I feel like that boy of yours is 1,000 times the trouble you could ever be. He grinned and summoned another butterbeer, putting his feet up. Thanks for keeping things interesting. Meanwhile, Harry was climbing the stairs to the third floor where Tonks had her room for when she was visiting HQ. He had absolutely no idea why she was trying to avoid him, but the fact that she'd literally run off at the sight of him was bothering him. Fortunately, she didn't have anywhere to go and he could sense her above in her bedroom. She must have made a beeline for it. Arriving after a little bit, Harry knocked 3 times to no reply. Another 3 received similar results. Tonks. Everything all right? He called through the door, one hand on it as he narrowed his focus before himself. The door felt like the wood it was, no magic on it at all. So there was no way she couldn't hear him. He raised his hand to knock again but paused as the latch clicked, the door cracking enough to show an eye and brown hair. Maybe another time. Harry, I'm not feeling up to a visit, she said softly. Nim, let me in. They stared at one another for a minute before the woman sighed heavily and opened the door so that Harry could enter. The room was, quite literally, a disaster. It looked like Tonks tried to clean up with magic. The main issue was that there was clothing all over the place. The bed was completely unmade, books on the floor in various places, just mess. Tonks sat on the bed in silence. She herself looked worn down. Don't tell me you've been living in this. Harry half asked, half scolded, reaching down and picking up a shirt. No, I did this a while ago. I've been staying at my place, obviously, she added. Haven't gotten around to cleaning it up. Harry took another look at the woman before dropping the shirt with a sigh. He made himself comfortable on a chair only partially covered in stuff. All right, out with it. What's bothering you? You actually ran away from me, albeit unsuccessfully. How did you even think that would work to begin with? I can find you anywhere. Their eyes met for a moment before Tonks moved to her lap. Harry was stumped. The last time they'd seen each other was the night of the attack back in May and nothing bad happened between them. So what? I'm sorry. She was my responsibility that night, but I let her get away from me, blurted out Tonks. Harry just looked at her in confusion. Who are you? Bellatrix Lestrange, she elaborated. I saw her and I just snapped. I dueled like an amateur. Against her. Harry leaned back in his seat, thinking of the middle black sister. I doubt it, Nim. If you were dueling like an amateur, then you'd be dead. You're too good to duel like that anyway. You don't understand. She snapped. Her voice dropped in pitch but was no less intense. I saw her and I got so angry. I went straight to one of the darkest spells I knew and misused it like an idiot. Drained everything I had. If Sirius wasn't there, I'd have been dead. Hell, I nearly got us both killed. Well, I'm really glad you're not, said Harry simply. He had no idea how close she came to that day being her last. Is this what's been bugging you so much? Somewhat, she replied, continuing to stare at the ceiling as whatever bothered her circulated her thoughts. She honestly looked forlorn. I'm afraid, Harry. I told you how passive the order was before. You'd think that now with Voldemort in the open that we would step it up as well, but no, it's just more of the same. Endlessly talking about what may happen and rarely about what we should do now. Her expression shifted into a one of tightly wound anger and she clenched a fist in front of her face. We could crush the Death Eaters right now. We have the advantage. But we're the good guys, so forget it. We'll just sit around and wait for them to comfortably build up their power only to say we did everything we could when some catastrophe happens. The order isn't supposed to be like this. It goes against everything I've worked for. Tonks let out an explosive sigh, pushing herself up and looking at Harry expectantly. You know what I mean, right? How can we possibly come out on top of this conflict if we aren't willing to do what's necessary to keep everyone safe? Harry couldn't bring himself to respond, so mixed were his own thoughts on the matter. Tonks could see his troubled thoughts though and instead continued. I don't know how we can make this better, but it's obvious we're not going to do enough. Soon the Order and the Ministry are going to be faced with choices they won't like. I'm afraid everyone will just roll over when the time comes. Those aren't easy choices to make, Harry finally said. Of course not. Don't get me wrong, I've still got a little bit of hope, but it doesn't change how I feel about it. Tonks let out a sigh mixed with a small laugh. Makes you want to just take a vacation, doesn't it? I'll say, chuckled the Gryffindor, now returning his attention to the pile of clothing he was creating. Tonks turned her seated position to properly watch Harry work. You've gotten way better at that since I last saw. Have you been practicing a lot? Not really, he said, trying to fold a shirt wandlessly and failing miserably. He was barely moving them into the pile without trouble. I figured out how to manipulate stuff a while ago, so it comes pretty easily, not that I practice it much. No real reason for me to use it, apart from summoning my wand if I ever lose it. No one ever expects that one. True, she admitted, having been caught off guard by that very thing against him. So why practice it now? I dunno, it's just really interesting, he admitted with a smile, letting the shirt under his control drop onto her head. I guess you could say it's a hobby of mine. Pushing the cloth away from her face, Tonks couldn't help but smile back. Well, since you are obviously forcing your company on me, let's go get some food. You still haven't filled me in about the last month of school. Harry hid a frown as he followed her out, her words playing back repeatedly in his mind. Would he be able to make the right choices when the time came? July 1st dawned bright and sunny on the Dursleys' house. Within came the soft sounds of the table being set and the not-so-soft sounds of Vernon complaining about a coworker who was receiving a pay raise for, in his own humble opinion, no damn good reason. Petunia was a bit put out lately as her garden didn't have quite the shine that it usually did during the summer. It must have been the soil. The rain wasn't like it used to be either. Everyone knew about how it was becoming more acidic as the years went on. There was no way that it had anything to do with the fact that her worthless nephew didn't spend a millisecond working in the beds himself this summer. Speaking of said nephew, none of the Dursleys saw hide nor hair of him since the day he made his quite plain threats to Petunia. From what she could remember, he and his freak guest returned to his room and never came out. That was over 3 weeks ago. She figured they must have left somehow, else they'd surely be dead. It wasn't like the boy came out to get any food or water. Not even to wash up. Vernon attempted to break down the door after a couple days went by, but it only got him blasted into the opposite wall with the flimsy-looking door unmarked. It bothered them all for a while until they realized that it was like their problem truly disappeared. The next couple of weeks that followed were the most relaxing the family ever had. It was almost like they'd just had their little dudders all over again. A perfect family of 3. Of course, to the Dursleys' unknowing disappointment, Harry was not only alive and well, but oddly happy. The summer already put itself on the top of all the others simply from his improved living conditions. The lack of his relatives was really improving his mental health in general. However, the biggest source of positivity in his life currently, to his great surprise, was the woman who he was now living with. They'd never really come to a formal and mutual agreement about Narcissa staying there, but Harry wasn't willing to let her leave the safety of his home, particularly after what Sirius told him, and she didn't have anywhere better to go, so it just settled. It seemed normal at first, Narcissa doing her own thing and keeping herself occupied while he did the same, until after about a week and he returned home one night well after midnight, finding the woman awake and in the sitting room. Waiting to make sure he got back all right. Apparently, complete with a scolding for staying out too late, one that he took with a befuddled expression. He always had plans for the day, so he needed to make sure he was well rested after all, right? And that was how it was left, Narcissa retreating to her room to finally turn in. Following that, their interaction increased. Usually over dinner, Narcissa always asked him how his day went, not hesitating to scold him if he ever gave a lackluster recount of the day's events. Not that he could blame her. Being cooped up in the flat must have been dreadfully dull after living in a manor for years, though having 3 Hogwarts founders on their wall certainly helped. He did his best to talk to her as much as he could whenever he was around. Eventually it stopped being because he felt guilty and instead became something driven by mutual interest. Narcissa Black was a wealth of information about the magical world as seen from a pureblood, complete with a dislike for muggle things in general that he was having fun trying to poke holes in. She in turn was doing her utmost to catch him up on anything and everything he would have learned had the Potters been able to raise their son in the politics that the family line was steeped in. Some of it was useful, some of it wasn't. Then they would argue, the founders either joining in or sitting back to enjoy the show. Oh, and there was stuff like this, too. Harry, don't make me say it again. I think you've made it clear to me that I don't make you do anything. Harry. Her voice was getting rather warningly. You don't hear me making a fuss when it's you, he argued back. Quote, oh come on. They're carrots for crying out loud. Help me out here. He called back to the founders, 2 of which were trying and barely succeeding at containing their mirth. This wasn't the first time in recent days that a similarly silly event took place. May as well get it over with, called Salazar, receiving an agreeing nod from Godric. I'd rather not incur the wrath of the mighty, he said. It's us who sit with her all day, not you. Unbelievable, muttered Harry, looking back at his plate. There they sat, staring back at him with their orangeness. 2 founders of Hogwarts, ladies and gentlemen, absolute cowards. He gave one final defiant look at Narcissa before letting out a large sigh. All right, fine. Thank you, said the woman, giving him a bright smile as she took his now empty dinner plate. He'd decided to get it over with and put the entire potion, albeit a small one, down in one go. I don't know why you made such a fuss this time. Every other time we've had carrots you ate everything without complaint. Well yeah, but Narcissa paused in her cleaning to turn to face the boy. He actually looked rather embarrassed. What is it? She asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. She was watching him with her head slightly to one side, wand still pointed behind her at the plate that was getting scrubbed by a soapy dish sponge. Her sleeves were pushed up to her elbows and her hair tied in a loose bun, which was rather amusing as the odds of her getting wet at all from the magical cleaning were practically 0. Well, you cooked them all the other times. Narcissa watched him in silence as his words settled over her before turning back to the sink, continuing her cleaning. Should I stop making carrots then? She asked after a few seconds. No, it's all right, he said quickly. Considering the frequency they made it into her dishes, she must enjoy eating them. They're growing on me, slowly. Well, if you insist, she replied. Looking back over her shoulder, she continued, isn't the headmaster supposed to be visiting you tonight? It's nearly 6 now. Yeah, at 7, said Harry, glad at the change of subject. He made to grab the empty glasses they'd been using, but they both danced out of his reach and flew over to the sink as well, Narcissa waving her wand over her shoulder as she watched him, still smiling. Instead, Harry took to leaning against the table with his arms crossed. I'm trying to decide whether or not to meet him inside the house or out. Does it really matter? Narcissa stretched for a moment before moving the now clean dishes to the cupboards. Well, as much as I'd love to skip out on seeing my relatives, I'm still half tempted to make them suffer through Albus Dumbledore being in their home, even if it's only for a minute. You know how much they hate everything to do with magic. Narcissa blinked for a moment at the thought before grinning in a most malicious way. Inside. It definitely has to be inside. Now who in the ruddy hell could that be? Vernon, Petunia, and Dudley all looked towards the direction of the front door, which was knocked on twice. It was distinct over the soft sound of the detective program that just started on the television. The knocking came again, not insistent, but not lazy either. Aren't you going to get that? The Dursleys' heads all turned as one again, though this time it was to the doorway that connected the room to the dining room. Harry Potter, the boy who was blissfully gone these past weeks, was standing there like he did it every day. Honestly, whatever happened to the ever-polite Dursley family? He continued, looking at them all with mock sadness. I guess I'll go get it. Boy, get back here, shouted Verone, immediately going after him into the dining room. Harry, however, was nowhere to be seen. Not a moment later, the sound of the front door unlocking and opening reached all of their ears. Professor Dumbledore, good evening, said Harry, the grandness of his voice making them all picture him bowing in respect. Did you travel well? Good evening to you as well, Harry, and thank you, it was most agreeable, came a new pleasant aged voice. Might I be able to come in for a moment? Of course, everyone is in the sitting room, replied Harry, shutting the door behind the headmaster. They'll be delighted. By the way, nice suit, sir. I'll admit I do enjoy putting on things like this from time to time, the man admitted, passing Harry to go to the sitting room. The emergence of Albus Dumbledore to the dumbstruck Dursleys was as priceless as it could get. After all, to a group of people who wouldn't even speak the word magic, Dumbledore was the most wizardly looking man alive, even with the suit. Tall, old, and with an immensely long white beard, his black muggle attire clashed horribly with the blatantly wizardish pointed hat he was sporting. Honestly, all he needed was his wand out and it would complete a perfect picture. Headmaster? Asked Harry from behind him, ignoring the sputtering that Petunia was going through. Vernon actually looked like he'd been frozen on the spot. Dudley was just trying to merge himself with the armchair he was sitting in, clearly to prevent a clean target to his backside. Unfortunately, we do not have the time, replied the man, looking from face to face. I originally wanted to make a statement to your relatives, but it would appear that it is unnecessary. You seem to be doing well enough. I've always been good at adapting, said Harry with a shrug. Very true. Come, Harry, we must be off. Petunia. Dumbledore's word made the woman look up at once, their eyes locking for a second before the man broke off and headed out of the house. Harry raised his eyebrows at the clearly frightened look on his aunt's face before he followed, shutting the door behind himself. You know, I'm surprised that he didn't say anything, said Harry after a second, glancing back at the house. So unlike him and his really loud habits. Ah, that is because I hit him with an impediment jinx the moment I entered the room. As you know, against a muggle, magic is quite powerful with no internal magic themselves to resist it, and I'm certainly not an average wizard either, explained Dumbledore, making Harry's eyes go wide. He'd never even seen it. He should be coming out of it right about. Bloody freaks. Now, finished the headmaster with a small smile. In any case, time for a small adventure, yes. It was a little odd, walking down the street with the tall, bearded wizard. Harry was still trying to get past the conflicting messages Dumbledore's crisp suit and blatantly wizard-looking hat were giving off. Honestly, who did he think he was fooling? I would remind you to stay on your guard, but I believe that you already are, said Dumbledore with a smile. He of course his hands in his pockets, as if that was his way of being prepared for an attack. Of course, I do not believe we will be attacked at all today. What makes you say that? Asked Harry in curiosity. You are with me. Ah, good point. Dumbledore, despite his old age, still was quite the duelist, as Harry personally witnessed. It was no wonder that Voldemort still tread lightly around him, even with their apparent power gaps. When they reached the end of the street, Dumbledore came to a stop, looking around. The street was completely deserted. Families in the nearby houses were likely sitting down for a late dinner or something of the like. In this neighborhood they were as cookie-cutter as the houses themselves. This should be fine. I doubt we will be interrupted. You already are familiar with side-along apparition? He asked, holding out his arm. Harry nodded and grabbed tightly to his arm. A moment later he was pulled along through the incredibly tight feeling that accompanied apparition. A second later they were standing in a neighborhood that he didn't recognize at all. About to ask where they were, something else occurred to him and he turned to Dumbledore in interest. You didn't make a sound when you did that, he said, impressed. Even when one was apparating, it was fairly easy to detect the sound it made, as it lingered in the air for a moment. Same thing when we were dueling together in May, but I figured I missed it under the sounds around us. I haven't met anyone else who could apparate without making some kind of crack or pop. Dumbledore smiled down at Harry. Indeed, it is an invaluable skill, though difficult to master, he said. Who else do you know who apparates silently? But Harry was gone. Me, he said from behind the blinking man. Dumbledore turned to face Harry, his eyes twinkling behind the half-moon spectacles. I worked damn hard to get rid of that annoying pop. Quite the pleasant surprise, he said happily. You will find it to be incredibly useful to come and go without making a sound. Yeah, I know, agreed Harry with a nod. So where are we anyway? They were in a deserted village square with a war memorial at the center surrounded by a few benches. This is Budleigh Babberton, answered Dumbledore, setting off in a seemingly random direction with Harry hot on his heels. It's a quaint little village with a single wizard in temporary residence. Not many people move about in the evening as well, so it works out for us. If we aren't trying to be noticed, then wouldn't it be easier to move after dark? Asked Harry. Indeed it would, nodded Dumbledore. However, I decided to add a second part to our excursion tonight, and I am hoping for a little light when we go about doing it. You may consider it a sneak peek to our coming sessions. When are those going to begin anyway? Harry was giving the headmaster a somewhat accusing look. You said we'd start during the summer. Apologies, Harry, I did say that. Now that it is the summer, instead of early May, an hour after Voldemort's public return, I can say for sure that they will be happening over the next 2 months. Everything I wish to inform you of will be told by the time you start your 6th year. He smiled down at the teen before lengthening his pace slightly, making Harry jog a little every now and then to keep up. Now, put it out of your mind. We have a different task at present. Which is, we're here to persuade an old colleague of mine to come out of retirement and return to Hogwarts. I originally been planning to do this later in the summer, but I figured it would be good to get it out of the way. He also has a habit of taking off without notice, so it would be safer to do it while we know where he is. Isn't it a bit late for a visit though? Asked Harry. The Dursleys, as they shown, were loath to receive visitors after a certain reasonable hour, one of the reasons that Harry more than supported it. Not that the Dursleys were really the type of family that he'd normally look to as an example. Harry was pretty sure that visiting hours for wizards at the Dursleys was sometime between never and not King likely. It shouldn't be an issue, said Dumbledore unconcernedly. Left here, Harry. They continued walking up a street lined with dark houses. I wanted to ask you, now that Voldemort is in the open once more and certainly feeling rather radical in his emotions, has your scar been hurting lately? No, he replied, shaking his head. My scar hasn't hurt once since the Dementor attack last summer. Harry walked past Dumbledore as he stopped moving, regarding the teen with a frown. Not once? He asked, clearly surprised. It's really weird to be honest, said Harry, shaking his head. I mean, it used to hurt when practically anything with Voldemort was going on. You'd think being connected to him in some weird way would make it worse. I mean, he even managed to connect to my mind at one point, but even then I was fine. The days before the Dementor attack were the worst by far, and then nothing. I figured he did something. Voldemort has always excelled when it comes to mind magics, said Dumbledore, tugging at his long beard slightly in thought. You have given me much to think on, Harry, though we must put this aside for now in light of our current objective. They continued down the street. About that, I don't really know why I'm here, said Harry honestly. I mean, he's your old friend, right? Wouldn't it have made more sense to get me after you visited him? Oh, I'm sure we'll find a use for you, said Dumbledore evasively, the smile now back on his face. They continued on, talking lightly about the state of the ministry. Fudge formally declared his aim to resign just the day before, making a speech about the ministry needing someone more prepared to deal with their current issues. The new minister would be elected in and begin work fairly soon as well, though there was only rumors about who that could possibly be. Professor, is the house we're going to the one after this one? Asked Harry suddenly, wand in his hand. Why, yes it is. How did you know? Oh. Now that they were a little closer, Dumbledore saw what Harry noticed. The front door was hanging off its hinges. He was now holding his wand in his hand as well, though Harry never saw him take it out. Stay close, Harry. They carefully made their way up the walk and flanked the doorway. Harry nodded to Dumbledore and they both entered rapidly, wands up. They were in a small entranceway that fed directly into a narrow hallway. Dumbledore's wand tip lit, illuminating the hall. They could see that a door was open further down. They carefully made their way to the door and entered the sitting room where a scene of total destruction met their eyes. There was an obliterated grandfather clock immediately in front of them, clock gears and pendulum-like spilled innards. A bit further in was a piano, keys strewn across the floor. Broken chairs, coffee table, and torn pillows were scattered about, with a spectacularly destroyed chandelier lying in the center of it all. Dumbledore raised his wand higher to illuminate the walls, and Harry could clearly see something that looked like blood glistening on them. "Not pretty," said Dumbledore grimly. "Yes, something terrible has happened here." "Maybe," said Harry, wand fixed on an overstuffed armchair off to one side, "we should ask the guy pretending to be an armchair." Dumbledore looked at Harry in surprise. "You knew? He's the only solid magical thing in here apart from us," said Harry, now keeping an eye on Dumbledore but still his wand trained on the armchair. "You obviously knew too." "I'll admit, I was enjoying the suspense," Dumbledore conceded, walking over to the armchair. He gave it a light prod with his wand. "Good evening, Horace." Harry blinked. The armchair suddenly became an enormously fat, bald, old man with a walrus-like mustache and a maroon velvet jacket that was thrown on over a set of lilac silk pajamas. The tip of his head barely reached Dumbledore's chin. Overall not what he was expecting. "Did you bring an oar with you or something, Albus? I thought he was going to blast me for a moment. Looks a bit young though now I'm thinking of it." Harry brightened immensely at the compliment, scratching his cheek in embarrassment. "Anyway, what gave it away?" "My dear Horace, if the Death Eaters really came to call, the dark mark would have been placed over the house," said Dumbledore. "Of course, we would have found a body and not an armchair then. I'm personally glad we got the armchair." "Bah, well, I wouldn't have had the time anyway," said the man, rubbing his head. "Not like I know the spell to begin with. I was just putting the finishing touches on my upholstery as you were coming in the room. Illusions work better in layers after all, difficult as they are." "Would you like a hand cleaning this up?" offered Dumbledore. "I'll get it," said Harry quickly, making them look around at him. "I was kind of expecting a fight, so I've got a little energy to work off." He twirled his wand for a second before making a large sweeping motion with it, sending a widely overpowered reparo at the room. At once everything began reconstructing itself, though with enough sound to wake the neighborhood. Harry quickly followed it up with a silencer. "Blimey, that was loud," he said, rubbing his ears, and walking over to the two wizards. They were both regarding him with different expressions. "Tonight is turning into quite the learning experience for me, Harry," said Dumbledore after a second. "A surprising amount of control, not to mention silent." Of course, he'd known that Harry was well beyond his year in magic after the duel in May, but it was different to see it in such a calm environment. The headmaster couldn't help but look more and more forward to their upcoming meetings. Unaware of the silent scrutiny, Harry just rubbed the back of his head. "I tend to break a lot of things when I train. Probably the second most used spell I know." Harry. "Oh, do forgive my rudeness," said Dumbledore at once. "This is Harry Potter. Harry, allow me to introduce my friend and colleague, Horace Slughorn." "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Slughorn," said Harry, shaking the man's hand. "Oh, looks like the blood is still there," he added, looking at the walls. "I guess it needs a cleaning spell. That's not from a person, right?" "No, it's dragon blood," said Slughorn, waving his wand at the walls. The blood seemed to be beeped right off them and flew into an open flask that he pulled from somewhere. "And there's no way I'd ever use a cleaning charm on this. It's my last bottle. Rather pricey to replace." He walked over to the newly fixed seating area and flipped on a lamp, filling the room with a warm glow. Dumbledore let his wand light go out. "And to end this before it starts." "No," he shot at Dumbledore, who was looking back innocently. "I see what you're trying to do here, but it won't work. We've known each other for far too long, Albus. I suppose we could have a drink at least?" asked Dumbledore, moving to take a seat. "For old time's sake." Slughorn glanced at Harry for a moment before forcibly looking back at Dumbledore. "All right, just one drink." While he busied himself with getting the pair of them drinks, Dumbledore motioned for Harry to take a seat by the fireplace, which Dumbledore lit with a flick of his wand. After handing a glass to the headmaster with a grumpy expression, Slughorn sank into the sofa with a grunt. "Sorry, boy, all I have is the strong stuff." "No worries," said Harry quickly, waving it away. So, how have you been keeping, Horace? Dumbledore asked. Not so well, he replied instantly. Eyesight is on the go. Can't move like I used to. Knees are beginning to creak all the time and my back, well, that's to be expected after all. Old age, you know how it is. And yet you moved remarkably quickly to prepare such a welcome for us in such a short time, said Dumbledore, taking a sip of his drink. You couldn't have had more than 3 minutes. 2 actually, said Slughorn, and Harry could tell the man was pleased by the compliment. I didn't hear the intruder charm go off and I was taking a bath at the time. Is that what it was? Asked Harry in interest. He thought something brushed the back of his mind a little before they made it to the right house. 5 houses out. That's a pretty sneaky spell. You're pretty sensitive to notice something like that, said Slughorn, looking impressed in spite of himself. I've been exposed to some pretty, extreme bits of magic over the years, said Harry with a shrug. Killing curse to the face, blood-based wards, Voldemort's undead spirit passing through his chest, basilisk venom running through his veins, well, the venom was magical at least, time travel, Dementor's key, the diadem, the list went on and on. He gave an involuntary shudder. It was a miracle he wasn't dead. Quite so, said Slughorn, pulling himself away from Harry with an almost painful look. In any case, the fact remains that I'm an old man, Albus. A tired old man who's earned the right to a quiet life and a few creature comforts. You're not nearly as old as I am, Horace, said Dumbledore wryly. Slughorn just shrugged. So tell me, are all your security measures for the Death Eater's benefit or mine? What would they want with a retired old fogey like me? Dumbledore actually let out a small laugh, giving the man a pointed look. Slughorn just let out a defeated sigh. I've barely given them the opportunity to try, he said tiredly. Do you have any idea how terrifying it is to be out here when they could knock on your front door out of the blue saying join or die? I don't stay in one spot for too long. Move from Muggle house to Muggle house. The owners of this place are away on holiday. It sounds a rather tiring existence for an old man looking for a quiet life, said Dumbledore. If you were to return to Hogwarts. No way in hell, Albus. I've heard rumors of the chaos that happened at the end of last year while you were absent. You think I need that kind of calamity? They both looked over as Harry snorted in laughter. Sorry about that. The school should be back to normal now that Umbridge is gone, he said. The Weasley twins are gone too. I imagine it'll get a bit tame actually. I will miss them dearly, said Dumbledore with a nod. Exceptionally bright, if lacking in certain academic drive. Still there is nothing. Dumbledore cut off as a distinct gurgling emanated from his stomach. Excuse me, Horace, but if you could point me back into the hall, last door on the right, he replied. Not a second later and Dumbledore swept away, leaving the other two in silence. They sat there for a minute before it was finally broken. I know why you're here. Harry raised his eyebrows at the man. Well, that makes one of us. Dumbledore just brought me along for the ride, I suppose. And you don't find it a bit odd for the headmaster to be taking a student on an excursion? Slughorn posed, looking skeptical. Well, I would, began Harry, but I'm not exactly a typical student. Enough insane stuff happens to me, you could write a whole series about it. Instant bestseller. At this Slughorn let out a bark of laughter, downing the remainder of his drink. He set the glass down next to a folded prophet. I read the paper about your duel. Sensational doesn't even begin to describe it. You and the rest of the country, muttered Harry, rolling his eyes. I'm pretty sure it's impossible for me to have a completely normal week. You weren't afraid. What? Of him? Dumbledore was with you, yes, but you still dueled him, not to mention Lestrange. Slughorn was giving him an unreadable look. Didn't it scare you? By all rights you should have died. Scared? Harry repeated in amusement. Though I wasn't really thinking much about being afraid at the time, I assure you I was 100% not happy to see that guy. If I never saw him again it wouldn't be soon enough. So what are you going to do about it? Asked the man. All this, the next Albus Dumbledore, nonsense that the prophet has been spewing has made you out to be Britain's up-and-coming hero, after all. First of all, if the prophet is nonsense then why even talk about it? And to answer your question I'll fight back. What else can I do? Said Harry. You could always run, finished the teen. He shook his head. It might make my life longer by a little bit, but I'm not willing to get even a second if it's at the expense of those I care about. Harry let out a breath and unclenched his fists. Sorry, I can get a little passionate when I talk about that kind of stuff. I'm sure it'll work out in the end though. Life will be pretty good after I take him down, you know. Now Slughorn was giving him a shocked look. And you think you can actually do it? When so many older and more experienced witches and wizards have failed miserably. When Albus hasn't ever been able to. Pretty much, said Harry with a shrug. Okay, maybe he was being a little bit overconfident here with a splash of dishonesty. But seriously, there was just something about this guy that made him want to be over the top. Anyway, forget about it. Talking about Voldemort kills conversations pretty easily. Ah, yes. Slughorn winced fairly badly at the name. Was there something you wanted to ask me? Yeah, Harry nodded. You used to teach at Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore mentioned it earlier before we showed up. Yes, I taught potions for over 50 years as a matter of fact. Head of Slytherin, said the man with obvious pride. He clearly enjoyed his work. Wow, that's a long way to second, potions. Harry was giving him a confused look. Not defense. Defense, repeated Slughorn, looking affronted. You couldn't pay me enough to teach that class. I've never had any liking for the dark arts, nor the teaching of their defense. No, potions have always been where my talents lied, not to mention where my passion was. Well, if that's the case, then what made you stop? In response, Slughorn got to his feet and walked over to the mantelpiece. He picked up a picture and, after looking at it for a second, tossed it to Harry, who caught it. This is a picture of my favorite potions class. All 7th years taking their newts. Hang on. Harry was looking at the waving students only to see a girl with bright green eyes and a shock of red hair. This is. Yes. One of the last years I taught was your mother's. Slughorn gave a sad smile. She was the best student I ever had. You knew my mum? He asked, now much more interested in what Slughorn was saying. Knew her? Slughorn actually looked amused. Of course, I did. You'd be hard-pressed to find a person who knew Lily Evans and forgot about her even a little. All of her professors have fond stories, I'm sure. Phileas always touted her as his shining star, but above all, potions is what was in her blood. Even after she stopped pairing with Severus, she was still at the top of her class. Wait a second, cut in Harry, now looking back at the photo. Sure enough, there was Snape, the only student who wasn't waving. Instead, he was leaning against the back wall with his arms crossed and occasionally glancing to his left, where a few students down his mother stood. Are you telling me my mum was better at potions than Snape? Don't get me wrong. Severus is a genius when it comes to brewing, said Slughorn at once. In fact, he's probably a bit better than your mother was, but their areas in the art were fairly different, not to mention their entire personalities. Severus was a solitary boy who preferred to work in silence, his movements impeccable and efficient. Always finding better ways to do something solely from intuition. Every brew was a masterpiece. Lily, on the other hand, was simply an inspiration to be around. Her ideas, many of which likely came from her being Muggle-born, inspired so many projects, and she ran circles around the methods that classical potion brewers have been using for centuries. Both had intrinsic understandings of ingredients and the right mix of imagination and intelligence to be able to puzzle out how any two separate parts might interact. As a team, they were limitless. That actually sounds really nice, Harry said, smiling slightly at the photo. It kind of reminded him of how it was whenever he was teaching someone in the DA something that they were particularly good at. They were excited and eager to learn more, which translated back into him the desire to continue meeting that level. It was a nice circle. It was, agreed Slughorn. And that is why when I learned of her death that I couldn't continue teaching. I ended up leaving that Christmas. And people celebrate that day. Harry was taken aback at the disgust contained in his voice. I appreciate it, he said finally, nodding his head in thanks. But my mum would probably hit you with something if she could, you know. If you liked teaching that much, I mean. Sticking to the past isn't going to do anything for you. Okay, so he was a bit of a hypocrite here, but he was getting better. That she would, Slughorn said with a small chuckle. You're pretty wise for your age. You think I moved on because it was the wise thing to do. Harry frowned deeply. Sometimes you don't get a choice about the matter. The man's expression became more somber. I suppose you would be one to understand such things, wouldn't you? When, he wondered, this conversation gone from elder and younger to that of peers. Those who held the same grief. It was odd, but the boy before him really wasn't that at all. And Slughorn could tell he was going to go far. It wasn't his confidence per se, nor his skill, which he showed. It was just something. I look to the future. Like when I put Voldemort 6 feet under for what he's done to my life, among others, Harry continued, punching his palm with a fist. The sound seemed to reverberate through the entire room with a sort of weight. He's had it coming for a long time. That goes double for his goons. Yes, far indeed. My sincerest apologies, came a voice from the side of the room. Dumbledore was standing there with a hand over his stomach. I really have no idea what I must have eaten, but with luck I won't ever have the misfortune of doing so a second time. He looked at his friend with a small smile, though it was certainly laced with some regret. Horace, I'm sorry that you're so set on your decision, but of course I will respect your choices as I always have. It was very good to see you, and thank you for the drink as well. Wait, you're leaving, said Slughorn, hopping to his feet and looking back and forth between him and Harry. Yes, I do need to get Harry home after all, said Dumbledore. Please stay safe until we are next able to meet, will you? Come along, Harry. Yes, Professor, said Harry obediently, walking over to his side. Mr. Slughorn, it really was a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for telling me about my mother. I don't get those kinds of stories often, especially since the person who knew her best is a bit of a stick in the mud. Oh, of course, replied the man, seemingly still caught off guard by the sudden departure. With that, Harry was herded outside by Dumbledore, who muttered, don't worry, I'll explain in a moment, after which they began walking back to the street, though at an arguably slower pace than any time earlier that evening. They barely made it to the front gate when Slughorn came bursting out of the front door. Wait, Albus, wait, you fossil. Slughorn came to a rest a few feet away from them, panting heavily. His only change in appearance now was the addition of a pair of slippers that matched everything else he was wearing. Horace, is there something wrong? Asked Dumbledore. Allah blast it, I'll do it, said the man, finally standing up and giving him a glare. I'll come back to teach. Merlin knows I'll regret it, but there you have it. Marvelous, exclaimed the headmaster, clearly delighted. You may relocate to the castle at your earliest convenience. Feel free to bring whatever you like, as always. I'll want a pay raise too, said Slughorn flatly. A discussion for another time, Horace, but thank you. Dumbledore gave him a small bow. Now we really must be off. I've borrowed Harry for a bit longer than I'd originally promised. Off with you then, said Slughorn, making shooing motions at them. Oh, and Harry. Yes. He turned to find the man already making his way slowly back up the walk. It's not Mr. Slughorn, it's Horace. Do remember that, will you? Harry exchanged blinking expressions with the headmaster before grinning at the retreating man's back. Sure thing, Horace. Excellent job, Harry, said Dumbledore, beaming at him as they walked back down the street. Simply stupendous. I don't really know what I did, said Harry, still a bit baffled by the whole exchange. You showed Horace what he stood to gain by coming back to Hogwarts, something that I couldn't do as well because he's already so weary of me, explained the headmaster. Additionally, you also got a very good friend of mine possibly moving forward from something that I know has been heavy on his heart for a number of years. As his friend, I sincerely thank you. It's just. Harry looked at his feet for a moment before meeting the headmaster's eyes. I've never seen someone other than me so upset over the celebrations at Halloween. I've only ever gone to the feast for Ron and Hermione. I don't know if I've told you this before, but you have a remarkable ability to help those along with their issues, simply by speaking with them. It speaks to your character deeply. Thanks, Professor, said Harry softly, smiling slightly. Of course. Now to explain, my friend, you will find Horace is much like a large hungry spider, continued Dumbledore, waggling his fingers to help with the picture. He sits at the center of an immense web and does his best to maintain it by forming strong bonds not with prominent people, but people who will become prominent. This comes with the benefit that they usually remember him and send him gifts out of fondness and thanks. As such, he's lived a very cozy lifestyle. One that he is very wary of relinquishing for anything else. However, he has a true passion for teaching and seeing the young grow. As teachers, we all remember the students who've affected us the most, and outliving any of them is a tragedy none want to endure. For him, that was your mother. Dumbledore let out a small sigh. What I'm getting at, Harry, said the headmaster, patting the boy's shoulder, is that while Horace may appear at times to be a shallow individual, he is anything but. I hope you will remember that. I will, sir. Very good. So he'll be teaching potions then? Harry asked. Indeed, as he said, defense against the dark arts is not something he'd ever teach, let alone go near. Aha! Harry exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at the bearded man. So you weren't actually in the bathroom. I thought that was odd. I'm afraid I have no idea what you're talking about, said Dumbledore innocently. As I was saying, Professor Snape will move over to the defense position instead. This caused Harry to look at Dumbledore in surprise. Really? I always thought that you were doing your best not to give him that job, he said. It goes a little deeper than that, but Severus has always been one of the best potions masters I've ever known, not to mention extremely young, and it is much more difficult to replace him as a potions teacher than find someone to fill defense for a year. The position is cursed after all. Is it? Harry said incredulously. Wasn't that supposed to be a crazy rumor? Look forward to our discussions later in the summer, Dumbledore smiled. In any event, the appointment will only be for the year. Harry scratched his chin and grimaced. Right, well, I'm sure he'll be happy for the good news. Can't say the same for the rest of the school though. I wouldn't be worried, said Dumbledore with a small grin. Severus is well acquainted with the dark arts. He will surely bring something to the class that many could not. I'll say, said Harry, his imagination going wildly out of control as he pictured Snape torturing students who pissed him off. It was actually probably a blessing that he was teaching a class that did not consistently require the use of a wand. Actually, it sounds kind of interesting. Ah, don't tell him I said that. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Professor Snape is a highly accomplished wizard, Harry, I'm sure you'll learn a lot. He looked up at the darkening sky and nodded. Now, if you will take hold of my arm once more, Harry, we have one more place to visit. Once again they were swept away in the whirl of apparition, depositing them a moment later on a dirt road flanked by thick hedges. The road stretched out of sight behind them and was lost at a curve a little further on. The evening sky was clearly beginning to darken, but with the sheer openness of where they arrived there was still a great deal of light, much brighter than where they just were certainly. Where are we now, Professor? Asked Harry, turning to the man, but Dumbledore did not answer, instead making his way down the road in silence. Not really understanding what was going on, Harry kept close, absently rubbing the holster of his wand. As they followed the curve of the road, it suddenly sloped downwards, showing them a quaint view of a village tucked away between two steep hills. At last Dumbledore stopped. This, Harry, is Little Hangleton. The location of the old Riddle house. Riddle? You mean Voldemort? Asked Harry quickly. He was still looking down at the village. Particularly at the church and graveyard, easily visible from where they were standing. It made him feel uneasy for some reason. No, not Voldemort, corrected the headmaster. I am referring to his father Tom Riddle Sr. Unfortunately, Tom Riddle Jr. was raised in an orphanage. That's what he said. Harry's voice trailed off as he was struck with memory. At Dumbledore's look he shook his head slightly. Sorry. The night he returned he told me he was raised in an orphanage because his father left his mother and she died giving birth to him. That night in the... He stopped suddenly, putting two and two together. Professor, is Voldemort's father buried in that graveyard? Dumbledore blinked at the question. Well, yes, I would assume so. I admit I have never personally checked. No wonder that place gives me the creeps, it's where Voldemort came back using the ritual. I've been there before. Ah, yes, I'd forgotten, said Dumbledore. He needed his father's bone, you said. Worry not, Harry, the village is not our destination tonight. Well then, where are we going? He said impatiently. You know I don't like surprises, headmaster. Dumbledore chuckled and began walking again. Quite. We are visiting the house that Voldemort's mother was raised in. It is a little outside the town. Voldemort's mum. In all honesty, it seemed impossible for the man to have one. Do not forget, Voldemort is no less human than either of us, reminded the headmaster. It is my hope to get you to look at him as you would any other. A person with desires, hopes, and ultimately flaws. It will help to understand his motives, and his actions, not to mention being the right thing to do. As the road curved back to the right, Harry could make out a small break in the hedge to his right, a ragged path winding beyond it to what looked like a group of trees. It was difficult to make anything out from where they were in the dimming light. Dumbledore motioned for him to follow as he took the path, now taking them away from the road. While they walked, the headmaster continued talking. As Tom Riddle Sr. was no doubt a muggle, that would have made his mother, Merope, the witch in the equation. Her surname was Gaunt. Though unlikely, have you ever heard of the family? Harry just shook his head. The pure-blooded Gaunt family was one of considerable wealth until the last handful of generations, where it was squandered away, leaving the family to extreme poverty. They were obsessed with maintaining the purity of their blood, and as a result there was a good deal of inbreeding between first cousins. While the Blacks and some other pureblood families have done so rarely, no family did it to the extent the Gaunts did. As a result, the final generations of the line were steeped with instability. Another notable fact about the Gaunt line is that it has ancestry in both the Slytherin line as well as the Peverells, though the second of the two is more for my own interest than history's sake. At this, Harry perked up in interest. Voldemort already made it clear that he was descended from Salazar, but the Peverells as well. Was this before or after the Deathly Hallows? He asked in curiosity. At this, Dumbledore stopped, turning back to regard Harry in surprise. I really must stop thinking that each surprise you present me with tonight must be the last, as every time I do you hand me another. Where did you learn of the Deathly Hallows, and their connection to the Peverells? Well, last Christmas I went to Godric's Hollow on my own. I found Ignatius' grave with the marking on it and got Hermione to do some research for me. You know how she can get. Indeed I do, said Dumbledore fondly, thinking of the girl. Though I doubt that was the only grave you found that day. No it wasn't. Harry looked off to the side, taking in the hills and the grass. I left flowers on them both. Figured you were probably busy. It took a second for Dumbledore to understand what Harry was talking about before he smiled sadly. Thank you, Harry. I have not been back there in many years. He turned and continued making his way down the path. The copse of trees they were approaching seemed rather ominous. To continue where you asked, it was not before or after but during. Cadmus Peverell was the one to join the line. Of course, in the end that is neither here nor there. Our objective is one purely born of investigation, though I have reason to suspect we may be fruitful in our endeavor. So we're looking for something? Harry queried. He made to ask something else but stopped just before they passed the first tree. He suddenly realized that it wasn't just a bunch of thickly layered forestry but that there was a house wedged in there somehow. The crooked, potholed path they'd been walking was actually the front walk. Dumbledore was looking at him knowingly. Ah, so you can feel it, he said mysteriously. May I ask when your sensory abilities began showing themselves? Unless. He paused, still considering Harry with a contemplative expression. The Dementor attack. Yeah, good guess, said Harry, only half listening. This place, Professor, this place is cursed. I assume our conversation distracted you sufficiently, though I'll admit that it was not easy to detect this initially for myself as well. Dumbledore stepped forwards, wand now out. Stay close, Harry. There is no telling what dangers await us. Why would someone want to live like this? I doubt they ever got daylight in there with all those trees like that, observed Harry, his wand out as well. Not only that, but overgrown nettles surrounded much of the walls, moss covering the other exposed parts. Even the roof had clearly seen better days with missing chunks of tile so that the rafters were visible. The house was no doubt deserted now. Man, this place is a mess. Of course, there hasn't been anyone living here for many years, said Dumbledore. but I doubt that it was in much better condition back when it did. The Gounts were reclusive, and if you'll recall me saying, very poor. I actually have a memory that I wish for you to view when we begin our meetings regarding this very place and its inhabitants. It will help you make better connections. They finally arrived at the front door. There was a solitary nail sticking in the old wood, what looked like old bones at its base. Those are snake bones, Harry, Dumbledore explained softly, now examining the door closely. The Gounts spoke in Parseltongue as often as they did English. Using his wand, the headmaster tapped the door twice, causing it to flash dimly and open. Immediately blackness seeped out of the opening, like a dark fog bent on consuming them. Harry made to jump back, but Dumbledore grabbed his arm, pulling him close while waving his wand around them swiftly. A softly glowing bubble formed around them, the fog breaking against it and moving beyond, leaving nothing but death in its wake before dissipating. Considering the feeling we've both been getting from the house, I was honestly expecting more, commented Dumbledore, waving his wand a few more times at the opening. There are a great number of other enchantments to prevent entry by other means, but it appears we are safest going through the front door. The bubble vanished, leaving Harry feeling very exposed. He knew he was well out of his element here, without the tools or experience to deal with such a place. He had no idea how he would have dealt with the black fog if Dumbledore didn't react so quickly. You know, I tend to try avoiding saying things like that, said Harry slowly, following him carefully inside. Usually whenever I do things. Suddenly the door slammed shut behind him, sealing them inside, the clear feel of a powerful anti-apparition ward coming into effect. Certainly not one he wanted to attempt breaking through. Get worse, he finished. No matter, Harry, all traps have ways to be disarmed, Dumbledore reassured him, moving about the large room without much concern. It would appear that the main purpose was to lure intruders inside. But if that is the case, then what follows? Death or discovery? This is the true question we must concern ourselves with. Well, we aren't dead yet, muttered Harry, to which the older man agreed. Discovery it must be then. Look around, Harry. Trust your senses. Harry shook his head at the man's calm. Trust Dumbledore to remain unwavering in the face of what could already be certain doom. Instead, he looked around at the room. It was a combined kitchen and living room, clearly a wizard's home from the lack of anything electrical. There were also two rooms off the main one likely a bathroom and the other a bedroom. Everything was evenly coated in a thick layer of dust. What is that? He said finally, somewhat frustrated. I feel like it should be right in front of us. Oh, but it is, replied Dumbledore, looking at the small table positioned in front of the seating in the center of the room. Remind me to help you refine your sensory skills, as they will be invaluable to us in the near future. Sorry, I'm much better with living magic, you were saying, posed Harry, looking down at the blank table. There was nothing remarkable about it at all. Dumbledore, however, tapped it with his wand in a number of places, clearly trying different patterns before something clicked and a hidden drawer popped out of its side. Within it was a small jewelry box, clearly for a ring. The ease of which this has been makes me believe that it was his intent for whoever made it this far to find this, he frowned, placing the box in the center of the table. The ward that is trapping us inside is also tied to whatever is in this box, which is without a doubt what we are seeking. Though we cannot dismiss the large possibility that it is a fake, and this entire affair has been an elaborate trap. That would be most unfortunate. Professor, maybe we should wait. Caution is certainly agreeable, Harry, however, without taking the risk we may never achieve the prize, interrupted the man. You will understand my reasons soon enough. The prize, Harry stated, incredulous. When was Dumbledore ever so impatient? Wait. But Dumbledore opened the box before he could continue, revealing its contents to them both. All at once Harry was nearly overwhelmed with a feeling that he could never mistake for anything else. It was the exact same as the diadem, that mutual calling, the unknown connection he seemed to have with the object and the indescribable desire for him to reunite with it. The point-blank sudden exposure nearly put him over the edge. But he was different than he used to be. While before he might have just reached out and grabbed it, unprepared to deal with the temptation, now he was in control of his body and mind, if just. Professor, stop. Harry barely was able to grab Dumbledore's wrists as the man picked up the ring without hesitation, entranced. He was clearly trying to put the thing on, staring at the stone intently. Get a hold of yourself, Professor. It's real. Dumbledore's voice was faint, but in the silence of the room it was still easy to hear. It's actually here. I've finally found it. Professor Dumbledore dropped the ring, shouted Harry, trying to make the man relinquish his prize without touching it. He knew what would happen if he touched it. On that note, how was Dumbledore holding it without going through what happened with him and the tiara? Luna was knocked unconscious from grabbing it for merely a second. There was no way that it could be anything different. This feeling it was impossible. Dumbledore's hands inched closer, his pointer finger extended and ready to receive the ring. He seemed entirely focused on it, uncaring of the one who was impeding him. Was there a compulsion on the ring itself? It seemed likely given how the headmaster was acting. Just how strong was that enchantment? Should I know I'm going to regret this? Gritting his teeth, Harry pushed himself directly at the man, knocking him back into a chair as his hands went askew. In that moment Harry let go of one wrist and grabbed at the ring, snatching it from the headmaster with all the speed he could muster. And then he screamed. Albus Dumbledore awoke to the sound of screaming. Or more accurately, he was suddenly aware of screaming. What was he just doing? He was looking about a room for anything worth investigating, the table in the middle of the room drawing him at once. They approached it, both him and Harry. Harry, Professor, stay back. Harry bit out in between sharp breaths, fighting down the urge to scream once more. He was still slowly meandering about the room, clutching the ring as he battled it. It was an incredible risk, grabbing it the way he did. All he had to go off of was a very strong feeling, which in the grand scheme of things was a pretty weak argument. There was no guarantee that he would end up in the same condition as when he'd fought the diadem. For all he knew, the thing would kill him. Hell, even if it were the exact same thing, there was no knowing if he could for sure win the struggle. But in the end it didn't matter. He had to do something, and he'd never let anything win over him if he had any say in the matter. Several tense moments later the pressure ended, like a dam bursting. Immediately he felt rejuvenated, filling with energy as if he'd just taken an entire steroid potion. Without hesitation he dropped the ring on the table where it bounced for a second before coming to a stop. Almost at the same time, Dumbledore enclosed the ring in a visible barrier, making it look like it was covered with an upside-down bowl. Harry, are you all right? Said the headmaster at once, moving to take hold of the boy's shoulder. He looked like he was about to fall over. Wait, don't. Dumbledore withdrew his hand not a second after he made contact with Harry's arm, almost as if he'd been burned. Harry was regarding the man with a somewhat strained face. Troubling, muttered Dumbledore, waving his wand over Harry a few times with a frown. Are you all right? Honestly, said Harry in grim amusement. You probably won't believe me, but I feel great. I feel like I'm a bit full of energy though. He waved his hand to the side in a lazy way as if to explain it that way only for the cabinets against the left wall to shatter in a spectacular mess of wood. Harry flinched but no pieces reached them, the headmaster too quick with his wand. Shit, I'm flaring again. It wasn't this bad the last time this happened. The last time? Are you referring to the summer? Dumbledore looked down at the ring, still sitting innocently beneath the protections he'd cast. Never mind that, he said quickly, shaking his head. Clearly our evening together is not over, but here is not the place for us to talk. We must return to the castle. I'm not objecting, but Harry closed his eyes tightly before opening them again, clearly straining against something. I'm going to break something again. I don't know how to stop it right now. Indeed, it would be a problem if Harry continued to flare about wildly. Especially if he ended up harming himself. The build of pressure you are feeling is magical, so it would make sense that to lessen it we must give it some sort of place to go. Do you know any magically taxing spells? Fulminis, Harry nodded. He missed Dumbledore's small look of surprise as he looked around at the room. My strongest spell at the moment. Can't do it here though, I'll hurt one of us for sure. We need to get out of here. The wards are still up, right? Dumbledore walked over to the front door and opened it, surprising Harry, but the moment he tried to put his hand through the doorway it was halted by an invisible barrier. No amount of forcing seemed to be making any difference. Eventually he stopped, waving his hand slightly as if it were stinging. Indeed, I doubt they have weakened any since we arrived, confirmed the headmaster. That can only mean. They both looked down at the ring, Dumbledore clearing the small ward. It was odd how calm both of them appeared to be, despite the circumstances. The elder knew they would be able to get out and kept his attention solely there. The younger faith that his companion would help him, and so he held on. The ring is still connected to the protections that surround us, he continued, looking at the thing closely. I suspect that it must be worn to leave, however that still presents us with a handful of issues. It will only work for one of us, I doubt it can simply be passed off between us, and there is also still the chance that the ring will curse those who wear it. The compulsion that I so easily fell for surely supports that idea. It's fine, Professor. Dumbledore returned his gaze to the Gryffindor. He was still wearing that strained expression, but there was no mistaking the certainty in his eyes. And you know this. Just a feeling, honestly, Harry admitted. But now that the compulsion is gone, are you getting anything by looking at it? No. Dumbledore tugged at his beard for a moment before snatching the ring up and slipping it on his pointer finger. You're going to give me a heart attack if you keep doing stuff like that, you know, said Harry roughly, slumping against the table a bit for support. He half panicked at the man's action, afraid of what might happen. It appears your hunch was spot on, observed the headmaster, inspecting the ring on his finger. Perhaps whatever was happening while you were holding onto the ring destroyed whatever curse was on it. Anyway, once outside I will assist you in exiting. Not like I'd be able to do anything, said Harry, not bothered at all that Dumbledore picked himself as the one to be able to leave. Yes, he needed to get out of the house to hopefully let out some magical pressure, but he'd be useless in getting the headmaster out afterwards. Who knew if the ring would even work to let himself back in for them to swap? With that, Dumbledore walked back to the open door, stopping just short of it. A few seconds later he walked determinedly past the threshold, walking down the short steps and onto the dirt beyond. Well, it would be silly not to, right? Muttered Harry, making to follow the man. He'd seen the headmaster fail, but he couldn't help but want to try himself. So it was to his utter astonishment when, putting a hand out to test the barrier, that he met absolutely no resistance. Immediately he broke into a run, fully clearing the doorway and rejoining the headmaster. The house just sat there, looking as creepy as it did when they'd arrived. The door shut with a snap. Dumbledore shook his head, once again putting a comment off for later. We will think about it later, Harry. Please clear the trees and cast the spell into the sky as many times as you can until you feel better. Away from the town so it is less noticed. Harry, however, was already well past the man and out in the open, wand out. Fulmines. He snapped, blasting lightning into the sky where it faded into nothing. Fulmines. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was splitting his attention between Harry's light show and the ring now in his palm. Harry's presence possibly, no, certainly saved his life. Who knew what would have happened if he put the ring on when it was still cursed? He knew it was. Voldemort would never have left it clean. Shaking his head, he put the ring away in an inside pocket of his suit, turning back to the thing that needed his attention the most. Harry's control over the lightning was quite good, particularly for someone his age. It was still the most basic spell there was for the type, but that didn't mean he wouldn't progress. His alarming quantities of magic were just the beginning of the mysterious troubles that surrounded him, and it worried the elder like nothing else. For the ring was no longer a Horcrux, and it was all because of the boy before him. Here, hold on to this. Harry looked down in confusion as Dumbledore placed what was unmistakably a children's toy into his hands. It was like a ball with a number of wires circling it, round beads threaded onto each. Didn't this kind of stuff normally make its way into doctors' offices for really young kids? Thanks. Dumbledore chuckled at the teen's expression. I agree it doesn't look the coolest, but when it comes to functionality there is nothing better. As to what it is, you are holding an object that was developed along with a number of others to help train witches and wizards of all ages who might potentially be labeled as squibs. Its entire design works off of channeling magic into it as you would a wand. Almost at once the beads began moving along their wire tracks of their own accord. Harry just gave Dumbledore a blank look. I think I see what you're going for here, but this doesn't need much magic to work. I could do it in my sleep, he said. I know it isn't the best, agreed the headmaster. However, until we come up with an alternative to your issue, then it is surely better than nothing. Yeah, I appreciate it. Actually, you wouldn't happen to have another one, would you? As Dumbledore set him up with another one, Harry let out a long sigh. So, we've got a lot to talk about again. Indeed, it does seem to be happening much more frequently than it used to, laughed the headmaster. He suddenly stopped, looking a bit apologetic. I do hope that my taking light of the situation isn't bothering you. You wouldn't be the first person frustrated by my seeming lack of seriousness. No, no, Harry assured him, shaking his head. Actually, it's a bit reassuring. That is nice to hear, said Dumbledore with a smile. He finally took his seat at his desk. Now to begin, I suppose I should ask if you know anything about what happened in that house, including the aftereffects. Before you begin, Harry, please tell me everything. Even if it seems silly, or unimportant. Right. Harry took a breath, knowing where he probably should begin. Well, to start, what happened back there wasn't the first time that's happened to me. I was in a similar situation during the second half of the last school year. It actually happened right before I objected to Ravenclaw House in the Great Hall. I remember that well, said Dumbledore with a nod. However, if that is the case, then you were not flaring like you are now, though correct me if I am wrong. What happened today was much closer to how you were directly after the Dementor attack, though those two events have their marked differences as well. Continue. Do you know about the Room of Requirement? Asked Harry, curious. You mentioned it over conversation once, but it sounded like you didn't know what it was. I have actually encountered the room many times throughout my life, explained the headmaster. However, to this day I still do not know the exact way to get in. While I could no doubt find out, I've been leaving it alone as a mystery. I appreciate it more this way whenever I do use it. I see, said Harry, not expecting this. He always wanted to fully explore the castle and learn all of its secrets, so it was a strange opinion to him. Well, I use it as a space to train my dueling, among other things. Long story short, while I was there one time I ended up grabbing hold of a tiara that felt exactly like the ring. You don't understand, Professor. Harry broke off for a second, watching the beads on the device in his hands spin steadily. Those things, they felt tainted. Cursed. I knew at the moment I laid eyes on that tiara. Same with the ring. But it's more than that. He let out a breath, knowing it was going to sound crazy, but now wasn't the time to hold anything back. They call to me. They want me to touch them, to come get them, and I really, really want them to. I can't explain it. It was probably fortunate that Harry wasn't focused on the headmaster at that moment. Dumbledore momentarily showed what could only be described as fear, a horrifying thought crossing his mind. But a second later and it was gone, the man chastising himself for even considering such a thing. The weirder part about it, Harry continued, now openly baffled, is that it feels like I'm missing them. I can tell because so far when I've seen one it's like I found what I'd been looking for this whole time. So what in the world does that mean? Dumbledore stroked his beard a couple of times before asking his next question. Forgive the odd focus of my question, Harry, but you said the previous object you encountered was a tiara. One found in the Room of Requirement. Not just any tiara either, said Harry, nodding. Ravenclaw's diadem. Her lost one. Well, Harry paused. I guess I don't really have any way of knowing if it's authentic or not, but he just shrugged. Ravenclaw's, you say? Dumbledore seemed oddly satisfied. But of course, what did you do with it when your interaction with it finished? Am I right in assuming it became as ordinary as the ring did? Yeah, completely curse-free, confirmed Harry. I locked it up safely in the room until I knew what to do with it. I would like to see it when we are done here, said the headmaster. Sure, I'll take you there. Excellent. Now, if you will allow me to recount what you have told me, as well as pulling together other facts that I know of. Dumbledore cut off, making Harry look at him in confusion before the teen realized that he was actually waiting for the go-ahead. A nod and the headmaster was off. Last July you were ed by a dementor which caused a change in your magic, he began. I think that is obvious in itself even without the magical mishaps you've had since then. You have been developing at an extraordinary rate, even for the rare child with such potential. You can cast spells as well as any adult, a gap which we both know is not small, and yet you are still growing as you normally would, not to mention that you're developing sensory ability. So if the Dementor didn't me, then you think I'd be just like I was at the end of my 4th year. Harry didn't really like the question, but he had to ask it. It wasn't a pleasant idea that his current abilities were all the result of some fluke. Perhaps, admitted the headmaster, but I am certain they would have developed with time anyway. It is just that you were more or less given a head start. Of course, he continued, now smiling, that has nothing to do with your progress. Our magical abilities grow with use, and if anything, you have been doing so constantly for the past year. It is without a doubt a positive combination. Well, that's good at least, said Harry with a nod. Indeed, agreed Dumbledore. Now another result of your incident was that your scar stopped hurting, though we've obviously confirmed that the connection between you and Voldemort still exists and is quite strong. The incident with Nagini. It wasn't the only time I'd been connected to him over the year, interrupted Harry. Seeing that Dumbledore was motioning for him to elaborate, he continued, he also contacted me the day of the battle in the Ministry. Some kind of shared mind space. You have not been in any type of contact with him since, correct? At Harry's nod, the headmaster continued, that is, all in all, for the better, I think. Lord Voldemort is a corrosive individual that is better avoided if possible. Now, the next major part of the year was the day you touched the tiara, continued Dumbledore. Considering that I received no word of lightning storms or the like, I'd have to guess that your reaction wasn't nearly as bad as it was this time. You've said as much already, but if you could be a little more precise. Well, began Harry, after I grabbed the tiara I was hit with pain. I was screaming and rolling around on the floor, fighting the thing for my life. It was better with the ring, at least this time I was able to move around. Forgive me for interjecting again, said Dumbledore, but if I recall correctly, you said that the tiara and the ring both called to you, wanting to return, as you put it. Are you sure you felt like it was battling you for your life? Perhaps like it wanted control. Yes. That's what I don't get, said Harry, shaking his head. Anyway, it didn't last that long before I won, I suppose. I felt great, not that I was really thinking about it at the time. I was too preoccupied with Luna. I ended up in the hospital wing shortly after and Poppy gave me a once-over. She asked me how I was, but now that I think about it, she never told me what the results of that diagnostic were. I didn't stick around long enough to find out, he added. Other than that, I was fine. It was nothing like earlier. Stopping at last, Harry looked over at the headmaster who was watching him with his fingers interlaced, a familiar look on his face. You've got an idea, don't you? He said after a second. It wasn't really a question. Dumbledore gave a small smile at this. I do, and I will share it with you, but let us finish up to the current events. You were eventually contacted by Voldemort about retrieving the prophecy for him, which resulted in the battle at the Ministry. Following that, the next related incident would be the one that happened today, yes? That's right. Good. Now then. Dumbledore broke off for a second before letting out a small breath. Apologies, I hope to prepare you somewhat better for this conversation with a good deal of background information, but it is what it is in the end. After a great deal of research and what I consider credible evidence, I believe that Voldemort has succeeded in creating Horcruxes. Horcruxes. Harry repeated in curiosity. The word was a new one to him. It is old magic, Harry, the headmaster explained. Old, and horribly dark in nature. A Horcrux is in essence a vessel that contains a fragment of a person's soul that has been split from the original, placed there for safekeeping. A fragment of a soul. Harry was having difficulty understanding the concept. Souls were real. Souls could be split. How is that even possible? Well, there are acts that can injure a soul, many of which we condemn out of a matter of course. It is not quite as complicated as it seems. But why would anyone want to split their soul? He persisted. That sounds like it would make things worse for you, not better. So what does this have to do with anything? What if I told you that by creating a Horcrux, a person could avoid death, even if they were struck down by the killing curse? Dumbledore waited for a moment as the words settled into the teen, nodding as his eyes went wide. Yes, it was his Horcruxes that saved him on that night. If not, then I have no doubt the rebounded curse would have killed him. Though even then I don't believe they worked the way that he originally intended them to. Are you saying that he can't be killed? Harry's voice was weak, but he couldn't help it. His whole life literally hinged on being able to take Voldemort down, and if the man actually couldn't be killed. No, no, said Dumbledore quickly, shaking his head. Merely harder than most. Before he can be struck down permanently, he must be rendered vulnerable without a single Horcrux tying his existence to this world. A great advantage in battle, certainly, however, at a price that we can barely fathom. What kinds of things can you turn into a Horcrux? Asked Harry at once. If he wasn't thinking about targets to take out before, he certainly was now. Anything, admitted Dumbledore, his expression somewhat apologetic. Magical or not. Literally anything, repeated Harry, hopelessness creeping back into his mind. A random stone from the bottom of a river that he threw into the ocean. How can we possibly find them? First of all, while we have a good deal of discussion to get through before we identify any Horcruxes that Voldemort may have made, please believe me when I say that Voldemort would never do such an obviously intelligent thing. He is far too arrogant. This is the soul of Lord Voldemort, Harry. Only the most important of artifacts and treasures, like a legendary tiara, would be worthy of holding a piece of it. As Harry relaxed somewhat, Dumbledore continued, I wasn't finished from earlier. Horcruxes can be anything, magical or not, even something that has a soul of its own already. But why? No. Harry was on his feet, the two devices in his hands forgotten as they hit the floor. He couldn't help it. Not with the way that Dumbledore was now regarding him. As disturbing as it may sound. I am not a Horcrux. Harry shouted, slamming his hands on the desk. He stared directly into the headmaster's eyes, his own blazing. Tell me I'm not. Tell me. I'm sorry, I don't know. How can you not know? You know everything. You and I both know that is as far from the truth as possible, Harry, said the man calmly. Then tell me what you think, the Gryffindor snapped, pushing himself back into his seat roughly. Your guesses are usually right most of the time. You think more highly of me than I feel I deserve, said Dumbledore. His voice was a little resigned, if anything. To begin, I do not believe that you contain a fragment of Voldemort's soul, however that likely wasn't the case until fairly recently. As to how this happened exactly, I have my theories, but they must wait until we have talked on this matter further. The important part is that there used to be one and now I believe there is not. The Dementor attack, I take it, guessed Harry, unable to think of anything else that seemed even remotely significant. That was what started this mess after all. Dementors feed off the souls of others, Dumbledore stated, his fingers interlocked before him. However, I do not know what one might think of a fragment of a soul. Would it be a rotten meal or simply a smaller portion of one? Regardless, something caused that Dementor not to take your soul that night. As special as you are, Harry, no one is that special. Gee, thanks, said Harry sarcastically, though he was already feeling somewhat better about the matter. Dumbledore was pretty good at diffusing his bad moods, intentional or not. As I've said, I can only infer, the man continued, but given that you've never had a problem before, that day of such a kind would suggest that something changed. I don't believe that I told you what Horcruxes can do to those who are in contact with them, have I? Apparently they make you roll around in pain while you fight the thing for your life, Harry responded grimly. As a matter of fact, they do nothing of the sort, corrected the headmaster, making Harry look at him in surprise. Yes, Horcruxes do not cause others pain. At least nothing physical. Spiritually, however, the Horcrux imposes its influence on whomever is touching it. I expect one of Voldemort's would make a person rather hostile, among other things. Given enough time, it would subvert them and take control. So then what? That is the true question, isn't it? Interrupted Dumbledore. Take a look at this. He paused and bent over, reaching deep into a drawer of his desk before straightening once more, a familiar object in his hand. Riddle's diary, you still have it? He asked, looking at the destroyed journal. A diary. Dumbledore looked at the thing speculatively for a second before nodding. Yes, I suppose it is, however. Wait, you're telling me that thing is a Horcrux? Suddenly a number of things were beginning to make sense about the mysterious diary. How was it that a simple diary could steal the life of a person and simply become the person who wrote in it? But if it contained a piece of the soul, was a Horcrux, to be more precise, corrected Dumbledore, clearly quite happy about that fact. In fact, you might find this hard to believe, but to truly destroy a Horcrux it must be irreparably damaged by one of a very small list of things, one of which is basilisk venom. You don't say, replied Harry flatly. Well, that was convenient. Quite so, agreed the man. But I would like to draw a comparison between the diary, which is clearly destroyed, and the ring, which we just recovered. He placed both on his desk and pointed at the diary. I think we have more than enough evidence to believe with confidence that this was a Horcrux and no longer is. Whatever possessed it is long gone. I think we can also agree that the ring most certainly was possessed by dark magic before our encounter with it earlier, both by your own admission and my observations. The ring, however, is in perfect condition, despite no longer containing any magic of the sort in it whatsoever. And so we ask ourselves, where did it go? Harry said nothing, knowing where this was going. Even without everything that he felt regarding the apparent Horcruxes, which was on a level he couldn't even properly describe, he could still put the pieces together. The seemingly clear answer is that it went into you, finished Dumbledore with a sigh. This in itself raises more questions and mysteries. However, one that I think we can dismiss is the possibility of the soul fragment attaching itself to you, making you a Horcrux again. Placing a soul fragment into a non-living container is permanent. Unless the one who split his soul takes it back, it will not leave save for being destroyed. This suggests that you didn't technically destroy the Horcrux but unmade it, meaning that it somehow returned to the original. Harry finished quietly, staring at his hands. So you think that I'm part Voldemort? That our souls combined or something? You ask very difficult questions to answer, mused the headmaster, twiddling his thumbs in thought. You have seen Voldemort, and will soon know more of him than anyone save myself, but as of right now would you say that you feel like a part of you isn't like it used to be? I get angry pretty easily, admitted Harry. At this Dumbledore actually laughed. My boy, that only says that you have a short temper, one you have become very much in control of, I might add. To this I say welcome to puberty. Harry simply scowled at the man, who did his best to curb his amusement. Sometimes I don't care about hurting people. Immediately Dumbledore's laughter cut off and Harry found himself unable to meet the man's gaze. When people who I care about are hurt or in danger, I can be really dangerous. A glance at Dumbledore saw the man with his eyes shut, a sorrowful look on his face. A few seconds later he spoke. I don't need to be a specialist to see that you hold a lot of rage within you, Harry, he began slowly, nor do I need to be a genius to understand that much of that stems from actions of my own, directly or not. Professor. However, Dumbledore's voice was commanding, silencing Harry in an instant. While not insignificant in any way, that darkness is nothing compared to the amount of love you have in your heart for others, not to mention a great deal of moral fiber. Indeed, if we were to regard you in such a way, then I'm afraid I would fall far, far lower than you could ever possibly imagine. It was a shocking thing to hear. Harry wished he could fill the small silence with something, but he couldn't think of a single thing to say. Fortunately, Dumbledore continued steadily. Now, considering what I have said and contemplating all those who you hold dear, as I ask you again, do you think you have a part of Voldemort within you? Influencing your thoughts and actions? Changing who you are? Harry was silent for a long time before speaking a single word. No. And I would agree with you, agreed Dumbledore, smiling broadly now. If anything, you have become more the Harry that you always had the potential to be. You are absolutely infuriating sometimes, you know that. Shot the Gryffindor, looking out the window. Even to himself he was unwilling to admit how grateful he was for the old man's words. More than you think, beamed the headmaster. Now to continue, we also must not forget that there is still a connection between you and Voldemort. So I do believe that there is a part of what was once him that is now a part of you. Enough that protections keyed to only allow him to pass will grant you passage as well. How else were you able to walk freely from the gaunt house when I could not? More so, enough that the Horcruxes of a severely torn soul are desperate enough to attempt to reunite with you. I suspect the pain is from the fact that you aren't actually Voldemort. But you said that the second time was much more manageable than the first. Yeah, Harry said with a nod, thinking back to the tiara. Luna was there too, though she obviously didn't know what was going on. She actually grabbed the diadem and it ended up giving her a huge jolt that knocked her out. Magically burned her a bit too. That was why I didn't want you trying to help me. Then it is possible that the more this has happened, the easier it will be if it occurs again, reasoned Dumbledore. Of course, we should avoid it at all costs. Merlin only knows what will happen if this continues. So what about the flaring? Asked Harry, the thought reminding him to pick up the two things he'd dropped earlier, immediately spurring them into operation by feeding them magic. I know it hasn't been the same each time, but it doesn't matter. It can't be normal. Not like the way it's been. No, you are quite right, nodded Dumbledore. I do not understand all of what you are going through or why, and that worries me. We will have to keep you checked by Madame Pomfrey periodically. The headmaster watched as his student slowly spaced out, staring out of the window to the side of the office. Harry, are you all right? This is all so hard to take in. He turned back to the elderly man, expression resigned. I take it that there are more Horcruxes than the possible 3 that we've found so far. Yes, I believe that to be the case, Dumbledore nodded, standing up and walking over to the teen. However, I am putting an end to our conversation tonight. Please return home and get some rest. We will continue this tomorrow and you can show me the diadem then as well. Slowly, Harry got to his feet, walking over to the door of the room before he stopped, one last question on his mind. Won't Voldemort know everything that's been happening? It's his soul after all. Dumbledore moved beside him and put a comforting hand on his shoulder. While we can't know for sure, the fact that Voldemort has clearly made no move to secure his Horcruxes suggests that he is unaware of what has been occurring. It is saddening, but perhaps his soul has been pushed to a point where it can no longer feel its fragments. Even a single split is not something that anyone should ever subject their soul to. Harry paused for a moment, considering the headmaster's words before continuing out of the office. You know, it actually is pretty sad. Dumbledore just smiled, following quietly. If there was ever a place that probably wasn't meant for quiet contemplation, the Leaky Cauldron was likely in Britain's top 5. It wasn't really that it was loud. The patronage was a fraction of what the 3 broomsticks got day to day, and a person could always relax with a nice mug of butterbeer in that place, no matter how crowded it got. If anything, it had to be the clientele. Not that they were dodgy or anything, just random and altogether distracting. The Leaky Cauldron was also a sort of melting pot for the magical and non-magical alike, the two sides watching one another in a weird sort of fascination. Apparently it was almost an unwritten rule of Britain that muggles who were made aware of the wizarding world for one reason or another had to get their first shock by way of the Leaky Cauldron. So it was probably with considerable mention that Harry Potter was sitting at a table along a wall, leaning back and looking at the ceiling, lost in thought. It was now a full week since the incident in the old Gaunt house. His meetings with Dumbledore continued for the next 4 days straight, the headmaster telling and showing him everything that he knew relating to Voldemort and his potential Horcruxes. From conversations with a young Tom Riddle Jr. to an interview for teaching defense against the dark arts, Dumbledore never seemed to run out of fascinating memories, particularly those involving the possible Horcruxes. In fact, there was really only one memory left to collect, possessed by none other than Horace Slughorn. Perhaps it wasn't just coincidence that he would be returning to Hogwarts that fall to teach. Another loud bang followed by a roar of laughter washed over the teen, though he took absolutely no note of it. If anyone were to look closely enough, they would actually notice that there was a small clear spherical crystal floating above his head in a small orbit. He actually had 2 of the things, but the other was in his pocket, wrapped in a black cloth so that no one would see it glowing brightly. The 2 crystals were given to him by Dumbledore, another pair of magic draining devices that were meant to help take the edge off, as when he didn't do magic for too long he began feeling burdened. It often came as heat more than anything, though sometimes he swore he felt static. The idea was that you channeled magic into it the same way one does a wand, the result being the crystal lighting up. They took a lot more to operate than the silly things that he was toying with a week ago and were much better made, not to mention a great deal more expensive. Harry doubted that they were owned by the school before they were given to him. He let his eyes follow the orb for a moment as it slowed to a stop and began revolving in the opposite direction. It seemed that wandlessly manipulating an object was actually doing more than even lighting the orb did. So as a result he'd been taking to making things float whenever he could. It was giving his wandless skills a workout while making him feel less pressure from his magic. Now he was actually getting pretty good at making things float without thinking much. It let his mind wander to this and that. Like the two girls who just showed up, arriving through the fireplace in a burst of emerald fire. "All there, Potter. You're staring off into space," said Daphne as she finally made her way to the Gryffindor, having spotted him easily. He purposely sat in plain view of the fireplace. "It's nothing. Just preoccupied, I suppose." Harry's eyes lingered on the girl before him for a moment. She was in a black blouse, hair done up in a long braid and hanging over her shoulder. "Hey Tracy, glad you could make it. An outing with you too." "How could I not?" said the bee. Owned, flashing him a smile. She was wearing something similar to Daphne, though it was a couple different shades of blue. Altogether the two made a nice picture to look at. Harry grabbed the orb out of the air that neither girl noticed and stuffed it into a pocket before getting to his feet. "Shall we?" With that he walked off to the back of the room where the entrance to the alley was. Meanwhile, Tracy was giving Daphne a pensive expression. "He looks preoccupied," she said, leading her friend through the throng of people. "Must be serious." "You think?" asked Daphne. "We're both out of uniform and looking good on top of it. If his head is in the clouds then he's definitely thinking about you know what." Daphne just sighed, shaking her head at her friend's silliness. "Well, I hope not. If so we'll have to tell him off." They caught up to Harry at the brick wall. "Everything all right?" he asked, looking between the two girls. "Sorry, just making sure nothing was out of order," Tracy said easily, smoothing out a few wrinkles in her outfit. "Looks good to me. Both of you," he said with a grin. Daphne just rolled her eyes, covering her friend's mouth with a hand to stifle her. "No more out of you, Tracy. Anyway, let's get going. We do only have a couple of hours before we should be heading back." "Well then, allow me to get the door," he said, turning back to the wall and tapping on a few seemingly random bricks with his finger. Moments later the wall was opening to reveal the busy magical street beyond. "So was there anything in particular you wanted to do before I take you somewhere?" "Take us somewhere," repeated Tracy, following him onto the road, Daphne at her heels. "You're going to bring us somewhere? For the end? Surprised?" he asked, not really offended. "From my experience boys don't really plan much out and just go with the moment," explained Daphne, looking in a window as they passed a shop. "Well, considering that, your experience is Malfoy, I honestly can't blame you," said Harry, getting a snort of laughter from Tracy and a grudging glare from Daphne. "Sorry, too good to pass up. I hope you like what I was thinking of. It should be a unique experience. Exclusive, even. As long as your surprise doesn't take up too much time," said Daphne. "Britain isn't exactly the safest place to be right now. While the stories of deaths were still fairly few, the numbers of warnings that were reported was becoming rather alarming. Death Eaters were about in the public, and they weren't afraid to make a commotion, sometimes at the expense of another, just to push their views of supreme conservative radicalism. In the end, those that got hurt were always supporters of Dumbledore, the Ministry, or any sort of Muggle-tolerant position. The same was easily said about Muggleborns in general. The Ministry had records of those it governed, and that included birth status. If there was a Muggle in your family then it wasn't easily kept secret from Voldemort's movement. "We'll be fine," assured Daphne. "There's no way that they would attack Diagon Alley in the middle of the day. That would only lose them support in general. Considering that a great number of Death Eaters are outright murderers and they still get new members daily, I really find common sense something less reliable these days, muttered Harry to himself, though both girls still heard him because of their proximity. Anyway, don't think about them. I'm trying not to either. Try to have fun today. That's the whole point after all. For the next hour or so, the three of them walked up and down the alley, stopping in their favorite shops and getting to see something about the others that they didn't know. For example, Harry found out in the pet shop with his small legion of snakes that Daphne had a childlike awe for Parseltongue. In fact, it pleased her to no end just to have him translate a basic conversation between her and one of the more friendly ones. He might have scared off a handful of children in the shop, but at this point the owner knew Harry decently and was more inclined to laugh than anything. Tracy loved broomstick flying, though she wasn't that great at it. She told him that because they lived in her father's house, they were surrounded by muggles and had to keep a lot of the magic on the sly. That meant no broomsticks for her while she was growing up. Not that it ever stopped them from going somewhere where they could let loose when they got the chance. Apparently her father was as giddy about the magical world as Ron's dad was about the muggle one. As for the two girls, they learned that Harry knew quite a few people in the alley and was also very good at not telling them anything he didn't want them to know. Such as where precisely he was taking them at the moment. Harry. Yes, Tracy. Well, I know you said it was going to be a surprise, but we're standing outside an empty, boarded up shop, said the bee. Owned finally. The faith I'm feeling from you two is staggering. Hey, I didn't say anything, said Daphne, still giving the building, which had a distinct bedraggled appearance to it, a very judged look. The only thing even remotely interesting about it was that there was a small sign on the front door that said, "Something wicked this way comes," where the W in wicked was rather ostentatiously designed. No information otherwise. The windows were covered in newspaper from the inside, so there was no way to see anything. You didn't say it, but I know you were thinking it, accused Tracy. Daphne just shrugged. Harry, however, let out a small chuckle and walked to the side of the building where there was a small alleyway. Come on, you two. You should know that it isn't wise to judge something too quickly, or by its appearance only. They walked a short distance before stopping in front of a door that Harry knocked on 3 times. A few seconds later it opened, revealing none other than one of the legendary Weasley twins, not that either girl had any idea which one he was. Of course Harry had a certain advantage where most others didn't. Hey, Fred. Harry, mate, was wondering when you'd get here, said the Hogwarts graduate, grabbing Harry's hand and giving it a friendly shake. And don't even bother. Harry cut him off with a grin. You were going to try to pretend to be George pretending to be you, just to give it that extra bit of confusion, but I told you already, you can't fool me. Alas, 'twas true, came a voice from behind Fred. George's head appeared in the threshold. Heya, Harry. Cheers, George, thanks for letting me come, replied Harry, shaking his hand. Give it up, Fred, said George quickly, overriding his brother before he could get a word out. It's just the way he is. He's got his own key and he still knocked, you know. Too true, George. And speaking of Harry being Harry, Fred let his eyes move past Harry to the two girls that were behind him, watching with a mix of impatience and curiosity. Not one, but both Slytherin beauties. Daphne just smirked, rolling her eyes at the twins' antics, while Tracy actually blushed slightly. I don't know if I'd say that, she mumbled, looking at her friend briefly before clearing her throat. Hey, guys. Charmed, they chorused, bowing in unison. Come on in, you lot. They were led through a small entranceway that split in a few directions, ignoring the stairs, and went straight. Another mid-sized room later and Harry, you've already been here once, but who cares about old guests? Fred and George spread their arms wide in a grand manner. Welcome, young dark witches, to Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes. It's a joke shop, said Daphne in amusement, prodding a stuffed toy on a nearby shelf with a finger and watching it change color, and a toy store as well. How appropriate for you two. More like perfect, added the bee, owned, looking around in clear excitement. It was easily as large as Flourish and Blots, though it felt much larger as areas weren't sectioned off by ceiling-high bookshelves. It's fantastic. Thanks, said George brightly. Everything in here has been developed by one or both of us over the past 7 years. Nothing is really as it seems though, so I'd lean more toward a joke shop than a toy store. And careful, that'll turn your hair bright blue for days, he added as Daphne made to pick up another interesting looking object. She immediately withdrew her hands. Is that why you have so much stuff? Asked Harry. It certainly was a lot of merchandise considering that they'd only just graduated. Actually, no, explained Fred, beckoning them to follow him. What takes a long time is making sure that whatever we've made works and won't randomly blow up in your face. Unless it's supposed to, added George. Unless it's supposed to. Yes, continued Fred. When it comes to making the stuff, it's actually a lot quicker, especially if it's primarily potion components. I suppose charming things takes the most time out of those kinds of steps. But isn't it just you two? Asked Tracy, still taken aback by how much stuff they were passing that was organized and displayed on shelves. She'd been in Zonkos before and this was just as packed. Sure, magic helped in a big way, but still. It won't be for long, said Fred, shaking his head. Of course, this all depends on how successful our start is, but ideally we want to hire a couple of people to help run the shop so that George and I can focus on R&D. It's our life, so we don't have any issues putting the time in, but running the shop on top of it all will seriously cut into that. Still, he paused, leaning against the checkout counter with a grin. I won't deny that I'm really excited to do this myself for a bit first. Same here, agreed George, slinging an arm around his shoulder. Now, we're still days from opening, but that doesn't mean the stuff here is off limits to you. We'll let you take one thing each, just remember to tell people where you got it if they ask. The effect of his words on the girls was immediate. Tracy looked absolutely thrilled, while Daphne looked equally horrified. She put out a hand to grab the bee. But it was too late, nothing but a gleeful laugh where she'd been a moment before. Now look at what you've done, she said accusingly to the twins. I've been trying to get her to be more mature for years. Daph, get over here, these things are adorable. Oh, but these are just as amazing. You see. She promptly took hold of George's arm and began pulling him off to where Tracy went. You'll help me fix this, or by Merlin I'll burn your store down. Yes, ma'am, said George with a quick salute. He gave the other two boys a wink over his shoulder before they vanished behind a display and into another aisle. Fred's chuckling immediately became laughter as he caught sight of Harry's face. So sorry, would you rather she'd grabbed you instead? He teased, elbowing the boy in his side lightly. Harry just ignored the comment. You know you didn't have to do that. We aren't just in it for the money, you know, said Fred with a small grin. Catching Harry's look, he let out a sigh. All right, you got us. We just wanted to talk to you for a bit while you were here. I know you keep yourself busy most of the time. Is everything all right? Harry asked at once, automatically standing a bit straighter. That's what we wanted to ask you, said the ginger. I can't imagine being the boy who lived as too much fun right now. There's already been an anti-ministry demonstration in the alley and a smaller one protesting Gringotts being run by goblins. What? Really? This was news to him. Wait, protesting the goblins. But the bank is theirs. We just use it. Which is exactly why that one barely got any publicity whatsoever, explained Fred. But now that we live here, it's made us aware of a lot of things that being a student shielded us from. Did you know that Nocturne Alley is over 5 times the size of Diagon Alley? Just goes on and on and on. The only people who know anything about it are the ones who go down there and the shop owners here that have been around for a while. Not like most people talk to either in depth when given the opportunity. Alright, but what does that have to do with anything? Asked Harry, not really getting where he was going with this. I guess what I'm trying to say is that it's alarming how many people support so many of Voldemort's ideals. Even though he and his followers have actually killed people. Especially him. Not to mention the other kinds of things the movement is willing to do to achieve them. It's like muggles are lower life forms to them. Harry moved behind the counter and took the solitary seat that was placed there, looking around the store but not really seeing it. People are attracted to power, he said finally. It's always been this way and probably always will. It gets people to do crazy things, like you've lost your sense of self and you're a puppet. It's easy to talk about, but different when you experience it from the other end. Fred just gave him a confused look. I get what you're saying, but what are you? The DA, Harry elaborated. I know it's not anything extreme, but that doesn't change it for what it was. I led a group, and you all followed. If I'd been more a person like Voldemort, I wonder how I could have manipulated you all. Harry, George and I were there because we wanted to be, not because you forced us there. Of course you were. Fred, I'm not saying you weren't, replied Harry easily. But that's not what I was talking about. At the beginning it was because we all wanted to learn something, but why did you keep coming by the end? He leaned forwards, his joviality suddenly shifting to something more unsettling. It's because I'm strong. Thanks for the clarification, Dark Lord Potter, Fred intoned dryly. This caused Harry to laugh again, though whatever dark vibe he'd been just giving off was long gone. You don't actually believe that, do you? He wondered. At this Fred couldn't help but laugh himself. Are you kidding? You're one of the biggest do-gooders I know. Helping old ladies to cross the street and saving little sisters from basilisks. You think George and I would trust you like we do if we thought otherwise? Harry just shook his head, appreciating the words. Though I do wonder why you brought that up, continued Fred, clearly curious. Not often you get serious on me like that. I was made aware that I'm a lot more similar to Voldemort than one would first think. Though I know that it's our actions that define who we are, I can't help but wonder sometimes about certain things. Like your clear fetish for all things Slytherin. At once Harry colored, looking rather disgruntled. First off, they aren't all things, and secondly I have no idea what you are talking about. Very true. I most certainly would not put either of them in the same category as good old Bulstrode. What about you? Harry countered, bringing up something that had been on his mind for a while now. You and George are roommates, but what happens when one of you gets a girlfriend? Are you asking how George and I are managing dating Alicia and Angelina? Asked Fred. Yes, mate, it's not like we live with them or anything, he chuckled. Right, I knew that, said Harry, looking around for something else to talk about and not make himself look like an idiot. Fortunately he was spared the effort by the arrival of the other three. Find something good, I take it. He asked them. I got Astoria a pygmy puff, said Daphne, holding up what looked like a round ball of fluff. Mine is on backorder, explained Tracy, as Harry turned to her with a curious look. After all, she wasn't holding anything. Though I wonder how that's possible considering they haven't been open to sell anything yet, replied Harry suspiciously, though he wasn't going to press the girl if she didn't want to tell him. Fred and George did have a number of products that were marketed primarily for girls. No matter, you girls ready to head back? I know it doesn't feel like it, but it has been over a couple hours since we started. Really? Daphne looked at a clock on the wall to see that Harry was indeed right. They spent quite a while simply wandering around. You're right, we should head back to the Leaky Cauldron. Tracy looked a bit put out, but nodded agreement all the same. Thanks again, you two, said Harry as they saw the three of them out the alley entrance. Tracy and Daphne both nodded their agreement. Not a problem, mate, said Fred. We're opening pretty soon, should be interesting. We've got a nice show planned for the front of the store, added George. We know it looks awful. Just tell me the details and I'll be there, said Harry, waving over his shoulder as he led the way back to the Leaky Cauldron. Little did he know that the moment the twins closed the door, Daphne and Tracy began talking in whispers that continued non-stop all the way back to the inn, gradually becoming more and more heated. Tracy. Don't be like that, Daphne. Be like what? Like this. You had a good time, right? Of course I did. And you'd like to do it again, yes. Well, yes, but. Then just say that. Honestly, you're always so difficult about this stuff. That's the thing. How am I supposed to let him know that I want to hang around him more without making it look like I like him? And what's so wrong with that? Everyone in the immediate area gave a small start as the sharp comment rang out over the lull of the crowd. Tracy was blushing, now the center of attention. Daphne just grabbed her friend and pulled her through the small circle of onlookers to catch up with Harry, who was still somewhat ahead of them. Fortunately he seemed to be distracted still. Tracy, said Daphne after a second. The bee. Owned was pointedly avoiding her gaze. Sorry about that, I don't know. I'm sure you'll come up with something. Daphne's face just fell, mind immediately back on her dilemma. You're no help at all. And so, Tracy ended up watching Daphne in a mixture of amusement and annoyance as the girl awkwardly said she wouldn't be opposed to doing this again sometime, with which Harry agreed. No matter how she felt now, there was no doubt it was a nice outing. It was just, Tracy, what are you still doing here? Didn't you just leave? I decided to stick around instead, she explained, lightly kicking the floor behind her. Okay, so she just pretended to leave so Daphne would think she headed home. It wasn't like Daphne never did something of the sort behind her back before either. But I thought you couldn't stay out late, argued Harry. Daphne's parents are a little more strict than mine are, she replied with a shrug, crossing the fingers of her right hand behind her back. Since we were just going to stick to the alley, I don't think that Mum will mind as much. I'd rather stay out, anyway. The last time we did something like this was back in October. It was a fun day, said Harry with a smile. Well, if you say so, I won't say no. We never got to eat either. 20 minutes, 4 butterbeers, and a smattering of random topic conversation later, the 2 Hogwarts students were sitting there in silence, soaking up the rowdy atmosphere of the room. Someone pulled out a flute at a certain point, and after that it just became bizarre. I've really got no idea what to think. Sorry, said Tracy in confusion, as Harry scratched his cheek. She was completely absorbed in the dancing cutlery on a nearby table. Admittedly, it was pretty good dancing for a bunch of forks and knives. Daphne, he elaborated, harsh 1 second and then almost timid the next, like she can't make up her mind on how to act. At this, the girl smirked. Well, I won't deny you confuse the hell out of her sometimes. She's not used to so much change at once, don't let it bother you. It's mutual. I mean, are we friends? He let out a sigh. That girl, honestly. It was at that exact moment that Tom walked over with their food and Tracy was saved from having to come up with a response. Admittedly, she had none. While they ate in silence, Tracy absently played with a piece of potato, her mind on less than happy thoughts. Thoughts that she believed she squashed ages ago. She was jealous. There was just no other way around it. Jealous of the attention. Tracy knew she was getting insecure again. After finally feeling like she no longer had to compete with Daphne for anything at all. Her best friend was always the undeniable better of the two of them in Tracy's mind. She was prettier, more physically developed, smarter, her family was better off, and she was a pureblood, a quality the bee-owned secretly wished she possessed more than anything. Perhaps then her house would fully accept her. But they became friends, and as Daphne insisted, equals. The girl was actually rather aggressive when it came to defending that belief as well. However, just because Daphne might think so didn't exactly make it true. She always won out in everything. Tracy. She turned to find a concerned face watching her. Is everything all right? He asked. And if I said no? Her voice was accusatory if anything, eager to push the blame somewhere other than her best friend. It was his fault to begin with, anyway. He threw away her newspaper. Harry, of course, was looking rather taken aback. I do something. Now there was something that she didn't hear every day. Harry Potter anxious about something. And it had everything to do with her. It was kind of nice. No, Tracy said suddenly, shaking her head. What was wrong with her today? No, Harry, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I'm fine, really. Are you sure? I am, she said, shaking her head with a smile. She was the one who was spending time with him now. Stabbing the potato she'd been pushing around her plate, the girl wagged it at him playfully. Let's just do something fun. Now that the minister is here, I would like to begin. We all have work that needs doing anyway. Amelia, I'm not the minister yet, said the man at her right, feeling a little uneasy with the eyes of most of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement locked on him. It wasn't as if they didn't know who was going to be minister, but still. Amos, would you stop being such a stick in the mud about it? Said the department head. I'm trying to do a briefing here. I still don't know why they didn't pick you, he muttered, taking the seat set aside for him. They did. I just told them to shove it, she said lightly, causing the man to chuckle. Amelia would always be Amelia. Now, pay attention everyone, as I'm only going to do this once. She pulled her wand and tapped a large blank board that was behind her. Immediately different colored lines appeared, twisting and turning into what momentarily became a picture of an area from above. This is a bird's eye view of the location of the upcoming event. The raising of a new minister is always a big event, and naturally needs equally large security. Normally I wouldn't be so concerned and give this to a couple squads and be done with it. However, considering that we have an extremely able and dangerous dark wizard on our hands who has openly declared his hostility towards the ministry, we need to take more care with this one. Now, she paused to draw a handful of X's at various points. The entire area will have a one-way anti-apparition and portkey ward around it. No one can pop in, but anyone can leave. This will allow all civilians to escape in the event of an attack. It will also allow anyone who invades to run as well, but we need to put the safety of the people first. Now, we'll have people at every access point, as well as the places of marked. No one runs solo as usual, but this time we'll be keeping to groups of at least 3 apiece. About 50 total hit wizards and aurors, with obviously less of the latter. It's not like the old days when the DMLE was at least twice this size. Amelia's words brought frowns all around. As the magical police for an entire country and then some, they were woefully understaffed. There were somewhere around 500 hit wizards at last count, and about a fifth as many aurors. The Voldemort situation was putting a strain on an already stretched too thin department as it was. But it was what it was and they would deal with it like they always. Anyway, continued the woman, looking about. Any questions? We doing this the usual way? Asked one of the senior aurors, turning a number of heads from the group, all of which were hit wizards. That's right, confirmed Amelia. What Rolist is referring to is the way that many of the more risky assignments in the auror office get distributed. Volunteers first, then I pick if I don't get enough. Senior members get priority, and you can't go if you can't handle it. But I know that all of you can do your jobs well, so I won't need to be concerned about that. Now, I'll need 40 hit wizards and 10 aurors. Scrimgore will take your names. We'll continue with specifics afterwards. As the large group began to move, Amelia went to take a seat beside the soon-to-be minister. You know, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you looked nervous. I am nervous, Amelia, said Amos, watching the group of people mix about. I still think I'm a terrible choice for minister. If anything, that means you probably are a good choice, countered the woman. You've come a long way from how it was a year ago, both at the ministry and out. They didn't hesitate to give you Crouch's old job, and you're moving up again. Yes, but minister. Look, Amos, think of it this way, Amelia continued, not at all put off by his attitude. She'd be immensely unpleasant herself if it was her after all. You certainly haven't been groomed for the position, but right now we don't need a perfect minister. Right now we need someone to unify under against Voldemort. I don't think you have any trouble fighting him, am I correct? Amos cracked a small smile. Yes, I'd say you are. Then if you still don't like the job when this is all over, just resign and we'll get someone else. Honestly. Madam Bones. The two looked over at the young woman who interrupted them. Though she decided to forego the pink hair like she usually did when coming to work, the slightly modified robes and clear fidgeting were an easy giveaway. Yes, Tonks, what is it? Asked Amelia, eyebrows raised. The girl clearly wanted something. Her momentum was somewhat stalled out, it being obvious the woman was onto her. You wouldn't say no to an extra wand, right? We're spread pretty thin as it is without this thing. True, but at this point I'd rather trust the safety of the minister and our people to those I trust, rather than look for outside help, she replied automatically. Not that hired hands aren't useful, but we neither have the time nor the funds to find the right ones. I wasn't talking about some merc, said Tonks quickly. You actually know him. This had the department head truly stumped. Someone she knew. Well, Tonks leaned in for a second and whispered something into the woman's ear. Immediately her eyebrows disappeared into her bangs. Absolutely not. Oh come on, you know he's good enough to do it. It's not a matter of skill, he's too young. I'll bet him being at school is the only thing keeping you from drafting him into an accelerated program like I was. That isn't the point. Dumbledore can't do anything. It's got nothing to do with him. His guardians don't give two shits about him. They'd send you a thank you card if he died. Tonks, said Amelia finally, giving the younger woman an exasperated look. I think it'll be good for him, explained the metamorph. He's good, but when things go south, and we both know they will, the experience will help him understand what we're dealing with better. Besides, if he's not there with us, then he'll be there as a civilian, and good luck trying to get him to leave if anything bad happens. And then he'd also be acting on his own instead of with a group. I promise I'll keep him safe. No, you'll stick to your squad like you're supposed to. Amelia let out a long sigh. Despite knowing it wasn't a great idea, she did make a good point about him being there regardless. Well, I won't deny I really do want him in my department. Let me think about it. Cheers, Amelia, I mean, thanks, Madam Bones. She gave a small salute before making her way back to the gathering volunteers. As Tonks retreated, Amos gave the woman a puzzled expression. You know, I thought you didn't normally let people push you around like that. I don't, she said flatly, returning to the seat she'd vacated for the conversation. Nymphadora Tonks isn't people. She's fast on her way to becoming the best Auror we've had here in a very long time. Incredibly quick mind and wand. Maybe 20 or so years from now I won't feel so bad handing her the reins. Amelia leaned back slightly with a shrug. Besides, I like her. She reminds me a lot of myself when I was her age. And the person she was talking about. He didn't hear much past the first line as the two got rather quiet. Nothing you need to concern yourself with, Amos, just focus on your speech. Amelia let out a small breath of air before shaking her head. Why'd that girl have to even bring it up? Putting ideas in my head, she mumbled. Amos, I'll be right back, I need to send an owl. The minister's inauguration. Narcissa was watching Harry in surprise. Yeah, I told you about it a while ago, remember? He said, hesitating for a few seconds before moving a rook. He could see victory, a small light in a long, dark tunnel. Your turn. I didn't forget about it, she replied, considering her pieces before moving her sole bishop across the board. Instantly Harry tensed, not wanting to show any odd reaction to the move. She left herself wide open. I was just surprised that you want to go. Forgive me, but you don't seem the politics type. Harry just gave her a disgruntled look before immediately switching to a victorious one. Ha, got ya, check. Heavens, whatever am I to do? Said the woman in mock distress. At once Harry knew something was wrong. His feeling of dread was confirmed a moment later when she lazily picked up a knight that he swore wasn't there a second ago, and moved it to take his attacking piece. Wah, and checkmate, of course, she added sweetly, making Harry stutter even further. Now, Harry. Etiquette at all times, regardless of the situation. Harry got no further as he trailed off into an incomprehensible jumble of words. It went without saying that his hands were eager to grip something and break it. Why are you so king good at chess? Ow. Language, Narcissa chided absently, replacing her wand on the table. But it's unreasonable, he groaned. Can't you just let me win once? For my self-esteem. You were the one who refused to purchase a wizard's chess set, something that I wanted, so I think that it's fair you don't get something you want, she replied with a small nod. Harry knew she was just playing around with him. She did so many times before this and would probably continue until she decided to leave, whenever that was, and it was never something worth getting all riled up over. Despite that, he just couldn't help it. That's because the wizard's pieces are all bloody annoying and don't listen to me. You'd think a fresh set would have a little confidence, but no, one look at the boy who lived and they're ready to pack it all up. He turned to his right with an immensely annoyed expression. And while I'm at it, quit yucking it up over there or I'll have crying babies painted in with you. Ouch, Testy, said a grinning Godric. Madam Black, while impeccably well-mannered, I believe I wouldn't be wrong in stating that you take great pleasure in trouncing the weak. Lord Slytherin, you flatter me, said Narcissa. Harry just rolled his eyes, grumbling. Yeah, I'm done getting trounced, we need to get better games here. Anyway, you never answered my question. I'm sorry, Harry, sometimes I get a bit carried away, she apologized. Yeah, as long as you're enjoying yourself, he said, waving it away. They would be back at it in an hour from now. It was almost fortunate that he was having semi-serious verbal spars with Daphne all year, else he'd likely be unable to keep up with a person who had a head and shoulders up on the girl when it came to pretty much everything. To answer your question, no, I'd rather stay here for the event, though normally I'd go whether I wanted to or not. Narcissa waved her wand at the chess pieces, making them all hop back into the box they came in. Besides, I can listen to it on that lovely wireless you bought for me. Harry just shrugged. I told you I'd get you whatever you wanted to keep yourself busy, within reason. It's not like you can just kip out to shop. Well, not like this, she agreed, but as a snake wrapped around your arm, it's been working rather well. Better than I'd imagined for certain. Would you be interested in going out with me again in the next week or so? I'd like to try some new recipes, among other things. Sure, that sounds nice, Harry agreed. The outings that they had, one at the beginning of July and one a couple days before present, were, for lack of a better word, new. Originally, he somewhat shyly suggested the idea as a way to get Narcissa out of the house and for some fresh air, something he knew she missed, though was silent about it. He certainly felt awkward suggesting it, as she was afraid enough as it was about being located by the Death Eaters, not to mention she'd be in snake form just for the added security. It made it easy if they were in contact constantly in case he ever needed to emergency apparate. Also, neither of them were very good at spells that would help disguise the woman. One thing he could do, however, was put a one-way transparency spell on his shirt to allow her to see through his sleeve, though it wasn't without a few amusing miscasts which just left him apparently topless. To his surprise, she agreed without much hesitation, saying they needed to do a proper food shop anyway. That in itself was a distinctly odd experience. If he strained his memory, he might be able to recall the one or two times that Petunia was forced to bring him along to a grocery store. One hand on the cart as he was made to keep up in silence. Asking for anything was simply pushing for some kind of punishment later. With Narcissa, however, there was no pressure. No time limit. Just walking around talking about breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks, dessert, drinks, whatever. In very hushed Parseltongue, of course. Have you ever eaten this? That sounds awful. Stuff like that. It was pleasant and, well, normal. Apparently Narcissa enjoyed it enough to want to repeat it, though doing different things. Window shopping and just walking around. She also thanked him for the ride every time they returned to the flat, though Harry knew she was just doing it to tease him. Not that he really minded. Was it really halfway through July? The summer seemed to be passing so quickly. Speaking of being a snake, began Narcissa, snapping Harry out of his thoughts. You've been working on your animagus transformation, haven't you? How has that been going? Well, since you've been helping me, I have to imagine a lot better than if you weren't, he reasoned with a shrug. But I feel stuck, just like I am with the wandless magic. I'm just missing something, you know. Like once I figure it out, I'll be able to do whatever I want. I'm as lost as you are, she admitted, watching him with a frown. It's incredible enough to see you moving about with random objects circling you like planets. You're not even focused on it anymore. Harry spared a glance at the single remaining orb he received from Dumbledore as it slowly made its way around them in a wide orbit, a few feet above their heads. He actually broke the other one by spacing out while pouring magic into it, shattering it into pieces. He ended up sending it back to Dumbledore with an apology, getting a promise to find something sturdier at the earliest convenience. It feels good. I told you I've been getting uncomfortable if I'm not using magic for a while. What he didn't tell the woman was that he was actually somewhat afraid of what was happening to him. While his magic was out of whack frequently over the past year, it always eventually stabilized. Now was no different, but the current stability was enough to cause him minor discomfort and want to levitate something to alleviate the pressure. This time normal wasn't actually normal. That worried him. Was it permanent? Hopefully not. I've been doing some research in the books you've got, but I haven't found anything to help you, said Narcissa. She actually looked rather frustrated. You would think someone's been through the same sort of thing at least once in the past. Well, considering that most of my books are about the history of magic as opposed to the history of magical humans, I'm not surprised, Harry shrugged. Then we should expand on what you have, the woman said pointedly. As long as we don't go somewhere obscure, I don't mind us stopping to buy books. Harry just smiled and gave a nod. All right, I'm going to go check on Hedwig, then work on my animagus form. Oh wait, it's my turn to do dinner, right? Narcissa just waved him on, moving to the kitchen. It's all right, I'll cook again. I'll get you when it's done. He thanked her before heading into the entranceway with the spiral steps. The room always made him chuckle due to how over the top it was. Apparently the trunk maker hated climbing ladders, so he never used them. The lid of the trunk opened to his touch, exposing him to the fresh air in the room. He left the window open constantly so that Hedwig could come and go. Also, it let any owls that had mail for him deliver it without any trouble. While wholly pleased with his living space, the only complaint that he really had was that he had no way of sending or receiving mail from within it. No doubt there were ways of having letters moved from inside to out, but that made him feel like the trunk would be less secure. Not to mention that half of the point was to see Hedwig, and that simply wasn't possible without him leaving the thing. Of course, he was more than willing to deal with the minor inconvenience to visit his oldest companion. Hey girl, he said softly, moving over to the snowy owl. She was perched on the new stand he bought her recently. Anything here for me? It wasn't really a necessary question. All the letters and packages that he got ended up on the tiny bed, and it was clearly bare of anything of the like, but he talked to Hedwig since he got her from Hagrid and he really couldn't help it at this point. She was so intelligent. Far more than any other owl he ever saw. Suddenly the topic of his recent conversation with Narcissa came to mind. You're not an animagus, right? Hedwig just tilted her head to the side, a question in her eyes. I dunno, I probably would, he replied. His expression moved to a grin. I'll bet you'd be pretty too. Hedwig let out an amused hoot, shaking her head slightly. Harry made to say something else when the air was cut by another owl's call. A few seconds later a barn owl landed on the sill, a letter attached to its leg. Well, that's convenient, I suppose, Harry mused, removing the letter and giving the bird an owl treat. Wait for a second, would you? Immediately the bird flapped over to Hedwig's water dish, helping itself. Ignoring Hedwig's disapproving look at the newcomer, Harry quickly opened the letter, recognizing the handwriting of the headmaster instantly. Turn around. Harry just stared at the two words. It was all that was written. What on earth is? He cut off as a magical presence suddenly registered to his senses directly behind him. Good evening, Professor. Thanks for knocking, he deadpanned. Apologies, Harry, I've been wanting to do that to someone for some time now and it always slips my mind when I get the chance, said Dumbledore brightly, looking down at the now highly agitated Gryffindor. The spell work to set up the proper timing is not so complicated, but does require a certain level of precision. In any case, I promise I won't do it again unless it is an emergency, though in such a situation I doubt that I would have the time to wait for an owl to deliver a letter. And then, you were saying, interrupted Harry, knowing that this could carry on for many minutes if he let it go. He moved to the trunk and sat on it, apparently waiting patiently for the headmaster to speak, though in reality he was just making sure that Narcissa didn't accidentally exit the trunk in the man's presence. Yes, forgive me, said Dumbledore quickly. I was recently contacted by Madame Bones with an interesting proposition regarding yourself. It seemed natural that I get your thoughts on the matter. This isn't going to beep, is it? Harry replied flatly. He didn't need to contemplate his adventures too much to know that the majority of them had more negatives than positives. Dumbledore simply bowed his head slightly, taking a seat on the bed. Possibly, but I think you'll be interested regardless. It was with a certain amount of nervousness that Harry watched the crowd of people standing before him. The minister's induction was already underway, with most of the official nonsense washing over him. The short version would be that there was a lot about duty to the ministry and the people, and you really shouldn't be corrupt because things will go to shit so much more easily if you do. Harry really only had one ear to the speaking though, keeping most of his focus on the immediate area. It was his job after all. He still didn't fully understand how he ended up in this situation. After all, how many times did the DMLE invite 16-year-olds, or someone who'd be one in a week and a half, on assignments like this? Or like anything, for that matter. Sure, he showed that he was above the average Hogwarts student when it came to dueling, but did that really qualify something like this? She wants me to help with guard duty, Harry repeated incredulously. More or less, said Dumbledore with a nod. Though mainly for a specific reason, I do know that she would like nothing more than to have you align yourself with her department. Good enforcers of the law are hard to come by these days. And that reason is, he asked. Merely that since you will be going anyway, in the event something happens, she would rather that you were working with her people from the beginning rather than on your own, explained Dumbledore. And you're okay with that? In the end, it was probably this fact that had Harry confused. Dumbledore, hero of I'll tell you later, champion of keep Harry out of everything, was actually supporting a rather front-line plan. Not that he'd been like that at all recently, but old habits die hard. I am on the fence, he said finally, tugging lightly on his beard. However, if we are to play the game properly, then you must be prepared. It will be a good experience for you, despite the potential risks. So you do think there will be an attack, said Harry slowly. Perhaps, perhaps not, Dumbledore shrugged. While Voldemort is regaining the numbers he wants, the competence of his force is severely lacking. As little as he cares for anyone but himself, he would not waste resources in a fruitless battle. So I'm just going to stand there and look tough. Harry, battle is not the only thing that you need to learn, nor is it the most important in the end. One day, you will see that I am right. Yeah, the day I share a plate of biscuits with Voldemort over tea to settle our differences, I'll be sure to remember that. And so he agreed in the end. Not that he wouldn't have. It was either that or stay home, and the possibility of a Death Eater attack pretty much made his choice for him. He'd always go when he might be able to do something. Of course, at the moment, that something was turning out to be a whole lot of nothing. Everyone who entered the warehouse-sized building was searched and scanned by dark detectors. The one-way apparition ward was working perfectly. Nothing to do but listen to the handful of speeches and sip from his flask of nasty yellow polyjuice. For the purpose of keeping Harry Potter out of the light, he'd been provided with essentially 3 to 4 hours worth of being someone else. An Azkaban guard named Ross apparently. He wasn't told much more than that. The point was that the man was pretty short and thin, which meant that he'd be able to function normally while under the effects of the potion. He could still remember how cumbersome moving around as Crabbe and Goyle were for Ron and himself in their second year. They've got potions to regrow bones overnight, and it's too much trouble to get a decent flavor out of something basic. He grumbled after taking a swig, stowing the flask in an inside pocket. The story was that it was a light potion for his health. To his right, one of his two partners let out a short chuckle. He was a middle-aged guy with a medium build, complete with an easygoing attitude. It was too much to wish that he would be teamed up with Tonks for the operation. She wasn't difficult to miss as she was on the stage with the other important people. He was more or less in the far back. Too true, mate. My wife is into coming up with homemade remedies for simple things, and she has me testing them out all the time. I'm still surprised I have a sense of taste. Sure she isn't just trying to poison you? Asked Harry, provoking a bark of laughter that was quickly stifled as everyone in the vicinity turned at the noise. There was still a speech happening after all. The third of their 3-man group just shook his head and kept an eye on the people. She might at that, he replied, keeping his voice low. They both returned to looking over the crowd at the new minister who was currently giving his speech. Amos Diggory. That was a fairly large surprise for Harry when he found out. The last time he saw the guy was right after Cedric's death, where he was thanked for returning the body to them. If the country needed someone who held a hatred for Voldemort, then they definitely got it. Know that we have entered into another difficult time, Amos was saying, eyes moving over the crowd with a serious look. He who must not be named took much from this country decades ago, and continues to do so today. My own son, Cedric, was unable to be here due to the actions of that man. I will not rest until the people have nothing to fear from dark wizards and their terror. I only ask that you have hope and put your faith in one another and the ministry as we all help each other through the coming months. Thank you. Harry joined in the applause, still only half listening. The talk about Voldemort was very brief throughout the entire event, but the message was the same. If he wants a war, then he'd get one. The ministry will fall. Amos paused, turning to where the shout originated from. The very center of the crowd. There was no way that they could stop him from where they were. They'd hit a civilian without fail. The Dark Lord will purge this country of blood traitors, mudbloods, and the muggle filth you all love so much. He shouted. For my lord. Harry almost took a step back as the cry was repeated numerous times within the room, just as spells began flying in every direction from seemingly random places in the crowd, at least a quarter of them aiming directly at the new minister. That was the last thing that Harry knew before everyone began moving at once. In 1 second everything went from fine to absolute hell. Screaming, spellcasting, and the cracking sounds of a constant stream of disapparation. Probably the only positive thing that was happening was that every second there were less and less people in the large room. Avada Kedavra. Harry only just heard the shouted spell over the chaos, though he had no idea where it came from. Panicking, he dropped to the ground, only for his laughing partner from earlier to collapse on top of him like a sack of bricks a moment later, trapping him. He struggled for a second before tugging his wand free and aiming it at the only Death Eater he could make out nearby. The quickly conjured mask was a dead giveaway, not to mention he was laughing and casting random spells into the thinning crowd. A second later he buckled as the stunner caught him in the side, followed by ropes to bind him. Damn, your wife's been feeding you more than just remedies, Harry muttered as he strained to push the man off of him, hoping that the third of their group would help him a bit. He was nowhere to be seen however. The guy barely budged, but with the shifting Harry managed to catch a look of the man's face though. Empty eyes stared back at him. With a shout, Harry heaved the dead man off of him, scrambling away slightly. The shouted killing curse and immediate fall only just connected in his mind. He didn't even see the flash of green. F.K. A part of him wanted to get away from the man as fast as possible, but he still knew that he needed to keep to his assigned area like the other hit wizards and Aurors were. A flash of light drew his attention to his missing partner who was helping out another hit wizard from a nearby group. Of course, these thoughts were nothing to the fact that Harry failed to keep his other partner safe. He was the one positioned in the middle of the group after all. And the man. Why couldn't he remember the guy's name? Harry's eyes fell on a Death Eater nearby, finally ready to take as many of them down as possible. Almost all of the civilians escaped by now, the injured and dead lying about as Death Eaters and Ministry fought. The Death Eater only looked at him for a moment before shooting a flare at the ceiling with his wand. A second later every Death Eater dissipated, bringing the battle to a rather abrupt halt, throwing everyone off. Wah! Get back here you bastards! Shouted Tonks, looking about frantically as if hoping that one stayed behind. I'll kill every single one of you. Enough! Snapped someone to her right. Harry didn't need to be able to see who it was to know that Scrimgeour. Tonks, calm down. We need to tend the injured. Get some healers in here. I need 6 or 7 of you who are by the entrance to take guard outside. Harry didn't immediately react as people began to move around. He was still taking in everything with a sort of blank expression. With the room mostly empty he could now see that most of the people who were on the ground were still moving about as opposed to dead like he'd originally feared. His eyes fell back to his dead partner. Come on, you're with us. Harry felt himself being guided towards the front door. He shook his head to clear it, pulling out his flask and emptying it down his throat in one go. There wasn't much left to begin with. The nasty taste seemed to help bring him back to reality. That was bullshit, said one of the hit wizards, clearly angry. This is why I knew the ward plan was rubbish. We should have done more to keep them here. Oh, so you'd rather that we trapped everyone in there with the Death Eaters? Said another. That would have been brilliant. No, it's just I just hate these kinds of situations, the guy continued. So why did you sign up for it then? Asked Harry. The group took a loose position around the entrance, spreading out slightly in a loose semicircle. Because hearing about this stuff after the fact makes me feel useless, he said simply. Isn't that why you're here? You're not even a hit wizard, but you're still here. That means something. Harry just scowled, disgusted with himself. And a guy the first was grouped with got picked off before I could do anything about it. If I was better, his wife might have gotten to eat dinner with him tonight. They were all silent at this. The outside of the building was completely quiet, the only source of sound coming from within. The entire area had a number of muggle-repelling charms around it, much like the Quidditch World Cup, though of course it was only a fraction of the size. The silence was suddenly interrupted by a large portkey of healers. Everyone on guard went for their wands, but stopped when they saw Scrimgeour with them. He must have left earlier. At the exact same time, someone from the inside walked out to meet them. Report, said Scrimgeour. We're down 4 hit wizards, replied the woman immediately. A number of them need healing. All Aurors accounted for an uninjured, including, she paused with a glance for Harry. 30 civilians with injuries, but no deaths. It looks like they were only using lethal spells on the ministry workers. Scrimgeour nodded, motioning for the healers to go ahead of him. As they filed into the building he said, it makes sense. The ministry is their real enemy at the moment. Minister Diggory is also fine. Prisoners. We've got 2 Death Eaters in custody and the body of a third. A raised eyebrow from her superior made her continue. The man who attacked the minister from the center of the crowd. Apparently he was pushed to the ground by the people around him and lost in the commotion after that. He was trampled in the chaos. Take the 2 back to the ministry. Lock them up for now, we'll interrogate them later. Understood. Another group of people apparated in with a series of pops, though from the lack of reaction by Scrimgeour it was expected. You lot, come back inside and get checked over by the healers, he ordered. They'll handle the outside. Sir, A blank look shut the man up instantly and he hurried inside after the others. Harry didn't move for a second, but followed shortly after. Scrimgeour was giving him an unreadable look. What was going on behind those hardened eyes? The moment Harry re-entered the building he walked straight to where Tonks was. The seating was vanished for ease of movement and it was easy enough to pick out the familiar magical signature among the crowd. It didn't take long for her to come into view, sitting against the wall next to a covered body. One of the dead hit wizards. Bastards. He stopped, no more than a few feet from her as her muttered voice reached his ears. The long brown hair she sported today masked her face as she hunched forward, but it did nothing to hide the emotion in her voice. The grief. The pain. King useless ministry. The rage. A hand on his shoulder pulled him back, away from his friend who curled in on herself even further at the sound of multiple people so near. It was one of the healers. If you're aiming to talk to her then you should put it off until later, the man said quietly, motioning to the young woman behind him. It took a physical effort to turn away from Tonks. What was he planning on saying when he got to her anyway? He wasn't Harry Potter today. They weren't supposed to know one another that way. Are you all right? The healer continued, looking Harry over. You don't seem to have any injuries, but that doesn't mean anything. I'm fine, thanks. What a joke. All right. When it came to attacks and atrocities done by the Death Eaters in the past, this was nothing. This was a walk in the park. And he felt like the world was falling apart anyway. How could people deal with this on any sort of a regular basis? There you are. Harry and the healer turned to find themselves face to face with Scrimgeour, neutral looking as ever. Did you need me? Asked Harry. Yes, follow me, said the man, nodding to the healer, who returned to work immediately. It seemed that no matter where the man went, Scrimgeour inspired nothing less than varying levels of anxiety. Once they reached an empty space that didn't have anyone nearby, they stopped. Any injuries, Potter? Nothing physical. No, he replied, his voice level. There were very few who knew exactly who it was under the polyjuice, but this man was definitely one of them. You're not alone in that, boy. Our best fighters can do nothing but bang their heads into the nearest wall. There's nothing worse than not being able to do what you were brought here for. Harry made to say something, but Scrimgeour held up his hand to stop him. What's done is done. The Death Eaters played their cards well today. How can you say that? Harry hissed, only able to keep his voice down as his anger bubbled to the surface. Compliment them. They killed people today. The hard truth of it is that this day was going to happen, Scrimgeour said tonelessly, seemingly not bothered by Harry's aggression. The Ministry needs to win against any and all dark wizards that rise in our country. That means having the support of the people, and in turn, showing them that the Ministry is strong. People were hurt today, but that doesn't mean the message wasn't delivered. It was never a question of whether or not it would come at a cost, merely how big of one. Fortunately, it was as small as we could make it. Besides, he paused, eyes becoming rather cold. My people gave their lives today to protect others. Do you really think I'd ever disrespect them? I know. I'm sorry, Harry apologized, looking down. Scrimgeour's expression lessened in severity to the point where he almost looked apologetic. Almost. Do not take this the wrong way. I don't blame you for Turner's death. That doesn't change the fact that I blame me, Harry responded dully. Turner. That's what it was. I didn't think it would, said the man unconcernedly. However, do not get so caught up in regret that you lose sight of what actually happened. In my line of work, it is often too easy to blame yourself where no blame can realistically be assigned. Don't forget that you weren't the only one in that group, and there was another just 20 feet to your right. Harry paused as Scrimgeour's words sank in. The man was second in command of the DMLE. He was the one who oversaw the entire event and formed the groups. He didn't show it, but was he mentally wishing he'd done things differently? Blaming himself for not making a better plan that got everyone through it alive, instead of just most. Anyway, go home, the man continued. We've got everything taken care of. Wait, I can still help in some way, Harry insisted. And the potion? Harry made to grab the flask but then remembered. It's empty. I've got another 40 minutes at best. All right, I'll head out then. Good. Thank you for your support, said Scrimgeour finally, nodding with approval. There are very, very few people your age that are willing to put their lives on the line for others that they don't even know. Also, he paused, and for the first time gave a small smirk. I'm still very interested in seeing you duel again. We'll be in touch when we might have a more straightforward battle. You will get your justice, Potter. Right, said Harry, a little thrown by that last bit. Well, Dumbledore did say that there were people who wanted to sink their hooks into him. Until then. Scrimgeour nodded once before turning and walking away, leaving Harry to his own thoughts. It was a few hours later that Harry returned to number 4. He'd waited out the Polyjuice in a secluded area before walking around Diagon Alley, listening to the gossip about the attack on the event and thinking about what happened. It was amazing how quickly things spread like that. Of course, the entire thing was broadcast over the Wizarding wireless. In the end, he'd decided that Scrimgeour was right. The situation was the best it could have been, and they were lucky not to have lost more people. He shouldn't blame himself for something like that. Still, it was hard. I'm Ba. Harry was halfway through his greeting when he was caught up in a desperate hug. He was so surprised by it that it took him another full second to realize that it was Narcissa who was holding him, although there was obviously no one else it could be. Another few seconds and he started to decipher the constant run-on sentence that she was speaking. Didn't know what to think when the attack happened over the wireless, and I know that people were able to easily escape, but you didn't come home for hours and I had no way of knowing if you were hurt or not, and I knew that you'd fight them if they attacked, so she cut off and pulled back slightly to take his features in. Are you hurt? It would be like you to run off without getting treatment. No, I'm hang on. What do you mean by that? But Narcissa wasn't even listening, holding his face tenderly. Finally she let out a breath of relief, pulling him back into a very warm hug. Thank Merlin, she muttered. Harry hesitated for a moment before letting out a small breath, his body relaxing. It was actually pretty nice. Being worried over like this. And the hug, he supposed. Another new thing to add to the list that living with the woman started. On instinct, he ducked down the moment she let go of him, allowing her fist to pass through the empty air above him. It wasn't exactly the first time. Are you a bloody idiot? Please, Narcissa. Don't you, please, Narcissa, me, she growled, hand reaching for her wand. You're eventually just going to get yourself killed doing something else stupid and give me a panic attack in the process. Why wait? I thought the whole point was that I'm finally safe. he said in alarm, ducking behind the couch. He expected her to chase him, but after a few seconds of silence he poked his head back up. Narcissa was standing where she'd been earlier, her face in her hands. I'm sorry, I'm a bit of a mess right now. I'm going to head to bed. Harry watched as she walked out of the room and into the hall, the door of the bedroom clicking shut gently behind her. Did I do something? He asked the room at large. She was simply scared, Harry, said Rowena, letting out a small breath. The founders remained silent through the entire encounter, exchanging mixed expressions. Scared you wouldn't be coming back. So were we, for that matter. It was still such an unfamiliar concept to be wrapping his head around. For her to care that much. I know your battles with this Dark Lord and his followers are unavoidable, said Salazar, but try not to leave those who care about you in the dark when it comes down to it. We will worry regardless, but at least one way causes less distress. Yeah. Harry took another look at the closed door before moving to the kitchen, eager for a butterbeer or two. Harry let out a small groan as he sat up fully, staring at his reflection in the mirror on the wall. Was his hair getting longer by a little? It never seemed to change length, regardless of how much time passed. Bazaar didn't even begin to cover it. It was only a few days until he'd be back at the castle and able to see Stella. It went without saying that he missed her heavily, but that wasn't the only thing. The mystery surrounding who and what exactly she was still circled his thoughts, and he'd finally be able to make some progress the moment he got back. That wasn't even mentioning the interest he'd been developing steadily for Helga Hufflepuff. Every time she came up in a conversation with the founders, they reacted so peculiarly. Especially Rowena. Something was up there and he was going to find out what. Pushing himself off the edge of the bed, Harry held out his hand as his shirt zipped over from the nearby chair, allowing him to put it on. The remainder of his clothing followed in a similar way. Wandless manipulation was something of an old hat for him by now. He still had Narcissa holding onto his wand for him except for the rare occasions that he needed it, and being forced to rely on wandless magic when he wanted to do any magic at all really taught him a lot. Casting spells just didn't happen wandlessly. He'd given up trying to do it as it just made him frustrated. He swore he could feel the magic build, but after that it did nothing. That was another thing he was becoming rapidly more familiar with. The feel of his own magic moving through himself. There was really no way to describe it, but he knew what it was. Harry suddenly braced himself against the nearby wall, clenching his teeth in pain as he felt his magic surge. It lasted only for a moment before it was gone though, allowing him to take a few deep breaths to steady himself. That was the second time such a thing happened to him since the incident with the ring. The first happened the day before the minister's induction. Just as quick, just as painful, and just as odd. Normally he wouldn't be bothered by something that could just as easily have been a muscle cramp, but this was magical, and considering what was happening to him lately he was a bit more paranoid than usual. Good morning, Harry. Narcissa smiled at him over her shoulder, poking away at a pan with her wand. He tried to get her to let him take breakfast duty once in a while, but she insisted that she rather enjoyed making it, so he let the matter drop. Morning, he replied, waving a greeting at the founders. Moving beside the woman, Harry looked in the pan and then over at the table where a great deal of food was already laid out. You know, these meals have been getting a bit bigger lately, don't you think? Well, so have you, she replied with a chuckle. I'm pretty sure you've picked up an inch or three. The fact that 2 days ago she went with him to buy a great deal of new clothing definitely supported the latter. It was an exhausting experience. They moved around so much he didn't even have time to be insecure about the whole thing. I blame those potions, said Harry, moving to the fridge. Narcissa just let out a happy sigh, apparently not listening to him. Boys grow up so fast. And I do hope you're reaching for the milk, Harry James Potter. Harry's hand froze a few inches from an ice-cold bottle of butterbeer. Damn. Of course it is, he said, grabbing the milk. What was it with his full name invoking fear? I won't deny though, those potions you've been taking probably did add a little extra, Narcissa continued, bringing the final piece of breakfast to the table and sitting down. You eat better than you used to. It's noticeable to me at least. You should be done with them about now, right? Tomorrow actually, nodded Harry, piling food onto his plate. I just hope I don't have any after effects when I stop taking them. It's not hard to become dependent on things when you take them for a while. I highly doubt that Severus would have given you something addictive, Narcissa said with amusement. They carried out the remainder of the meal in comfortable silence. Narcissa focused her attention on the day's profit while Harry let his mind wander. It was only after they finished and were cleaning up that Narcissa spoke again. So, what are your plans for the day? More animagus practice. You did swear you'd figure it out before school started up and you've only got a few days left. Actually, I did, said Harry with a grin, not at all displeased with the shocked look the woman was giving him. 4 days ago. I just didn't say anything. Well, what are you waiting for? She said impatiently. Let's see it. Another time. I'm on a tight schedule, Harry evaded, darting over to the entranceway and pulling on his shoes. I'll be back later. Lots to do, you know. That boy. Narcissa sighed, watching him go. I'll bet he did something ridiculous again. He's never been one to lie though, said Salazar with a contemplative frown. Perhaps he's embarrassed, suggested Rowena. They were all silent for a moment, then. Bet's on his animal, posed Godric, making the other three grin. Harry, I'm going to give you advice that I think you should really take. When a girl invites you over to her house, you don't go directly to the hammock in her backyard before anything else. At least tell me I look nice today. Hermione, you look nice every day. Besides, you didn't invite me over because you wanted to see me, you just want me to do magic for you, Harry accused, his eyes still focused on the high branches of the tree the hammock was attached to. It was a beautiful day. That's not true, she defended, standing next to him with her arms crossed. I haven't seen you all summer. Speaking of, she looked him up and down, much the way she when she first saw him. Mind telling me why you've grown more than Ron usually does? It's not that much, Hermione, Harry said, shaking his head. I'm sure Ron is 6 feet tall by now though. Well, no, I suppose not, but you do look a little different. It suits you. Right back at you, he responded with a grin. Hermione didn't get much taller, but she'd definitely grown in other areas. She was almost a year older than him after all, so it made sense that she was a bit more developed than her classmates. Of course there were exceptions to the rule like Susan Bones and Millicent Bulstrode. Hermione's mouth curved into a small smile. Scoot over a bit. Harry barely had time to react before Hermione deposited herself in the hammock next to him, nearly causing them both to fall to the ground. Of course, as anyone with any experience being in hammocks would know, the moment that Harry put his arm out to push himself over, it put too much weight in the middle of the hammock, causing Hermione to topple directly onto him due to her loss of balance. There was no way that was remotely an accident. You know, if you wanted to be on top of me, then you just should have said so, muttered Harry, shifting slightly into a more comfortable position. I'm sorry, lately I've been more inclined to do pretty stupid things because it's thrilling, she apologized. Mum keeps telling me that's one of the best parts about being a teen. Where are your parents anyway? About as far away as I could get them to be, she replied. They're out for the day. Are you trying to seduce me? Am I? Definitely not, he said resolutely. They were silent for a moment before Hermione let out a large sigh. This is stupid. What? Harry was rather confused. We're lying here in a semi-hormone-induced high that isn't going to amount to anything for either of us. I am not in a semi-hormone-induced high, said Harry with all the dignity he could muster. Harry, I'm basically sitting on your lap, the girl countered flatly. I'm in a skirt. You're definitely paying attention. Oh, now you're paying even more attention. Would you stop that? Shot the boy, blushing. Anyway, we both know nothing is going to happen between us, so why are we both letting it happen? Hermione continued, ever the analyst. It's comfortable, he answered lamely. Isn't it though? I'd honestly be terrified if it were anyone else under me. Really, the trust between the two was something not so easily explained in words. Harry didn't respond, looking around for something to distract himself with. With a small beckoning motion of his hand, he pulled a number of leaves from the branches above them, capturing them in his magical control when they were only a meter or so above them. He felt Hermione tense slightly above him as they began to move in random patterns above their heads, clearly defying the laws of gravity. Harry, are you doing that? She asked after a second. How long? A while. Hermione paused before speaking. You really are incredible, you know that. It just took practice. I practice all the time, he replied. The girl sat up, moving slowly until she was now facing him. It was actually pretty impressive that she was barely shaking from her higher center of gravity. She had good balance. You're also ridiculous, she said flatly, lowering herself slightly. Hey, you're the girl willingly straddling the boy, he countered. Maybe she was right about it just being different because it was them and not anyone else. Yes, she said absently, not even focusing on it anymore. Harry just grinned at her distraction. I didn't realize you were working so much beyond regular dueling. Is that what you're practicing it for? You mean in case I lose my wand? He asked. No, this is more just personal study. Wandless magic is really interesting, especially with the number of people that can use it to varying degrees and choose not to. But why is that? She asked, curious. Because it's pretty useless to most people, he explained. Nothing better than a parlor trick. Wand magic has always been stronger, easier, and more useful in general. You can't even cast spells wandlessly, they just kind of build up and fizzle out in your body. Harmless but totally confusing. The only thing that seems to work is instantaneous spells. I see. Now Hermione was sitting up, completely lost in thought. Not wanting to interrupt her, Harry merely directed the leaves to circle around her middle. And you said you can't cast them. Stupefy. Ouch. Don't try to use magic in my backyard, the leaves are enough, she scolded. Anyway, casting spells isn't the only way to get magical effects. Runes are a good example. Have you ever tried, I dunno, touching something while trying to cast one of those spells? Seeing Harry's blank look, she continued, I mean, the wand doesn't make the magic, we do. So it must work some way without a wand. But she got no further as she suddenly collapsed forwards, unconscious, Harry's hand resting on her thigh. The sudden fall completely threw off the balance they'd been maintaining and both were unceremoniously dumped on the grass below. Cursing, Harry immediately put a hand on her shoulder, shaking her lightly with the hope he didn't stun her too badly. Fortunately, the wandless spell looked to have been very weak, as not a moment later Hermione groaned, her eyes fluttering open. Harry, what happened? Why are we on the ground? Harry was barely paying attention anymore. Hermione was fine and he'd gotten an answer to his problem. And what an obnoxiously simple answer it was. How didn't he test it all this time? He was so happy he could key her. Hermione, you're brilliant. I just focused and touched your leg. There was just this feeling, and he trailed off. What? Hermione was giving him a rather stunned look, fingertips to her lips. You just. Harry blinked, touching his own lips for a second. Oh, damn it. You have no idea how awkward it was. Serious. Harry groaned, chin resting on his crossed arms. The kitchen table at 12 Grimmauld Place was as sympathetic as it ever was. Especially after that whole time on the hammock. We were just fooling around, it wasn't anything serious. No idea you really think I don't remember what it was like to be a teen? Said his godfather, highly amused by the whole conversation. You know I used to be down on myself about not being able to help you out like your dad would have. Well, I'm more than pleased to say that James would have been the absolute worst person to go to for girl advice. He really only ever thought about one. I juggled like I belonged to a circus. Considering that you are currently single, that is so not what I need to hear, quipped the Gryffindor. Hey, I was in Azkaban, so that doesn't count at all. Excuses. So what are you going to do about it? Harry just sighed. Nothing. I don't know. Just don't avoid her, Sirius warned him. Sirius, she's the closest friend I have, said Harry with a sigh. I wouldn't lose that for anything. Well, at least you understand that much, said the man, patting Harry on the back. Did you stay much longer after it happened or did you run as fast as possible? Stayed until dinner. I promised her I'd spend the day with her, he shrugged, ignoring Sirius' raised eyebrows. Nothing happened. Relax, you mutt. All right, I'll stop, chuckled Sirius, holding up his hands in surrender. Anyway, you said you wanted a favor. Yeah, he broke off as his main purpose came back to mind. This wasn't going to be easy, but tomorrow was the 31st. He was out of time. I need you to make me a portkey somewhere. Cold. That was the first thing he noticed when he gained his bearings. Portkey travel was still the most disorienting of them all for him. He pulled his wand and cast a warming charm without hesitation. Doubtful that it would do much in the long run. After all, he was at a place that probably was referenced in the definition of the word cold. Dark and choppy ocean all around, rocks that jutted at odd angles, and commanding the view above all, a tall dark building made of stone. Azkaban prison. It took a lot of lying on Harry's part to convince Sirius to make him the portkey and keep it on the down low. His primary argument was that he needed to be able to go there if ever there was an emergency that needed people to fight, such as another breakout. That aside, he'd always been interested in the place ever since he'd found out that Sirius existed in the first place. This wasn't a lie, but it was poor support overall for his case. Sirius held nothing but hatred for the place of his incarceration. So all things considered, he probably didn't want to send his godson there as a visitor. But Harry simply didn't take no for an answer, and eventually the man gave in. It wasn't like Harry was going to get inside. He could also protect himself and said he would leave straight away. Of course, this wasn't the case. For months now, Harry wanted to have a certain conversation that seemed impossible, but now for some reason he actually thought he might have a chance. It really all depended on how this went. He was currently at the docks of the island. Azkaban and the majority of the ground around it was completely covered in very strong wards. Any inbound transportation was redirected to the docks where it could be addressed. It wasn't like people could just come and go whenever they wanted. It was a prison, not a museum. The fact that there were more than 10 people visibly on guard at the front, despite the fact that there was no actual way off the island, spoke to that. Of course, he was invisible, so that didn't really matter much to him. Ignoring the handful of small buildings nearby and wizards on guard, Harry moved silently towards the monolithic building before him. It was easily as tall as a building in the heart of London, and who knew how far underground it went. The rare times that Sirius ever recounted the place to him only told him so much about what went on within. Fortunately, it was the best kind of information he could have asked for overall. To begin with, unless things significantly changed in the past few years, there were always very few guards in the building. No one wanted to be near the Dementors, and they were only just tolerated. Not like the things minded. The entire prison was like a buffet. They would deliver meals that the prison guards prepared each day and take away any positive feelings the prisoners managed to pull together beforehand. Day in, day out. As far as the witches and wizards who stood guard, they mainly stayed on the upper floors. Apparently, the further down you went, the worse of a criminal the ministry considered you. Sirius was on one of the lowest floors, and so would Voldemort's inner circle. Harry didn't have to wait long before the front doors were opened for one reason or another. He slipped in undetected, feeling untouchable under his father's cloak. However, this was the easy part. It was the Dementors that would pose a problem. He could already feel the effect they had on the area. A cold wanting to penetrate his body down to the core. He wanted to avoid fighting them as much as possible, lest he attract unwanted attention. Perhaps this would be the true test of the third of the Deathly Hallows. Are we all set? Yeah, food's been delivered, same as always. Kin, hate this place. Harry moved to the side as two guards passed him, heading for the entrance with purpose. The inside of the building resembled Hogwarts in a way. Old stone passageways and torches. Of course, this place was dark, dingy, and overall creepy. No paintings on the walls, just blank stone and the occasional criss-cross barred window. It didn't take long to find the stairs leading downwards. His heart nearly jumped out of his chest the moment he saw the first Dementor. Fortunately, he planned ahead and silenced every part of his body that could be. They were truly terrifying creatures to be around. Only his prior experience being around them made him able to do this. The thing was moving away from him, unaware of his presence. Taking this as a positive sign, Harry pulled out his wand again and laid it flat on his palm. The point me spell was an interesting and useful one. It gave a person a general direction for what they wanted in general, but became much more useful when used to find something or someone a person had a connection to. Right now Harry was looking for Lucius Malfoy, the one out of the group he'd interacted with the most, and his wand was telling him to go down. It was another 4 floors down, half a dozen Dementors, and a handful of hallways later that Harry finally arrived at his destination. There they were, each sitting in a cell in relative silence. One was sobbing quietly. Another was drawing on the back wall with something. A rock maybe. Harry supposed the guards really didn't care if one of the prisoners hurt themselves. Less prisoners would be less of a hassle after all. A tap of his wand cancelled the silencing charms and he pulled the cloak off of his body, finally able to stand up normally as the jaw of a man who just realized a person materialized out of nothing before him dropped. Good evening, Lucius Malfoy. Potter. Malfoy's voice, rough from misuse, was loud despite being a harsh whisper. At this every one of the Death Eaters was at their cell doors, looking out at the teen who appeared from nowhere. The one and only, he said with a small bow. I'm here to break you all out. What? Harry only held on for a few seconds before bursting out in laughter, cutting off all the cries of shock. That was too good to pass up. I think I'll use that one for a Patronus. He waved his wand to the side, producing the brilliant white stag which moved a bit down the hall, keeping guard. Ever since he'd revealed himself the feeling of Dementors began growing. Now it was just a matter of whether or not they'd get the wizards outside or just come straight to him in the hope of a free meal. Probably the latter. I don't know how you got here, Potter, but see yourself out, spat Malfoy, moving back to the far wall of his cell and sitting down. Harry just moved up the bars with a smile. You have no idea how nice it is to see you in there. After everything you've ever done to me and my friends. How's the food? I see my sleeper wasn't able to kill you, the man continued, ignoring Harry's words. No doubt I'd have heard about a success, even in here, but one can always hope. Harry looked at him in confusion before understanding hit him. Ah, so you're the one who imperioused Umbridge. She's upstairs somewhere I'd imagine. I can only imagine how you became so good at using that spell. Malfoy just smiled. By using it on as many people as I wanted to make them do things they normally wouldn't, Potter. Clearly being in the prison was taking its toll on the man. Already he was speaking differently than the other times Harry experienced. Gone was the controlled but dignified arrogance and superiority. He seemed more ready to say what was on his mind than to think things through. You're sick, Harry spat at the implication. Fortunately I didn't come here to chat with you. Lestrange, where are you? What do you want with me? Harry turned around to the cell directly behind him. Rodolphus Lestrange was also sitting against the back wall of his cell, though he seemed much more at home than Malfoy likely ever would. Like it was just another day to be in one of these cells, surrounded by soul-beeping monsters. Then again, he'd spent nearly all of the last 15 years here, so maybe that wasn't so off. Harry moved close to the bars before pulling his wand and giving it a small twist. He did not want this overheard by the others. I want to know about Bellatrix. My wife. He repeated. If anything, he likely expected information on Voldemort. An obvious conclusion, but wrong in the end. He knew more about Voldemort than any Death Eater ever did. Bellatrix, however, she was a source of considerable interest for him. Why was she so obsessed with Voldemort? How did she get so good at dueling? What was she like when she was younger? He couldn't help but want to know. Besides, considering she was almost as dangerous as her master, he'd take anything that might give him some kind of edge. Ex-wife. Sorry that you had to find out this way, Harry added. Apparently. So she finally ended it, did she? Lestrange was actually laughing. An empty, humorless laugh. Well, I won't deny that's a weight off my mind. Harry just regarded the man in confusion. What do you mean? If you aren't here to feed me, then move along, Potter, the man said dismissively. Harry just narrowed his eyes. He already wasn't in the greatest of moods being where he was, and it wasn't like being surrounded by this lot wasn't helping at all. I'll ask you one more time, he finally said, his voice soft. Will you tell me about Bellatrix? Silence. Fine. I'll take it myself. Rodolphus looked over at Harry quickly, the teen's words sending a shiver through his spine. His eyes met the tip of a wand pointed right at his head. Legilimens. Harry snapped, focusing entirely on the entity that was Bellatrix Black. Immediately Harry was assaulted by an absolute flood of visions. Whatever resistance that the man might have been able to put up was long stripped away by the presence of Dementors. Flashes of memory and feelings hit him like a tidal wave on a small rock, practically unending as they seemed completely capable of drowning him. Image after image after image after image after image after image after image, all of the same woman, more and more and more and more and. Harry gasped in cold air as he suddenly broke off the flood of information. The slight pain in his knees and lower perspective made him aware of the fact that he collapsed against the bars of the cell, sliding to the floor, wand barely held in limp fingers. Rodolphus on the other hand was unconscious on his side. What did you do to him? Lucius demanded behind him, standing at the bars with an intense look on his face. The other Death Eaters who saw what happened were similarly wide-eyed. Don't think it was supposed to happen that way, Harry muttered, still trying to get his bearings as he pushed himself back to his feet. When he realized that there was no reaction from the onlookers, he realized that the small privacy ward he'd erected around the cell and himself was still up. Sound could get in perfectly, but nothing would leave. A twitch of his wand dismantled it. Shut your mouth for a second, Lucius, I'm trying to think. Lucius sneered. Normally his well-groomed appearance helped to give the look more of an imposing feel. The lack of it was easily noticed. You play a dangerous game, Potter. You think that because of who you are you can do whatever you want without consequences. Soon enough you will find that you are woefully wrong. Listening to you talk to me about consequences is disgusting, said Harry, glaring at the man with loathing. Everything you've ever done was to benefit yourself and harm the people you didn't like. Even your own wife. Harry cut himself off, inwardly cursing at the slip. Lucius on the other hand looked even more angry, his eyes narrowed further. And what do you think you know about my wife? He said coldly. Harry grinned. Apparently Narcissa was a sore spot for him. Enough to let you know she recently cut her losses and left that miserable excuse you call a home behind. Congrats, you're a single parent now with a failure as a son. The man just smirked. Do not try to upset me with ridiculous lies, boy. That woman needs me to live. She's too reliant on the home I've provided her with and the money I let her use for entertainment. Not to mention her duties to my son. She doesn't belong to you like some housemaid, Harry shot. What do you care about my worthless wife anyway, Potter? I never imagined you fancied older women. He smiled at Harry's obvious rage at the implication. She was quite something when she was younger, not that you'd know. A woman I originally thought worthy to take the Malfoy name. Sadly I was mistaken, as time only showed. Somehow I find that extremely hard to believe considering that the Malfoy name is worth shit. The Blacks were leagues above anywhere you'd ever be able to get in your lifetime. Lucius scowled in anger before letting a smile find its way back to his face. You say she's cut her losses, yes. That means she's on the run from the Dark Lord, and from your sudden interest I take it you somehow are the one protecting her. Harry's silence was all the confirmation he needed. You seem to have become rather attached. In that case, the moment I get out of this cell I'll make it a priority to remove that woman's head from her shoulders, Potter, if only to see you suffer for it. She wasn't long for this world anyway. The Dark Lord has no place for weaklings like her. Nor do I. Not gonna happen, Harry snarled under his breath. In one swift motion, his wand bent the bars of the cell as if they were tin foil, allowing another jerking motion to throw the man out into the bars of the opposite cell. Another flick of his wand knocked him down the hall a number of meters, skidding to a stop near Harry's Patronus, which was still giving the hall a great deal of light. Then it was gone, and only the torchlight remained. All at once the suffocating feeling of at least a dozen Dementors was upon them all, Rodolphus being the only one spared due to his unconscious state. The torchlight dimmed to practically nothing as the Dementors drew closer. The thin white fog of an incomplete Patronus emerged from Harry's wand, keeping them back, but only just. So this is the true Harry Potter. The teen looked down at Malfoy as he spoke in an amused voice. The quiver from fear subtle but present. A small amount of blood was staining part of his pale blonde hair where he'd struck the metal. You give yourself far too little credit, boy. You are far more like the Dark Lord than I ever imagined. I wonder what people would say if they knew. This isn't about being like him, Harry growled, barely able to keep his own voice from quivering from rage. And it's not about what other people think. I'm not going to let you escape this place only to hurt and kill more people. People I care about. It was amazing how little the Dementors were affecting him at the moment. Similarly, the Dementors didn't seem to be interested in him at all. Perhaps the ones who were so often used as guards knew who was a prisoner and who wasn't. Care about. You really are sleeping with my wife, aren't you? Go to hell. And with that, Harry let the fog drop. The Dementors surged into a clump on top of Lucius like a pack of starved animals. His scream of fury and terror was short-lived. Harry forced himself to not look away. His heart was beating so fast it was a wonder no one else could hear it. A few seconds later the group of Dementors parted, allowing him to see the one that won the small fight for the Death Eater's soul. They were all watching him silently, as if deciding whether or not they should continue with him. Do it and I'll kill every single one of you, Harry said coldly, raising his wand slightly. He'd never heard of a Dementor being killed, but that didn't mean it couldn't be done. The image of his Patronus skewering them all on its antlers was a tempting one to begin with. He hated the foul creatures with a passion. They hesitated for a moment before turning slowly and gliding away, leaving their victim behind on the ground. Harry could see him breathing, but beyond that the man wasn't doing much of anything, simply staring blankly at the ceiling. A look that he saw once before, on Barty Crouch Jr.'s face. Unable to keep watching, Harry turned away, looking at the remaining Death Eaters. They were all looking at him with nothing less than horrified shock. Well, not that he blamed them much. Just because they all likely killed multiple people didn't mean that they were prepared to see their master's greatest enemy, the apparent hero of the light, murder someone. Murderer. Harry let out a shaky breath, turning his back on the still incarcerated men. He needed to get out of this forsaken place. I went to Azkaban today. Narcissa looked at Harry curiously as she joined him at the table. She just came from the kitchen, preparing dinner for when he returned from wherever he went. It was the last night of the summer, so she did her best to make both of their favorites. Harry was silent since returning, washing up for the meal and sitting at the table with barely a word. Whatever for? She asked, sitting down and blowing on her tea. It is an unpleasant place even when you're just looking at it from the perimeter of the wards. I wanted information. On Bellatrix, he added for clarification. The only person I could get it from was in Azkaban, so I went there. My sister. Now Narcissa was even more thrown off. How did you even get there? The location isn't exactly public knowledge. I got Sirius to make me a portkey. He didn't like it, but he did it anyway. That, the woman cut off, clearly not agreeing with Sirius' decision. So you went there to talk to Rodolphus. But they would have never let you in, she broke off, taking a second to really study the boy before her. Harry, what did you do? She said slowly, looking apprehensive. I killed your ex-husband. The room was struck with a deafening silence. Both Narcissa and the founders didn't seem to be breathing, the witch with her hand halfway to her tea. Even the clock that was hanging on the nearby wall seemed to stop making sound. As if time itself was frozen at the Gryffindor's words. Not directly, Harry continued, still looking away from her eyes. It was I asked Rodolphus about Bellatrix, then I ended up getting into it with Lucius about you. Harry broke off, his teeth clenched tightly. He said things and then threatened to kill you when he eventually escaped. I had to do something. He was too capable, I couldn't take the chance. It's only a matter of time before Voldemort breaks them all out too. It felt good to be angry at the Malfoy head again. It pushed away the feeling of disgust he'd been left with after escaping the prison. The sensation of being dirty in a way he couldn't wash away. He'd returned to his home with nothing but self-loathing for what he'd done. Murderer. You cursed him. Narcissa's voice was so soft Harry almost didn't hear her. He shook his head. I let the Dementors have him. If anything, Narcissa's expression became even more horrified. Harry still wasn't looking at her. He simply couldn't. If he hated himself so much for doing such a thing, he could only imagine what she felt for him now. But he couldn't keep it from her and he couldn't lie to her. He just wanted to try to explain something he barely understood to begin with. How he got to a point where he was willing no, where he literally killed someone to keep her safe. Did he do the right thing? No. Did the bastard deserve it after everything he ever did, not just to Narcissa, but other Muggles, and Muggle-born families? Not to mention his own friends. Absolutely. After a long stretch of silence, Harry eventually allowed himself to look up only to find that Narcissa's seat was empty. He nearly jumped as she appeared to his right, placing a plate of food in front of him. "Dinner's ready, Harry," she said softly, placing hers down as well. He made to say something but was brought up short when arms encircled him from behind. "Stop. It's all right. Thank you for telling me. I killed someone that you've been married to for years," he said hoarsely. "Despite all the bad he's done in his life, he couldn't fight back in that cell and I ended his life. How can you not be mad at me? Hate me even?" She withdrew after another few seconds and returned to her seat across from him, frowning at her plate. "Harry, what you just told me, there is more going on in my mind than you can possibly imagine right now, and later I will probably cry for a long time, but I won't deny that I'm feeling some relief at the same time." She shook her head. "Still, that isn't important right now." Silence stretched on again before she spoke once more. "You aren't a bad person, Harry. Quote, Harry, would a person who has no morals or heart take in the mother of a boy who has done his best to make your life hell at school? Would a bad person take in the wife of a Death Eater who has done his best to see you dead? To give up his home to a complete stranger? We're not really strangers anymore," he muttered, as if that was a proper response. "Harry, you asked me for help and you needed it," he said shortly. "How could I possibly say no? No one deserves to suffer." He paused for a moment before adding, "Almost no one. So then stop putting yourself on the same level as them." She didn't elaborate on who they were. It pretty much went without saying. Your actions were still driven by the want to keep someone me safe. It matters. No, it doesn't, he argued, unwilling to allow himself to be forgiven so easily. He wasn't even sure if he was being forgiven, but it sure sounded that way. Killing is killing. It's because of what it is that the motives do matter. Are you saying that if he threatened someone other than me, you wouldn't have done the same? She asked, frowning. I doubt it, he admitted. At the look she was giving him, he continued. You don't understand, I've never done this before. This, he said, motioning at themselves, when he saw her brow furrow a bit. Having meals with someone who asks how my day went. What did I do? Who did I see? Did I have a good time? Teasing me about girls. How's my schoolwork going? Do I need any help? I read an interesting book today. Something funny happened while you were gone. I found a new recipe we should try. We need to get more eggs. Let's go for a walk. You'd look good wearing that. Telling me I shouldn't cause trouble. Angry at me when I get into it. Worried when I get hurt. To be careful when I go out. Waiting up when I'm late. Welcome home when I get back. He took a deep breath. It all spilled out uncontrollably. I mean, it's kind of silly, because you're going to leave once it's safe enough. Voldemort won't be around forever. But while you're here Harry let out a long breath. I'm sorry, I don't really know what I'm trying to say. Narcissa lowered her head so that he couldn't really see her face anymore, her bangs hanging down over her eyes. You really don't know how to hold back, do you? Came the almost inaudible voice. What do you mean? He asked in confusion. But she didn't elaborate, instead shaking her head. You got something wrong in all that. I'm not leaving. Wait, what? He said quickly. So surprised he was that everything he'd been thinking about since he got home left his mind completely. I'm staying, she repeated, smiling at him for the first time since they'd originally sat down. Even if it's safe, I don't want to go. I like it here. That is unless you. No, Harry said quickly in alarm. It's totally all right. You can stay as long as you want. That's good. Now, she motioned to the food. Let's forget about everything and just eat. I think we'll both be in a better place after we've had our fill. Yeah, thanks for cooking. You're welcome. Narcissa sat on the couch in silence. She'd barely slept at all the previous night, mind filled with memories of her ex-husband and her son. There was nothing but regret there, and it was all gone. Draco was now a willing pawn of the Dark Lords, and Lucius suffered a fate worse than death. Even with the sizable list of things that she could come up with against him, no person deserved having their soul destroyed. But what was done was done. "You're doing it again," came a soft voice above her. Narcissa looked up at the portrait of Rowena Ravenclaw. She was the only one of the three that was awake at this hour. It was just past 7. Harry's alarm would be going off around 8:30 for him to begin to get ready for the day. He was already packed for school, so it would hopefully be a stress-free morning. "I can't help it," Narcissa replied, equally soft. Her voice, however, was laced with sadness. "I've already failed as a mother once, and I just said I would stay, as if that was all it took. Who says I won't fail again? Narcissa. I gave up on my own child," she continued, cutting through the founder's words. "I couldn't take it anymore and I gave up." "What kind of mother is that?" Rowena just frowned. "You know that isn't true," she said in a reassuring voice. "And you shouldn't speak such things about yourself. It is clear that you are being overly critical. But if I worked harder, done things differently, they'd probably be the same." Both women turned to find Harry standing at the entrance to the small hallway, leaning on the wall. Narcissa looked highly uncomfortable. How long was he standing there? "Harry, Rowena's right. I'm sure you did your best," he said. "I haven't known you for that long, but I can tell you would never let something go because it was difficult. And yet I did," she practically shouted, causing the other two founders to start awake. Harry was silent for a moment before speaking, his tone steady. "Tell me, Narcissa, would you consider me a worthless child? A meaningless individual? Someone who didn't deserve to live?" "Wah, of course not," she answered immediately, shocked at the questions. "And yet, despite my best efforts, my relatives never saw me as anything else," he continued. "The majority of the 10 years I spent trapped in that house, I was desperate for my aunt and uncle to care about me. To give me even the smallest shred of affection. I did anything at all to make that dream a reality, and all I learned from it was that I was a failure. I wasn't even worth the hole they let me sleep in until I was almost 11. Not fit to be loved. Not fit to exist. Just to stare out through that grate at a wall of memories I'd never be a part of. Finally I gave up. You've seen how I interact with them now. I guess then you'd call me a failure of a child, am I right?" Unable to prevent a few tears from falling, Narcissa shook her head violently from side to side. "Of course I wouldn't. Then I can't see how you're a failure as a mother," Harry finished with a shrug. Narcissa huffed in frustration, wiping her eyes quickly. "It's completely different." "Is it really though?" Harry asked. "I always thought that the reason things never worked out was because of me. I was told that too. Constantly. But one day I considered the idea that it was them and not me. I still have no way of knowing, and I can't just shake 10 years of being told that I'm worthless, but I like that idea and I'm sticking with it. Anything to help me live better." He let out a small breath. "Lucius ruined a good chunk of your life. That doesn't make it your fault. You're just going to make yourself miserable like this. I know you've been doing it to yourself since you got here." Narcissa just looked at her hands in silence. "So you shouldn't be so hard on yourself. Besides," Harry paused and looked away. "I think you're doing a good job around me." He turned and made his way back to the makeshift bedroom he'd been using all summer, located in the closet. His final words lost their volume and ended in a mumble. Occasionally he found himself thinking that he was disrespecting his mother's memory. But if she was anything like he was told, then she'd understand or maybe even support him. At least he hoped so. Narcissa just stared after him, wide-eyed and silent. "How could you possibly say no to that?" mused Rowena, also watching where Harry disappeared. Narcissa just shook her head, unable to keep a small smile off her face. "Where are you going? It's your turn to cook. And I want carrots." Harry just let his head thud into the door he'd been about to open. Harry stumbled slightly as he exited the door of the dorm, clutching at his chest with a grimace of discomfort. It was a meaningless gesture in the end. It wasn't physical pain. It was something far deeper. Snape's sleeping potions helped keep him relatively stable during his sleeping hours of the summer, but just one night off of them and the difference was noticeable. It looked like he'd need to bring it up with Dumbledore sooner than he hoped. It wasn't like he was too worried about the condition while he was back at school. Stella would more than make sure he was bled dry of magic by the end of each day. However, it wasn't as if this fixed anything. Merely a bandage to his wound. You all right, mate? Ron finally emerged from the room behind him. Why yeah, I'm fine. Let's get some breakfast, he responded quickly, moving to the spiral steps. He scolded himself for being so morbid first thing in the morning. Students at Hogwarts used magic almost as often as breathing. The idea that he'd get anywhere near what happened during the summer was rather silly. He would be fine. Any guess about our classes for today? Asked Ron, taking up an easy stride behind him. A late start on a class day was never something to spur Ronald Weasley into action, that was for sure. I'd put a galleon on defense. Why's that? Chuckled Harry, raising his eyebrows at the note of absolute confidence in the ginger's voice. Snape's teaching it, why else? He replied with a shrug. The portrait swung shut behind them and they headed off to the grand staircase. You know, I'd even bet he's our first or second class. Don't even think I need to go as far as the snakes being there, that's just a given at this point. It's not going to be that bad, Ron. Snape's just kind of evil and enjoys students suffering. Considering our past defense professors, I'd say that's par for the course. Besides, Snape actually knows stuff. I swear sometimes I really do think your brains got scrambled during those remedial potions classes. He's still a right git. Yeah, absolutely no one in Gryffindor could understand why Harry was suddenly so tolerant of the ex-potions professor. Not that it mattered. So tell me, Quidditch captain, any plans for the new season? The team took a pretty big hit. I've been coming up with plays since I got the badge, said Ron with a nod, absently rubbing it with his sleeve. We'll take everyone by surprise. At the end of the previous school year, Harry was pulled aside by Professor McGonagall and, following a small speech, offered him the team captaincy. She told him that she knew that he would be responsible about it, and given the 3 remaining members of the team, he had the best leadership skills. Katie was a great chaser, but she made it clear from the beginning that she wouldn't ever take the position. Unfortunately for the woman, he declined without hesitation. That really only left one option, and it was one that McGonagall didn't seem too thrilled about. Harry, however, ended up convincing her that giving Ron a certain measure of responsibility would help him in the long run, and still be good for the team. He knew she wanted to keep winning, after all. With that, the figurative bullet was dodged. All the work that came with leading the team was something he simply did not have the time for. And now, after 2 years of playing very little Quidditch, not much interest in either. He was still debating whether or not to play. He could fly whenever he wanted to. Then again, he wasn't exactly too eager to have to deal with the backlash of actually not playing. We'll probably have tryouts at the end of the week, Ron was saying. I'll book the pitch as soon as I can too. Don't need the snakes getting all the good times. That's for sure, Harry agreed. They arrived in the Great Hall a few minutes later, discussing the potential candidates for different positions on the team. Hermione, as they'd both suspected, was already sitting at the table with space on either side of her. Morning, Hermione, they said, slightly offbeat as they slid into their seats. Ron immediately piled his plate high with food while Harry did the same, albeit at a more refined pace. Good morning, you two, she replied, sipping her tea. Did you sleep well? Harry let out a small breath, eyes fixed on the girl's brown curls. Her words seemed slightly hesitant, as if she were going over them numerous times in her head before speaking them. They'd kept interaction on the train to a minimum as well, if unintentionally, with barely a word between them. No doubt she too was still thinking about that day at the end of the summer. In the end, they were both eager to put the event behind them. While it was a testament to their friendship, in fact, they'd probably come out of it closer than they'd ever been before, it still didn't erase that lingering bit of awkwardness between them. Harry gave her a small smile and began to work on his meal while Ron asked the girl about their schedules around a mouthful of eggs. They were rather late getting down, after all. One withering glare and reprimand later and it was business as usual between them all. I've got them right here, Hermione said, pointing to the small stack of parchment that contained her own as well. Professor McGonagall left them with me a few minutes ago. Do we have Snape this morning? Harry asked at once. Yes, second period, Hermione confirmed, tapping the second box under the Monday column. It read, Defense Against the Dark Arts in McGonagall's impeccable handwriting. You owe me a galleon, mate, Ron chirped happily from the girl's other side. No, I don't. You get, we never made the bet, Harry shot back, scanning over the remainder of the day. They had double potions right after lunch and a free period after that as the block was taken up by divination. The period directly after defense was also free, as it was a Muggle studies class. Look at all this spare time, Ron said gleefully. We've got between 2 and 3 free periods a day. Pity you're still taking all those classes, Hermione. I doubt that you'll be as free as you think, Hermione said easily. Just because we don't have any important exams at the end of the year doesn't mean we won't be getting a lot of work. We're NEWT students now. We'll be doing advanced material that would be standard for anything we'd use it for beyond Hogwarts. We're talking the real deal now, and that is going to take a lot of work. Having finished her tea, Hermione neatly extricated herself from the two boys and grabbed her bag from under her seat where she'd stowed it. I'm off to Runes. See you later. They watched her walk off in silence before Ron finally spoke up. I don't know how, but she makes being smart look really hot. I don't even know where to begin on that statement, Harry said. Shaking his head, he turned to his friend. And for the record, she'd kill you before you even got close. To Harry's surprise, Ron laughed. No kidding, he said. She can be right scary when she needs to be. Wait, but I thought. Well, I did, Ron continued in some embarrassment, but I've moved on from it. Plenty of fish in the sea, you know. Harry's eyebrows raised slightly at the statement. Ron just glanced past his shoulder, looking at a group of girls sitting a little further down the table. All at once Harry was grinning, leaning in conspiratorially. You've been up to something, haven't you? While Ron's expression remained level enough, his ears were beginning to turn a telltale red. No, he cut off for a second before leaning in a bit as well. Promise not to tell Hermione. Course I won't, come on then. I made out with Lavender a couple of times at the end of last year. He smiled a bit at the memory. About time, mate, said Harry, punching him lightly in the shoulder. Ron just gave him an accusing look. You make it sound like I'm way behind you. Who've you been snogging, then? Harry just laughed. Fair enough. Come on, let's go do a little flying. I've been away from my broom for too long. Harry blinked as they entered the defense classroom. It was wildly different from any of his previous years. While the distinctly darker than normal atmosphere permeated the room, the most obvious difference was that the room was about 3 times as big as it was previously. It was still shaped more or less for lectures, however, the number of available seats was at least double what he was normally used to. There were 5 rows of 4 seats on each side of the main path to the base of the room. The bottom of the room where the teacher's desk normally sat was a large open area that reminded him instantly of a dueling space. The spiral staircase that connected the room to the defense professor's office was tucked away in the corner, and there, standing on the landing was Snape himself, observing the class as it entered. Move along, Potter, you're blocking the door, came a growl from behind him. Harry just stepped to the side to let Malfoy through, who was flanked by the rest of his Slytherin cronies, Crabbe, Goyle, and not among them. There sure are a lot of seats in here, said Hermione, looking around as they took chairs near the center. They'd found her waiting for them at the entrance of the classroom, reviewing her notes from the previous class. Looks like all the houses are combined, said Ron, nodding to a group of Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws that were now entering. I'd expected it, but still, this is a NEWT course. I wonder why the class is so large. The 3 settled into silence as every seat was filled. Harry glanced around at the artwork that decorated the walls. Every single painting was of something truly dreadful. There was even a picture of someone who was clearly being held under the Cruciatus curse. He couldn't help but shudder at the thought of being perpetually held under the curse forever, trapped in a painting. Once the final seat was filled, the door closed with a snap and Snape made his way down the staircase, coming to stand before them all. "Welcome," he began, his voice quiet, though easily carrying through the room. It might be a different subject, but that meant nothing to defense against the dark arts. "I will tell you now that your experiences in previous," he sneered, "incarnations of this subject have been wholly worthless. Until today you have never been properly taught in this classroom. However," he paused and gazed around the room evenly, "in what seems to have been an act of God, a number of you have received outstandings on UOWLs." Harry could tell that the members of the DA were feeling quite pleased with themselves. Not all of them got such high scores, but with the non-stop begging he had about continuing the DA from its old members during the train ride, he doubted a single one of them got below an E. The remainder of you have scraped somewhere between an poor and acceptable, with the occasional exceeds expectation. While I would normally not wish to take anything lower than exceeds in this particular subject, the headmaster is well aware of your disadvantage and has asked me to allow an exception this time, hence why you are all here." A number of the students seemed unsure of whether or not this was a good or a bad thing. Considering what they were likely in for, Harry figured it could probably go either way. "Now, regardless of your previous education, I expect a high level of work from all of you. No less than I would if I were still your potions professor. In this class we will be covering the advanced coursework of the NEWT curriculum. If you need to review old material, it will be on your own time. No doubt before long many of you will be wishing you were still taking your OWLs again instead. I know I do already." A good number of the class shuddered. Now, the dark arts are many, ever-changing, and unyielding. They have always been and will never disappear. Would anyone care to guess why? "Maybe because they're evil," said Seamus impulsively. How very like a Gryffindor to speak of a thing such as evil. Snape's voice was as unimpressed as ever. "A point from Gryffindor for your brainless remark. Tell me, Finnegan, do you find your wand to be evil?" "No, Professor," he said quickly, clearly regretting his earlier response. It was less the lost point than Snape's unwavering attention. "And why is that?" Because it's a wand," he half-asked. "Very true. And if I were to take your wand and bring a blissful end to this conversation we are having, would you then consider it evil?" Snape continued. "Well, no, but. So I ask again." Seamus cut off as Snape moved close. "Why is it foolish to consider a wand evil?" Silence permeated the class. Even the Slytherins had no interest in getting themselves run over by the professor. "The reason is because it is a tool. Wands and the spells they cast are no more than tools to the witches and wizards who wield them. The dark arts are overwhelmingly composed of means to harm and control others. The reason they will always exist is because we do. Humanity will never cease to harm itself, and so the dark arts are eternal." He paused to let this sink in. "Therefore, to counter them, we must be as flexible and inventive as the arts themselves. To be rigid is to break, and make no mistake." His eyes swept across them all, cold as ever. "You will break." Harry couldn't help but grin a little. "Now, before we begin, you will be splitting up into groups of 4. These groups will last through the entire year, so do try not to aggravate one another too much. Each group has already been made, so those of you hoping to be with your friends can keep that silly little wish goodbye. You'll note that there are 10 total rows of 4 seats each. It doesn't matter where you sit specifically, however each row is for a single group. You may all come down now to find your group." Snape moved to the center of the room and waved his wand at the board at the back of the room, which was suddenly filled with lists of their names. The room was instantly filled with the sound of scraping chairs and shuffling feet as everyone moved down to break into their groups. Harry decided to hang back, letting the rest of the group surge ahead as he leaned on a first-row table. He held back a grin as many in the group began to groan in almost physical pain. If this was truly random, then he might have cared, but honestly, this was Snape they were talking about here. No matter how much better he and the man tolerated each other these days, it still didn't change Snape's almost supernatural skill of making things as unbearable for his students as possible. "Harry, you're in my group," came a soft female voice, pulling him out of his reverie. He looked up and saw light skin and a good amount of wavy brown hair framing a small face with equally brown eyes. Her Hufflepuff tie was crooked, making him grin slightly. Evelyn's sister. Right, he said at once, tapping his own tie and nodding at her. She blinked and glanced down at her tie, straightening it at once. Aw, thanks. Yeah, I'm Megan Jones, said Megan, shaking his hand lightly. They'd never really talked before this. Eve talks a lot about you. Harry raised his eyebrows at this, crossing his arms. She does she? He said interestedly. Evelyn was the quietest of the 5 Gryffindor girls of his year. It was often easy to forget she was about, what with the heavy contrast that Parvati, Lavender, and even Hermione provided. Oh, I don't mean like that, she said quickly. Well, not really. She likes her house a bunch. Relax, I'm not going to bite you, or her for that matter. He laughed at her discomfort. If it bothered me whenever people talked about me, I'd have gone mad the first day I stepped into this castle. So who else is in our group? I am, said Lisa Turpin, moving over to join them from the crowd. Apparently he had the right idea, staying put and out of the way, as Snape looked like the group was giving him a headache. Harry looked at Lisa, another girl that he rarely interacted with apart from a couple of nods or a random question. She was a lot like Hermione in that she almost radiated studio useness. It was no wonder that she was always second in the year, just behind his friend. Good summer, Lisa? Asked Harry, deciding to just skip formalities this time. The Ravenclaw nodded. It was all right, all things considered. Yours? I was busy, he said with a shrug. It's been a little crazy lately, you know. I didn't notice, she deadpanned. Her sarcasm was well understood. The news these days was anything but normal. In any case, I thought you'd be happy to know that Malfoy isn't in our group. Wonderful, though I honestly didn't expect it, he said. Snape knew better than to tempt fate like that. No doubt Malfoy would end up getting himself killed or something equally as bad. Is it bad? About as bad as it gets, said Pansy Parkinson, coming up between Lisa and Megan. Harry raised his eyebrows at the other two and they nodded. Well, you win some and lose some, I suppose, said Harry with a shrug. Welcome to the team, Pansy. Don't talk like you know me, Potter, she snapped. Just leave me alone and I'll leave you alone too. Harry made to reply, but Lisa interjected quickly, expecting a fight. Can we do this later? We need to get seats and I do not want to sit in the back. Harry shrugged and led them to the second row on the left, which was still empty. He took the second seat while Megan and Lisa moved past him, taking the fourth and third seats respectively. Pansy hesitated before taking the aisle seat grudgingly. They sat in silence as the rest of the groups were sorted out. He didn't really pay too much attention to who was where because this would no doubt be the hot topic of the evening among their year. He could get the details later. Now that you've finally managed to find your groups, I will explain their purpose, said Snape, returning to the head of the room. These groups, like I said earlier, will persist throughout the year. You will do all class projects, of which there will be many, in these groups. You will also eventually begin facing off with other groups in mock combat to put your spellwork to practical use. I am well aware that most, if not all, of you have never done this before. To that, all I can say is that I don't really care. He looked at them hard. You will strive to do well in my class or you will fall behind in failure. If you cannot defend yourself in this classroom, then there is no way you will be able to defend yourself elsewhere under any circumstance. Now, he waved his wand again and the large blackboard was filled with new words. Nonverbal spell casting. What is the advantage of a nonverbal spell? Only Hermione and Lisa raised their hands, a lone pair of souls in a sea of those intimidated by Snape in general. He pointedly looked around as if waiting for someone else to raise their hand, but eventually was forced to make a pick. It was pretty obvious that this was a regular thing for all the houses. Very well, Miss Turpin. To begin, you have an element of surprise as your opponent won't know what spell you are casting unless they recognize it from its color or something similar, she said immediately. However, spells are also more quickly cast when silent. Adequate, Snape said with a nod. By casting a spell aloud, you are only helping your enemy win. As defeat in a battle against the dark arts often means death, this places non-verbal casting quite high on our list of things to accomplish, regardless of its importance to your personal growth. Of course, As with most things, not all wizards can do this. In addition to an intrinsic knowledge of the spells cast, it is a question of concentration and mental power which some decidedly lack. Now, pull out your copies of Advanced Defensive Magical Technique and open to Chapter 4. Read the first 3 pages on the basic theory and application behind nonverbal spell casting. You have 10 minutes. As a low murmuring filled the room, Megan leaned over so that she was almost in front of Lisa. Harry, I hate to do this to you, but I hope you'll be able to help me out in this subject. You're by far the best in the year here, that's what everyone says at least. Plus, defense is my worst class. Like so bad I barely scraped an A on my OWL and I thought I actually did well. She looked highly embarrassed at admitting it to him. Lisa, however, winced as she went to take out her book. Mine too, she muttered apologetically, though loud enough that they could all hear her. It was pretty rare to hear Lisa admit she was less than stellar at anything. Even more so if it were true. Suddenly getting a sinking suspicion, Harry instantly turned to Pansy, who tried to ignore him at first, but when he didn't look away she glared at him. What? She hissed. You're abysmal at defense too, aren't you? He asked bluntly. Pansy went pink, contrasting nicely with her dark hair. I am not. Harry just gave her a pointed look before she sagged in defeat. Worst class, she grumbled. Harry just let out a rough sigh, drooping onto the table. All right, meet me back here in the defense room at 8:30 tonight. I need to see what you 3 can do if we're going to get through this year together. Harry slung his bag over one shoulder and looked at his group mates, waiting for confirmation. The 3 responses he got back were rather predictable. Sure, Harry, I'll be here, Megan agreed at once. As long as it doesn't take too long, then it won't be an issue, said Lisa. We've already gotten quite a lot of work in runes. Pansy said nothing, as she'd immediately turned her back on the 3 of them and walked off. You've got nothing to lose, Parkinson, Harry called after her. The girl just kept walking. What are we going to do about her? Asked Megan, looking concerned. Lisa had a similar expression on her face. They'd be graded as a group for everything important, after all. I'm not too thrilled about it, but it'll work out in the end, Harry replied. If you say so, Lisa said skeptically, shouldering her own bag and heading out. Megan shrugged and walked over to a couple of her housemates so they could leave together. A minute later and there were only 2 people left in the now silent room. One sitting at a large desk off to the side, scratching away at a piece of parchment, the other standing in front of it, waiting impatiently. It was a rather familiar scene for both. Potter, if you have something to say, please say it, Snape said in a bored voice, not looking up from his writing. Loitering is a bad habit. Fine, fine. The Gryffindor took a second before asking his question. Did you seriously put me with the 3 worst defense students in the entire class? Would you like the short version or the long one? Short. Harry posed, raising his eyebrows. Yes. He just sighed, shaking his head. So what was the long version then? Snape finally put his quill down and met Harry's eyes. I'd imagined it would be amusing to watch you deal with it for a full year. That, and conversations like this do make my days considerably brighter. Harry just gave Snape a flat look, his right eyebrow twitching slightly. You are evil. And you are the most proficient duelist in the entire student body, Snape countered without hesitation. I gave you 3 students who would benefit most from your assistance, however much you are willing to afford them. Well, at least that makes sense, Harry agreed. But seriously, don't you think I've got enough on my plate as it is? As the headmaster always says, I'm sure you'll pull through admirably, the man drawled, looking back over his writing. That aside, your personal education in this class will be separate from the others. We cannot afford to hold you back for an entire year surrounded by children. That just sounds like a lot of trouble, Harry muttered. I am aware that you do a great deal of dueling practice on your own, though how eludes me. However, as long as you practice what I ask and master it, I care little for your methods. I will assess you every few weeks with a duel. Sounds good to me. Harry was grinning now. A chance to put Severus Snape down was highly attractive. With luck he was a good duelist. Now if that is all. Snape gave him a single nod and returned to his work, not looking up until after Harry closed the door behind him. A grin alighted on his face, not out of place among the portraits that lined the walls. After all, despite how much more he respected the boy, a chance to put Harry Potter down was highly attractive. Time's up. The excited shout from Slughorn was met with a mixture of disgruntled sounds and sighs of relief, the majority belonging to the former. The long brewing session was the hardest any of them ever done, and for one. Ron Weasley, I hate you. Hermione's tone was rather resigned. Ron accidentally nudged her as she was adding an ingredient halfway through, so her already not entirely perfect potion was ruined beyond repair. At least hers wasn't releasing musical notes like Ron's was every time a bubble popped atop the orange goo he'd concocted. Perhaps this really wasn't the best idea after all. In any case, Harry knew Hermione got over the fact that she wasn't going to win the potion. He, on the other hand, actually made practically no errors at all. You're at the right step, certainly, but I won't deny you've brewed a highly average potion, Harry, Slughorn commented with amusement. Perhaps it sounded harsh, but Harry could see the tugging at the corner of the man's mouth to indicate his true mood. More the father than the mother here, I'd say. Potions hasn't exactly been my forte, but I'm glad I made it through all that chaos, he replied, sinking back onto his stool. His back was slightly sore from all the tense movements. I think I'll keep my day job getting in and out of terrible and deadly situations, though. Slughorn just let out a bark of laughter and moved on, inspecting the next potion. Meanwhile, Ron and Hermione were still going back and forth. What was that whole thing from earlier, anyway? She asked, packing her stuff away. They'd be released once a victor was chosen. Oh yeah. Ron threw the shelf of old potion books a miffed look. The book I picked was completely written over. Half the lines were straight crossed out, I could barely read the bloody thing. Little scrawled writing like a deranged girl. Swapped it the first chance I could. You know what I could have done with all the time I wasted trying to read through that rubbish. Well, whatever it is, I doubt it would have helped this much, Hermione laughed, vanishing the contents of both her and Ron's cauldrons. Ron just shook his head. Well, I believe I have decided who our winner is, said Slughorn with a smile, turning to face them all. I'm well aware of where most of you should be when it comes to your skills, but mishaps are as much a part of the game as everything else. It was a pretty close call, but the victory goes to, he paused for dramatic effect. Miss Davis. Good work, young lady, I'm highly impressed. Wah, thank you. Tracy looked at the small bottle with wonder, clearly astonished she'd actually won. Daphne was grinning to her right, likely thinking about ways to get the girl to share, while the remainder of the students in the room shot her varying looks. Try not to use it all at once and remember what I said about it at the beginning of class, Slughorn warned. Now, I'll see you all next time. Off you go. You both go ahead. I need to talk to Slughorn about something for a minute, Harry muttered to his friends. All right, see you at the common room, Ron nodded, heading out into the dungeons. Hermione gave him a curious look but followed all the same. Once everyone else was gone, Harry closed the door, drawing the professor's attention to his guest. Harry, something I can help you with? He asked. He was currently levitating one of the display potions to a counter on the side of the room made to hold potions at different degrees of completion. A couple things, actually, the Gryffindor said with a nod, pulling his own wand to help. The Amortentia slowly floated over to land next to its fellow. He eyed it warily before forcibly moving himself out of range of its scent. Amortentia doesn't really smell like things you love, does it? I mean, he broke off as Slughorn gave him quite the surprised look. Clearly wasn't expecting the topic. Can it change? People can be in love with more than one person over their lives. And what about familial love? Does it work that way too? Slughorn let out another big-bellied laugh, taking a seat against a nearby stool that creaked slightly under his substantial weight. Haven't got a clue, do you? I'd never thought when we were talking on the train that the great Harry Potter could possibly be deficient somewhere. Those poor girls have no idea, do they? Very funny, Horace, Harry shot in annoyance, careful not to call him Professor Slughorn. The moment he did it on the train he was called out for it immediately. There is no such thing as a true love potion, the man explained. It's just the illusion of such. A Mortentia simply is the best there is, such that it might as well be the real thing. As far as the smell though, no. The potion simply provides your brain with the most pleasing sense you know. And yes, that can extend from soothing to physically arousing. As we live life, I'm sure that changes, and you are of course in no way bound to what you are smelling. So just because you are attracted to something doesn't mean you love it at all. Or her, I should say, he added with a wink. Right, thanks, said Harry quickly. What do you need? Harry paused at the question. How did you know I needed something? Please, Harry, after all we talked about yesterday, I think I can read you a bit better than when we first met, yes. Slughorn replied with a very self-satisfied smile. Fine. Harry's wand was suddenly directed at the door, a basic privacy ward in place without any effort. He looked at Slughorn, who suddenly looked like he realized that the situation was a lot more serious than he'd originally thought. I need the Horcrux memory. Serious indeed. The man nearly choked at the boy's words. Harry, what Dumbledore put you up to this, didn't he? Slughorn was suddenly aggressive and accusing. He's already seen the memory in its entirety, so you can just go and tell him. Horace. Such heavy emphasis on his name silenced him at once. I know everything, and so does Dumbledore, he explained, leaning against a table with his arms crossed. Voldemort has Horcruxes, we're both sure of it. But we just want a little more proof. The final piece of the puzzle. You have it. It's not about the proof. The professor practically shouted. Are you about to tell me that you're responsible for the way that Tom Riddle turned out? Harry asked, still fairly calm. That because you gave him information, you helped him become who he is today. Didn't I? Harry almost stepped back at Slughorn's roar. He was bubbling with anger now, though his attention was no longer on the teen before him. My foolishness allowed Lily's sacrifice to mean nothing. My blindness allowed that wretched boy to become the most powerful dark wizard this country has ever seen. So excuse me for rightly thinking that to be so. Well, if you think that, then why don't you do something about it? Harry snapped back. Because I'm. Slughorn cut off, his anger gone, replaced by something far smaller. I'm afraid, boy, I've been an interest of Death Eaters before, and those were not good days. Harry bit down the urge to curse. Behind those words lay a place of great frustration for Harry in general. But he put it aside, forcing himself to remain neutral. You're being too paranoid, Harry argued, shaking his head. And too hard on yourself. Dumbledore has shown me dozens of memories of Riddle, and if I've learned anything, it's that he could make anything possible if he put his mind to it. If you didn't give him the information, he would have found out somewhere else. You aren't the only one who knows about Horcruxes after all. Yes, but, and my mum's sacrifice meant something. Harry continued in a stronger voice. I'm here, aren't I? Slughorn said nothing. So stop blaming yourself, stop worrying, and give me the memory, Harry finished. He let out a small sigh. Honestly, Horace, I'm trying to kill the guy, you know. A moment of silence was followed by the potions master getting to his feet with a small groan and walking over to a cabinet. As he shuffled around, he said, would it have killed you to be a little more delicate about it? I'm not young like you are, you know. Sorry about that, Harry said, now feeling a bit self-conscious. I get worked up pretty easily about stuff. Just like your mother did. A minute later, and Slughorn was holding out a small vial with a silvery memory within it. Here. Thank you. The genuine gratitude in Harry's voice was quite clear. As hopeless as it may seem at times, I'll do my best to rest my faith in Dumbledore's plans, Slughorn said gruffly. This wouldn't be the first miracle he orchestrated, as crazy as it may seem. Yeah, he's a bit out there, Harry agreed. He turned to leave, but Slughorn stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. Something else for you. Harry looked down at the small bottle that was pressed into his hands. Even the best plans need a bit of luck, don't you think? How long are you going to stare at that thing? Tracy tore her eyes away from the golden potion for a second to meet her friends. They were rather impatient looking at the moment. I'm just thinking, she replied, looking back at the potion. Liquid luck. 12 whole hours of it. About guys, no doubt, quipped Millicent, slipping on her shoes for dinner. The girl just loved to prod. Oh, get stuffed, Tracy shot back, though she didn't look away from the potion. Hopefully no one saw her cheeks redden slightly at the girl's words. A snort of humorless mirth drew their attention to Pansy. She was eyeing the bottle with a strange mixture of derision and desire. Please, she'll need more than luck to land herself anyone in her lifetime. Pansy. Daphne snapped, shocked at the attack. I'll get a boyfriend long before Draco ever starts liking you again, Tracy said coolly, not even looking at the girl. The words hurt, but she wouldn't let it show. We all heard what he said on the train. As she wasn't looking, Tracy didn't see the emotions that flashed across Pansy's face. She still heard the door slam when the girl made her rather abrupt exit, however. Bye.ch. Tracy, that was uncalled for, said Millicent, rubbing her forehead at the situation. She's really torn up, you can understand that. Still doesn't mean she gets to take shots at me like that, Tracy snapped, looking over at her housemate. She let out a huff and turned away. I'll apologize after dinner, but not until then. All right, I'll go talk to her, said the large girl with a nod, making her way out of the room as well. Silence followed the sound of the door snapping shut for the second time. Tracy's attention returned to the potion. It wasn't that fascinating or anything, but. I can't believe this. Tracy was standing in front of one of the mirrors in the carriage's girl bathroom, poking her left cheek lightly with a finger. It, and the right one, were equally flushed pink. Why are you getting like this? He's Harry. Barely in the room with him for 30 seconds and look at me. Smiling at me doesn't mean he's interested in me. As if repeating it would mean something. Tracy, are you all right? Daphne entered the bathroom to find her friend washing her face vigorously. Sorry for running off like that, Daph, I felt really hot all of a sudden, Tracy answered, drying herself off. Her whole face was pink from the rubbing. Oh, Daphne blinked a few times before smiling. Well, as long as you're fine. Let's get back to the compartment before Pansy kills the guy. Hopefully he left. That's for sure, agreed Tracy, following her friend out. And he had, returning the Slytherin girl's compartment to a scene of misery and lost thoughts. That was totally uncalled for, Daphne was saying, glaring at the closed door. She needs to stop taking her depression out on others. The girl turned to her friend. And you need to stop being so easily forgiving. Tracy finally put the bottle down, letting her head drop onto her pillow with a soft thump. I suppose I can understand why she's so upset, though, she said. Draco basically said he was through with her and she's worthless to him now. She's loved him for years. I know that it's silly to think about stuff like love at this age, but still. She didn't love him, Tracy, Daphne said quickly, taking a seat on the adjacent bed. Okay, so maybe she wasn't the best source of information on what exactly love was either, but even if she didn't know what it was, she sure as hell knew what it wasn't. She worshipped him. Did whatever he told her to do. Talked about everything he said like it came from Merlin's own mouth. I don't think they had say. But if he wanted it, she was probably on her back in a heartbeat. It was just too much. Well then, what made her like that? Tracy posed, uncomfortable with the entire conversation. How should I know? They both sat in silence for a while, thoughts wandering. Daphne's eyes caught where Tracy's gone once more and she found herself speaking once more. You are thinking about a guy, aren't you? Tracy's eyes met her friend's for a second before she looked away. Yeah, I am. Don't leave me out of this, who is it? Daphne prodded, clearly highly excited. I'll thank you not to pry, but someone definitely not interested in me, Tracy responded tersely. Well, it happens to all of us at some point, Daphne said consolingly. But you know, Tracy, my love, she leaned in with a sly grin on her face. That sounds like something that could use a little luck, don't you think? Tracy was unable to resist a giggle, finally sitting up and moving to stow the luck potion securely in her trunk. She hesitated before the lid closed fully. Oh, but the possibilities and the problems. Maybe having the potion was actually more trouble than it was worth. Harry was making his way to the 7th floor corridor, his feet lightly carrying him without much thought. Long walks through the castle always were times for some of his less pressing thoughts to take a pass in his mind, and today was a repeat offender. Wandless magic. His apparent success with stunning and reviving Hermione at her home was, as he'd soon discovered, a complete and utter fluke. After over an hour of talking at Hermione's, they tried to recreate the results. Suffice it to say that they were still trying by the time the Grangers were supposed to have returned to the house that night with zero success. Hermione's joke about him needing to be aroused to do it sort of died halfway out of her mouth, and they both agreed it was time to call it a night. Harry learned a lot that day, and one of the biggest things was, "Oh, how cute. I know, isn't he adorable?" Harry just rolled his eyes as the two second-year girls passed him in the opposite direction. They'd stopped to watch him for a little while before continuing. In any case, the biggest thing he'd learned was, "Ah, look at him. Do you think he'd mind if I pet him?" It was at this point that Harry was darting away, not eager to let those evil hands get any closer than they already were. Freakin' girls. Mate, check it out, it's. And guys. Harry didn't even give that last pair a chance to get close. Finally, he reached the blank stretch of wall that marked the entrance to the room of requirement. However, he wasn't requesting a new room but one that was already in use. 3 quick lines before the wall and he was through, feeling the rough stone beneath him and distinct smell of fresh air as. Well now, what do we have here? The ground suddenly pulled away from him as firm hands hoisted him up. He was a good 4 or 5 feet up before he stopped moving, his legs swaying slightly. Stella was looking at him with her head tilted slightly to the side, blue eyes tied to green. "You know very well what you have here, Stella. Now put me down," he replied steadily. Of course, that's not what she heard. "Moreau. Why thank you, Mr. Kitty, I'm very well today," she replied blithely, using her thumb to rub under his chin. He resisted growling, but only just. Being treated like a cat was still something that bugged him to no end. Why couldn't he have been a bear or something? "Do you really have to do that?" he asked her, shifting back to human form and giving himself a small shake. It always took a little effort to change, either to animal or human, which he passed off as him still getting used to the transformation. "Of every observation I have made between human and cat, this seems to be the most pleasing," Stella said, now sitting against a tall stool that appeared for her. "For the human, of course," she continued, seeing Harry's blank stare. "It appears that cats prefer to be fed above all else." "Trust me, Stella, that goes for human boys too," came a voice from behind the woman, drawing both her and Harry's attention. Narcissa was approaching them from the other side of the small square in the outdoor setting the room was providing. This was the second time Harry was in it, the first being when he introduced both women the night before. "Hey, Narcissa," said Harry with a smile, letting her wrap him in a light hug. "Are you settling in all right?" "Of course," she replied. "It feels nice to be outside, even if it is artificial. Who would have thought something so magnificent existed within these walls?" "Yeah, I know. I was pretty blown away when I first showed up here," Harry said. "So what brings you here today?" "Just came to talk to Stella about training and to visit you and the others," he answered. Narcissa just gave him a crooked smile. "I appreciate you doing that, but you're at school now. Normally I wouldn't be seeing you until the winter holidays, so don't feel obligated to visit me here until then. You're better off ignoring me. It's for safety after all," she added. Yeah, but still. Harry, don't visit me in the trunk unless it's either something really important or a weekend," Narcissa said flatly. "Understood. Give a woman time to be on her own." Yes," he said quickly, a bit disappointed. He felt wrong just ignoring her after being around her so much over the summer. Besides, it felt odd. "You know, most teenage boys can't wait to get away from overbearing adults," Narcissa said with interest. "You're not overbearing," Harry said quickly, not wanting her to think anything of the sort. "I'll visit you on the weekend if I get the chance, all right?" "That's fine. Thank you, Blackie." "Sure thing, Paliscale." The two simply glared at one another while Stella watched in interest. Eventually she decided to speak, as neither was continuing. "Harry, will we continue our training from where we left off?" Pulling his attention away from Narcissa, who was still mouthing, "Blackie, At him, he replied, "Yeah, I need to up my skills if I'm going to be able to take on Bellatrix again, forget about Voldemort. If that was her not 6 months out of Azkaban, who knows how much better she'll be the next time we meet. Not tonight though, we can start tomorrow." "That is acceptable," Stella nodded. "I believe that you have sufficiently mastered deflecting incoming spells to move on." "Thank God for that," Harry muttered. "And I caught that." He shot over his shoulder at a retreating Narcissa, who was just chuckling. The trunk was sitting under a tree not too far away. "Anyway, I'll see you later." Until then, Harry, closing the full-sized door behind him, he'd entered the room through a cat flap. Harry began walking to his final destination of the evening, Dumbledore's office. Being a cat was admittedly a mixed bag. On one hand, he was very excited about being able to transform, not to mention the side effects of being a cat animagus. His hearing, sight, and sense of smell improved by small but notable amounts. Narcissa suggested that his movements might have improved somewhat as well, but he'd have to judge something like that over time. He'd certainly not tripped or fallen since achieving it, but he wasn't necessarily clumsy to begin with. Maybe Stella would be able to tell. Overall, he only had one problem with the whole thing. He was small. Not tiny, but definitely smaller than the average cat. And that didn't even cover the fact that he was just a regular cat. Would it have really been too much to ask to be a tiger or something? At least something bigger than Sirius in his dog form. The moment his godfather found out what his animagus form was, he would laugh until he cried. Ice mice. The gargoyle moved aside, giving him access to the revolving staircase. He knocked twice before entering, closing the door securely behind him. "Good evening, Harry," Dumbledore greeted pleasantly from his desk. Unlike all the other times Harry was there, the desk was completely clear of what it normally held and instead had what could only be described as a large sandbox on it. "Professor, are you playing with sand?" Harry asked after a second, looking down into the box with amusement. He half expected to see a small sand castle and plastic shovel. Instead, he found himself looking at what was unmistakably a miniature version of Hogsmeade. It even had little sand people moving about. "Okay. That's actually pretty neat. What's it for?" "This," Dumbledore explained, sticking his wand into a pile of sand outside the village limits. Out of it rose. "You aren't seriously. Ho ho, go get them." The headmaster prodded in enjoyment. Harry watched blankly as the large sand T-Rex stomped its way into the village and began causing mass panic, eating sand villagers and stomping on buildings. "You missed the one from earlier," Dumbledore said lightly, making another T-Rex. "I had most of London set up. I got the memory." The showstopper worked just like Harry hoped it would. Within seconds, the desk didn't have anything on it and the headmaster was looking at him seriously. "Truly." In response, Harry pulled the vial from his pocket and handed it over. "It took some convincing, but here you go. I hope you didn't hurt the poor man," Dumbledore added dryly. Once upon a time he wouldn't have even thought of joking about such a thing with the boy. Sirius, Lucius Malfoy was found lying outside his cell this morning. The bars were bent with magic. "What?" Sirius jumped to his feet, standing before the head of Albus Dumbledore that floated in a green fire. "He was killed." "More or less," the headmaster replied. "He was key. Ed. Amos just told me in person 10 minutes ago. He just left back for the ministry. They're increasing security again." "But how?" "No one knows. The wards detected no one," he explained. "The other Death Eater prisoners all reported the same story, but it's been dismissed as nonsense." "Honestly? No." Dumbledore looked up to see Sirius looking at his hands in horror. "He couldn't have. What is it, Sirius?" Dumbledore's tone was as serious as it ever was. The man broke off for a moment before meeting the headmaster's eyes. "I made Harry a portkey to Azkaban 2 days ago. It seemed that time was no longer." "No, he's perfectly healthy," Harry replied, shaking his head. "So what's next?" "Well, I would like to watch this with you first," Dumbledore began. "However, from tomorrow forward we shall be actively seeking out the remainder of Voldemort's Horcruxes. If we are right, then that means that there are only 2 remaining. Most likely Hufflepuff's cup and another item that once belonged to either Slytherin or Gryffindor. If I had to make an educated guess, it would be more likely that Tom, as a descendant of Slytherin, would choose him over Gryffindor. So you still think that Nagini was a Horcrux? Harry asked. He'd been skeptical. I still can't see Voldemort doing something so stupid. Not stupid, Harry, risky, Dumbledore corrected. It's possible that whatever he meant to use for the Horcrux of your death was lost to him that night and he felt rushed for time when he returned, still obsessed with the power of 7. At any rate, you should just know that we will take occasional trips from the school to attempt to find the other hiding places. Do you have a lot of leads? Harry asked. Who knew how long this would take? Actually, not many more, Dumbledore admitted with a small frown. I've exhausted a great number of my list by now, so either we get lucky or we will be truly in the dark as to their whereabouts. Still, I feel that we are on the right track. Sounds good to me, Harry nodded. Now, your training? Yes, I haven't forgotten, the headmaster said with a smile. You are curious as to what I will be teaching you, am I correct? At Harry's eager nodding, the man just laughed. Well, I will certainly enjoy a duel or two with you, however, I will be focusing the majority of our time on your understanding of magic and your developing sensory abilities. I rely heavily on my own and know what a boon they can be. Excellent. Harry was eager to begin. Just understand that we will not be meeting more than once a week, Dumbledore continued. I will be wanting you to work on whatever we do in between the meetings. And no, we will not be starting tonight. Harry just closed his mouth, about to ask that very thing. Patience, Harry. Nothing good comes from rushing. Dumbledore leaned back in his seat, watching him with that trademark twinkle in his eyes. Now, he shook the vial with the memory slightly. Care to take a short dive with me? Bellatrix let out a ragged breath as she fell to her knees. Her arms felt like lead, her legs even heavier. It was an effort to even keep her wand pointed ahead of her. Moss tear. Defend yourself. Voldemort barked, flourishing his wand once more. Spells of a deadly nature arrowed at her, fully intent on ending her struggle to live. Bellatrix's wand moved up to deflect the first spell, bringing with it a swath of transfigured earth that formed into a wall to protect her left side. She deflected 2 more before rolling against her cover, fully using it to keep herself from collapsing. Excellent. The word was soft but her ears caught it all the same. You are my most excellent fighter, Bellatrix, Voldemort said. Time and time again you go beyond your limits to prove your worth to me. I do not even remember how many hours ago we began this exercise and I am still confident that in your current state you could beat any reasonably skilled opponent. I am unworthy of your praise, Master, she spoke between deep breaths. At this Voldemort laughed softly. Of course, he said, lifting the woman to a standing position with his wand. She became momentarily fearful he'd release her to stand on her own, which would certainly result in her collapsing to the floor, but instead he drew close and took hold of her left arm, pressing his fingers on her mark. Bellatrix winced, half expecting pain to shoot through her body, but instead she felt warmth, returning some strength to her exhausted limbs and color to her face. Master, I've told you before, the mark is much more than a simple means of calling my faithful, he said. Only the new one has a solitary use. Can you stand? Why yes, she managed to get out, despite wanting nothing more than to say no. His face was rather close to her own, and her breath was coming in short, measured gasps. The way her heart was fluttering, it made her remember what she felt when she first met him, all those years ago. He could be so cruel at times and yet at others so gentle. Perhaps there was some hope yet. Voldemort released her and moved away, heading for the door. If he'd been aware of the woman's thoughts, he gave no notice. Come then, Bellatrix. I believe we had TBVE a meeting to attend. Yes, Master, she said quickly, moving to follow him. She only took a few steps when she remembered exactly what state she was in. Oh, if you wish to clean yourself, do so and join me in the study, Voldemort added, leaving the room. Thank you, I will, she replied gratefully, closing the door to their dueling space behind her and moving tenderly in a different direction. Bellatrix now slept in her sister's room, and the adjoined bathroom was precisely where she was heading. Her master would tolerate her absence for 20 minutes or so, as he did on previous occasions. If there was anything she needed to know, he would tell her. Ah, The hot water of the bath did wonders to her aching muscles. The energy the Dark Lord gave her only lasted a short time after all. I'd imagine he could take it away, if he wanted, she mused, running a finger over her dark mark. It still bothered her greatly that she was being denied the new mark. Already a number of the newer Death Eaters it and were using it to great effect. Why didn't he trust her with it? She could destroy so many more of his enemies with it, after all. You are my most excellent fighter, Bellatrix. It was nice. The amount of time they spent in each other's presence, the way he complimented her like he truly cared for her. She was not blind, though. The Dark Lord saw her as nothing more than a tool. A very useful tool, but a tool nonetheless. But she was perfectly content with that, if only because he could see her worth like no one else could. If finding her way into his heart meant being the perfect tool, then that was what she would be. That was what she was being. She was unquestionably his most faithful, his most capable. It was only a matter of time before he started seeing her on a new, higher level. She unshakably believed this above all else. There were very few things in the world that she truly loved. The Dark Lord and her sister Narcissa were the only two people. All that was left was her insatiable lust for battle. There was nothing like a heated duel. To think that Harry Potter, of all people, would be one of the few to have gotten her so excited. She heard James Potter compared with people like the Dark Lord and Dumbledore, though she never got the chance to fight him. Perhaps it was in the boy's blood. I hope to see you soon, Harry Potter, she grinned, focusing back on scrubbing her body. It wouldn't do to keep her master waiting, after all. Meanwhile, Voldemort was in a fairly unpleasant mood. Fenrir, for the last time, we cannot simply let the migrant packs loose on the public, he said darkly, reminding himself over and over why exactly he needed to keep the mongrel alive. We do not have the kind of support we need to survive the retaliation we would bring upon the movement. You promised me that there would be action taken to help integrate werewolves into society, Fenrir argued back. And what has been done so far? Nothing. A crash followed the statement, the man's fist breaking a vase on a nearby table. Voldemort watched in interest as the cuts the werewolf sustained began to close very slowly, a clear sign that the full moon was close. Only a fool would expect such drastic results overnight, the Dark Wizard said coldly. I've already brought Britain to its knees once, I can do it again. You must be patient. It is only a matter of time before I bring the more powerful dark creatures under my control. The Dementors and Giants are only the beginning. I can hold my people back for only so much longer, Lord Voldemort, Fenrir warned. Make something happen or I will take matters into my own hands, as I always intended to. Voldemort frowned, eyes locked with the man's before him. Unknown to the werewolf, Voldemort was peering right into his surface thoughts, easily seeing his plans. Of course, the Dark Wizard was under no illusion when he recruited Fenrir Greyback. The man wanted nothing more than to turn as many people as possible, his own sick interest in children aside. He saw Voldemort as a way to get his people in the best position they could be before launching an all-out attack on Britain. It was either that or just go on the offensive as they were, a risky move overall. So yes, they were using one another. Voldemort would be certain to kill them all before they could do anything of the sort to his kind. They had no place among the society he envisioned. There was no way he'd settle for being immortal in a cesspool of half-breeds and muggle-borns. I cannot promise anything at the moment, he began, making Fenrir growl, but perhaps we can look at a few targets that I would have no issue letting go to bolster your numbers. I'm sure you could always use more females at least. Yes, better to placate the animals before they got out of hand. As the Dark Lord expected, his words caused Fenrir to smile in a rather excited way. Well, now you're talking, my lord. I'm all ears. Harry, are you listening? Of course I am, Luna, said Harry quickly, bobbing his head once in the affirmative. You were saying about that new type of snurkic your dad saw. Well, of course he didn't actually see one, she corrected, wagging her finger as if he were being thick on purpose. Snurkacs are invisible. If he actually saw one, then it wouldn't be a snurkic, would it? I suppose not, Harry agreed, her logic not lost on him. Of course, her logic made anything potentially real. A fitting way of thinking for someone with such an unspoiled imagination. They were currently at the Ravenclaw table eating lunch and surrounded by a good 3 feet of space all around. The house mostly dropped their wariness of the Gryffindor after the summer, but that still didn't mean they were eager to get chummy with the one who removed them from the House Cup the previous year. Especially when he was with Luna. Best not to tempt fate. Oblivious to it all, Harry was letting himself soak in the thorough description of the snarkic that Luna was now giving him, complete with her own ideas about bits her father didn't know yet. Despite being about the most bizarre things imaginable, lunch with Luna was probably the most normal thing he did at Hogwarts, apart from classes and homework. Given that they really only got to spend relaxed time together at meals, particularly with this being her OWL year, he couldn't help but be grateful that it was still a part of his days. It was almost as if it all helped him stay fixed to his life and not get lost in what was waiting for him beyond the castle walls. He nodded here, asked questions there, and altogether enjoyed himself with the good company. It was moments like this he cherished, reminders of a life he used to have at school every day. Just going class to class, spending time with his friends, and hoping he'd get good grades on his assignments. Unfortunately, if the past few weeks of school were any indication, this year was only going to get more hectic. To start with, he rejoined the Quidditch team. Not something he'd been enthusiastic about, but the exercise would do him some good and be a nice break from all the training he was putting himself through. Nothing like a nice fly to clear his head, after all. The only issue with that was that Harry flat out refused to go to more than 2 practices a week, half of what Ron was scheduling. Not his finest moment of team spirit and selflessness, but he, and Ron after about 2 hours of arguing, understood that he had way more important things to be doing. It wasn't like he'd lose his edge. Besides, it was that or flat out quit. His training was, as last year, a free-form beast that wove about his classes and other chunks of spare time. He only dueled Stella in the evening, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be looking into new spells, tactics, and his own special interests in magic in the other hours of the day. There was only so much school work could do to satisfy his interests, particularly with his knowledge of certain areas of magic now bordering graduate-level material. The mini-DA sessions he'd been holding with his defense group turned out being immensely entertaining, if only partially productive. They were a nice way to wind down. Pansy only showed up 1 out of every 3 times, and even then just sat and watched in silence, but Megan and Lisa interacting was pure comedy. Lisa was uptight about practically everything, getting frustrated when the simple things went wrong and whenever Harry did something stupid. Megan, on the other hand, was as easygoing as any reliable puff, and her reaction to most events in the room usually drove Lisa up the wall. What was good, though, was that they both really wanted to improve, and it showed in the amount of work they put in. Harry gave a small start, coming out of his thoughts as he felt the unmistakable heat from the small mirror in his pocket. He never went anywhere without it. Luna, sorry to cut you off, but I've just remembered something I need to take care of, he said, extricating himself from the bench and grabbing his bag. That's fine, she replied pleasantly, giving him a warm smile. I'll talk to you later then. Great. See ya. Harry made his way out of the great hall and up the marble staircase, turning into the first unused classroom he saw. You called, Padfoot. Not quite. Harry blinked for a moment before focusing on the small face that was reflected in the mirror. Nim. Hey, Harry, came the soft reply. She looked extremely worn out. Are you all right? He asked in concern, automatically bringing the object closer to his face. The last time he'd even seen her was at the inauguration. They'd never gotten the time to talk since, even though he sent her a letter to ask that they meet up. The woman's aura and order duties made her all but completely unavailable. I've been better, she replied, attempting a small smile that seemed fairly empty. Is there something wrong? He continued, unwilling to accept that it could be brushed off like that. You know, if you need help with something I can leave the castle no problem. Harry, shut up for a moment, will you? Harry's mouth closed, taken aback. I've been busy lately, clearly, but I just wanted to say hi to you, she said, running a hand through her hair. You know, to see you. Sirius gave me the mirror because it was faster than an owl. Handy thing, that. School been well? Yeah, it's nice not thinking about OWLs again, he said with a nod, casting about for something else to talk about. Have you heard about the new teaching changes? Yes, Slughorn must be making potions a lot more bearable. How's Snape in defense? Harry paused for a second before answering. Well, he's still an evil git at times, but classes have been pretty interesting. We do non-verbal practice all the time, but he's done lectures on the culture of the dark arts, whatever that means, that are pretty interesting. We're also in mixed house groups for the whole year. All the sixth years are in the class. Frowning, he continued, you know, I think all of my classes are doing group work. It's a pretty big cornerstone of the NEWT courses, Tonks explained with a nod. It's not just about you learning material, but being able to apply it in a group setting. Job prep at its finest, I suppose. You work with annoying people no matter how old you are. That's for sure, Harry agreed. What about you, though? You've been so busy lately. You'll run yourself into the ground if you aren't careful. Well, I'm not dead yet, she chuckled, making Harry frown. Sorry, she apologized. I'll be taking a break soon. Can I see you in October? It'll give me something to look forward to. Definitely, Harry said quickly. We can do something fun. Her features brightened notably from when she first began speaking. I'd like that. Silence stretched between them for some time before Harry spoke once more. She was just staring at him, her eyes occasionally moving slightly away from his own before they returned. Nim, are you sure everything is all right? Tonks just let out an annoyed huff of air, expression now rather grumpy. Damn it, Potter, I need sleep. Can you quit asking me already? Sorry, I'm gonna go, the metamorph continued, shaking her head slightly. First Hogsmeade weekend, don't forget. And with that her face disappeared. Harry slowly replaced the mirror in his pocket, sinking into the nearest seat and looking at the ceiling with a slanted expression, sighing heavily. Wonderful. He only wanted to help her and instead pissed her off. Worry clawed at his insides as he thought about what she could be doing to make her so run down. I don't mean to intrude, but Harry, who slowly slumped down onto the desk as his thoughts ran out of control, moved his eyes slightly to the left to the source of the male voice, a painting of an unassuming wizard seated at a table. What? I'm think here if you didn't notice, Harry grumbled. Yes, well, I'm terribly sorry to hear that, but the man truly did look apologetic as he spoke. You see, watching you sit here in silence is somewhat awkward, and I don't want to anymore. Can you leave? Damn paintings think they're so important because they're eternal. Next time I'll introduce Mr. Incendio, yeah. 30 minutes later Harry could be found wandering the corridors near the kitchens, Marauder's map in hand, but not really looking at it. He was still rather focused on everything he'd do to that obnoxious painted prat. What he was actually supposed to be doing was using his free period to look for Helga Hufflepuff's portrait, but there was really no luck to be had there. So far he spent about 10 solid hours looking to no avail. Initially he thought it would be easy. He marched down to the kitchens and tickled the pair, gaining him entrance to what must be his destination. Suffice it to say he was rather disappointed. There was only one portrait in the whole of the kitchens. Paintings of food were numerous, but only one with a person. On the side wall, close to eye level above a shelf filled with spice jars, sat a medium-sized frame with a rather attractive witch in it. Curves in all the right places, and robes that clung tightly, leaving little to the imagination. However, three things instantly dismissed her as a potential Helga Hufflepuff in his mind. Firstly, she was sleeping at a small wooden dining table where he could see her whole body, as opposed to the other three founders, who were all painted in grand-looking seats that focused on their torsos. The second was the sheer amount of alcohol that filled the space behind her. Harry knew what a household bar looked like. This honestly looked closer to a liquor warehouse more than anything. Bottles of every shape and size littered shelves, cabinets, and countertops, making an impressive display. Finally, there was the fact that the snoozing woman was holding an empty shot glass in her right hand while her left was hanging loosely at her side, barely keeping an almost empty bottle of something from fully falling to the floor a few inches away. Empty bottles littered the floor in the background and could even be seen spilling into neighboring frames if one looked closely enough. Yes, The Hogwarts portraits came in all shapes and sizes indeed. So, in an effort to find the founder sooner rather than later, Harry began scouring the area with the map. He knew that the kitchen was just a potential lead on her location, but the Gryffindor a gut feeling she was down there, and so he didn't leave when the search turned up nothing. Even asking Dobby if there were any secret rooms in the area that might not be on the map ended up nowhere. Where on earth was this woman? Hey, say. Why, didn't see you there. Harry just gave the alcoholic a flat look. He was back in the kitchens again, where he always ended up, and this time sitting near the sleeping witch. Previously sleeping woman, now. I'm 0 for 1 with the flirts in my life today, so can we just not go there? Instead of getting riled by the snappy reply, the woman just shrugged, not bothered by his mood. Her lack of reaction actually helped to cool the teen's attitude, and he just leaned back in his seat. As she wasn't talking, he decided to try for a more normal conversation. What are you drinking? He asked, motioning to the bottle in her hand. No idea, honestly, she answered, glancing at the label with an uninterested eye. Her words were pretty clear, though it was just as clear that she was inebriated. All the same to me. Though every once in a while I find something that really knocks me out. You know, I thought for a bit that you wouldn't ever wake up, he said, chewing on a piece of spiced bread. The house elves always gave him something when he entered, no matter how many times that was in a day. What else is there to do than drink and sleep? She asked, as if he were stupid. Maybe you should have thought about that when you got yourself painted, Harry answered, rolling his eyes. Used to have a nice chair, she replied, as if stung by his words. Dunno what happened to it honestly. I moved in here a while ago. The woman went to pour herself another shot only to realize that she'd finished yet another bottle. She tossed it over her shoulder where it vanished out of sight at the edge of the frame. A second later and she had another one, pouring it before reading the label. Why on earth would you want to spend all your time in there? Harry asked, now a bit curious. You know it beeps 'cause none of this stuff ages, she said, not even paying attention to the question. Yeah, I've got transfiguration, I'll see you tomorrow, said Harry, grabbing his bag. Most of the conversations he with the woman went like this. Cheers, she replied with a wave, downing her shot with the ease of long practice. Oh yeah, man, that stuff is good. I'm never going to find this woman, Harry groaned, trudging out of the kitchens. Well, at least he had a session with the headmaster to look forward to that evening. So far he had 2 sessions with the old man, and both were a wealth of random information on sensory abilities and other bits from different magic disciplines. It was a great number of years since Dumbledore last taught Transfiguration, but Harry was sure the classes must have been an experience. Ah, Harry, there you are, said the headmaster with a smile as Harry finally entered the office that evening. How are your classes going so far? I know that it is a common misconception that 6th year is easier than 5th. They're going pretty well, Harry answered with a nod. Potions is fun, though still pretty hard. Herbology is really dangerous, you should seriously look into what's going on in there. My OWL level Ancient Runes class is a fair bit confusing but still interesting. I can see why Hermione loves it so much. Wand classes these days are really easy, but the extra theory and practice I'm getting isn't a bad thing. Defense is a pain, though. Yes, I've been rather pleased with how Severus has been teaching his classes, agreed Dumbledore, making Harry chuckle at the juxtaposition of their words. As I understand it, you've also begun to meet again for continued occlumency training. Yesterday, Harry nodded. Snape thinks. Professor Snape, Harry. Professor Snape thinks that I can really reach the top, so we're going for it, he continued, rolling his eyes at the correction. Wonderful. Indeed. Dumbledore looked very pleased. I hope that you both continue to work together on something, even if it is menial. The bond you both are forging is not something to be taken lightly. Now if you would remind me what you learned last time. Magic can be split into 2 main groups, living and non-living. Cast spells are a weird middle ground but more easily classify with the latter, he responded in a bit of a monotone. That's all, asked the man. I filtered the crazy things out, Harry elaborated, knowing the list felt rather short for what they did each week. Why anyone would need to know the magical applications of earwax is beyond me, but you can use it too. Thank you, Harry. I believe I know what our topic of discussion for today shall be now, Dumbledore interrupted before the boy could continue. Like the previous sessions, we will spend a good amount of time working on detecting enchantments in objects, however, we will also begin you on attempting to detect the casting of spells. Harry just gave the headmaster a wide-eyed look. Sense spell casting, he repeated, not even having thought about such a thing before. You mean to tell when someone is actually in the process of casting a spell, right? And sense the spell itself, yes. Okay. Now that sounds ridiculous, Harry said. Spells are fast. Even if you could tell it was coming, you wouldn't be able to react. Dumbledore completed with a small smile. Harry recognized that smile. He was always wrong when Dumbledore smiled like that. I've seen more than my fair share of wizards dodge out of the way of spellfire by the skin of their teeth, you included. Our sixth sense for magic is more than able to detect and process an incoming spell with far greater speed and precision than our other senses. Of course, he added, holding up a hand to stop Harry from interjecting, we are talking about an extremely developed ability here. It would take years of dedicated training to reach such a level, not to mention an extremely advanced sensory ability. Even my proficiency in the skill is average at best. Have you trained for it like you just said? Harry asked. At this, Dumbledore shook his head. No, I've devoted almost all of my time honing my skills at understanding magic in objects. As a result, I'm rather better than most. No kidding, you read every spell I cast on those things last time without even touching them. Or looking at them for that matter, Harry responded, shaking his head. Indeed, though I should say that, while you have a greatly expanded knowledge of spells for a 16-year-old, it is still far less than most who reach even a quarter of my age, the headmaster chuckled. You could at least try to sound apologetic when you say stuff like that, Harry said, disgruntled. He took no offense, of course. He understood that Dumbledore's words were always given with positive meaning, even to his enemies. In any event, you can surely imagine the benefit of being completely aware of your surroundings regarding magical attack. There is almost nothing better to keep you alive in those sticky situations. So is this what we're going to end up working on, mostly? Harry asked, curious what Dumbledore was planning for the long term. No, as I said before, we are looking for magical artifacts of a dark nature, therefore being able to sense and undo their protections is imperative to us. As you are not trained in curse breaking, nor is it reasonable to train you in such, we will work primarily on your sensing ability. Once we have destroyed all of the Horcruxes, we will be able to focus much more on dueling. In the meantime, our dueling work will be shorter considerably, as will any special topics you are curious about. Well, it'll give me something to work for at least, he said, deciding it was better than nothing. He suddenly grinned, tilting his head slightly to the side. There was no harm in trying, right? How about a little demonstration before we start then? 2 minutes. The headmaster laughed, tugging at his beard slightly. Very well, very well. 2 minutes. And with that the man's wand was pointed at Harry's head, tip glowing blue. Moving on nothing but instinct and self-preservation, Harry managed to fall backwards, allowing the spell to pass an inch over his head. He shielded himself as he rolled, feeling it take a couple spell hits but holding, thankfully. Now back on his feet, Harry had all of his attention focused on the man before him, still sitting at his desk like they were having a light conversation. There was a moment's hesitation. Both wands moved at the same time, red and blue spells bouncing off of one another in midair and hammering opposite walls, much to the rising alarm of the already panicking headmasters and headmistresses in their portraits. Still, the sound was oddly distant to Harry, who only had eyes for Dumbledore's wand. There was no way he'd last in this close space. He needed to put distance between them. Delau spatium. Harry snapped, his voice hushed as he took a precious moment to spin his wand around in a small circle. The result was immediate. Dumbledore's office seemed to grow by 3 times, the walls pushing out in every direction, the distance between the two combatants increasing greatly. Excellent. Dumbledore called, still content to sit at his desk while they dueled. It was an annoyingly defendable position. But the removal of one problem merely presents another. Which was exactly the case, as now Harry was mentally fighting the room which wanted nothing more than to return to its natural size. Could he hold it up for another minute or so while taking on the best duelist in Britain? Dumbledore's next two spells were already inbound, but the distance gave Harry the extra fraction of a second to prepare and deflect them with his own wand, returning with two stunners of his own, for all the good they did. A shadow at the corner of his vision, Harry turning to slash at an animated piece of furniture intent on knocking him down. His spell turned the attacking table into a sock. It was, understandably, to his astonishment when the sock bowled him over with the weight of a full-grown man. The thing hit the floor with a great thud as he coughed, winded from the impact. Still, he never stopped moving, surviving another round of stunners from Dumbledore and ducking behind some partial cover. A tap of his wand extended it to completely cover his body, another making it transparent from his side only. Unfortunately, it was at that moment his expansion charm destabilized, returning the room to normal in a half a second. This brought him rather uncomfortably close to Dumbledore's desk, though he was still in cover. The headmaster was just sitting there, patiently waiting. "I must say, you did very well considering the abruptness with which I began the altercation," said Dumbledore, nodding appreciatively. "However, your 2 minutes have expired." "Have they?" Harry said in disappointment, getting properly to his feet only to be instantly taken down by a well-placed transfiguration on his clothing. Within a second he was unable to move, trapped in a cocoon of fabric. "No, not for another 23 seconds, said Dumbledore, looking at his watch. "I don't even know why I try," Harry muttered, waiting for the headmaster to reverse the spell. Dusting himself off, he finally took a seat for the first time all meeting. "You're a cheater. You relied on information given by an enemy," corrected Dumbledore. "Your fate was well deserved." "I'll get you eventually," Harry said, unwilling to let it go. As one-sided as that been, Dumbledore was just as exciting to duel as Stella or Bellatrix, though his style was distinctly different from the women's. Not what happened. The duel itself was rather boring. No, it was the feeling of standing against someone so skillful. After all, there was nothing like a good duel to get your blood pumping. "Before you go, I'd like to remind you that at the end of the month we are having the first set of group duels." Snape's drawl could be easily heard over the small movements of students packing up. "I will be assessing each of you for individual improvement and your effectiveness as a team. Do not disappoint me." Tracy let out a small breath as Snape called the class to close. She'd never have imagined that a defense class at Hogwarts could get so difficult. If it weren't for the DA, she'd have probably broken down from the hopelessness of the situation. "Do not disappoint me," the Hufflepuff girl in front of her whispered in a sinister voice, pretending to brandish her wand. "Pathetic students, you've failed for the last time. Avada Kedavra." A harsh snort of laughter drew Tracy's attention to the Gryffindor of the row. The one who was half making her fidget in nervousness. But she needed to do this. If she didn't break out of this phase, she'd never get close to being her old self around him again. At least that's what she kept telling herself. "Miss Jones, I can hear you," came Snape's drawl from his desk. He wasn't even looking up at them. 10 points from Hufflepuff. And 5 from Gryffindor. "Potter. Wah, what for?" he said indignantly. "Just getting a head start on our next class. Don't make it more." Tracy couldn't help but giggle at the sight of the teen palming his face. The majority of the Slytherins were laughing as it was, with the Gryffindors praying for Snape's early demise. Of course, it didn't really matter when Snape docked them points. Whatever subtractions actually went through were always counteracted by the sheer force of nature that was Hermione Granger, who probably earned a fifth of the house's yearly points on her own. Tracy hung back as she packed up, telling Daphne to go on ahead. Either Daphne didn't know what was going through her head or she was just keeping quiet about it, because she shrugged and left right away. After that, it was simple enough to wait outside the doorway for him to emerge. He always talked to Snape for a bit after class. Though she probably shouldn't have stood directly next to the door. "Ah, Tracy, you scared the hell out of me." Indeed, he'd nearly dropped his bag. Tracy actually did drop her stuff, his shout of surprise startling her just the same. Hastily grabbing it up, she said, "Hey, Harry. I'm really sorry about that." "It's all right," he said. "Were you waiting for me?" "Yes, You always stay after to talk to Professor Snape, so I figured this would be easiest, she replied. Oh, he said, looking somewhat surprised. So what's up? Do you want to eat lunch with me? Harry looked at the girl in renewed surprise, her face having gone a little pink at the sudden question. Sure, but unless you want to sit at the Gryffindor table. Not in the Great Hall, she added quickly, cutting him off. Obviously. I meant somewhere else. Just us two, like we did during the summer. I could use the break from the rest of the school. Oh, why didn't you just say so? Harry grinned. What are you tiptoeing around for, anyway? At this Tracy just gave a small huff, crossing her arms. I don't know about you, Potter, but I've got a reputation to keep. Harry just snorted in amusement. Yeah, same here. I was thinking of a couple places, but she paused, giving a small awkward laugh. They're probably a bit lame, now that I think of it. He didn't need to hear her list of decidedly suspect places she'd come up with. Astronomy Tower. Down by the lake. Instant death by embarrassment. How did she ever think that was okay? Admittedly, she didn't think this through much anyway, as she wasn't sure how they'd get the food for the outing to begin with. But apparently this wasn't an issue to Harry. It's all right, he said. I've got a good idea anyway. Why bring the food somewhere when you could just go to where it all is, yeah? Meet me off the side of the grand staircase a little before lunch starts. Where it all is, Tracy repeated. Are you talking about the kitchens? Have you been there? Of course not, who has? She shot back. The kitchens, honestly. Loads of people I'd bet, he replied. Anyway, I'll see you in a bit then. Tracy smiled widely and nodded. Mission success. Elsewhere, watching stealthily, were two sixth-year girls. Harry left in the opposite direction, while Tracy stood there watching him go. They took this as their cue to leave. You see what I mean? Said one. She tapped herself on the head with her wand, dispelling the disillusionment charm. And I'm still getting over how you can cast that. It's not as hard as it sounds, you know. Hermione. Daphne. See how clever I am, saying names like you are. Hermione chuckled as she dispelled the charm on herself. Now really, why did we just spy on your best friend? I just want support that I'm not going crazy. Daphne. Just because she asked to get lunch with him somewhere other than the Great Hall doesn't 100% mean that she fancies him, Hermione said patiently, shaking her head. So the fact that she knows his name in her sleep doesn't mean anything. Hermione froze, looking at the Slytherin in shock. Daphne was just laughing at her expression. Oh you, she continued down the corridor with a huff. Daphne trailing behind her. Why do you think she's been avoiding him recently? She pressed. She positively fled from him on the train. I don't think she could hold it together at the time. It's actually pretty cute. That isn't counting the little things here and there during the whole second half of fifth year. It just took a while for her to realize it. So what if she does? Are you bothered by it? Asked Hermione in curiosity. Of course not, Daphne said at once. She's my best friend, I want her to be happy. So then why are you getting so worked up about it? Harry could use the cheer too, honestly. Daphne let out a small huff. I'm worried he's going to do something dumb. Tracy's never been the most confident girl out there. Look, stop worrying about it so much, Hermione said, swatting lightly at the situation like it was a small fly. Give it a little time and who knows what might happen. Harry's not as hopeless as he used to be with girls anyway. Daphne let out a long breath. Waiting patiently was never been her forte. I'm surprised you're as okay with this as you say, she finally said, considering the Gryffindor thoughtfully. What do you mean? Asked Hermione. Why do you think no one ever tries to ask Harry out? Are you for that matter? The implication was rather obvious. We're not together, Daphne, you know that. You may as well be, you just don't do anything romantic. Is this why you really told me to come with you? Hermione crossed her arms with no small amount of aggression. To see if I'd get in the way. Will you? Silence stretched as the two squared up to one another. Finally Hermione broke the stalemate, her expression softening greatly. Of course not, don't be silly. The school kitchen is down here. Sure is, Harry nodded, leading the way down the corridor covered in food paintings. You'll see why when we get in. Well, at least the art is appropriate, she observed. What's up? They'd come to a halt. We're here, said Harry. They were standing in front of a huge painting of a bowl of fruit. Hidden entrance. Right, muttered Tracy. So how do we get in? Tickle the pear. Tickle the pear. The pear. Harry pointed at it, clearly enjoying her confusion. Tickle it. Go on. Feeling silly, Tracy reached out and wiggled her fingers over the painted canvas. To her surprise, and immediate amusement, the pear let out a small giggle, twitching in place before turning into a doorknob. Getting an encouraging smile from the Gryffindor, she grasped it and turned, opening the door and releasing a wave of warm and wonderful smelling air. Merlin's pants. Never seen so many house elves at once, yeah? Harry asked. Yeah, she replied, still shocked by them all scurrying about. Welcome back, Master Harry, said a polite female house elf, bowing before them. Are yous to be eating lunch with us today? Yes, I'd be happy to, he said with a nod. I brought a guest today. Of course, welcome Mrs. We be putting yous at the table yous be sitting at always, she continued. Harry was about to interject, but it was too late, the house elf already walking off. This way Master and Mrs. Well, with any luck she'd be asleep. So they make the food along the edges and in other connecting rooms and send it up? Tracy asked, having only half paid attention to the conversation between Harry and the house elf. The tables were becoming more and more packed with food as the house elves continued to pile it on. Got it in one, said Harry. So no one in Slytherin has bragged about being there. Seems like something someone would do. Most Slytherins stay in the common room because we're more comfortable there. You know how it is in this place, the girl said. I suppose so, Harry shrugged. We can't all have a Fred and George in our houses. People would be pranked so much they'd end up calling it Hogwarts School of Mischief and Misery, Tracy joked. They both had a good laugh at this, taking their seats at the table they were led to. Their food and goblets were already there, looking like a miniature version of the tables it was situated next to. Slightly above them on the wall was a large painting of a wooden table and single chair, the entire back of the room made up with what could only be bottles of alcohol. It was empty. Thank God for that, Tracy heard Harry mutter, the Gryffindor looking at the painting with a grimace. So you come down here a lot? Asked Tracy in curiosity, letting a house elf fill her cup with something to drink by standing on a chair next to her. He finished with a small bow and hopped off, back to work with the others. Yeah, it's a nice change of scenery, he replied, leaning against the wall with a small smile. They're all pretty fun to watch, too. Especially when there's an argument. House elves argue. The words slipped out of her mouth before she could stop them. It just seemed like such a weird idea, the way they always were tripping over themselves to be useful to their masters. She didn't want him to think she was so ignorantly prejudiced like that. Especially when he seemed to like the creatures. Harry, however, just nodded, apparently not offended. Yeah, it seems weird, right? I mean, they work so well together in teams. But with this number there's no way to avoid an argument or two once in a while. Their group leader straightens it out pretty quickly and it's business as usual. He shook his head. Anyway, it's been ages since we last talked. How are your classes going? They're all right, I suppose, she answered, taking a couple of gulps of her drink. Tart but a bit fruity. We've got less homework than last year but the material is harder in general. I dropped arithmancy because it was giving me a headache, but I kept all of my other classes. Even with one less class though I feel like I do less of what I used to do. Like look at the clouds, or throw rocks in the lake. I feel preoccupied, I guess. But as for classes, my favorite is actually potions now. Can't say I share your favorite, but potions is more enjoyable now, said Harry. Not easier, but he's fun to listen to. Always with a story. And he doesn't play favorites, even though he used to be head of Slytherin. Did he? I didn't know that, said the bee. Owned. Speaking of potions, Harry leaned in conspiratorially. Have you thought about what to use that Felix for? I use it for? No, not really, she answered a little too quickly. Looking for something to do, she quickly brought her goblet to her lips, downing the rest of it in as refined a manner as she could, knowing Harry was watching her with suspicion. I see. So what's your favorite class so far this year? Asked Tracy, returning the subject to classes. The moment the sound of the empty goblet hit the table, another elf was there to fill it. Not wanting him to climb up again, she brought it down to his level. Defense for sure, he replied, making the girl look at him like he was an alien. But Snape is teaching that class. I thought you hated him. Not really. Not anymore, Harry corrected himself. I guess you two have been nicer to each other, Tracy admitted, thinking back to how class usually went. What changed with you and Snape? We just understand each other better, I think. We don't antagonize one another anymore, and I think it's been working out well. He still takes points from me because he finds it fun, but other than that, not awful. Maybe we both grew up a bit. Well, I guess that's good to hear then, she said with a smile, earning one from him in return. How's your group in defense? Mine is as average gets. At least I was lucky enough to not have to be with anyone from my house. Way more cons there than pros. That's for sure, Harry agreed. On the outside my group is really good, but in reality I've got the 3/6 years with the worst practical defense marks. Don't you think you're being a little harsh? She asked with a wince. There were a bunch of people not in the DA. Besides, there's no way they could be worse than Crabbe or Goyle. Crabbe and Goyle are actually pretty good at practical defense, though they're better at causing damage than fixing or preventing it. Harry sighed before continuing. I know all this because right after the first class where we got our groups I went to Snape and asked him straight out. He told me he gave me the worst defense student from each house and to get them where they should be. We've been meeting every week in the evenings. So that's where Pansy goes off to every once in a while, said Tracy in understanding. We've asked but she just says it's a walk. Considering what's been going on, we've been giving her space. Yeah, have you started on the project yet? Harry quietly watched the house elves work. It was impressive to see them still working so furiously, even though lunch was nearly over. But now he just let them go somewhat out of focus, his mind elsewhere. Tracy was a soothing presence. He always had so many thoughts swirling about his head. Ones filled with anxiety, stress, anger, anticipation. He found it hard to focus when he wasn't training or working on something to keep occupied. But Tracy just cut through all that without effort, even back when all they ever did was antagonize one another in the Ancient Runes classroom. It just took him a long time to recognize it. I like this. Harry's attention refocused on the girl in front of him. She'd pulled the tie out of her hair and was running her fingers through it lightly. Sitting here, she added quickly. With you. Not my hair. I like this too, though, of course. It looks nice. The words came without much thought, though his brain registered them all the same. Thanks, I take good care of it, the girl smiled, seemingly distracted by it. She suddenly giggled, putting a hand to her mouth. Your hair looks like a dragon licked it sometimes. Especially in the mornings before Hermione tells you to fix it. It's better than it used to be, he defended, automatically trying to flatten his hair. A lost battle. Tracy just giggled as she watched him toy with his hair to no avail. It was only another few seconds before she was speaking again. Do you really like my laugh? Harry just blinked. You said you did, she continued, smiling at the memory. Said it was nice. Harry couldn't help but blush a bit. It was a rather forward statement to a girl he interacted so little with before. She could have easily walked off, wanting to get as far away from him as possible. Well, yeah, I wasn't creeped out, she insisted, leaning forwards in earnest. I was really pleased, but I didn't know how to react to it. And I was being so rude to you, too. You don't need to apologize for that, Harry grinned, waving it away. I just randomly came up to you when you were focused on something else, and that's good because it was supposed to be a compliment. It was a good day, Tracy mused, leaning on her hand as she remembered it. We went shopping together, too. I'd never done that with a boy before, or anything else really. Really? That's surprising. Harry scratched his cheek. You give me the impression of being pretty popular in general. Tracy just laughed, sipping at her drink lightly. No way, you're thinking about Daphne. It must be rubbing off on me after being her friend for so long. That's not true. Tracy, you're selling yourself short, Harry said easily, shaking his head. The bee owned just shrugged at him, though she was smiling slightly. They fell into silence once more and time dragged on, Harry leaning against the wall and Tracy on the heel of her palm, eyes closed. She seemed to just be relaxing in the pleasant atmosphere of the kitchen. Harry's mind was on the girl. Seriously, this did not end up where it started. But she wasn't saying anything, and for now that was perfectly fine with him. Eventually he checked his watch, noting that they had under 10 minutes until their next class started. Potions with the other sixth years. Tracy. No reply. She was just sitting there, leaning on her hand with her lips slightly parted. She'd never put her hair back in its tie either, so it fanned out, falling on either side of her face past her shoulders. Fortunately, she didn't have her plate of finished food directly under her. Tracy. He repeated, moving to give her a light tap. Slowly she tilted forwards. Wah. Quick with his wand, Harry conjured a fluffy pillow for her head to fall lightly onto, her breathing light and steady as she slightly adjusted herself for comfort. She's asleep. The sounds of stifled laughter made him turn around. There, lounging in her usual spot, was the drunk, her hand over her mouth. You're really something, boy, she said, holding back her laughter. A real knockout. She dissolved into laughter again. Harry, looking from the woman to Tracy, quickly picked up the girl's goblet and brought it to his nose. As this is this wine. That should be a fun one to explain away, the woman continued between her giggles. Wah! Realization suddenly hit him and he turned to the woman, furious. What the hell did you do? But she was gone, her laughter getting dimmer as she ran off among a forest of painted food. Sitting back down, Harry just let his forehead hit the table with a dull thud. So Tracy got drunk and fell asleep. They had potions in 5 minutes. I'm so dead. All right, Harry. No big deal here. Just 3 minutes until potion starts and Tracy fell asleep drinking wine. I can handle this. Totally cool. Totally cool. Harry's absently nodding head returned to the snoozing girl sitting across from him, almost immediately drooping on his shoulders once more. Totally not cool. What the hell was he going to do? He wasn't about to leave her here, but the thought of trying to move her somewhere was more than daunting. Not only would he need to avoid everyone and anyone who would want to know why he was carrying an unconscious student, if anyone found out that Tracy was drinking, she'd be in a great amount of trouble. Alcohol wasn't tolerated at the school in the hands of the students, majority or not. Of course, that wasn't to say that he wouldn't be in a ton of trouble either, but he'd likely get off easier. So, he needed to get her to a place that could excuse her from class, and any investigation that could follow, and also not be out of place for a student to be sleeping. That really only left her dorm or the hospital wing. Given his lack of willingness to break into the Slytherin common room with an unconscious Slytherin student, that pretty much gave him one choice. Not that he was complaining. The hospital wing was the best option anyway. Once he dropped her off, he'd make up an excuse for him being late to class. Perfect. So, how exactly was he going to carry her? Even having the Marauder's map didn't prevent him from running into people, just give him the opportunity to avoid them. Being weighed down with a person, physically or magically, would render that ability basically moot. I guess holding her would be better. People react pretty badly to the whole mobilicorpus thing anyway. Not to mention it was actually a difficult spell to maintain without practice. Anything that targeted a person like that would want to slide off of them like water. Could I get some help here? He posed to the room at large, looking about at the scurrying house elves. At once 4 stopped by his knee. What do yous be requiring of us, Master Harry? The lead one squeaked. Could you help me get her on my back? It took a little maneuvering, but with the assistance of a little house elf magic, Tracy was securely tucked against his back, her head resting on his right shoulder, legs sticking through the loops his arms were making. He was more than aware of the fact that he could feel the weight of her chest pressing into his back through her open robes, and was determinedly not thinking about where his hands were. Bad thoughts. Bad. Wasting no time, Harry set off into the corridor, praying he wouldn't encounter any of what he figured would be his first obstacle, Hufflepuffs. Their dorm was a stone throw away from the kitchens after all. Additionally, there were very few doors and side passageways on the Hufflepuff side of the sub-levels. He'd almost made it to the entrance hall when he heard a burst of garbled sound, mixed with the laughter of a couple students. They were just leaving the Great Hall. Straight or right? Straight or right? Straight or right? Making his way to the edge of the room, he poked his head out and saw that the students were walking thankfully to the right of the staircase, which would lead them to the dungeons. Letting out a sigh of relief, Harry gave Tracy a small nudge to make sure he had a good grip of her before walking as swiftly as possible to the staircase. He found himself grinning at the sheer absurdity of what he was doing. It was a bit thrilling, actually. He almost made it to the top when the door opened again, admitting a great deal more students to the entrance hall, coupled with an equal amount of sound. Panicking, Harry made a split-second decision. Dobby, do something colorful, he hissed, breaking into a small jog and hoping upon hope that Tracy didn't wake up. The loud crack of Dobby appearing was quickly overcome with a multitude of bangs, spraying color into the air that clouded any view of the upper half of the steps. Brilliant, Harry whispered, continuing down the corridor to the moving grand staircase. Every staircase he needed to use was already waiting for him in the proper position. Adrenaline was keeping him moving fairly well, which was a good thing too. Tracy wasn't exactly the lightest girl he'd ever carried. Note to self, never say that ever. Ever. Harry Potter is all right, said Dobby excitedly, now jogging at his side, clearly pleased to help. Excellent work, Dobby, I'll buy you a new pair of shorts when I get the chance, he said, grateful for the elf's quick assistance. Harry Potter is too kind, Dobby cried out, making Harry wince. Head back to the kitchens, I'll talk to you later, Harry said quickly, knowing that keeping the house elf around was bound to do him more harm than good. Dobby just vanished with a crack that echoed through the entire grand staircase. Once Harry reached the 4th floor, he slowed down considerably. It wasn't like he needed to rush anymore, the really dangerous parts were at the beginning. Besides, now he was at least 5 or 10 minutes into 4th period, which meant that the halls should be devoid of almost everyone. So he walked with an easy pace, shifting the girl once more on his back to keep a good grip on her, amazed at how deep of a sleeper she could be. His arms and legs were definitely tiring out anyway, so it was good to be close. Taking a deep breath, Harry suddenly noticed something that was nagging him for a little while now. Tracy smelled really good. Vanilla. Whatever it was, he was getting the aroma from her curly blonde hair, something that commanded his right peripheral. Tracy smelled familiar, and it was only just now he realized where it was from. Oh, though it may have seemed like just a way to get Horace into a lowered sense of security, Harry approached the man about Amortentia with nothing but the utmost seriousness. That potion scared and confused him like nothing else. Or at least the smells did. He was hit with half a dozen things, most of which he recognized on the spot. The troubling part was that among the various scents he immediately recognized Hermione, which sort of made sense, and Narcissa, thus beginning the most stressful self-reflection of his 16 years of life. To be told by the ultimate love potion that you're attracted to the person you consider your sort of mother figure is more than a little unsettling. Horace put his fears to rest, but he still never was able to place that final scent, as maddeningly familiar as it felt. Until now that was. His thoughts were interrupted by the realization that he was standing in front of the hospital wing while doing nothing but think. Shaking his head quickly, he eased the door open and silently moved inside. Poppy was in her office, with the door open a foot or so, but she seemed absorbed in her work. Poppy. Harry. The healer poked her head out of her office, eyeing him warily. Don't tell me you've hurt yourself again. No, I brought you someone, he said quickly, setting Tracy down gently on a bed and finally releasing her. Poppy walked over with her wand out, a flick floating the girl slightly so that she could rest fully on the bed. Problem? Poppy asked, already checking for one herself. Actually I'm pretty sure she just didn't sleep at all last night, Harry said with a shrug, looking down at Tracy's snoozing form. It honestly might be true, considering she didn't stir at all the whole trip up. I offered to bring her here and she kind of fell asleep on the way. She probably just needs some rest. Yes, I can't find anything wrong with her, the healer agreed. Do you have class now? Potions. Tracy too. Well then you'd best get a move on, said Poppy, moving over to a table to scribble a note. Please pass this to Professor Slughorn. You can come back and check on her later. Great, thanks, Poppy, said Harry, pleased that everything worked out so well. She nodded and returned to her office, closing the door behind her. Harry let out a sigh of relief, turning to the door back to the corridor. Home free. He turned back to the girl with a frown, watching her for a second before rubbing his forehead. Honestly, he could never leave things alone when he needed to. Tracy blinked slowly, still feeling quite sleepy. While she noticed that she didn't appear to be where she'd started earlier, the only thing she found herself focusing on was a small, black cat, laying down near her head. It was watching her with oddly familiar bright green eyes. It looked away after a second, absently scratching an ear. Automatically she reached out, rubbing its head twice before she closed her eyes, drifting off to sleep once more. Who knew exactly what happened, but she was very comfortable and she could always blame Harry if she needed to. Just another thing that she liked so much about him. It was to a sunny day that Tonks stepped out of her apartment with a small bag of trash for the bin at the side of the building. On a whim she decided not to vanish it, opting for the short walk down her so infrequently used staircase. The general excuse was that she traveled a lot, not like the landlord cared all that much, but it at least made her feel better about never really being seen coming or going. She paid her rent and caused no issues at all. An ideal tenant. Her single neighbor was an elderly man who rarely left home as well, often having food delivered from what she could only assume to be local restaurants. All in all, a quiet place to live, her only place of non-compromised peace in a life turned chaotic. She was in more than one scramble with Death Eaters lately. The days of protests and demonstrations were long over for the supporters of Voldemort. She couldn't help but wonder who even brought up the idea, considering how short they were, almost as if the man did it on a whim. Now was a time for action, and action only. Cutting out the rotting part to save the whole. Voldemort was still sending his newer Death Eaters around attacking Muggleborns and Muggles alike. An initiation of sorts, as Snape once explained. Whether it was to give them some experience murdering innocent people in the name of purebloods, or simply to keep the Ministry and Order on edge, it was working either way. For every attack they managed to stop, another was missed, only found out about later. She saw the dark mark so many times in the past few months, each a reminder of her failure. It was enough to send anyone into depression. Not really paying attention to what she was doing, Tonks put the lid on lopsided, causing it to fall off. It clanged loudly, bouncing a couple times before coming to a rest. Honestly, what's the point of moving garbage around? She muttered to herself, fixing the lid properly atop the bin. It's not like this gets rid of it. Honestly, Nymphadora, you act like they just choose not to use those fancy sticks of ours. Her father's voice easily filled her head, making her grin. He was such a practical man, always one to poke at wizarding kind for something or other despite being a wizard himself. Nymphadora, why can't you listen to me for once? This war is going to get you killed. Is that how you want to live your life? Sprinting for the nearest body bag. Her mother wasn't happy with, well, anything since she graduated from Hogwarts. Always fights about her future. Anything that was remotely like her, and it sparked the fight to end all fights. As a result, she wasn't around to visit in months. Visits just always ended badly. Double checking that she didn't forget anything important at home, Tonks began walking down her block aimlessly. Today was the first Hogsmeade weekend for the Hogwarts students. She'd be seeing Harry within the hour, something that was giving her a bout of nervousness ever since talking to him in the mirror. It's not like she was particularly nice to him, and Harry was only concerned for her. She knew that he wouldn't be angry with her for any reason, but a small part of her couldn't help but consider the contrary. Still, she'd not miss their visit for anything. It was one of the few things keeping her going, really. She thought so much about what was happening. The attacks, the Ministry, the Order, what they were all doing to fight back, it all seemed hopeless at times. They were fighting back, yes, but they would never win. Not before losing everything they were fighting for. Miss, excuse me, are you all right? She gave a small start, finding a middle-aged muggle watching her from a few feet away with a mixture of curiosity and polite concern. It was then she realized that she'd stopped walking, spacing out on the middle of the sidewalk. Yes, thank you, she replied quickly, shaking her head and continuing her way down the street. Maybe her mom was right. Maybe she was rushing to the end. Tonks let out a satisfied moan, and of comfort as she put her empty butterbeer mug down. The highly energized atmosphere of the three broomsticks was barely a hum in the back of her mind as she smiled. She was almost positive that Rosmerta spiked it with something, not that anyone would ever hear her complaining. About to get up for a refill, her eyes caught on a head of messy black hair and a red and gold scarf that was heading directly for her. Your timing is perfect, as usual, she said, taking the fresh mug of butterbeer that Harry was holding out for her with a smile. You must have known I was here for a while, so what made you get me this? Well, either you could use another or I'd get to drink too, he reasoned. Fair enough. She accepted the fresh drink and took a hearty gulp. Good to see you, Harry. Good to see you too, Nim, he replied brightly. It would seem that their last conversation was a thing of the past. Things are going better, I hope. Not. No, not really, she replied morosely, smile gone. We've had nearly 100 deaths across the country. That's not counting enforcement either. All in the last month. At once Harry's grin faded, replaced by something more serious. Tonks watched his right arm twitch as he cast a spell under the table, the sounds around them dropping marginally. Not something overly noticeable, but her trained senses picked it up easily. Ward. Harry nodded. What about the order? I haven't really heard anything recently, though I suppose no news is good news. We haven't lost anyone, confirmed Tonks. The order has some of the best in it, not to say the worst or terrible. Everyone's above average, even dodgy blokes like Mundungus. The DMLE doesn't hold up to the same standards, unfortunately. Not that we can honestly expect something like that. Anyone you knew? He asked hesitantly. Knew. Tonks frowned. Yeah, I suppose I knew all of them. Anyone I was close to. Not since the minister's speech this summer. Her first and closest friend on the force, gone just like that. I still can't believe Death Eaters are just going around killing innocent people, magic or not, Harry said angrily. Where's the common sense in that? Where's the morality? You don't just lose that kind of thing one day. To be honest, I doubt a lot of the newer Death Eaters are as comfortable with killing as they want to appear, Tonks replied, understanding the frustration the boy was going through. But even the idea of working for Voldemort has changed the way a lot of these people are willing to think and act. They all at some level believe in the out with the new, in with the old philosophy. They're trying to fix something they think is a serious threat to wizards. And that makes killing people easy. Harry crossed his arms. There's got to be more to it than that. I know at least a little about human nature. Hey, don't attack me here, I actually think you're right. Tonks let out a small sigh. This was why she was hoping to avoid this topic altogether. There were no easy answers here, just hard realities. All we really know at the end of the day is that it's happening. Don't you think that if we actually knew something more about the whole thing, we'd be doing something about it? Silence followed her words. Harry was staring into his drink with a frown, clearly deep in thought, and Tonks wasn't about to encourage more talk along this line. Instead, she decided to change the topic. So, how's the wandless stuff coming along? Harry's expression instantly morphed to one of annoyance, though the bite in his voice was likely still lingering from the previous topic. Absolutely nowhere. I had one fluke of a success when I wasn't even trying, and after that nothing. I've had more luck trying to catch a snitch on foot. At night. I thought you were doing really well with it though, said Tonks. Only to a point. Harry ran a hand through his hair. It's like the magic taunted me by making it seem so easy that one time, and then, his voice trailed off into fairly aggressive muttering. Tonks just gave him a fond smile. You'll get it eventually, she said easily. Of course he would. He was just that kind of a person. A smile tugged at the boy's lips, at which he shook his head. Researching different kinds of magic is actually pretty fun. You know, I was wondering. Tonks paused, thinking how best to ask what was on her mind. You can sense my magic pretty easily, right? Even though we're surrounded by so much of it right now. Of course. What does it feel like? Harry regarded her with a confused look. Feel. Magic can sort of be warm or cold when you're close enough, I suppose, but. I don't mean magic in general, I mean me, Tonks interrupted. What makes me different from everyone else? Even from people you don't recognize. You know. Harry scratched his chin pensively. I've really got no idea. I don't really feel people's magic. I just know about it, I suppose. When I feel your magic, I just know it's you. Oh, she was rather disappointed by his explanation. Sorry. Tonks watched as he sulked a bit in his seat. I don't really know how it works completely. I just know when it's you. Same thing with other people I recognize. Nice one, Tonks. Don't get down on me here, she said. I came here for you to put me in a better mood. Great job I'm doing then, asking you about work, he responded. Tonks watched as his eyes drifted off of her own and moved down her torso. You're a perv, you know that. I am not, he shot back. Keep telling yourself that, while you wonder what's under my top. Ah, drop the ward for a second. The arrival of Rosmerta with the food that Harry ordered them was a welcome distraction. It was a while since she last came around to see the woman, and they got along pretty well. A minute later and the two were alone again, Ward back up, though this time the only sounds coming from within were the chink of forks on plates. Feeling refreshed, Tonks decided to bring up one of the main things she'd wanted to talk to Harry about for a while. Harry, why is Sirius avoiding you? If the plain surprise on Harry's face said anything, he had no idea what she was talking about. He said as much seconds later. He hasn't talked to you in a while, right? He doesn't mention you at all when I see him, and it's pretty clear that you're not a topic he wants to talk about when other people bring you up either. These days he doesn't really talk much at all, to be honest. What? That doesn't sound right, he said, frowning. Why would he do that? That's why I was asking you, Tonks continued. He's been pretty shut off lately, definitely not himself. Did you say something to him recently? Do something. Even if it's small, it might have. She looked at him expectantly. No. Harry shook his head, trying to think of such a thing. I mean, the last time I saw him was right before break ended, and that was. Harry abruptly cut off, making Tonks frown slightly. So there was something after all. He seemed to struggle with himself for a second before letting out a breath. He must have found out, Harry muttered. Now speaking back to Tonks, he continued, I suppose it was stupid to think that nothing happened once I left. I didn't exactly clean up properly. Clean up? Tonks said hesitantly. Because that didn't sound ominous in any way. I wasn't in the right state of mind, Harry added, as if this would explain everything. Harry, I killed someone. Nim, he interrupted. The pit of her stomach seemed to drop out. She tried to say something, but it only resulted in her mouth opening and closing silently, an act that went unnoticed by Harry, who was looking at his fork. Just before school started. In defense, she finally managed to get out. She ain't heard about an attack, but it was possible. Barely. Hopefully. It would have been a lot more simple if that were the case. Harry finally met her eyes. I dragged Lucius Malfoy out of his cell and fed him to the Dementors. Sirius was the one who gave me the portkey to the island. I never really told him why I wanted it, though. Tonks' eyes got even wider at this. The death of a man who was arguably Voldemort's greatest asset was huge news. The fact that she'd not heard a thing about it meant it was being hushed rather heavily. Why? It was all she could really think to say. What else was there to say? He was threatening to kill someone when he got out, Harry said slowly. It was obvious that he was keeping himself from saying too much, but she wasn't about to press him for it. She was still so shocked. I couldn't give him the chance. So I chose to end his life before he could take anyone else's. Silence stretched between them for some time. The ambient sounds from the inn around them slowly came back into focus, though they felt alien to the atmosphere within the small privacy ward. As an Auror, and further a member of the Order of the Phoenix, she worked under a half-personal, half-departmental code of non-lethality, but it wasn't uncrossable. A person in her position was certainly someone who could end up taking a life. There were a number in the DMLE who were in situations where lethal force was the only option, the necessary option. It was something they bore the rest of their lives, for better or for worse. These days it was a moral choice she questioned heavily. How much longer could she go along with the farce that, good, would prevail? What were they actually accomplishing? Dozens of imprisoned Death Eaters seemed meaningless to the number of dead innocents so far. What good was imprisoning a murderer when the fall of Azkaban was an almost foregone conclusion? It meant nothing to the war centered around the teen across from her. As Harry clearly just said, a dead Death Eater can't kill anyone after all. You know you didn't really kill him. Just saying, she said finally. You're right, I turned him into a soul snack, Harry replied grimly. Totally different. You did it to protect someone. Sometimes to keep the people we love safe we have to make difficult choices. It might hurt when you think about it, but I'll bet every time you see that person you know in your heart you did the right thing. My dad told me that. Harry's expression softened considerably, his eyes seeing something that wasn't there. Yeah, I suppose. Thanks. She just gave him a warm smile. Anytime, Harry. I need to tell Dumbledore, he said with a sigh, running a hand through his hair. He must have known from the beginning, but he hasn't said anything at all. He is the kind of guy who would wait for you to come clean about stuff like that, Tonks mused. Harry nodded his agreement, taking the opportunity to finish off his butterbeer. Speaking of the headmaster, you guys have been working together on stuff lately, right? Anything interesting? She asked. Almost at once Harry's expression changed to one of amusement. An outsider wouldn't think they just had a conversation about murder. This and that, he said. But you wouldn't believe some of the stuff I've walked in on him doing. Like this one time he had a sandbox, yes a sandbox, on his desk. Tonks sat back with a small smile, listening to Harry recount parts of the sessions he spent with the headmaster. It was almost enough to have her forget about what lurked beyond the moment. But as fear circled her mind, her heart filled with iron. She would see this through to the end, wherever it took her, and only pray that things turned out all right in the end. I'm worried about her, Hermione. Seriously. I can see that. Hermione let her eyes drift up over the top of her book to the person in front of her. 5 minutes earlier he walked into the room, made directly for her, and began speaking in a stream. It honestly wasn't even what he was saying that was currently disturbing her though, as saddening as it was. Tonks was a friend of hers as well. It was just, Harry, how did you get into the girls' dorms? She had a minor, albeit silent, panic attack the moment he walked in. She did not need another compromising situation between them happening. It took her a month to relax after the last one, and Daphne point blank accusing her of harboring something for her best friend was still quite fresh in her mind. Harry at least had the grace to look abashed. I'm not too sure about that, he said with an awkward laugh. Maybe the castle knows I'm pure of intentions. Of course you are. Hermione let out a sigh and put her book down. Pull up a chair, Harry, I'm not going to talk to you while you stand over me. It was fortunate that the girl dorms were so much more furnished than the boy ones. Clearly no one expected the boys to do anything but sleep in theirs, given they only had beds and side tables. Sorry, it's just been really bothering me since I saw her, Harry continued, absently pulling a seat close and sinking into it. You didn't see her, Hermione, she looked so worn out. She's been out there dealing with this fight every day, and it's dragging her down, say nothing of the friends she's lost on top of it all. Well, it makes sense, considering what her job is, said Hermione, careful to avoid mentioning the order or anything similar. There's a death in the paper almost every day. It was incredible, in a way, how normal such a thing became. A couple of months ago everything was quiet, and now, it was like the entire country changed overnight. A few of the victims even had relatives attending the school. I know. I feel so stuck at this school, even though I know I should be here. Harry let out a tired breath. I just hate being so uneasy all the time. I'm sorry, I wish there was something I could say to help, Hermione said with a frown. She hated seeing him like this. It'll get better, just have some faith. Tonks is the toughest woman we know. At this Harry grinned, getting to his feet. Well, maybe. Hermione just smiled, not forgetting what he said to her all those months ago. Get out of here, Potter, I'm reading. And don't come back up here. She shouted after him, though the door was already closed. Prat. The Gryffindor common room was as rowdy as ever, but there was a distinct lack of chaos that wasn't present since the end of the last year. The absence of Fred and George was more obvious than anyone would have thought. After very conspicuously entering and leaving the girls' dorms via a set of stairs and not a slide, Harry moved to the sofa by the fire, watching Ron prod a large lump of fabric with his wand in different places. Each prod gave it a different shade of yellow, though something told Harry that this wasn't what the boy was going for. Mate, what are you doing? I'm trying to make this damn thing more golden, but I keep getting stupid banana colors, Ron groaned, slumping back against the seat. Never been much good at color charms, you know. Whatever for? Harry asked, still unsure what Ron was spelling. The Halloween party, Ron replied, as if it were obvious. It's less than a week away, you know. Harry raised his eyebrows. He was well aware of the costume party that Dumbledore announced at the beginning of the month. Just another fun thing to help the students keep their minds away from the less cheerful things happening beyond the walls of the castle. Of course, it'd gone from being a fun party to a party, meaning that it'd been blown way out of proportion and was now the biggest thing since the Yule Ball. Quite ridiculous actually. You're going, he said, surprised. I'd have thought you swore off these kinds of things since fourth year. I am actually, Ron replied. I've got some incentive, this time. I'm on the fence, honestly, said Harry. He was certainly interested in the idea of fun, but Halloween was never a good day for him. Costumes only changed what people looked like, not what they talked about. Then again, he'd at least be inconspicuous. What are you making, anyway? To answer, Ron just stood up, holding the costume he'd been working on so that it dropped down to full length. Harry gave a snort of laughter, which only got a crooked grin from his friend in return. Well, it's certainly very Gryffindor. Indeed, it didn't get any more Gryffindor than a lion. Are you going with anyone then? Lavender, said Ron, going a bit red about the ears. Didn't need another Yule Ball fiasco, so I asked her a little while after Dumbledore announced it. She said yes. Probably helped that we've been, you know, frequently inspecting each other's tonsils. Harry tried, getting a humorous reaction out of his friend. Chuckling, he continued, that's great to hear, but really, a lion. Lions, Ron corrected, clearing his throat loudly. The two of us. I know it isn't very original, but she's pretty into it and I wanted to show that I can actually do something other than play chess or keep, he said, shaking the costume a bit. It's just being a bit difficult. Well then I'll leave you to it, I'm going to go do some training. Halfway through his turn, Harry looked back. You know, I get not asking anyone in the house for help, but Luna did make that huge lion hat. She would be great to ask for pointers. That's actually not a bad idea, agreed Ron, looking at his costume with a new light. The lion hat wasn't easily forgettable. Cheers, mate. No worries, I'll see you later. Harry lazily made his way out of the dorm, giving the fat lady a wave as she closed behind him. His feet carried him to the entrance of the room of requirement within a minute. It was almost amusing how he visited it more than all of his classes put together. Hey Stella, been well? He asked, enjoying the cool breeze that played across his face. As well as can be for a castle, came a voice to his side. It was almost a year of knowing her and her habits that prevented him from reacting even the tiniest bit to her sudden appearance at his side. I don't know why you keep fading, he said, giving the woman a frown. Isn't it much more interesting to be out like this? You could do anything in here. Perhaps, from a human perspective that is a reasonable thing to say, Stella began, giving him a blank look, but you forget that I am, and always have been, a castle. Nothing more. Well, yeah, but I figured by now you're definitely not the same as when I first met you, you know. When you are in here, I am in here, she said, her voice almost forceful with weight. I am aware of very little and must focus my attention elsewhere to restore it. You are my purpose here, after all. When you are not here, however, I am free to continue existing as what I am. Her expression softened and a small smile lit her face. Do not take this the wrong way, I know your words come from care. It's just, Harry paused, trying to puzzle out the odd feeling. All we do now is duel, and talk about dueling. I've never been better than I am now, and even Dumbledore said that there might be hope for me yet, but. Give it up, Harry. Said boy simply turned to face the newcomer with a frown. Narcissa, you understand where I'm coming from though, right? You are trying to tell a house elf to stop serving people, she said with a sigh. Not that I think you're a house elf or anything, she quickly added to Stella. Narcissa walked over to them, lightly stepping on the stone with stocking-clad feet. Her shoes were in one hand, a book in the other. Reading in the grass again, Harry said with a nod at her possessions. It's quite nice after being inside for a couple of days straight, she said with a nod. I'll head back inside now though since you're here. I'm sorry, I just don't want to risk you getting hurt, as unlikely as it is in here, Harry apologized. He knew she liked being outside. Nonsense, you're beating yourself up over nothing, Narcissa scolded him lightly. Come have dinner with me soon, all right? You haven't had a proper visit in weeks. I will, I promise. Harry and Stella watched her open the trunk and descend within, the lid snapping shut behind her. His body almost twitched at the sound, unnaturally loud in the suddenly plain room they were standing in. Their dueling space. Today we work on your accuracy at high speeds, Stella spoke, her voice void of all emotion. It was always like this. Like truly standing against an entire castle with just himself. It was amazing how small she made him feel. I believe you could stand to be a bit faster. Harry just grimaced, wand in hand. Of course you do. You're sure it looks good? Tracy asked, eyeing herself in the mirror once more. Yes, how many times do I have to repeat myself? You look great, sighed Daphne, tugging at one of the own sleeves to get rid of remaining wrinkles. Her spell didn't work out. In fact, I think you look better than I do. Much more interesting at any rate. The hat's pretty great. Yeah, right, Tracy muttered, throwing a glare at the girl's back once she turned away. The Halloween party finally arrived, and Daphne was going as a vampire. More specifically a hot vampire, which cancelled out the fairly unimaginative idea. It didn't even take much touching up to get the look perfectly. There would no doubt be plenty of, I've got some fine tasting blood if you're interested, pick-up lines that night. As for her, she was going as a witch. The type that muggles often thought of when they thought of witches. Old-fashioned pointed hat and black outfit. Even a broom she borrowed from the Slytherin Quidditch team. Quite different from how anyone dressed in the past century or two. And it wasn't that she looked bad or anything, either. She was unable to resist altering the style a little bit. If she said anything, with her curled hair and knee-high skirt, she looked cute. I don't want to be cute, I want to be pretty. Tracy, you ready? Daphne was looking at her from the door, her mouth in a contemplative frown. I feel like you're missing something. Yes, the own said, pulling her skirt up near her waist to reveal a sizable amount of leg and a flash of underwear. You know that isn't what I mean, Daphne said pointedly. It's not like I'm wearing anything revealing. Which was perfectly true. Well, you don't exactly need it, do you? Tracy countered, hands on her hips. Excuse the lesser folk for needing a leg up. Daphne just rolled her eyes, unable to keep a small smile off her face. You're a riot. I'm going to go find Astoria. We'll wait for you at the entrance. I'll be right there, Tracy promised, turning back to the mirror as the door snapped shut behind her. Eyes on her skirt, she pointed at it with her wand, muttering an absent spell. There, how's that? She asked the mirror once it was as it approached mid-thigh. Not too high now, dear, you know how boys can be, warned the mirror. It sounded like a mix between a stern mother and a slightly sketchy aunt. The kind who had way too many inappropriate stories that she was willing to tell to the kids, so she was never invited to anything. Still, it was an excellent mirror. All right, I won't make it any shorter, Tracy sighed. At least she didn't look prudish. Being as attractive as Daphne, well, some people were just lucky. She went to grab the broom resting on her trunk and stopped, eyes fixed on the lid. Slowly the corners of her mouth turned upwards. Daphne checked the clock on the wall a third time before letting out a small sigh. Maybe she shouldn't have left the girl on her own. Tracy was already self-conscious enough about not being as pretty as she was, so something like this really put it over the top. Utter rubbish in her own opinion. She was just more developed than her own friend. It drove hormones crazy, everyone knew that. There she is, said Astoria, tapping her sister on the arm. She too was dressed as a vampire. The two of them were going as a pair. It saved them from having to deal with the date thing that neither of them wanted anything to do with. Far more trouble than it was worth, that was for sure. Great. We should get going. Ready to head to the Great Hall? Daphne asked Tracy as she joined them. Tracy was looking around with a peculiar expression on her face, lips pursed in apparent thought. Finally resting on her raven-haired friend, she simply smiled and said in satisfaction, I think I'll take a walk around the castle. Good. Let's hang on. Daphne caught herself, only having just registered what Tracy was saying. What do you mean take a walk around the castle? We're going to the party. It started ages ago. No thanks. I just really fancy a walkabout now, Tracy continued, sending a wide smile at them both. Good feeling, you know. Blankly, the two sisters just shook their heads. Ah, that's too bad, she said with a shrug. I'll see you later then. And with that, Tracy exited the common room to parts unknown. The two girls watched in silence as the wall closed up behind her. I'll say this now, she was your friend first. Shut it, Tori. Tracy was, in all honesty, having the best walk of her life. Though could it be called a walk if she was floating along on her broom, sitting side saddle? She was currently on the second floor, just past Myrtle's bathroom. The toilet haunting ghost was ning something mundane like she usually did when there was no one to talk to, her muffled voice bleeding into the corridor. Not like that was any different from what she did on any other day. No one ever visited her. A left, a right again. Tracy floated along, her toes occasionally brushing the floor. Why in the world didn't she do this before? It was honestly fantastic. No, that doesn't work at all. Tracy stopped at the sudden voice that dimly drifted out of a nearby room, the door slightly ajar. She immediately recognized it as none other than Harry. What an amazing coincidence. Floating over silently, Tracy lined herself up with the inch-wide view of the room, her tongue slightly poking out of the side of her mouth in concentration. Indeed, there was Harry Potter, facing what she figured was a mirror on the side of the room. Suddenly he was shrinking, shifting into a small, black form that stopped as quickly as it started. A small, black cat. Mouth open in shock, Tracy watched as Harry returned to human form, a scowl on his face. Come on, I screwed this up so many times when I was trying to do it right before and now I can't not do it right. He griped, rubbing his hands through his hair. What kind of crap is that? Her brain finally catching up with what was happening in front of her, Tracy burst into the room on impulse. It was you. The effect was instantaneous. Harry jerked harshly, knocking over a nearby desk with a loud clatter as he turned to face his intruder. The expression of being caught at something he shouldn't have was written all over his face. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you, she apologized, hands up to show they were empty but for her broom. Suddenly she realized that the incredibly good feeling she was getting wasn't there anymore. Did the potion wear off already? She only took a few drops after all, worried about taking too much. It's all right, I guess I was more distracted than I thought, he replied, lowering his wand though still looking a bit nervous. He picked up the desk and set it back on its feet. What were you saying just now? What was me? The cat, Tracy said, now a bit excited. There was a cat sitting on my bed when I was in the hospital wing. She broke off, thinking back to exactly why she'd ended up there. Before. I pet you. Harry just slumped a bit, his nervousness dropping into resignation. Remember that, did you? Why do you look disappointed? She asked incredulously. It's amazing. It's a secret, he said bluntly, his wand snapping the door shut behind her. If it weren't you, I'd have already obliviated you. Tracy glanced behind her before eyeing him curiously. Really? What makes me so different? You, Harry broke off, eyes traveling down her body once and back up to her own. Look like you should be at a Halloween party. What were you doing floating around here anyway? Tracy narrowed her eyes at the clear change of subject but decided to let it go. I was taking a walk before I headed over, she replied. As for being here, she shrugged, the corner of her mouth turning up slightly. Got lucky, I guess. Harry was giving her a suspicious look but shrugged as well. What were you doing anyway? She asked, curious. Trying to do. Really, he corrected. I was trying to get to a halfway point between this and my animagus without the complicated wand work. Human transfiguration still gives me issues if you can believe it. I'd sooner end up with 2 tails and no ears. So human with some cat mixed in. Tracy said slowly. I guess I'm not really trying, Harry amended, leaning against the desk. It was just a thought. I wasn't planning anything to begin with. I can understand why you wouldn't want to go. There was no way she forgot what happened last Halloween. It's not. Harry let out a small breath of frustration. Should she not have mentioned that? I do have my issues with it, but I was honestly going to go. It just took me a while to convince myself. So then why were you up here? Tracy asked, finally feeling like they were making some progress in this conversation. I didn't really prepare anything, Harry admitted, motioning to himself. He was wearing casual clothing, nothing remotely costume-like in sight. How about a Dementor? Tracy posed, lips pursed in thought. You'd just need a big cloak really. Harry frowned in discomfort. Thanks, but I'll pass. Dragon. How on earth would that even be possible? Mummy. I've got it. Tracy held up her broom in excitement, pointing to the front end. You can be my cat. All witches have cats. At least the muggle ones do. That's what I'm going as. Absolutely not, Harry said quickly, holding his arms up in a large X. Mummy it is then, she said with a shrug, bewitching the curtains of the nearby window to fly at the Gryffindor, who was promptly buried with a muffled shout. Ignoring his flailing, she cracked her knuckles in preparation. Don't struggle, I want to get there before midnight. I'm itchy. So scratch it. I would, but oh wait, someone turned me into a walking pile of drapes. Literally. Did I mention how bloody hot these things are? Though having Harry annoyed with her was probably the furthest thing Tracy could have ever wanted, surprisingly it was doing nothing but amuse her as she navigated them through the throng of students in the Great Hall. You make it sound like I just left you in that pile on the floor, she said lightly, enjoying the grip she had on his right hand. It was sadly like holding a thick sock puppet, but it was certainly much better than nothing. The small things meant a lot when you had a crush. You're the best looking mummy here. Considering how many there are, I find that a bit hard to believe, Harry muttered, though she was still able to catch it. Tracy cut and transfigured the curtains into a more mummy wrap-like material before setting the strips winding all over his body. A little tugging at the face region and Mummy Potter was born. She couldn't help but giggle at the bits of hair that stuck out of the wrappings all over his head. She was suddenly pulled up short when Harry began moving in the opposite direction towards the Gryffindor side of the hall. He redoubled the grip on her hand to keep them together as he pulled her through the crowd at 3 times the speed they'd been walking a second earlier. It was actually quite amazing at how little they were disturbing the students around them. Eventually they came to an abrupt halt in front of a person their size with furry brown hair covering every exposed inch of his body, wolf ears sticking out on top. A second glance told Tracy that the werewolf was actually a girl. Either that or a cross-dresser. Hermione, thank God, breathed Harry in relief, making the person in front of him start. Harry, she said in surprise, turning to face the two of them. And Tracy as well. Oh, that's brilliant, you actually found him. Daphne told me that you just walked off earlier. I was worried that we wouldn't find you. It was a coincidence actually, Tracy said with a smile. Hopefully she didn't look too guilty about it. He was. Never mind that, Harry interrupted impatiently, causing both girls to give him stern looks. He almost groaned. I've got the worst itch and I don't have fingers. He held up his mitten-like mummified hands. You don't understand what this is like. Hermione just rolled her eyes, though she was smiling. Easy, Harry. Just spread your fingers as far apart as you can for me. Tracy watched as a flick of the girl's wand transfigured the cloth around Harry's hand split and fused around each individual finger, making it like a glove. Nodding, she repeated the process on his other hand, a further flick cleaning up little bits of his appearance to give it a more polished overall look. Thank you so much, Harry said with feeling, now scratching his lower back with gusto. Ah. I wish I were half as good as you at that kind of stuff, Tracy sighed, eyeing her own wand. No incantation either. It took me ages to get him looking right. It's just practice, Hermione said with a shrug. You look great, by the way. Not as good as you, she replied, still amazed at her costume. You're not wearing that, are you? No, I grew it, Hermione confirmed. But I was really careful about it and I've mostly only got fur in the places it shows. Not anywhere uncomfortable. Hermione, did you see Ron yet? Harry asked, looking around. Yes, I have, and I don't advise looking for him, she responded, her voice disapproving. Why's that? Asked Tracy. He and his lioness left a little while ago, she explained, rolling her eyes. I'd imagine in search of a den. They were here from the beginning. Oh, Weasley's got a lioness? Tracy asked quickly, ignoring Harry's blank expression. He's been with Lavender lately, but I suppose they've stepped it up by now, Hermione replied. It is that kind of night after all. You don't look too thrilled about it, Tracy added pointedly. It's not anything like that, Hermione said quickly, shaking her head. I know Lavender, just from living with her. Ron needs someone to balance him out. I'm trying not to be negative here but. Come on, Hermione, it's not like they're getting married, scoffed Harry. Let him have his fun. Spoken like a true boy, she shot back. Don't think I haven't caught your eyes on Tracy's legs already. Thinking about taking her to your tomb. Tracy blushed Arlette, whacking the giggling Hermione's behind with the bristled end of her broom out of annoyance. Harry on the other hand just sputtered for a second before giving Hermione a scathing glare. At least I don't have a crush on a werewolf twice my age. Did you think he'd like you better this way? While now even more confused, Tracy watched as Hermione's mouth opened and closed in silence. I can't wait to tell him. Harry James Potter, I will kill you. Tracy stood there in bemusement as the mummy ran into the crowd, werewolf hot on his heels. Hermione fancies a werewolf. It was an hour later that Harry found himself relaxing in a corner of the Great Hall, near the end of where the high table usually sat. Tracy and Hermione met up with the Greengrass sisters a while earlier and were now chatting away a good 10 feet from where he was sitting, mingling with a random group of upper-year guys. It was actually a relief to be the fly-on-the-wall mummy on the wall. It wasn't like anyone knew who he was under all the bandages. Harry, there you are. Not. Harry looked up to find himself staring at none other than Albus Dumbledore, dressed as he usually was in the castle. Not dressed up? He asked, grinning. I'll bet you could have done something over the top. Dumbledore chuckled, a tired smile on his face. Perhaps, but as headmaster I want nothing more than to let my students shine before all others, including myself. Of course you do, Harry said with a grin. Did you need me for something? Yes. Please head into the faculty room, I will meet you there shortly. Dumbledore immediately moved into the throng of students, speaking to many of them but never stopping as he made his way through. Wonder what's up, Harry said, draining the goblet and heading over to the room. There was a wide table stretched in front of it with drinks to keep students from attempting to enter. Not like it was unlocked anyway. Ducking under the table, Harry drew his wand and tapped it on the door, allowing himself entrance before resealing it. Instantly the sounds of the party were cut off, leaving him with the silence of the empty room. Sighing, he undid the bandages around his face, letting them drape out of the way onto his back. Mr. Potter. Harry looked up as the high-pitched voice of Professor Flitwick filled the room. He was sitting in a chair near one of the windows. Hey, Professor, did the headmaster call you in here too? He asked, moving over to join him. Flitwick nodded, though it was clear he didn't miss the implication of Harry's words. Best wait to see what this is all about then. They waited in silence for another couple minutes before the door opposite the one to the Great Hall opened, admitting Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall. Potter. McGonagall pulled up short the moment she saw him. Headmaster. What? A moment, Minerva, and I will explain, Dumbledore said quickly, silencing her. He waited for a second, meeting each of their eyes before speaking once more. Hogsmeade is currently under attack. I need you all to provide support to the ministry. Under attack. Harry and Flitwick chorused. Provide all of us. McGonagall said incredulously. When did the attack start? Harry asked. I don't believe that is the real issue at the very moment, quipped Flitwick, giving Harry a stern look before turning back to Dumbledore. Though I would like to know as well. 20 minutes ago at most, Dumbledore answered with a frown. The report I received merely mentioned Death Eaters across the village, causing chaos. It wouldn't be much of an issue for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to handle on its own, if not for the fact that there are a number of attacks happening elsewhere across the country. Being close, Madam Bones requested that I send aid if I could, apart from increasing the security around the castle. Professor Dumbledore, Harry said quickly, why aren't you going yourself? Wouldn't that be the best help you can give? Perhaps, he agreed, however, during a situation like this I will not leave the school in the unlikely event that it becomes a target. It is a duty I will not abandon. He smiled now, blue eyes sparkling. That's why I'm sending 3 of my best. Unless you don't want to go, of course. I wouldn't dream of forcing any of you. No, I'll go. You will not. McGonagall snapped, finally gathering herself enough to squash whatever else Harry was going to say. You are a student of this school, Potter, nothing more. Minerva, it is out of your hands, Dumbledore said evenly. Albus, you are out of your mind. I understand myself and Phileas, but Potter. As one of the best duelists in this school, professors included, finished Dumbledore patiently, much to the surprise of them all. I work with him weekly. I think you will be grateful for his assistance before long. I won't let you down, sir, Harry promised. McGonagall was speechless. Of that, Harry, I have no doubts, assured the man. His expression instantly shifted into seriousness. Minerva, no more arguing. Lives are at stake. Make haste. Of course this would happen today, Harry grumbled. The 3 of them were making their way down the path to the front gates. Usually he would have found the 3 rapid strides Flitwick took for every one of McGonagall's to be fairly amusing, but the glares he kept getting from the latter was rather killing it at the moment. Besides, his mind was elsewhere. Today, Flitwick questioned. Halloween, it's like he has to do something to remind all of us that he was never beaten that day. Potter, I don't care how good you or the headmaster think you are. Keep your position between myself and Phileas or I will transfigure you into a rock and throw you somewhere dark. McGonagall was giving him a hard look. Am I clear? I'll do my best, Professor, Harry replied, holding back his sigh. Honestly, what was Dumbledore thinking sending him along? Evidently McGonagall was thinking the very same thing, if the look on her face said anything. Flitwick seemed more curious than upset now. As far as Harry knew, the small man didn't have anything to do with the order, so his knowledge of Harry's skills would be woefully lacking. Particularly now with what he'd been doing since school started again. The moment they passed through the gates, McGonagall took hold of his arm and disapparated them with a pop, Flitwick just ahead of them. They arrived to dancing lights and screaming. The village was spotted with fires, though that was the least of anyone's concerns. Spellfire flashed near buildings in the darkness, some casters lit by the street lamps, others hidden in the darkness beyond. Currently they were a little beyond where the carriages dropped students, still outside the village limits. There was no sense apparating into the middle of a firefight. Shit, this looks serious. Harry's wand was already out, ready for action. A sudden scream had him already stepping forwards, though a hand on either shoulder stopped him. We shouldn't be so quick to lose our element of surprise, Flitwick said. Best to. He cut off as a new sound cut through the air, one that made their blood run cold. A howl. It was answered seconds later by another. And another. No, McGonagall whispered, looking behind her in alarm. Harry followed her eyes to the sky where, unobstructed by clouds, was a full moon. Werewolves. The 3 barely stepped onto the main street when, 3 on the street rang out in the immediate area. Without warning 2 spells shot out of the darkness, both sickly shades of orange. Harry's wand was out, ready to deflect, but he never got the chance as both McGonagall and Flitwick stepped forwards and blocked one apiece. Step back, Potter, we will handle this, said McGonagall, already transfiguring a nearby store sign into something he couldn't well make out in the darkness. Watch our backs, agreed Flitwick. He gave his wand a complicated twist, launching what looked like a flare low in the sky where it stayed, illuminating the ground below. At once, their attackers came into view, along with the distant shadows of others further down the road, fighting and running about. Harry just scowled, turning on them with effort. It was more than discomforting to have his back to enemies, but Flitwick made a good point, at least at present. And it wasn't like they couldn't keep him at least mostly safe. A flicker in the darkness drew his attention to the right. Something moved, but was it a person or werewolf? Harry shouted, jabbing his wand at the ground and heaving upwards. The human-like wolf was caught in the chest with a small pillar of earth, lancing out of the ground like a steel bar. The stone bricks of the road spilled around it as the creature rolled to its feet, practically unharmed. Shit, no wonder Remus makes sure he's boxed away for this. A second roar drew both his and the werewolf's attention to the left as a bear just as large as the wolf tackled it, the pair rolling into the nearby building. Potter, let's go, we can't stay here. McGonagall snapped, already on the move deeper into the village. Their two attackers were already down. We need to meet up with the Ministry. Numbers will keep the werewolves back. Don't have to tell me twice, he said, eager to leave the werewolf behind as it tore at the bear. They ran through a handful of alleyways onto another street that was fairly crowded. Witches and wizards with the letters DMLE across their backs were scattered around the area, a handful fighting Death Eaters while others were doing their best to help contain the nearby fires. Harry saw a young child run out of a house, quickly followed by a woman who grabbed him into her arms before he could get any further. She turned frantically just in time to catch the hand of a second boy who followed her before disappearing with a loud crack. Most people keep wards on their homes, Flitwick commented, having seen what drew Harry's attention. Flo must be down. Potter, assist Professor Flitwick in containing the fires on this street, ordered McGonagall, already moving to the fighting. Quickly, Mr. Potter, Flitwick called, already moving in the opposite direction. Harry darted after the man, running through what spells he knew that might help against a fire. Regrettably, the vast majority of his arsenal was centered around dueling and destruction, not the opposite. Still. Aguamenti, he said quickly, joining his own stream of pressurized water with the Ministry workers. The man spared him a glance before returning his focus to the task at hand. Seconds later they'd beat back the fire around the entrance of the building, allowing two more to rush inside unhindered. Look out! The shout came at the same time as a loud groan and subsequent cracking of wood breaking. The roof of a nearby home collapsed, supports long gone from flame. Eyes on the destroyed building, Harry's uneasy feeling was confirmed when a green streak of light whizzed past him and struck the nearby man who he'd been helping, dropping him like a stone. Another group of Death Eaters were coming at them from behind. Shit! They've got us surrounded, shouted another hit wizard, rushing over to check the man near Harry's feet. Deflecting a jet of red, Harry darted forwards, casting a strong protega in front of him. Eyes on the fight, he got hit with an AK, Harry snapped, causing the man to freeze. His eyes met Harry's for a moment, as if for confirmation, before he turned to face the advancing Death Eaters, hatred pouring off his body. Drop the shield, let's go. He barked, wand already whirling. Flant. Wait, there are still people in these houses. Harry shouted, but the man surged forwards to the fight, unleashing nothing but lethal spells on the Death Eaters. Damn it, Flitwick. I'm here, Mr. Potter, came a voice to his left. Flitwick was moving quickly, his wand diverting a number of less than accurate spells that could have hit someone further behind him. Quickly, we must evacuate the people still trapped. I can find them quickly if you make sure nothing comes in behind me, said Harry as he ran after the small professor, ducking an errant curse and sending one back automatically. I've been training as a censor, he elaborated at the expectant look Flitwick was giving him over his shoulder. All right, I'll keep the building safe while you go inside, he said with a nod. Are there any people in the houses nearest to us? Taking cover behind the corner of a home, Harry zoned out for a moment to get an idea of what his surroundings were like. Most of the people he could sense were moving about rapidly, a sure sign that they were either fighting or running. No, the ones he needed were the ones not moving as much. The ones There are two people completely still about 3 houses down, he said, already moving towards them. Let's go. A small hand grabbed his arm before he could leave the safety of the house. Wait, Mr. Potter, take this. Flitwick pressed a small stone into his hand. It is a portkey to Saint Mungo's that I just made. In case you need it. Good thinking. I really need to learn how to do that, Harry said approvingly, pocketing it. Word. Safety. Got it. Let's go. Minerva let out a rough breath as she leaned against a wall. The group that she joined just finished fighting the largest number of organized Death Eaters yet. Most portkeyed away when their wounds got too serious, but there were a great deal of them who were unconscious, abandoned by their comrades. In the center of it all was a werewolf, blood still dripping from its claws and teeth to mix with the dirt. Probably the only good thing to be said about it was that it was most assuredly dead. Professor McGonagall, are you all right? Yes, I'm fine, Mr. Arnold's, she said tiredly, fully pushing herself to her feet. Come on, Professor, I graduated over 20 years ago, said the man exasperatedly. Very well, Derek. You wouldn't happen to have a canteen, would you? She really was not as young as she used to be, for such an intense fight to have made her so short of breath. It was truly amazing how the headmaster kept his prime for such a span of time, considering his age. Yeah, definitely. Charlie. Water. While her old student moved off to fill her request, Minerva looked around for Phileas and Harry. They originally were directly behind her, but Death Eaters split the group in two and both were quite far from each other as a result. It wouldn't be too difficult to find them, however, they wouldn't have gone far from her position if they could have helped it. Here you go, Professor. Thank you. Feeling somewhat more alive, the Transfiguration Professor held her wand out on her hand. She needed to rejoin the others. Point me. Don't come any closer or I'll attack. Harry suppressed the urge to kick something in frustration. He already evacuated 3 families. The first 2 were simply unwilling to leave their home, wanting to ride the battle out holed up in a bedroom, and the third was actually too afraid to go outside to apparate away. As Flitwick predicted, the flow network in the village was disrupted, trapping many of the residents in their homes. This guy though was just being ridiculous. Are you seriously afraid of me? He said impatiently, taking a number of steps forward. He could tell the guy was just as afraid of attacking him as anything else. I mean seriously, I'm Harry Potter. Why the hell would I attack you? Harry Potter. The man repeated dumbly, surprised out of his fear. Yes, now let's go. We'll protect you so you can safely apparate out of here. Go to the ministry, it should be the safest place. All right, thanks. Harry let out a rough breath as the man finally vanished with a crack, just beyond his front door. Don't let yourself get so worked up, Mr. Potter. Most people aren't prepared for such situations the way you are, said Flitwick calmly, eyes still scanning the area. They were a couple streets over from where they started now. Let's move to the next house. Right, sorry, he said, shaking his head slightly. Most of this area is actually pretty empty now, but there's one more a couple of houses away. We should find Professor McGonagall after. Agreed. Let's be quick about it, said Flitwick, motioning for Harry to lead. In the meantime, I'll send her a message. Harry looked back in time to catch a silvery form materialize from the end of Flitwick's wand and rush off at high speeds into the flickering darkness. Was that a Patronus? Yes, explained Flitwick as they approached the proper house. It's been an old trick to use them for the most simple of messages. They work quite well at short ranges. Good to know, said Harry, filing that away for later. Hermione would certainly be interested to know. All right, I'll be out in a minute. Walking into the house, Harry looked around for a second before moving into a living room. He made to call out, as he'd done every other time, only to freeze with the words in his throat, his eyes locked on something he'd only just noticed. A mangled body. Harry quickly looked away, forcing down the urge to vomit. Looking around more closely, he realized that places where he'd thought were shadows were actually smears of blood. A muffled mixture of sounds drew his attention to the room beyond. Moving around the body, he silently creeped around to the next room. Almost immediately he found the next body. Her torso was mauled, but her face was oddly untouched, not even a drop of blood there. Only a silent scream of agony. He clenched his fists tightly, anger rising in the pit of his stomach. Crunch. Harry looked up to find himself facing an immensely large werewolf. It was standing on its hind legs, somewhat hunched over to fit in the house, holding what was clearly a third body in one of its hands. A small one. It was looking at him in what could only be surprise. Was it unable to smell him? The werewolf took a step forward, dropping the body it was holding. It hit the floor with a sickeningly wet thump. They moved simultaneously. The werewolf sprang forwards, its massive form commanding almost all of Harry's vision. Claws extended forwards, razor-sharp teeth flashing. The werewolf's arms closed on what suddenly became air, Harry vanishing out of its line of sight, and it crashed into the opposite wall. On the other side of the room, a small black cat was already transforming back into a human, wand raised high, face lined with fury. Minerva! Thank goodness, Flitwick breathed in relief. The Transfiguration professor just reverted from her feline animagus, looking around quickly. Where is Harry? Flitwick cut off as the entire right side of the house they were next to exploded outwards, a large form slamming into the adjacent house with an unmistakable howl of pain. Potter! You murderer! As bits of the house continued to collapse, Harry rushed out into the open, his wand waving furiously. Almost immediately a great number of metal pieces of debris were launched at the large werewolf, pinning it to the wall in a multitude of places. Harry! Ruo flagram! A stunned Flitwick and McGonagall watched as Harry produced a nearly glowing black whip that he snapped at the werewolf, cutting through it and some of the house behind it like they weren't even there. The whip died almost immediately after, Harry falling to his knees as the bisected werewolf breathed its last breath. The surge of fear and anger was still so thick it was impossible to tell which he was actually feeling more. The two professors rushed over as Harry promptly vomited. My goodness, Potter, are you all right? Said McGonagall in shock, cleaning up both the ground and him with a wave of her wand. Harry fell back into a sitting position, his breathing heavy. Slowly he pointed his wand at his mouth, giving it a small twist. Werewolf tore them to pieces, he said roughly, relieved that the freshening spell removed the taste of vomit from his mouth. Seeing his head of house was actually fairly calming. Chewing on he let out a slow, steadying breath. I'll be fine, it just really hit me all of a sudden, they're not the first people I've seen dead today and I doubt they'll be the last. Just the worst. Silence fell on the three as the background sounds returned to their focus. There was still plenty of shouting and screaming, but it seemed like it was being continued to the far side of the village now. Mr. Potter, that spell. Dark magic. I know what it is, Professor Flitwick, said Harry, pushing himself to his feet. He looked back at his handiwork. Surprisingly, the werewolf wasn't surrounded by a pool of blood, nor did anything fall out of the large holes he'd introduced to its midsection. Odd. I don't think I even want to know where you learned that, Potter, said McGonagall, though the question was clear. The Ministry battle, he explained. Plenty of dark magic to learn if you're observant enough. Don't take that the wrong way, it was my first time using the spell. Yes, well, McGonagall seemed to be trying to figure out exactly how to punish him without actually punishing him. Don't let me catch you doing it again. Let's go. Sparing one last glance at the werewolf, Harry made to follow the two professors. The battle was still raging across the village after all. Suddenly he stopped walking. Wait, someone's coming right for us. 3 people, not near each other, but they are still moving together. I think, Harry scowled, gripping his wand more tightly. I think one of them might be a werewolf. Maybe 2. Are you sure? No, but I do know one thing. Harry let out a deep breath. One of them is her. It was not a minute later that she appeared from the darkness, walking along the street without a care in the world. Eventually she came to a stop a number of meters away from them, eyes moving from face to face with a mixture of surprise and sudden glee. Well, I came to see who cast that familiar dark magic and here you are. Lucky me. Bellatrix. Harry could tell that she was surprised by the way he addressed her. He saw it 1,000 times after all. The way her eyebrows went up by a hair, her left hand flexed unconsciously, the slight turn and tilt of her head. Wait, What? I don't remember us being on such close speaking terms, Potter, she said coolly, now spinning her wand lazily. It was as if McGonagall and Flitwick weren't ever there. What are you doing here? He asked, ignoring the look McGonagall was giving him. She clearly did not approve of him conversing with Voldemort-obsessed murderers. This is Hogsmeade. Though her expression didn't change much at all, he could tell she was curious. What of it? You're more important than that, he replied, as if it were obvious. Bellatrix just laughed, sending Harry an eager smile. Oh, I knew that skipping out on London was the right thing to do. Lestrange. McGonagall's eyes narrowed in anger. Both professors pointed their wands right at her head, instinctively having moved closer to their student. You honestly think we'll just let you attack him? McGonagall and Flitwick. Bellatrix considered them for a moment, eyes moving back and forth. It occurred to Harry that they were likely her professors back when she was a Hogwarts student. Well, they did always say Flitwick was a dueling champion. We'll have to test that another time. I've got friends you can play with. A snap of her fingers and the two werewolves Harry warned about dashed in from the darkness on either side of the street, taking position at her left and right, waiting. They weren't quite as large as the one he just killed minutes ago, but that made them no less threatening. How do you think? Bellatrix replied to the unspoken question. Wolfsbane, of course. They're completely in control. So that means I'm in control. Second in command perks, really quite thrilling actually. Kill them, leave the boy. At once Harry made a decision, sprinting forwards at Bellatrix, who just turned on her heels and ran off, chuckling happily. There was no way McGonagall and Flitwick would be able to defend themselves properly from two werewolves while protecting him and dealing with Bellatrix. So he took a gamble and ran forwards, ignoring the shouts of both professors. The rush of fear in the form of two werewolves running past him nearly made his breath catch, but he pushed forwards, turning the nearest corner and chasing after the fleeing Death Eater. He tracked her to the main road, twirling her wand as she waited. She was impossibly quick when she really wanted to move. A mystery he had yet to unravel. About time, Potter. I've already cleared out our dueling space, said Bellatrix lightly, motioning to a couple of bodies down the road in both directions. Don't get your knickers in a twist, it was self-defense. Can't imagine why anyone would want to attack you, Harry responded sarcastically. His eyes were locked on her, only having spared the likely dead ministry workers a glance. Just dueling her once before already told him he couldn't afford to slip up here. No doubt she was well above how she dueled in May. Yet he couldn't help but be excited at the prospect of the battle. That rushing feeling from before, he wanted it again. Well, you certainly look eager, Pot. Harry. The word caught them both off guard. Just Harry, Harry continued awkwardly. Potter feels weird coming from you. Bellatrix was giving him a strange look. Why? I've got no idea, can we just duel? Harry leaned back, his voice pitched as he barely dodged a blue streak of light. The sound of it impacting the building behind him nearly made him wince. He regained his balance just in time to deflect two more spells, returning with one of his own. Very nice, Harry, she said slowly, as if tasting his name and deciding if she liked it. But will it last? There's no fountain here. No Dumbledore to save you. Just you and me. Exciting. No. Would you believe me if I said yes? He replied before snapping off a string of curses. Her dodge was as quick as ever, a rapid spell transfiguring a nearby trash bin into a wolf before returning to pelting him with lethal spellwork. Harry immediately shielded with a protega and flicked his wand at the lunging wolf, reducing it to a classic Dumbledore teacup. Still in the same motion, he produced a glowing red rope from the end of his wand that he sent streaking across the street like a whip. Oh my, someone's been learning tricks, said Bellatrix excitedly, having parried the whip with a protega of her own. Would you like to see one of mine? She moved to the side, blocking two more of Harry's spells and flicking her wand at the lamp above her. It went out with a small sputter, covering her in darkness. All at once Harry felt surrounded, as if every patch of darkness could be her. Well now, you seem to be in a somewhat uncomfortable position. Bellatrix's voice seemed to be coming from multiple places at once. A spell, no doubt. Duels can be highly entertaining, if usually short, but it's the life and death moments that truly make it worth it. It's still a bit unbelievable that dueling a boy who's not even reached majority can get me going like this. I can't imagine what kind of a monster you would become if you lived to be my age." Harry scowled at the unspoken promise of his death, eyes still darting around. Inside, however, he was smiling. "You shouldn't underestimate me." A blot of green light tore at him from his right, ready to end his life in moments. If only Harry could have seen Bellatrix's face when he easily dodged the spell without looking, swaying back in place to let the streak of green blur his vision. In the same movement Harry's wand was moving, retaliating with two precision spells that sharply changed direction in the darkness, clearly having been deflected. "How?" Bellatrix cut off before growling a word that still managed to reach his ears. "Censor. You can't hide from me, Bella," Harry taunted, spinning to continue his attack. Avada Kedavra. Excorio. The two spells collided, causing Harry's to die immediately, the killing curse still heading his way, if slowed for a moment. This allowed him to spin to the side, neatly parrying three other well-aimed spells with deft movements. He returned in kind and Bellatrix pressed forward, deflecting his final spell right back at him, catching him off guard. Harry dropped to the ground to avoid it, rolling out of the way of another spell and bringing up a wall of stone from the road to protect himself from a third and fourth. "Don't think you're safe behind there," said Bellatrix lightly. "Bombarda." The empowered spell blasted apart the small cover, sending stone chunks everywhere and launching Harry back a number of meters where he hit the ground hard. Most of his body was one big bruise now, especially his arms which he'd protected his face with. Certainly not one of his better ideas. "Shit, that hurts," he groaned, staggering to his feet as something wet ran down the side of his face. Moving to wipe it, his hand came away with a streak of red. "I'm surprised at your fortitude." Bellatrix was watching him with something akin to intrigue. It was some time since he saw her with that look. Usually it was just disinterest. "No. That makes no sense. Why am I thinking that? My teacher often reminds me that the only time I should be on the floor is when I'm finally dead," he said with a pained chuckle. His head felt heavy. Did he have a concussion? Bellatrix just laughed for a second before resuming her assault, pressing him hard and increasing the pace once again. Harry barely managed to keep up, well aware that only adrenaline was keeping him going at this speed. If he didn't think of something, he would definitely die by her hand. It looked like he might be forced to rely on one of his trump cards. Suddenly Harry's eyes darted left as an influx of magic and a loud pop signaled the arrival of someone. Lestrange. Harry nearly fell over trying to block a curse that didn't come. Bellatrix just stopped dueling, giving the man a deeply unhappy look. "I'm in the middle of something. Piss off." The man sneered, but otherwise no reaction. "You are needed in London. Ministry forces are more than we expected. Stop playing around." And with another loud pop, the man disapparated. "Prick," Bellatrix muttered. Her eyes returned to Harry, who raised his wand, ready for another attack. She let out a frustrated sigh. "Well then, lucky you. Looks like we'll have to continue this another time." Harry didn't know what surprised him more. That Bellatrix was actually listening to this or that he actually wasn't happy at the fact he'd gotten off so easily. He still had a handful of tricks up his sleeve to try after all. How was that man able to find her anyway? "Hope to see you soon." With that she turned to disapparate. It was also in that moment that Harry decided to do something very, very stupid. In a fraction of a second Harry apparated himself up against the woman, who was already half through disapparating herself, her back to him. Harry was aware of her startled cry when he was violently yanked from his position on the street of Hogsmeade and into that damn tight tube of apparition. Seconds later his lungs were assaulted by cold air as they completed their magical teleportation, only to have them emptied again as they slammed into what felt like concrete. The momentum Harry forced him to let go of Bellatrix, flying forwards and into open air where he tumbled downwards in free fall. "Arresto momentum!" Harry cried in panic, his wand dug into his side. Slowly he felt gravity's effect on him lessen, eventually to the point where things weren't blurring by him anymore, when he slammed hard into something new, finally coming to a stop, and causing everything to go momentarily dark. King Hell, Hemo.Ned, his entire body in even more pain than earlier. With effort he pushed himself to a sitting position, finally getting a non-flailing view of where he was. An alleyway, from the look of it, and he was fortunate enough to land on a large pile of garbage bags, though it knocked him out. It looked like he avoided anything more serious than he already sustained. F. King Hell is right, you idiot, growled an unmistakable voice. Bellatrix apparated a number of feet in front of him, clutching her side with one hand while keeping her wand trained on him with the other. An action he mirrored instantly. It didn't matter how screwed up he got, Stella made sure that the only way he'd not raise his wand to an enemy was if he was unconscious. Fortunately, it seemed he only was out of it for a handful of seconds. Not one of my best plans, I'll admit, he said softly, trying not to breathe too deeply as he felt pain otherwise. You should work on your apparition though. That landing was pretty rough. Bellatrix was halfway through cursing him before stopping, scowling heavily. Going to go, just like that? Harry asked, shakily pushing himself to his feet. He idly wondered if the fall might not have knocked him a little loopy, the way he kept trying to stop her. Still, something in him just knew she wouldn't accept this kind of a victory. I have more important things to do than kill a half-dead boy who's fallen in the trash. We'll continue this another time, Potter, you owe me a good duel. And with that she was gone. Harry waited to a count of 10 before lowering his wand, leaning against the wall in relief. Told you to call me Harry, he muttered absently. Pushing it aside, Harry considered what to do. He could easily return to Hogsmeade or Hogwarts. Hopefully neither professor was harmed by the werewolves. Thinking of the professors, of a particular professor, Harry let out a sigh. Yeah, he was in so much trouble. Moving to the street, he spread out his senses out of habit, wondering where he was. No doubt Bellatrix was attempting to get to the battle in London and it looked like his complication didn't throw them off. There were fires here too, muggles scrambling about to contain them. Magical presences were all over the area, including Bellatrix, though she was at the edge of his range. Still, there were 3 nearby he knew. Mr. Weasley. Mad Eye. Harry. Mr. Weasley looked at him in shock while Moody's wand went up mechanically. They were at an intersection a number of blocks away with a small group of wizards. Considering they weren't trying to kill one another, Harry figured they were DMLE. The first thing I said to you when we met, 2 summers ago, he snapped, normal eye fixed on him while the magical one did its own thing, clearly focused elsewhere. Try not to cry too much, Harry replied with a small smirk. Moody didn't smile back, simply lowering his wand and turning back to what was commanding his attention. You look like you've been through the ringer, boy. Here. Harry gratefully accepted one of the emergency potions that all the Order members carried on them. He downed it in a flash, tossing the vial over his shoulder. Almost at once he began to feel more stable on his feet and the pain from breathing lessened to almost nothing. Thank God for that. Shouting their names nearly put him face down again. Yeah, it's been a bit of a busy evening. Harry, you shouldn't be here, said Arthur, moving in front of him. He looked exhausted, both physically and mentally. It's not safe. How are you even here? You should be in school. Dumbledore had me support Hogsmeade with McGonagall and Flitwick. Dumbledore did what? Arthur, leave the boy alone, he's here. Moody's voice was harsher than usual. The fight must have been a tough one. Is Tonks all right? Not sure. She should be close though, said Arthur. Wait, there she is. Harry turned to see Tonks shielding from 2 spells as she ran out of an alleyway, turning sharply and dashing down the sidewalk. Half a dozen masked figures emerged directly after her, continuing to chase for a bit before most pulled up short at the sight of a group of Ministry and Order wizards. This still didn't stop them from all moving to strike her down as she ran with her back to them. Tonks. She turned wildly, eyes locking with his. Even from this distance Harry could see the shock in her expression. Mid-stride, Tonks blasted open a window to her right and dove in the building, spells just missing her as they sped by. Within seconds 2 of the Death Eaters followed her inside. Wait, Harry shouted. A spell whizzed within inches of his head, causing him to trip up in an effort to stop. More Death Eaters were approaching from the other end of the street, the Ministry wizards moving to intercept them as well. And then the world turned to hell. Harry gasped as a great torrent of flame burst from one Death Eater's wand, growing larger and larger, undulating in the air a number of times before breaking into several branches. The majority converged on the building Tonks and the two Death Eaters just entered, but one split off from the others and returned to the caster, consuming the screaming man in a heartbeat. It had the head of a beast. Now that he looked more carefully, every branch of flame the head of some creature. It was like it was alive. Fiendfire, barked Moody, his wand a whirl of curses and deflected spells. He blasted two Death Eaters away before reaching into his coat and pulling out a small metal object Harry didn't recognize. Amelia, we've got Fiendfire overtaking buildings at my position. Send anyone you can, it's already spreading. Mad Eye, Harry shouted, stunning a Death Eater who wasn't paying attention much to the fight. Admittedly, many of them lost their organization when the fire starter set demonic flames out of control directly in the middle of the group. More Ministry wizards were apparating in, severely outnumbering the Death Eaters and causing them to falter in their attack. Suddenly he froze, a spell nearly ending his life as it came within inches of his head. Down, boy, Moody snapped, knocking him over and conjuring short cover for him before returning his attention to the fighting. The Death Eaters were retreating now and he clearly didn't want any of them to leave unharmed. Mad Eye, I can't feel Tonks, he said quickly, his senses completely focused on the still burning building. The two Death Eaters vanished much in the same way, as if their magic switched off. The magical fire was what took up most of the space, but he could still feel the people around it who were preventing it from spreading. Calm down, boy, what are you? I can't sense her anymore. He snapped at the man, running his awareness over the burning building for a second time. A third time. As many as he needed to find her. Something must have been blocking her from his awareness. The magical fire maybe. There was also no mistaking the anti-transportation wards that still covered the area. People came in, but considering that not a single Death Eater apparated or portkeyed away the wards must have been one way. Suddenly he was aware of hands grabbing him. He'd gotten to his feet without even realizing it. Mad Eye, can you? Arthur's voice was soft, though the fact that he could hear him perfectly amid all the other chaos told Harry exactly who was holding on to him. Moody's magical eye was already staring intensely at the building, scanning it rapidly. Eventually he stopped. Let go of me, Harry. She's gone, boy. Enough, snapped Moody, agitated. Don't K with me. Harry broke out of Arthur's grip easily. Admittedly, he wasn't holding him very tightly, his face pale with shock. Moody managed to catch his arm before he got anywhere, forcing them face to face. Don't be a fool, he growled. Do you think I'd say such a thing if I wasn't sure? There is nothing left in that building. My eye sees only fire and ashes. Well, your eye is piss poor then, Harry snapped, wrenching himself free. Either help me look or get out of my way. He ran forwards to the burning building. The heat was nothing to what it was earlier with all of the Ministry wizards who were suppressing the magical fire, forcing it smaller and smaller. Ignoring their shouts for him to stop, Harry tore at the entrance with his wand, pulling it apart with brute force. A few charred beams fell but otherwise nothing. The spells in the building were still holding out somewhat, Fiendfire be damned. She's here. She has to be here. The words were repeated over and over. She was knocked out or something, and that was why he couldn't sense her anymore. It had to be. Burned objects were turned over and pushed aside once, twice, as many times as he needed. The first floor was empty, so he ran to the second to do the same. Anything to take him away from what his senses confirmed. More than once he stepped over low piles of dark ash. Death Eaters are residents, he was sure. She's not here. Nim. Ward only let people in. Where are you? Fiendfire left nothing but ash. Everything is so blackened. King Smoke can't see anything. Harry angrily wiped at his eyes with his sleeve. It did little to help, his vision blurring almost immediately again. K. Deflagratio. His spell struck the far wall, blowing it wide open and causing much of what remained on that side of the building to collapse. Chunks of wood shrapnel battered his body, leaving small cuts on his face and hands. He barely felt them though, losing strength in his legs and falling to his knees. The roof gave an ominous creaking but was suddenly stilled as magic prevented its collapse. He could hear shouting from the ministry workers outside. Harry. Merlin. Boy, are you all right? Moody. She's not here. Harry's fist lashed out, smashing into the floor with enough force to break his hand. The awful pain of it was sobering almost. Cradling his new injury, he leaned back to meet the man's gaze. She's not here. Mad eye. Moody let out a ragged breath, his one good eye closing. No, boy, she isn't. Hundreds of miles away in a small shack, a young woman covered lay on the floor, sobbing quietly. Her special single-use emergency portkey crumbled to dust. The fact that half of her clothing burned away, or that her skin was raw from the blistering heat of the magical flames, meant nothing to her. Instead, she simply sobbed, looking at the ring that she now wore on the ring finger of her right hand. It was an heirloom she'd swiped from Grimmauld Place. It simply prevented her magic from being read by any that could sense it. Her plan would fail, after all, if anyone recognized her. If he recognized her. Anger suddenly surged through her, stifling her sorrow. The ministry failed. The order failed. They did so much and yet at the same time nothing changed. Just more deaths. More destruction. The ministry and order needed to make difficult decisions, and they'd chosen wrong. They were paying for their decisions. As she would pay for hers. But not before she secured a future for the ones she cared about above all others. She would do whatever she needed to see them safe and happy. She'd end this war. For herself. For her family. For Harry. For everyone. And if that meant damning herself in the process. So be it. Albus Dumbledore let out a long breath. He was back in his office, staring out of the large window at the grounds below. Their losses were moderate, though certainly not as bad as they could have been. The battles were contained and most importantly minimal civilian life was lost. Of course, the report of the werewolves in Hogsmeade gave him cause for serious concern. If Voldemort was willing to let Fenris turn people for the sake of causing chaos, there must be something more to it that he couldn't see. The fire of his office flared as a head appeared within it. Albus. What is it, Alistair? The battle is officially over. Death Eaters are still being rounded up but they are fleeing. His voice broke off for a moment as it became even more gravely. We lost Tonks. The headmaster's head bowed as his eyes closed tightly. Another loss, so young, and one of such monumental value. How? Fiendfire. Dumbledore put his face in his hands, taking a steadying breath. The days of decades past were returning once more. I will inform her family, he said finally. Please get some rest, Alistair. As the man's head vanished from the fireplace, the headmaster stood from his seat and walked over to Fawkes. The phoenix gave a mournful trill, as he stroked his flame-like plumage. Indeed it is, my friend. How many more would they lose before Voldemort was stopped once and for all? If not for the Horcruxes, he would have marched on Voldemort's base long ago. Even for him, there was only so much he could take, and of course, he would need to keep a closer eye on Harry. December settled on Hogwarts with a roar, dumping feet of snow everywhere and making itself very comfortable. To most that meant the winter holidays were close, a time to spend with family and friends. Even with such bleak news arriving at the castle every couple of days, it still couldn't take away the feeling of warmth the holiday could bring. However, one thing changed at Hogwarts, ever since that terrible Halloween night beyond the castle walls. Harry, time to get up. Narcissa moved out of the kitchen so that she could look down the short hall to the bedrooms. Ever since her niece was killed, he slept in the trunk, every day. He didn't go to class for a week, barely ate at all, spoke only enough to get what he needed, but enough gentle prodding on her part slowly helped him recover. Slowly. It tore at her to see him like this. He often fell asleep next to her on the couch while she read. His desire for closeness to something spoke volumes considering his general propensity to avoid certain amounts of contact. I'd hazard a guess that he's actually just overly tired this time, Rowena said softly. He's been training himself into the ground lately after all. He has been leaving the room occasionally, correct? He'll find his balance again soon, Godric reassured with a nod. Time heals all wounds. Yes, Salazar agreed. Time, Narcissa said pointedly, takes a while. I've found that every boy's sorrows can be cured much faster with bacon. Now get out here and eat, mister. I'm coming, came the tired voice of the young Gryffindor. He walked down the hall into the sitting room and suddenly perked up, sniffing the air. Bacon. You know it, said Narcissa with a gentle smile, moving him to the table. Thanks, he said, taking a piece and chomping down. While he ate, Narcissa busied herself by toying with his hair, trying to make it look less like he'd walked through a windstorm, as opposed to just waking up. Good luck with that, he added. No luck necessary, she said in satisfaction, conjuring a mirror and placing it in front of his face. His hair looked normal. What the hell did you do? He said in surprise, hand moving to the back of his head automatically for that one bit of errant hair that always stuck up. It was flat. But how? Sticking charm, of course, she said brightly, cackling at the look on Harry's face. Yes, he was definitely getting better. She just needed to keep at it. Today she felt it was time for another step. Before he was about to leave, Narcissa pulled him aside and gave him a tight hug. Harry, it's time to go back to the dorms. But your friends are worried about you. I know they are, she said flatly. Yeah, I know. Harry let out a breath. Honestly, what would Nymphadora say if she saw you still acting the way you are? Narcissa continued. At once Harry's whole body sagged slightly, like he lost a portion of his strength. That's not fair, he muttered. You only say that because you know I'm right. She watched as whatever Harry was going to say died in his throat. Now, go and spend some time with your friends. I'll see you in a week. It was with a silent trepidation that Tonks knocked on the large oak door before her. It took her no time at all to find the place. The information she needed was already memorized. She was ready for this for weeks. Ironically, it was her appearance that took her the longest to prepare. The new age of old is upon us, said Tonks, her voice slightly lower than it usually was. A moment of hesitation and the door opened, revealing a middle-aged man in a plain robe. Follow the hall, he said, closing the door behind her and tapping it once with his wand, likely returning the protections on it to life. She nodded and moved off, letting the narrow passage lead her deeper into the building. She passed cabinets filled with various things, giving her periodic views of her reflection. She'd gone with the plain but usable body option. This meant that she was as close to her original body figure as she could be, though with a completely different face, age, voice, and attitude. She needed to be able to fight to the best of her ability after all. Once again, she came to a large oak door, only this time when she knocked, the door opened on its own. Huh, looks like someone else did show up. There was one other person in the room. A man, around her actual age, who was now giving her a look over with his eyes. Not bad. Piss off, Tonks said coldly, moving to the opposite end of the room. She found a seat and waited in silence, ignoring the man. Over the next hour the room acquired another 3 people. 2 men and 1 woman. She sat closest to where Tonks was, likely out of comfort. So this is it, They all looked to the door to see a new man standing there. He was watching them all with a mix of disinterest and annoyance. The dark mark on his forearm was quite plain given his rolled-up sleeves. He reached into a pocket and removed something small, tossing it onto the table in the middle of the room with a clatter. A small picture frame. You've got 2 options, he said slowly, looking at each of them in turn. Either put a finger on the frame, or get killed and tossed in the trash by the guys who will take care of anyone remaining in this room when the rest of us leave. You've got 10 seconds. 10. At once the 5 of them exchanged looks, the Death Eater still counting down steadily with one finger on the frame. Slowly they touched the thing one by one until Tonks was the only one left. 3, 2. Letting out a breath she pressed her finger to the smooth wood, a second later feeling the familiar sensation of the portkey activating. There was no going back now. She was going to win this war or die trying. It was to a quiet evening that Severus Snape turned a page of his book, idly folding the corner as a reminder to come back later. Horace recently lent him a rare book of antidotes and it was well worth the read. The elder man still seemed to remember what he liked. A knock on the door brought his attention back to reality with a small frown. It was rather late for a student to be knocking, and the headmaster was more into using the fireplaces to get around than walking. One of his colleagues then. Unless. Enter. The door opened to admit none other than the young Potter. He was heavily isolated since Halloween, so to see him here at this time was rather surprising. Occlumency was naturally put on hold. Sorry to bother you, Professor. I was hoping you could help me with something, said the Gryffindor, shutting the door behind him. Snape considered him for a moment before motioning to a nearby lounge chair, much like the one he was currently sitting in. Regarding what? Harry broke off, clearly unsure how to begin. You know that I was at Azkaban at the end of the summer vacation, right? I am, Snape confirmed, well aware of exactly what Harry did on that particular occasion. Well, while I was there, Harry continued, something happened that I wasn't expecting. At first I wrote it off as a failure, but I didn't understand how well it must have worked until Halloween. You are not speaking of Lucius' untimely demise, Snape commented, drawing a thin, humorless smile from the boy. No, I'm not. I didn't go there to kill him, you know. Why then were you there? Snape asked, curious. I wanted information, Harry explained. On Bellatrix, he corrected, knuckling his temples. Snape's eyebrows took an involuntary inch skyward. Bella, what happened between you and that woman? His voice was rather sharper than he'd intended it to be, which by any other standard would put it at just beyond mild, but for him it spoke volumes. I can't help it, Harry said anxiously, back to his feet. I used legilimency on Rodolphus Lestrange in Azkaban to get information on her, and the look Snape was giving him was by all means thunderous. I had no idea it would do this. You've used it on me 1,000 times and I don't see you getting anything like this. Of course I wouldn't, you empty-headed idiot, I am a master. Snape snapped, making Harry jump slightly, eyes wide. The foolish boy, using magic he had no understanding of. Snape let out a steadying breath before continuing, much closer to his usual tone though still stern. While occlumency has only a minimal degree of risk to a user, legilimency is an extremely dangerous art. It is not natural to assault your mind with the thoughts and feelings of others, therefore we must protect ourselves as we do it. Legilimency is worthless without proficient skill in occlumency. But I have that, Harry protested, only to be shot down again. There is a difference between having the ability and using it, Snape continued. I told you this when we started. Occlumency and legilimency go hand in hand with each other. They are not opposites. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Snape resisted rubbing his forehead in frustration as the boy before him lowered his head. It is what it is, he said finally. You have learned your lesson. So what exactly happened? Harry asked, clearly wanting to know the extent of the damage he'd done to himself. Considering that the experience did not reduce you to something worthy of the permanent ward in St. Mungo's, truly, all you have done is made your life more complicated than it needed to be, said Snape, tapping the closed book in his lap absently. You have taken what is likely a great deal, given your propensity to overdo things you don't understand, of Rodolphus, memories and emotions regarding Bellatrix as your own. It would not have given you the actual experiences for you to remember as memories, but as echoes that shadow your thoughts. Small things that you cannot help but notice. Automatically calling her by her given name, despite everything else, is a good example of this. I'd imagine when you saw her on Halloween it was rather disconcerting. Like you wouldn't believe, Harry muttered, running a hand through his hair. But I would, and I do, said Snape evenly. I am no stranger to the dangers of legilimency. It could take years for your mind to properly sort out the memories that belong to it and those that don't. Did you ever? He cut off, as the look Snape was giving him. I will be informing the headmaster of this. Yeah, I figured you would, said Harry with a sigh. Thanks for telling me though. Snape nodded, only half listening. The fact that Harry made no move to leave meant there was something more, and given his hesitation it must be more sensitive than what they'd just been speaking about. So he sat patiently until. Do you mind if I ask you a personal question? Snape hesitated for a moment, having an idea of where this was potentially going, but nodding nonetheless. When my mum died, how long did it take for you to move past it? Snape paused, considering what he could say to this. Truly, I never have. At this Harry's shoulders drooped, his expression doleful. To the point where I was able to return to my normal life, however, around a couple months, he continued. Life waits for no one, after all. An uncomfortable silence followed this, Harry's eyes fixed on his lap. Eventually he stood up. Sorry, I should go. I've been here for a while. Potter. Snape's voice stopped him with his hand on the door. I suggest you spend more time with your friends. Needless wallowing is exactly what it sounds like. I know. Honestly, for the first time that evening, Harry was much closer to his usual demeanor. You'd think I'd started wearing black all the time and writing dark poetry. Can't a guy grieve? He turned his back and put a dismissive hand up. See ya. Snape finally let his mouth twitch into a shadow of a grin once the door snapped shut. The boy could be such a pain at times. Still, even if the headmaster didn't tell them all during a staff meeting to remain open in the event that Harry spoke to one of them about his loss, he would have said something. Probably. Too much emotional charity made his stomach hurt. No matter. There was always his first-year class to terrify. Back again, I see. Not in the mood, Bottles, Harry quipped, arriving at his usual side table in the kitchens. No, not you Bottles, he added as one of the house elves perked his head up. It's been ages since you came to visit me, the woman continued, pouring a drink for herself from one of her namesakes. Care for some? Who are you, Myrtle? Harry said, rolling his eyes. And thank you. No. Don't be a stick in the mud, she continued easily. Your girlfriend enjoyed hers. Not even going to bother with that one, he muttered, looking around distractedly. It was a habit by now, sweeping across the room in a vain effort to find the evasive founder. Why'd you stop? She asked. Wasn't feeling it, he replied absently. Girlfriend left you. Killed. Harry didn't bother to correct the statement before letting his retort fly. The stab of pain he felt was balanced by the deep satisfaction of shutting the woman up. Damn drunk. My condolences for your loss. I'm so sorry I said what I did. Harry let out a grunt of annoyance before ruffling his hair and turning back to the woman. She was looking at him with such a sorrowful expression. It's all right. Don't worry about it, he said. You're just trying to have fun. Must get boring there, I'd imagine. Occasionally, she admitted. But it's not like I'm lacking for company. Yeah, right. She hung around a couple hundred house elves and constantly got drunk, and she wasn't lonely. Please, that was practically the definition of needing a friend. Why do you keep coming down here? She asked suddenly, clearly eager to leave the previous topic of conversation behind. I've always wondered, but I never got around to asking. You rarely eat a meal. Harry hesitated for a second before shrugging. Well, why not? It wasn't like he had any leads. I'm looking for the portrait of Helga Hufflepuff. Know where she is? The woman just looked at him blankly for a good 10 seconds before responding. Of course I do. That's me. Harry simply stared at the woman, gobsmacked. You can't be serious. I am. She retorted hotly, drawing herself up almost proudly. Unfortunately, it was rather ruined by the glass of scotch in her hand. Ask the elves. Harry turned to find many of the little ones nodding at him as they passed with the occasional, indeed she is, sirs. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Harry sank into the nearby seat, staring up at the woman. Base stupidity. Why didn't he ask the elves directly? I've been looking for you for months. Whatever for? She asked in curiosity. I need you to speak to the others, he said evasively, not really comfortable talking openly about what was going on. However, if he thought she was going to press him for more information, he was sorely mistaken. You know where they are? She said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Yeah, would you let me take you to Wa? Harry barely caught the large painting from colliding with his head as it detached from the wall and fell forwards. The hell is wrong with you? Less talking, more moving. So this is. Apparently so. Narcissa just shook her head. I'll admit I was expecting someone more put together. Harry offered, continuing to watch the four founders with the woman. The moment Harry stuck Helga to the wall, she lunged herself sideways directly at a dumbstruck Rowena, bottle still clutched in her hand, bawling her eyes out. Salazar and Godric meanwhile moved over to Helga's painting, wide-eyed. I'm sorry, I just missed you all so much, Helga sniffed, wiping her eyes. It's been so long, I looked everywhere for you. Where were you all? Do you have any idea what that was like? The other three founders at least had the grace to look a bit ashamed by that. It was, after all, their egos that led them to hiding their portraits, depriving Helga's of her best friends for a millennium. Hey, guys. The four turned their attention to Harry. Sorry to interrupt, but I'd like to get to the core. Standing around for too long makes me uncomfortable. The core. Helga looked from him to the others, pulling herself together enough to at least partially detach from Rowena. Why do you want to go there? How do you even know about it? I'll explain later. Helga, just hand it over, said Rowena, holding out her hand. Helga hesitated a moment before reaching into the front of her shirt and pulling out something that easily fit into the center of her palm. Come on, you two, Rowena added, looking at the men who were still fairly hesitant at leaving their new giant supply of drink. What's that you've got there? Harry asked as Rowena collected two more identical pieces, adding her own to the mix. Your key. Catch. To his astonishment, Rowena proceeded to toss the now single item through the portrait surface, which he promptly snatched out of the air. It was the size of his palm, circular and convex like a perfect skipping stone. There was a gold band around the edge and a red jewel at the center. If he hadn't just seen it constructed, he wouldn't have believed it was originally 4 pieces. So what do I do with this? Harry asked, tossing the thing in the air and catching it again. Have the room give you a door to the entrance, said Godric with a nod. It'll take you past the rather annoying parts. After that you just put the key in the lock and you're on your way. Harry was admittedly rather caught off guard at how quickly this was now developing. Go on, Harry, I'll have dinner waiting for you when you get back, said Narcissa quietly, giving him a small push. Be safe, all right. Yeah, I will, he said with a nod. He spared the founders one last look before ascending out of the trunk. Is everything well, Harry? Closing the lid, he paused for a second before giving Stella a serious look. I'm heading to your core, he said with a frown. The founders want me to check on it. For the first time in a while, Stella looked surprised by what he said. Is there something wrong? That's what they want me to look into, he replied with a shrug. I'm going to have the room take me to the entrance, but I'd appreciate having you keep an eye on me as I go if it's possible. They've said it was dangerous. So long as you are within these walls, I will always be watching you, Harry, she said with a small smile. Be careful. Harry exited the room to the end of a dimly lit, unfamiliar corridor. It was typical of the many he walked on a daily basis, though with a few notable things missing, such as other doors, windows, suits of armor, paintings, or even torches to illuminate the area. That wasn't to say he couldn't see around him. The very walls seemed to be creating their own light. Turning, he also noticed that the door he'd come through disappeared as well. Well, guess I'm not going back that way, he said to himself with a sigh. Now what? Frowning in thought, Harry pulled out the only thing he had to go off of. The stone felt warm. It certainly wasn't that way a minute ago. The jewel in the center also had a soft light to it, coming from within. Deciding that standing around would get him nowhere, he began walking down the corridor only to pause. The moment he took a couple steps, the stone lost some of its warmth, the jewel getting dimmer. Turning, he walked in the opposite direction toward the dead end a number of feet away. Immediately the stone warmed once more, the jewel growing brighter. Am I here already? Harry mused, looking at the wall in curiosity. The founders did say that the room would give him a significant head start. Walking over to it, he placed a hand on the cold stone, closing his eyes and letting his awareness focus before him. Almost reflexively he snatched his hand back, looking at the wall warily. One of the things Dumbledore covered with him was reading the intent of an enchantment. It was always important to know if an unknown magical object would try to kill you or not. Suffice it to say, this one felt like it was more than willing to send him on the next great adventure, though how it would do it was beyond him. Hang on. Harry leaned in closer, lighting his wand to give himself a better view. What looked like a shadow on the wall was actually a small indentation with a suspiciously round edge and equally round smaller impression within. He looked at the stone in his hand once more before promptly fitting it in the wall. It stuck there, like he'd applied a charm to it. And that was it. Oh, come on. Throw me a bone here, Harry groused, well aware that no passageway opened. He gave the wall a light kick only to watch his foot pass through the wall like it wasn't there, ripples moving outward from where his leg was. Well, that worked. Taking a deep breath, Harry purposefully stepped through the wall and walked right into a hole. Sheet. Immediately reminded of another ridiculously twisted slide in the castle, Harry managed to keep his feet under him as he picked up an immense amount of speed. Suddenly the tube leveled out, a solid wall fast approaching him. He put his arms up in a vain attempt to make himself less of a smear on the wall when he hit it, but the impact never came. Instead, he was launched through this wall as well, rolling for a short distance before coming to rest at last. He lay there for a good minute before he pushed himself to his feet. The room he was in now looked to be the junction of a great number of paths, though whether coming or going he had no idea. The entire place had a faint blue glow to it, and the magic. Harry turned to the one path that seemed to be opposite all the others. It was also the one in the direction the tube launched him in. The magic he could feel from that direction almost seemed unreal. A mix of life and the lack thereof. He'd never felt anything quite like it before. Wand out, Harry slowly moved down the short corridor to find himself in an incredible room. The room was an immense sphere, the circular floor beneath his feet all but invisible to his eyes. In the center of the room was a wide pillar, at least 2 meters in diameter, reaching from the bottom of the sphere to the top. Did it continue beyond the room? The entire place was filled with various S's of glowing blue, occasionally increasing in intensity for a moment before returning to normal. It was almost ethereal. Hesitating for a second, Harry let his hand rest on the pillar only to pull it back seconds later. He felt a pulse. Well now, it looks like I have a visitor. The very first. Eyes wide in alarm, Harry slowly stepped around the pillar, his wand raised high. There, initially blocked from view, was a man at the far wall. He was dressed in grand-looking robes, his face and posture displaying a supreme amount of confidence. Of power. He was easily taller than Harry was, who figured he only came up to his shoulders. He didn't sense the man at all. In fact, he still didn't. The first, he continued, looking down on Harry with a small curious smile. Harry immediately tensed, eyes caught on the wand held lightly between the man's fingers. Or perhaps the last. It was several seconds before Harry's breathing returned to normal. Finding a person in a place where there simply wasn't supposed to be anything was more than surprising. But after the momentary alarm that came with seeing a potentially hostile wand in the hands of a person who quite vocally threatened him, Harry also noticed that the man was somewhat snugly framed by a large rectangle of elaborately carved wood. A portrait. All at once the adrenaline left his body accompanied by a short sigh. Really now, he was getting quite jumpy lately. Still, he was at the heart of the school, so it would be unwise to let his guard down entirely. So, you think yourself safe because I lack a dimension, you do not? The man asked, clearly amused. Never heard of a dangerous portrait before, Harry said warily, still not willing to move much closer to the man. Despite having been in the presence of so many unforgettable figures, none struck him with anything quite like he was now. Like he were the portrait, hanging up on some wall without a purpose. Even Voldemort recognized him as something. No doubt that is not the only thing you are ignorant of, the man said with a nod that seemed strangely more understanding than judging. Regrettable, though not unexpected. They never said anything about there being a person down here, Harry said slowly, pushing his ire down in favor of getting information. The man simply smirked at this, stowing his wand and standing straighter. Of course they didn't. They never dreamed someone would get in here without their knowledge, he said condescendingly. Their unrivaled greatness. It was rather beyond them to do so. But then I put their legend to shame before I'd even discovered this place in my youth. You may not recognize my face, but I've no doubt you've heard of my name. I am Emrys Merlin. Say what? Merlin. Harry repeated slowly. As in the Merlin. He nodded, making Harry let out a short breath. Wow. Nice to meet you then, I guess. It was more out of courtesy than anything that he added that last bit. There was absolutely nothing about being in the famous wizard's presence that made him feel pleased about the meeting. What are you doing here? I merely stand here and watch her. Nothing more. Nothing less. Her. You call the castle. Her. The castle. Merlin laughed. Perhaps. On a similar note, however, I myself am equally curious. You find yourself in the very heart of the castle. Certainly you did not get lost on the way to a class, and so I ask, what is your purpose here? He spoke in such a way that it was clear he believed he would be told every detail. As though he deserved it. Harry couldn't help but frown at the man. For the most legendary of wizards to be in attendance, there was clearly something big happening here. A part of him knew instinctively that this would not be a safe place to tread, but he pushed past his misgivings and spoke anyway. He couldn't leave empty-handed. Recently I met a woman who claims to be Hogwarts. Did you? Merlin looked intrigued for the first time. And your assessment thus far? I'm honestly unconvinced. True, the man rubbed him the wrong way, but if this actually were Merlin, then in the end there probably wasn't anyone better to discuss this with. The stories of his knowledge and talents were beyond even the fantasy world he belonged to. Everything points to yes, Harry explained, trying not to be too confusing, but at the same time I can't accept that to be true. True life doesn't just come from nothing. And what makes you so certain she is true life? Merlin asked. Just a gut feeling, I suppose, he finished, fairly lamely. If you stood in front of her you'd think the same thing, honest. If Merlin thought his reasoning was weak, he didn't show it. I see. Her features. Tall, Harry said immediately, thinking back to when he first met her. She was such a striking figure. Fair skin, black hair, blue eyes. She's got, he paused, looking for the right words, soft features, I guess. I want to say she reminds me a tiny bit of an elf, not that I've ever heard of them existing. Completely different from how she acts though. She's beautiful, yes. Merlin's eyes were closed, a pleasant smile upon his face. Elegance incarnate. He became silent for some time, eyes still closed, apparently lost in some memory. Eventually he spoke again. So she retains her form, even now. Truly a remarkable phenomenon. Even I couldn't have predicted that much. You know her? Yes, in fact I do know her. Allow me to shed some light on your personal mystery. Merlin paused for a moment before starting. Throughout schooling at Hogwarts, I was quite alone. This was not due to a lack of friends or other such things, but rather a sense of not belonging. Theirs, of course, not my own. I owned Hogwarts. More than even the founders did. I was compared to them so often, though for what reason still escapes me. The founders were, after all, but four friends with nothing but a dream to build a school. Individually they perhaps had a great deal they could have done, but instead decided to waste it on a place like this. Merlin motioned around himself, disinterestedly. I digress. As I was saying, I existed in a realm far above any my peers ever hoped to even glimpse. All but one. At this Merlin was smiling, as if thinking of a fond memory, all the while his eyes fixed on the pillar in the center of the room. Meanwhile, Harry was watching the man with a mix of fascination and disappointment. This was Merlin, truly. A young woman from my year, though not in my house, with a dislike of me to rival my own skill in magic. Can't imagine why, Harry mumbled, though the man clearly heard him from the chuckle he gave. Indeed, a mystery I shall never know the answer to. Regardless, she was simply magnificent. Sorry to hear it didn't work out. Not really. Oh, but it did, Merlin smiled. Her younger sister, she was so jealous, so oversewed. So much less important. She was desperate enough to do anything to have what her elder sister did. It is ugly, Harry. Jealousy, he added at Harry's frozen expression. The burning desire to possess what others have, it can ruin the very best of us, though I suppose in this instance it gave her a new life. In any case, with the younger sister's minor assistance I was able to bring her here. An entire year's planning all for a moment, and it worked flawlessly. He motioned to the walls around him. I gave life to a dead castle. You, Harry could get no more out than the single word, struggling to accept what he was being told. I gave her eternity. A magic I developed. I call it tethering. You put her in the castle. Harry breathed. I bound her soul to the castle, to be more accurate, Merlin corrected. Impressive. No. This is magic beyond magic. Have you ever even considered such a feat? To tie something living to another that is not without utterly destroying it in the process. Soul bound to the castle to keep it safe. Soul taken from the body and placed in another object. This is no simple movement, it is ascendance to a different plane of existence. As close to the realm of gods that mortals have ever achieved. Horcruxes. The man just claimed to invent the magic that Horcruxes was based on. Tethering. Who the F? K cared what it was called. You're sick. Harry seethed, the word hissing out from behind clenched teeth. How could you do that to someone? You clearly don't understand, and I wouldn't expect you to. I made her endless, it is as simple as that. And the portrait. He spat. My dear boy. Merlin began with a mocking smile, one that had Harry growling. What is the point of getting something for all eternity, if you are not there to enjoy it for just as long? I am content to sit here and watch. Just as I always have been, just as I always will be. Incendio. A gout of flame erupted from the tip of Harry's wand, engulfing the portrait and the wall directly around it as the fire crashed into the flat surface. He held it for a few seconds, feeling the drain of the altered spell, before cutting it off. As expected, Merlin's portrait was unharmed, and the man himself was regarding him with an amused expression. Such fire, he said blandly, chuckling at his own words. Hatred is not something that I am unfamiliar with, Harry Potter. Many hate, and fear, what they cannot understand. That which is beyond them, as I am beyond you. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but one way or another you're going to burn to ashes, Harry promised. Merlin just smirked. You are powerful, not in the realm of myself, but for a typical wizard it is quite the difference. I can tell, even as a portrait, the raw magic that churns within you. Harry remained silent. It would be unfortunate to snuff that out here, as much of a triviality as it would be. I'd see you grow to the full height of your ability, only to realize the sheer difference between you and myself. Please return at your leisure. After all, he smiled that infuriating smile. I have all the time in the world. That is horrible. Silence permeated the small sitting room of Harry's trunk. He just finished recounting the entire conversation with the portrait of Merlin to the founders and Narcissa. Ripping the poor girl's soul from her body and placing it in the keystone. Helga looked stricken. I can't even fathom. There is no way she could have endured that unscathed. Well, she didn't lose everything, Harry said with a grimace. Merlin said she sounds the same as she used to when I described her, however that works. Perhaps she retained some sense of what it was like to be the young woman she was. Salazar posed. Even after all this time, wizards know next to nothing about the soul. It could very well be possible, as unlikely as it seems. Well, if it wasn't that, then how else did she get to looking like she does? Godric added. I don't know, but I will help her, Harry said fiercely, scowling at the cup in his hands. I have to free her somehow. Besides, robbing that bastard of his prize would be a great bonus. But how could you even do something like that? Narcissa asked, looking completely lost at the thought. Undoing something that took the most famous wizard of all time a year to do himself. Voldemort could probably figure something out, Harry admitted, shaking his head. Too bad he's busy being the enemy of my entire life. What about Dumbledore? Asked Narcissa. He's frequently been called our time's modern Merlin, after all. Yeah, Harry let out a small breath. He kept so much from the headmaster in the past year, to only now bring up Stella. There had to be a point where the man would stop trusting him the way he did. I can't keep doing this. I want to do some research first, but if nothing changes by Christmas I'll tell him, Harry said finally. It's just a month away, anyway. The first step Harry took off the carriages into the recovered village of Hogsmeade was accompanied by a shallow drop in the pit of his stomach. Recovery from the attack just over a month prior was quick, naturally, with magic to assist. In fact, if anything, the village was looking extra festive for the season, as if to brush off what happened with a laugh and a wave. Yet not even fully within the bounds of the village, and he was already thinking back to Halloween. Spells flying through the air, injured and dead lying about, buildings on fire, and of course the werewolves. They'd still never figured out what the true motive of attacking the village was. The inclusion of the werewolves suggested it was more than just a decoy of some kind, but that was as far as they got. Even Snape had no idea, not having been around when the plan was made. Everything all right, mate? Ron's voice pulled him out of his thoughts and back to the two people who came along in the same carriage as him. Yeah, Ron, I'm fine, he said quickly, avoiding the concerned look Hermione was giving him. Just glad to see the damage has been taken care of here. Minister Diggory has made providing relief to anyone that's been attacked one of the top priorities of the ministry, Hermione said automatically. Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade were the first two locations to finish repairs. Harry couldn't help but chuckle. Hermione really just couldn't help but fill gaps of knowledge if she had it ready. So, she continued tentatively, was there anything you wanted to do? Walk around a bit, I suppose, said Harry with a shrug. Well, that works for me. Ron, after you. They walked off in a random direction with Harry at the lead, no particular destination in mind. He fully understood that they were still moving carefully so as not to potentially upset him, and while a part of him found it incredibly annoying, he was still grateful nonetheless. Not like they got very far before being disturbed. Well, look at that. Harry pulled up short at the new voice. Finally decided to come out of your cave, Scarhead. Malfoy was relaxing against a storefront, Crabbe and Goyle, the ever-present bodies they were. Interestingly enough, they had their heads close together, talking over something quietly. They only afforded the commotion a single look before returning to their business. Piss off, Malfoy, Ron snapped, hand already halfway to his wand. Hermione was quick to stop him, but kept an eye on Harry as well, clearly expecting him to react badly. Harry, however, merely turned to face the blonde teen, eyes dismissive. What do you want, orphan? Malfoy's eyes went wide with shock before narrowing in rage. Careful, Potter, he said softly, dangerously even. Keep talking like that and you might end up in a position you won't like. A flash of green, a body dropping to the ground. Harry blinked a couple of times before frowning in disinterest. If you say so. Malfoy just smiled hatefully. I can't wait until the day I wipe that look off your pathetic, groveling face. Apparently finished, he turned to his housemates. Let's go, I've got a schedule to keep. With that, Malfoy began walking off, Crabbe and Goyle quickly following, though making sure to keep an eye on the Gryffindors. Harry just stood there in silence, watching them steadily until they were out of sight. Mate, normally I'd be the first person to stick it to him, said Ron, eyes still lingering on the road they'd just disappeared down. But he's been getting unstable lately if you ask me, and who knows what he might try one day, you know. I hate to say it but I agree with Ron on this one, Harry, Hermione added. At Harry's amused look she continued, we know he's taken the mark. Who knows what Voldemort has taught him by now? Nothing, I bet, Harry said with a snort of disbelief. He might be his father's son, but that's all he's got going for him. Just because he sees himself as more valuable than Bellatrix doesn't mean he ever will be. Well, yes, but still. They ended up chatting about the Death Eaters as they walked. Voldemort's inner circle was still in Azkaban, and the death of Lucius Malfoy was an enormous secret. Still, there was no denying that Voldemort's followers were growing daily both in numbers and in strength. Actually, it was becoming a serious problem for the Ministry, who while previously they could suppress any incident without too much difficulty, now it was becoming more frequent that a Death Eater could actually wipe out a squad of DMLE wizards. Reportedly, these Death Eaters were marked beyond the standard dark mark, though they knew just as little beyond that. Alright, I'll admit he doesn't look like the pushover he used to be, Harry said finally, rounding another corner that would bring them close to the main road once more. I'll make sure that I don't spend any quality time with him. Ron just gave him a raised eyebrow, but at least Hermione was looking a little mollified. Good, said the girl with some ease. It's not that I'm too worried you'll be hurt, but, well, no, I guess I am. I'm sorry, this whole thing makes me nervous. Nervous? Came a new voice from just ahead of them. A pair of familiar Slytherins were standing close together at the corner watching them approach. Hopefully not about class. Then we're all doomed. Death Eaters, Daphne, clarified Hermione, giving the girl a half smile. It's always Death Eaters. Having a good day out. Only because of warming charms, was the quick reply. You too, Tracy. What? The bee? Owned Slytherin gave a small start, pulling her gaze from Harry, who was watching her silently. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Hey guys. Ron waved briefly, but Harry moved closer to them. At this distance, he noticed that the snow left a circle at the top of her head untouched. Likely from a hastily applied, and therefore slightly uneven warming charm. The shadow of a grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. Hey, Tracy, how are you? Pretty good, she replied brightly, teeth showing in a sincere smile. It's nice to see you up and about out here. You're looking better too. Thanks, he said, turning back to his friends. Hermione, but he cut off as he saw both Hermione and Daphne dragging an annoyed Ron off, the former of which gave him a small wave before redoubling her efforts. The three were swallowed up by a crowd shortly after. Now alone with the bee. Owned Slytherin, Harry was unable to resist casting her a confused, albeit suspicious look. Maybe they're both trying to get him alone. She tried, though not without a quickly stifled snort of mirth. Harry, on the other hand, let out a loud one. Not in a million years. Tracy. It wasn't me, she insisted, looking away after a second. She continued in a smaller voice, not complaining, but definitely not my idea. Really? That girl? Harry let out a sigh. Daphne is in on it too. Tracy actually looked confused as well. Should we chase after them? Nah. Let's get some food. Tracy's eyes flicked back and forth from the inside of her butterbeer mug to Harry's face. They were sitting in the Three Broomsticks, occupying the same table they took while stalking Daphne and Malfoy's date, only this time her interest was solely on the boy sitting across from her. They talked so little since Halloween. They passed each other often enough. She even sat a few seats away from him in some classes, but she just never knew what to say. It was so painful to watch him mourn, and she wanted nothing more than to do something for him. To help him. But she was afraid. Something clutched at her heart every time she tried to push herself to talk to him, and she didn't really understand what it was. Was she worried about being rejected? Maybe a little, but at the same time she knew, that he felt something when he looked at her. After everything they'd done together, when she asked herself the question, the answer never came back as no. Though, was that actually true, or was she just convincing herself it was so? If only someone told her last summer that she'd be in this exact position in little more than a year, worried about what Harry Potter thought about her, from her looks to her smile. She'd probably have laughed until she cried. It was amazing what could happen in a year. So what do you think about it? Tracy quickly looked back up. It was the first thing he'd said since they'd sat down. Think about it. Our best friends trying to set us up, he elaborated. Oh, that. We don't know that for sure, she said automatically, tugging at a strand of curly hair. Harry just gave her a skeptical look, taking a moment to down the remainder of his butterbeer. She grimaced, looking back over the railing at the floor below. So many people wrapped up in their own conversations. I don't mind it. Tracy's heart all but leapt at the words from her runaway mouth, but she didn't want to stop now. We'd make a really good couple, I think. I know it's a Gryffindor Slytherin one, but you know what they say about opposites attracting, and I know she cut off when she realized she was beginning to ramble. Burning with embarrassment, she forced out what she truly wanted to say. I do like you a lot, Harry. Harry let out a long breath, his gaze dropping to his empty mug, and Tracy was startled to see guilt on his face. Same. A backflip. It honestly felt like her heart did a little backflip. It was such a weird, new feeling. She was thrilled, to be sure, but that look. What's wrong? Tonks, he said simply. Tracy paused as her brain processed the name. She'd recognized it easily enough as the person he'd been mourning since Halloween. Nymphadora Tonks, an Auror in the DMLE, according to the article in the paper, though her relationship with Harry was unknown. You remind me of her a lot. The way you are. I mean, he continued in elaboration. Warm. You know. His gaze was somewhere over her right shoulder. Slowly Tracy shook her head. Not really. Sorry. Harry shook his head, waving away her apology. Last year on the Hogwarts Express, Ginny said that I'd do well with a girl that's just a whole lot of good vibes. The corner of his mouth curved upwards slightly. She was right. Tracy blushed at this. Multiple instances of people, including him, calling her too cheerful for her own good coming to mind immediately. But I can't start something now, he finally said quietly, slumping slightly in his seat. I'm not in the right place for it. Tracy took a second to formulate her thoughts before continuing. So I remind you of your friend who, she couldn't bring herself to say it. Yeah, she's the one who was killed on Halloween. Harry let out a humorless chuckle. Really not my day, that one. Do you want to talk about it? Harry gave her such a strange look that Tracy couldn't help but think something changed on her face. I was just thinking, it might help, she continued quickly, almost stumbling over the words in her haste to get them out. I talked to Daphne about my uncle when he died and it helped me, I think. You don't have to though. She added, already dismissing the idea. It's private after all. Really, it's pretty rude of me to just assume that you would want to. Tracy. The girl cut off mid-sentence. Harry was now looking down at the table without really seeing it. He looked back up, meeting the B.O.'s eyes. You don't mind. Slowly a smile worked its way back onto Tracy's face. Not at all. It was well over an hour later that Tracy managed to find Daphne and Hermione. They were, unsurprisingly, reading in the bookstore by the edge of the village, Ron being understandably absent. Predictably, Daphne was the first to look up at her entrance. Tracy. Did you have a good time? What? But she cut off as Tracy simply walked past her and took the girl's seat, burying her face in her hands. Tracy. Is everything all right? Hermione surfaced from her book as well, though her face was instantly concerned. Yes, no, maybe. Tracy apparently couldn't figure it out either. Did you two get together? Daphne asked, deciding to get right to it. Tracy shook her head. Did you even talk about it? Nod. And he said no. I'm gonna kill him. Daphne, don't you dare. Tracy was on her feet, staring her friend down fiercely. Her face was surprisingly void of any signs of crying, which by this point both girls expected in some capacity. In fact, her face was furiously red from embarrassment. Why don't you just tell us what happened? Hermione suggested peacefully. Also, why is your face so red? Harry sat back in his seat, well aware of the number of stares that were still directed at him. And the giggling. And whispering. That's what tended to happen when a girl gave a boy a key, before positively running away in embarrassment. He'd been unable to say a word before she vanished out down the stairs. Of course, he didn't care a bit about the attention. He'd gotten so much of it that people talking about something like this was actually a nice change. Instead, his mind was fixed on what just happened, and what exactly he would take away from it. To say he was conflicted would be a gross understatement. Tracy really was a great person to be around. Spending time with her just now significantly improved his mood over anything else since Tonks's death. There was no denying he liked Tracy a lot. The temptation at what looked to be a great deal of happiness was enough to take without question. But he couldn't. He simply couldn't do it. Guilt tore at him like a knife to the ribs. He'd always treated his school life and the one outside of it like they were unrelated. Like he was two different people. The Hogwarts student who found himself enjoying a casual teenage life, and the blood-stained chosen one who barely clung to hope as he pushed ever onward toward what seemed an inevitable doom. School life that he desperately clung to for even a shred of normalcy juxtaposed against his literal war with a Dark Lord and his followers. His friends became bystanders to his selfishness. With a great sigh, Harry slumped into his arms, a flat expression adorning his face. What a joke. He was sulking from what could be boiled down to girl problems. Actually full-blown sulking. If she were still alive, Tonks would probably be laughing her ass off at this. Tonks hissed as Voldemort removed his thumb from the inside of her right forearm. A tiny black snake now mirrored the more familiar dark mark on the inside of her left forearm. Voldemort paid her no mind as he moved to the next new Death Eater in the line, waiting to receive her marks. The former was almost too easy to apply, she felt. The simplicity behind the process almost sickened her. How many times did Voldemort apply the mark to others? How many lives changed forever by that simple act? Dark Lord, Millie, he's the Dark Lord. At least for now. Tonks, or Millie as she went by now, moved to where the remainder of the new Death Eaters were standing in silence, her own emotions locked behind willful steel. Some were inspecting the brands they'd received, but most were apprehensively watching their minder. Mistress Bellatrix, the young Malfoy has arrived, a short woman in a dark robe spoke to her, head bowed. To anyone else it probably looked like Bellatrix was disinterested in the news, but Millie knew that expression well from her own mother. A well-concealed distaste. Bring him here, she said shortly, barely sparing the woman a glance who immediately scurried off. Bellatrix. The entire group froze as Voldemort's voice washed over them. At once Bellatrix turned to face him, bowing her head in submission. Yes, my lord. Give this group their instructions then send them on their way. Come find me when your tasks are complete. Understood. Bellatrix didn't raise her head until Voldemort walked off, the group of new Death Eaters relaxing slightly. There was no denying the Dark Lord an overwhelming presence to most. Listen closely, as repeating myself will make me unhappy, she said after a pause. The entire group stood straighter. Now. I've brought him, mistress. Again, the short woman entered the room, slightly out of breath, though this time a familiar face accompanied her as well. Draco Malfoy was looking around, his face a mixture of uncertainty and excitement. Join the ranks, Bellatrix commanded, motioning to a spot that opened up for him in the front. As I was saying, she turned her attention back to the entire group. Millie's eyes lingered on the back of her cousin's head before returning to her aunt. Though you have been blessed by the mark of the Dark Lord, you still remain unproven in your faith to serve him. You will do so by ending the life of anyone the Dark Lord has deemed as unworthy of our coexistence. A portkey will take you to the location where you will carry out the Dark Lord's will. When you are finished you will return using the portkey that you have been provided with. The keyword is safety. Bellatrix paused once more, casting her gaze through the group briefly. She caught Millie's eyes and held them for a second before Millie dropped her head. By the time she looked back up, Bellatrix continued. After you have done the deed, raise your wand to the sky and ask your mark for the spell. It will provide it when needed. Kill any that oppose you. Now, place a finger on the portkey. The group moved as one around the great wooden ring that was at their center. It was specifically transfigured for this exact purpose. Millie found herself directly opposite Draco, his anxious face a weird mirror of her own, though for entirely different reasons. Portus. A sudden yank at her navel, and the room they'd just been in disappeared in a flash of whirling colors. Quaint was the first word that came to Millie's mind as she looked around the plaza they were deposited in. Small shops at the heart of what was likely a great deal of homes. Nearby a faint jingle came from the closing of a shop door, keys rattling as the worker locked the premises. What are you all waiting for? The voice startled them all. A man in a mask and hooded robe watched them from nearby. In fact, now that she was focusing more, Millie could tell that there were a great number of Death Eaters surrounding them, watching in silence. Did you think you wouldn't be watched? The man continued in amusement. We are always watching. Carry out the Dark Lord's will and you will live. It is as simple as that. They all vanished. At least, they appeared to at any rate. Millie went through more than enough training to recognize the majority of the tricks the Death Eaters were using to conceal themselves. The group quickly split up, people moving in all directions. Perhaps out of morbid curiosity than anything, Millie tailed her cousin, still fairly surprised he was here. No doubt he took the marks over the summer, but to actually participate in the killing was something she honestly never thought he'd be able to bring himself to do. Eventually it was just her and Draco, the boy far too absorbed in his own thoughts to know he was being followed. She wasn't trying to hide or anything, she didn't want to appear suspicious to her minders after all. A sudden but distant scream moved on the air, coming from somewhere behind them. She turned quickly at the sound, looking back in the direction she'd come from. Another soon followed, this time accompanied by a dark mark, easily visible against the dark sky. Then another, and another, and another, and another. Millie turned back to her task only to find that he disappeared. He wasn't further down the street. Did he enter one of the homes? The wail of sirens from emergency vehicles added to the din, drowning out the intermittent screams. Fire was clearly spreading in the town and surrounding areas, getting closer every second. She could see muggles in the distance running from their homes to their cars, trying to escape. Flashes of light that were no doubt spell fire. There was no doubt that the ministry would be on the scene soon. Too late, as always. What's going on out here? A man stepped through the front door of his home, looking at the sky in bewilderment. A scream, this time from somewhere close by, caused both him and Millie to jump. The man pulled a gun and was scanning the area slowly. The notice me not charm caused him to pass right over her, standing on the sidewalk. Will, close the door. Don't stand out there. His wife, no doubt, face lined with fear. You're off duty. Someone else will take care of it. Come inside. Susan, get back inside, now. Millie barely listened to them argue, only now noticing that she'd leveled her wand at the pair. She was being watched. She saw the poorly hidden Death Eater watching her from 2 houses back. Who knew how many others were in the area? She wouldn't be able to take him out. They were standing right there, still arguing. Quote. Her voice caught in her throat. She knew she couldn't strike them down. So, you can't do it. Millie's whole body tensed. How she was hearing her aunt's voice of all things she had no idea, but the overwhelming sense of dread she felt was all too real. The sense of her death drawing close. A sudden orange spell jumped from her wand, striking the house a number of feet above the front door and exploding with all the force it was designed to. The couple were immediately crushed under the debris of the collapsed front of the house while the edges of the impact caught fire easily. With no magic to protect itself, the house was as good as doomed. Very good, the phantom whispered. The spell left her so impulsively, flushed out by fear of her own death. Neighbors were running from their homes now, panicked cries thick in the air. They could see the destruction happening but not where it was coming from. A sudden crash brought her attention to the corner of the house she was looking at. A young man knocked over a rubbish bin in his haste to get away from something, one hand clutched around that of a woman who couldn't have been any older than he was. Their faces were struck with terror. Avada Kedavra. A green jet of light struck the man in the shoulder, dropping him like the lifeless corpse he so suddenly became. The woman was yanked to the ground with him, crying out as she hit the pavement hard. Scrambling to her hands and knees, she shook the man frantically to wake him, but naturally he didn't get up. Muggle filth. Avada Kedavra. The spell caught the woman in the chest, bringing peace to the street once more, nothing more than distant screams on the wind to keep them company. Finally able to look away from the scene, Millie saw her now unmasked cousin, breathing heavily, eyes wide as they stared at his victims. As the seconds moved on, the harsh breaths became laughing, the boy pulling up the right sleeve of his robe. I couldn't do it before, but with this. His voice was beyond ecstatic as he stared at his arm. Millie could tell, even at this distance, that the minuscule serpent that was on her arm was nothing like the one he sported now. His was many times bigger, noticeable even at this distance. I'll make you pay, Potter. Harry. The thought jarred Millie out of her daze, enough that she was already slowly raising her wand to kill the boy before her. A second later Draco was gone. Only the quick dark mark he'd cast above the dead muggles as proof he'd even been there. She didn't expect him to be so quick about returning. A curse on her lips, she opened her mouth. Quote. But still no words would come. No words could come. How could any language be appropriate for the nightmare she'd joined? The nightmare she was. Dumbledore let out a long breath as his office door closed for the final time of the evening. It was close to curfew now, and though he knew that Harry could get himself back to Gryffindor Tower without anyone the wiser, he still liked to send the boy on his way early. Perhaps if he were lucky, Harry would decide to go to bed soon and get a proper night's rest. You know, Dumbledore, came a slow drawl from one of the portraits that lined the perimeter of the room, I'm not normally one to complain about something. Perish the thought, Phineas. But that boy makes sitting in here even more depressing than it usually is. Oh, stuff it, said a witch to his left, sending him a glare. Trust someone as self-centered as you to make noise about the poor boy's grief. Besides, she added, he's come a long way from how he was earlier. Oh, I'd forgotten you were here, Antonia, Phineas drawled. How unfortunate. Dumbledore ignored the byplay as it escalated, his thoughts still centered on his charge. Harry went through more life-changing events in the past 6 months than most did in 6 years. I believe that will be enough for the night, Dumbledore said firmly, getting to his feet. The two ex-headmasters cut off, settling for a final glare before returning to their vigil over the room. Though now that I am thinking of it, do you have any news for me, Phineas? Word from Sirius. Nothing in the slightest, Dumbledore, the Slytherin said in a bored voice. It's been dead as a house elf over there recently. Charming, Dumbledore chuckled, moving to the back of the office, his eyes lingering on the old ring adorning his forefinger. Cursed beyond curses by Voldemort, stripped clean by Harry Potter, and now waiting with eternal patience. He still had no proof that the ring was one of the Deathly Hallows, yet he did nothing to confirm it either. He was fearful, there was no doubt, but of it failing, or succeeding, he did not know. With a small yawn, the headmaster made his way through the nondescript door at the back of the office that led to his bedchamber. A simple switching spell replaced his attire with his nightgown, another wand flick dimmed the lights. It was then with an almost defiant expression he turned the ring on his finger. Nothing. Dumbledore let out a small breath he wasn't aware he was holding. Nothing. There was no denying the disappointment he felt. Decades upon decades of searching, only to be as far from his goal as the day he started. Turning, his eyes went wide with alarm as he took an involuntary step back, hand moving to his heart. Ariana. The name left his lips as a whisper, barely more to it than the ghostly girl who stood before him with an expression on her face that mixed joy and sadness. Oh, Albus, my dear brother. It worked. He didn't know what else to say, really. Yes, I suppose it did, Ariana replied, still looking him up and down. Mainly up, however, considering the height he had on her. You are quite old, brother. It has been a long, long time, Dumbledore replied with a nod, having taken a small step forward. His fingers passed through the girl's shoulder with absolutely no resistance. Forgive me, I hoped. I'm sorry, Albus. I'm not really here after all. No, it's quite all right, he replied automatically. I've missed you dearly these past years. I haven't, she replied, matter-of-factly, eliciting a stricken expression from the man. Don't be like that, Albus, I haven't been in a state to be feeling anything. Nothing? He asked, his question stemming both from a personal and academic heart. Ariana just shrugged. Who knows? All things considered, I would think you, Dumbledore responded pointedly. The ghostly girl frowned, hands brushing out non-existent wrinkles from her dress. If he had to guess, Dumbledore would have said she was stalling for some reason, as unprovable as it would be. Head still angled down, Ariana caught his eyes under the fringe of her bangs. You expect a lot from something less than a shadow. Someone, Dumbledore said firmly. You are my sister. He insisted, voice increasing in strength. I already possess the wand, and now the ring. It would be a simple matter to borrow the cloak from Harry as well. With the 3 Hallows Enough. Dumbledore finally stopped, eyes moving back to meet his sister's. For the first time she was watching him with more than just a steady gaze. Even if just barely, he could see the change. He could hear it. I'm sorry, but you need to stop this. You have to let me, this ambition of yours, you have to let it go. Ariana. I am dead, Albus, she continued sadly, though her eyes never wavered from his. Dead and gone. Even if you were to succeed, I would be nothing more than a memory given form. I do not belong here. You know that. Silence. Then, Ariana. He hesitated, but he knew he had to ask. Was I? Albus, Ariana said softly, though he could detect the exasperation in her voice. For an instant her collected demeanor lifted. There was a flash of light and that was it. Honestly, you are so annoying. And she was gone. It took more than a few minutes for Dumbledore to move, but before long, his mouth formed a smile and he was chuckling. No more than you are, my dear sister. It was with a soft click that Harry closed the door to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was sitting at his desk as he usually did, though this time there was nothing to indicate what they might be doing that evening. In fact, for the first time in quite a while, The room looked like it usually did during the year, before they'd begun working together. "Good evening, Harry, come take a seat." "Good evening, Professor," Harry replied automatically. "I haven't seen you at meals lately, is everything all right?" "As well as things can be," Dumbledore nodded. "I think you'll agree that in my position it is quite easy for things to come up. We occupy ourselves with Voldemort and the Ministry so frequently that it is easy to lose sight of things closer to home." "You mean like friends?" Harry asked, automatically worrying that he was ignoring his own. He really thought he was doing better about spending time with them, especially those not in his house. "Indeed, though personally I was referring to the board of directors." "Better you than me," Harry said with a laugh. Dumbledore was a great headmaster, after all. At least he certainly thought so. "I do wonder." Dumbledore's expression became pensive. "The headmaster position is something I think that you could maintain well." "A discussion for another time," he added quickly when Harry made to respond. "Today I wish for you to accompany me to one of the last remaining locations I believe a Horcrux may be found at." "Wah, really?" Harry said excitedly. "I didn't realize you found another." After all, the last one they searched for together was midsummer. It was now nearly the winter break. "Possibly," Dumbledore said slowly. "I have been to the location multiple times, however I have never gone beyond a certain point for want of a little backup. I believe at this time that you've made sufficient strides in your studies to be able to manage that role well. As much as I don't really believe that, I appreciate it all the same, sir." "Nonsense, Harry. Now let us be off." It didn't take long for the two of them to clear the wards of the castle. They were out the front door and through the gates without anyone the wiser, one moment standing close together on the path leading off to Hogsmeade, the next, gone. A second later and Harry drew in a quick breath, his hand moving to his chest. Dumbledore apparated them just as he exhaled, something that was generally avoided considering the sense of suffocation apparating to begin with. "Apologies, Harry, I will give a short count next time if you desire it," Dumbledore said immediately, looking down at him. Harry waved it away, instead looking about where they'd appeared. A faintly familiar London street with an unremarkable building across from them, drearily separated from the rest of the buildings by a rusting iron fence. The few muggles that occupied the street with them didn't notice them at all. "This is the orphanage that Tom Riddle grew up in, yes." Dumbledore regarded the depressing-looking building with a sad expression. "Not quite the Dursleys, but it does hold up in some regards nonetheless. I believe it still operates today, though not in any greater capacity than in the past." "You think that he hid it here?" Harry asked, unable to keep the skepticism out of his voice. "It's not like he'd have ever stashed a piece of his soul in the cupboard under the stairs. He also couldn't feel anything magical from the building at all. Not specifically on the premises, no," Dumbledore replied. "However, I felt it appropriate to have a second opinion before moving on to our main objective for the night." "Do you feel anything from the building?" "No, not at all." "Then let us be off. Once more, Harry." Harry placed a hand on Dumbledore's shoulder, making sure he had a full chest of air just before they apparated away, moments later emerging into salty air and the sounds of crashing waves. They were on a rocky outcropping, jutting out low from a cliff face stretching high at their backs. "A lovely spot for an excursion, don't you think?" said the headmaster brightly. Harry took one look over the edge of the rock before throwing the headmaster an incredulous look. "They brought the kids here for fun." Dumbledore let out a chuckle which was almost instantly eaten by the crash of a wave on rock. "Not here precisely, but close enough for one daring child to sneak off to. Professor, we're at the bottom of a cliff, there's no way. Don't forget, Harry, that Tom Riddle was never an ordinary child." Harry sighed, relenting. "So where are we going from here?" "A cave with an entrance at the water. It is always good to approach any potential location of such an artifact from some safety. This way, Harry." They slowly made the remainder of the way down the cliff side, occasionally pausing for Dumbledore to decide on the safest path. When they reached the water, Dumbledore simply dove in with a short word to follow. There was a small opening in the side of the cliff that led off into darkness. Dumbledore led the way, lighting his wand and holding it in his teeth as they went. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the path rose out of the water, allowing them both to walk once more after drying themselves completely. It didn't escape Harry's notice that the cave walls and ceiling had the look of being frequently wet. He realized with a small shudder that they were walking into a place that was regularly underwater. They continued further into the cave, only the dwindling sounds of waves and the pad of their footsteps filling the air around them. Harry remained quiet, silently debating whether he should ask the question still lingering in the back of his mind. It didn't look like they were very close to their destination at any rate. Professor, he finally started, causing the older man to incline his head to show he was listening. You just said that the orphanage held up some to the Dursleys. What did you mean by that? Can you not guess? You remember the memory, I am sure, was the rather predictable reply Harry received. Rolling his eyes, he continued. Probably, but I was curious what you thought. What I meant, Harry, was that like you have been influenced by the Dursleys, so has Voldemort by his days in the orphanage. I remind you that the young Tom Riddle had two ultimate goals. Immortality, and the dominance of magic in the world, with himself in charge I might add. Becoming Lord Voldemort was far more than just a new public image for him. Still seems excessive, said Harry, shaking his head. At this Dumbledore slowed, turning to better face him. Which is precisely why I said, some regards, instead of, every regard. The key difference, apart from the lack of peers your age that you lived with, was the fact that you had the barest exposure to magic and its effects on how one could view the world. In fact, from what I was told, you displayed barely enough accidental magic at the Dursleys to confirm you weren't a squib. I really? Harry said with surprise. Sure, he'd about as many accidental magic stories to tell as Neville, but he'd never thought anything of it. Yes, seeing you performing well enough at Hogwarts was enough to put many of my initial worries to rest, admitted Dumbledore. I believe we can reasonably say that you were beginning to come into your ability during your fourth year, with events following progressing things along significantly. Tom Riddle, on the other hand, was actively practicing difficult magic I would consider dark in nature before I met him, young as he was, demanding tasks even with a wand, which I will remind you he did not have. Dumbledore stroked his beard lightly. I have often been compared to Merlin throughout my life, however I have always believed that Tom Riddle suited this comparison far greater than I ever could. More than you'd imagine, Harry thought darkly. In any case, Tom Riddle naturally grew up not only believing that he was better than those who didn't have his gift, but seeing that he was better than them as well. That he could dominate their will, cause them pain if he desired, they became little more than animals before his eyes. In time he grew to understand that he needed to hide his feelings while under the scrutiny of certain individuals, but it was something I could never forget. Something that I failed to cure. It's not your fault, Professor, Harry said immediately. Of course it isn't, Dumbledore agreed. Yet that does not prevent me from wishing I could have done something more for him. Ah, here we are. Harry could feel it as well. The apparent dead end they'd found themselves facing a faint, lingering sensation of magic. Almost as if, and he felt silly for thinking it, something magical sneezed on it. It's really faint, he said, focusing on the wall as he lightly touched the rock. Certainly felt like plain rock to him, as much as his magic told him it might be otherwise. It's rather impressive that you can tell anything at all, Dumbledore complimented, squinting at the wall through his half-moon spectacles. Even I am finding it somewhat harder to understand the enchantments on this entrance. Perhaps antechamber is a more apt description. Well, unless we get it open, it's just going to be a wall, Harry said with a grimace, redoubling his efforts at probing the wall with his sixth sense. Certainly he'd never be able to outperform the headmaster, but maybe with an extra eye. Worry not, Harry, we have not been locked out, Dumbledore said brightly, fixing him with a smile. It is simply the doorknob that has been hidden from us. Aha! A motion from Dumbledore's wand caused an arched outline to appear, bright white against the dark gray of the wet rock. Harry took half a step back, as if expecting something to jump out at them, but a moment later the outline was gone, bringing them back to square one. Did it not work? Harry asked after a moment. As I said, before, we were looking for the doorknob, said Dumbledore, now peering at the wall as though he were reading something interesting. Now that we have done so, it falls to us to provide an appropriate key to open the door. I believe, how unimaginative, he finished, clearly disappointed. Excuse me. Dumbledore gave Harry a rather unimpressed look. Apologies, Harry, it appears Voldemort has done something rather predictable of his character. In order to open the door, one must provide a sacrifice of blood. Nothing serious, he added at Harry's expression. Likely no more than a palm full. And so, Harry got to watch the headmaster make a cut on his hand with his wand, placing it up against the rock immediately after. The blood ran down the wall by about a half a foot before the arch shone once more. However, this time it didn't disappear, instead the stone beneath it simply vanishing. Sir, you really didn't have to do that, I could have easily. Nonsense, Harry, Dumbledore chided, having already fully healed his hand in the same way he'd seen Poppy treat cuts before. I believe in the grand scheme of things that your blood is worth more than mine. No point in spilling it needlessly. Now, he took a step forward. After me, I think. They stepped beyond the threshold, the enchanted entrance sealing itself once more and leaving them in an unnatural silence. It was a cavern. A massive cavern, holding an equally massive lake. Even with the strong light coming from his and Dumbledore's wands, they barely managed to provide vision beyond 20 or so feet, the darkness feeling so much heavier than it should have been. Water with a surface like glass stretched out from the narrow path that hugged the walls in both directions, and the oddly dome-like ceiling simply curved into the darkness out of sight. The only point of real interest Harry could really find was a faint greenish glow coming from far out over the water. Altogether it was unnerving to say the least. It would seem that our destination is clear, Dumbledore said softly, his voice filling the still air. Harry was certain that it could have been heard anywhere in the cavern, despite its size. Therefore the question we must ask ourselves now is how to get there. I guess it would be too much to hope for a bridge or something, Harry joked weakly, causing the headmaster to give an appreciative chuckle as well. While I firmly believe that nothing is impossible, I believe that wish would fall somewhere in the realm of the highly improbable, he agreed. Now, we are faced with two paths. Again, do you feel anything that might cause you to go in a particular direction? I can feel the wards, Harry said with a frown, causing Dumbledore to give an agreeing nod. The cavern was heavily spelled against all magical movement and a host of other things, only the most basic of which Harry recognized from magical buildings he'd been in. There, heavy. I can't feel anything like that though. It only ever happens when I'm close. Dumbledore frowned, looking out at the ghostly glow out in the distance. Perhaps because there were so many made. He eventually shook his head lightly, a measure of finality coming to his voice. Questions that, alas, we will never truly know the answers to. Come, Harry, stay very close to me. Don't need to tell me twice, Harry replied, more than happy to comply. With that he took the path to the left, walking as close to the wall without actually touching it. Harry followed his lead, doing his best not to stay too close to the headmaster, lest he bump into him. He was finding it extremely difficult to remain calm in the cavern, as if every step he took filled his body with a cold foreboding. The lack of visibility certainly didn't help things either. They walked for the better part of 10 minutes in silence, all the while taking extra care as they moved. Harry had a feeling that the narrow rocky path actually completely followed the perimeter of the cavern, as little good as it did them in the end. He said as much too. You may be right, Dumbledore agreed. However, we must remember that Voldemort is as human as you or I, and I feel it much more likely for us to have to walk less distance to our destination than more. Indeed but he cut off, slowing slightly before coming to a full stop. What is it? Harry asked quickly, looking ahead. Nothing seemed out of place on the path ahead. In fact, if someone asked him to prove that they were walking for a while just by comparing their surroundings, he'd be unable to do it. So you do not feel it? Dumbledore asked in interest. Feel what? Harry retorted urgently. Was it too much to ask for him to take a break from his usual Dumbledore self every once in a while? At least in places where probably everything around them was prepared to kill them in some way. Peace, Harry, Dumbledore said calmly, still giving him a reassuring smile. I have found our ride. And with that he reached out over the water and grabbed at the air, his hand closing on something that Harry couldn't see. Dumbledore proceeded to tap the invisible thing with his wand, revealing it to be a chain that stood straight up out of the water. Another tap caused the chain to begin to slide through his fist like a snake, pooling itself on the pathway. Seconds later, a tiny, ghostly boat emerged from the depths of the water, slowly drawing closer as the chain pulled up on the ground beside them. It bumped into the rock with a dull thud before coming to a rest. Harry noticed at once that the boat was oddly empty of any water, as if it was atop the lake the entire time. There was something else as well that just didn't seem right about it all, but I am afraid we've reached our first major dilemma, Dumbledore admitted, regarding the boat with a frown. Do you think we'll be attacked on the water? Harry asked, looking out over the glassy surface. Who knew what creatures the depths held? While we cannot dismiss such a possibility, I was actually speaking of the boat itself, Dumbledore explained. What? Harry looked at him in confusion. I know it's small, but we can both fit. Quite true. However, I think you would agree that Voldemort would not wish more than one person crossing the lake at any time. It stands to reason that greater numbers may thwart his defenses where one could not. He therefore would have taken measures to prevent such a thing from happening. Dumbledore paused, tugging on his beard lightly in thought as he continued to observe the small boat. I believe that Voldemort has enchanted the boat to fail if more than a single magical presence enters it. An effective measure to take, certainly. Harry frowned. So we're stuck. The enchantment has its weaknesses, of course, Dumbledore continued conversationally. If the difference in magical power is extreme, I believe the smaller would not even register. However, recent events have left you rather noticeable. Suddenly Dumbledore's face lit up. Perhaps, Harry, do you have your invisibility cloak with you? Of course, he replied immediately. There wasn't a time he didn't have it. Now isn't quite the time to go into details, but I believe your cloak to be rather unique among invisibility cloaks, he began. It has the ability to hide the wearer from all enchantments and other targeted magic. Oh, that might actually work, Harry agreed, understanding where Dumbledore was going with this. Then let us not tarry. The sooner we are able to leave the better. Receiving a final nod from the headmaster, Harry covered himself in the cloak before carefully stepping into the boat. Interestingly, the boat did not lower into the water from his weight. Apparently satisfied, Dumbledore followed him in, taking extra care to not bump his invisible passenger. The moment that he sat down, the boat turned and began to move at a sedate pace towards the green glow. Professor, how does it look? Harry asked after a minute. If there was one thing that Harry didn't like about the invisibility cloak, it was that he had no magical perception beyond it when he wore it. It was the same the other way around, in that if, say, Hermione were to wear it, he would be unable to sense her at all. They actually did the experiment back in September. The cloth was very easy to see through, but the sudden magical blindness that came with it was discomforting. There is no sign of immediate danger, Dumbledore replied. The water, however, contains inferius. A great deal of them. Wonderful. We need not worry about them at the moment, though, Dumbledore continued, making Harry frown. At the moment. Not while they are merely drifting peacefully below us, he said. Once we take the Horcrux, however. Snape's already taught us about how to fight them, Harry said quickly. Fire spells. Do you know many? Dumbledore asked. I do not believe I have ever seen you use one during one of our duels. I can use Incendio in a couple different ways, Harry replied. Other than that, it's not something I've worked on much, to be honest. No matter. Dumbledore's voice was filled with reassurance. I know quite a bit more than Incendio. Harry couldn't help but laugh at that. I'm sure you do, sir. It was after another 5 minutes of traveling that the boat finally arrived at its destination. A circular platform of smooth rock, no larger than the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. It was completely bare but for the source of the green light at the exact center. A wide stone basin that came up to chest height. Be sure to keep the cloak on until you are fully out of the boat, Dumbledore reminded him as he got out. Way ahead of you, said Harry, pulling the cloak off more than a few feet away from the boat. It sat there patiently, waiting to take its passenger back to the entrance. Well then, Dumbledore looked at what must be their objective. Shall we see what final obstacle Voldemort has left for us? Looking at the stone basin up close, Harry was immediately reminded of a pensive, though without the runes. After a small, excuse me, Dumbledore began to make a number of movements over the basin with his wand, causing the green light to intensify slightly, though nothing else. Frequently Harry looked around at the water that now surrounded them, half expecting there to be a body crawling its way onto the rock that was looking smaller and smaller as time went on. Anything? Harry asked after a minute of silence. I was actually about to ask you the same question, Dumbledore admitted, giving Harry a curious look. I am fairly certain that the Horcrux is at the bottom of this basin. Do you not feel it at all? It took Harry a second to realize that Dumbledore was actually right. He couldn't feel anything coming from the basin beyond what the enchantments gave it. He'd been much further away from the diadem when they'd begun pulling at each other. The ring was under a great deal of concealment magic to make the compulsion enchantment so powerful the moment someone found it. Was the same thing happening here? No, there's nothing, Harry said honestly, frowning at the basin in confusion. I was thinking it might be like with the ring. I thought that as well, however the containment of the two Horcruxes is fundamentally different. This one is not protected in the same way. So the only way to figure this out is by clearing this final task, Dumbledore finished, his focus returning to the basin. The potion within resists every form of magical manipulation I know. The same can be said for the basin itself. Additionally, he suddenly stuck his hand towards the potion as if to submerge it only to stop completely an inch above the liquid. Harry let out a tight breath. Can you seriously stop doing things like that? He grumbled as his heart rate returned to normal. I can only conclude that the potion is meant to be drunk, Dumbledore said with a small nod. One conjured goblet later and Dumbledore was casually holding a portion of the potion at chest height in interest. Expression unchanging, he upended the goblet, allowing the liquid to spill to the ground. However, every drop that fell more than a few inches vanished. A second check showed the potion in the basin rose back to its original height. Smiling, Dumbledore looked back at Harry. Can you begin to see the scope of Voldemort's plan regarding invaders? Harry, long used to Dumbledore's tangents, and knowing that they usually taught him a lot when he went along with them, just scratched his chin in thought. So Voldemort makes it so that only one person can get here, which means that you would need at least two people to actually steal this Horcrux. Even if they got here, they'd have to drink the potion, which would probably kill them. Not kill, Harry, at least, Dumbledore amended at the look on Harry's face, not right away. Do not forget that Voldemort believes himself to be the only one who knows about his Horcruxes. He would instead want to incapacitate invaders who made it this far, so as to ascertain precisely why they were so intent on coming here and emptying that basin. But he'd also want to make sure that if anyone actually did get the Horcrux that they'd never make it out of here alive, Harry added. Quite so. So one of us is going to have to drink that stuff? Harry asked. To his surprise, Dumbledore shook his head. As a worst-case scenario, yes, but I do not believe that we have exhausted all other options first. At Harry's confusion he continued, you see, Harry, there is one flaw that is consistent in every protection that Voldemort could ever set. One that no matter how hard he tries he could never avoid to include. It is also one that he is entirely unaware of existing. Can you guess what it is? In everything. How could he possibly guess that? Think, Harry, what is the one thing that Voldemort must ensure can pass through whatever protections he sets? Suddenly it was obvious. Himself, he said simply. Even Voldemort's most dangerous protections were fundamentally weak to himself. Else he'd never be able to move a Horcrux if he needed to. But how did that? Oh, Harry's gaze darkened for a moment. You mean me? As I've said before, I do not believe that you are in any way Voldemort, Dumbledore said forcefully, making Harry look up at him. Dumbledore gave him a small smile. Still, I see no reason to take advantage of what you do have. It certainly worked to our advantage this past summer. And what about when I touch the Horcrux? Harry posed. We know what will happen if I do. Dumbledore blinked twice, and Harry knew he'd caught the headmaster off guard. Forgive me, Harry, you are right, Dumbledore frowned. I'm afraid that drinking the potion is our only choice then. He lifted the goblet once more, but stopped when Harry spoke again. Professor, you said this Horcrux is guarded differently than the ring was. Harry shifted his gaze from the basin to the headmaster. You're sure about it? That it isn't being concealed in some way. From my probing, I could not detect any form of concealment, Dumbledore confirmed. Something that I would not place too much faith in, however. From your questioning, I am predicting you are about to do something entirely reckless. Harry gave the headmaster a flat look before plunging his hand into the potion and straight to the bottom. Immediately his hand came in contact with something metal, which he pulled out as quickly as his hand entered. The moment he cleared the enchantments, all traces of the potion on his arm and sleeve vanished. Both he and Dumbledore were frozen in place, waiting for something to happen. However, the cavern was as peaceful as ever, and Harry was not reduced to a pain-ridden, soul-assimilating thing. Dimly it registered that he was holding what looked like a locket. Well, that was anticlimactic, Harry said after a second of silence. Not a moment later the crash of water surrounded them. Inferius burst forth from every direction, the green glow giving them a haunting look. Harry and Dumbledore both had their wands out in a heartbeat, moving back to back as they swept their wands as one. Incendio. Fire erupted on both sides, engulfing the animated corpses and extending over the water. It was only a moment later that Harry realized his mistake, as the now burning bodies were still speeding at them from all directions. V Fluctus. Harry's whole body buzzed slightly as something passed through him from behind, rustling his clothing as it blasted every Inferius outward over the water, going so far as to even cause the water to surge outwards, though only for a second before it lapped back. Just as suddenly as they'd been attacked, they were alone on the stone once more. Whoa! Harry took a long breath. That was intense. Not an easy spell to cast, I assure you, Dumbledore said mildly, as if he didn't just fend off dozens of flaming animated corpses on a dime. Harry's eye flicked to the man's wand, which still seemed to be causing the air around it to warp. As rarely as he'd seen the thing, it always reminded him of a thin skeletal finger with far too many joints. The headmaster gave it a quick upward flick, sending a ball of light above them where it stayed, casting the entire area and much of the surrounding water into relief. Visibility improved tenfold. A ripple suddenly drew Harry's attention to the rock edge as a pale hand emerged, grasping the stone. Damn, there's more. I am afraid that is not the worst of it. Harry's eyes followed Dumbledore's extended finger to the place where the boat was. Or wasn't. It was gone. Thoughts of being trapped were interrupted by an Inferius that lunged at him from the side. A flash of panic was buried under the need to move. Harry ducked and spun around his attacker, borrowing a page from Dumbledore's book and slamming it in the back with a banisher that sent it flying into a group of others. Down, Harry. Harry dropped his body low, turning to face Dumbledore and sending another pair of banishers, knocking aside the two closest Inferius to the headmaster as thick ropes of water rushed past him, once more pushing the attacking Inferius back into the lake. Still, there were so many behind him, drawing closer. Professor. But it seemed his shout was unnecessary, as with a twist of his body and sweep of his wand a surge of water claimed them as well, returning the stone platform to peace once more. If only for moments. There's no end to them. Harry couldn't help but say it, even as he went back to fighting them off. Indeed, even I cannot last against an endless foe, Dumbledore said calmly, still as composed as when they'd arrived. Actually, I think. Harry cut off sharply as his breath caught in his throat, eyes locked over the shoulder of the short woman who was coming to take his life. He blasted her back, following it with a sweep of fire, before jumping slightly when something hard touched his back. He'd backed into the basin without realizing it. What is it? Dumbledore moved to his side quickly, but there was nothing for Harry to say, not when it was so visible now. Spined ridges were quickly cutting through the water in multiple places, slipping in and out of sight as they approached their island of stone. What they belonged to was a mystery, but there was no doubt about the size of the thing. We are so screwed, Harry cursed. If Dumbledore intended to respond, he lost the chance as the creature finally emerged from the water after circling the rock. An enormous, dragon-like head, topping a blue-black scaled serpentine body with a spine down the entire back, rose 10, 20, 30 feet above them, its body disappearing into the water below. The creature was massive, as were its teeth, and neither visitor to the cavern believed it to be smiling at them. And it roared. Look out! Harry and Dumbledore barely dove out of the way in time as the sea serpent lunged at them, jaws wide enough to swallow them both whole. The serpent cleaved straight through the stone basin and its pedestal before crashing back into the water on the opposite side. Harry barely pushed himself out of the way of the cold hands of Inferius that still crawled out of the water, eager to drag them below. The distraction was almost enough for him to not notice the creature's tail, which whipped through the air behind it, knocking away anything unfortunate enough to be in its path. "Do not let the Inferius touch you," Dumbledore shouted, letting forth another wave of force that knocked the corpses back. Though positioned as he was, no top all of them were pushed back into the water. The serpent rose from the lake once more, eyes fixing on Harry, who was still separated from the headmaster. Knowing what was about to happen, Harry did the only thing he could think of. Stop. Harry could barely believe it when the creature halted, as if confused, before roaring at him again. "Do not attack us," Harry continued, putting every amount of force into his words. If this didn't work, they were surely dead. "Leave." The monster moved sideways, eyes still fixed on Harry's as he kept up the staring contest. Of course, it wasn't doing what he wanted it to. "Don't give up, Harry. Leave the Inferius to me." Fire followed the words, though Harry's eyes stayed locked on the monsters. Both reflected the light that burned the corpses. "I said leave." Still nothing. If anything, the thing moved closer. "Fine, if you aren't going to leave, then help us," Harry hissed, the idea coming to him randomly. The serpent darted in and snapped at him, though more as a sign of aggression than an attack, massive teeth coming within feet of where he was standing. Harry nearly stumbled backwards, but just managed to keep his feet under him. Something told him that if he let up for even a second, took a full step back, broke eye contact for a moment. "You damn overgrown water snake," Harry roared. "I said obey me." And he knew that it worked. Somehow he knew that he some kind of limited control over the creature. How long it would last though. "Now catch me." Harry took a running leap off the platform, clearing the reaching hands at the water's edge as the serpent darted in low, half submerged, to put itself under him. Harry nearly slipped as he landed, but grabbed one of the enormous spines coming from its back. Immediately he turned back to the stone platform. "Professor." Harry. Dumbledore was looking to him with his wand at the ready, clearly prepared to battle the serpent, but it dropped at once. Fire now covered the majority of the platform, eagerly burning the still struggling Inferius. "Get on its back," Harry said quickly. "Let him on your back as well. Then take us both to the entrance." With a lurch it moved alarmingly close to Dumbledore, though making no move to kill him. "Sorry, Professor, this is the best I could come up with." "No matter, Harry, only death awaits us on this island," Dumbledore agreed, seeming perfectly okay with riding a murderous sea serpent across a lake of the dead. "We must escape quickly before anything else, Harry." Suddenly he was falling backwards. Harry was just able to catch a glimpse of the pale hand clutching his pant leg before he hit the water, a strangled shout his lips, rushing darkness overwhelming his senses. "It's so dark." The world was muted around him as he slowly sank. "I need light." Light bloomed, filling the space around him. There, from the tip of his wand, still grasped securely in his hand. The Inferius were all around him, filling his vision. There was no doubt just as many were behind and below him. Everything just moved so slow. A sudden surge of water jostled him around as a shadow of terror engulfed him. However frightening the sea serpent was earlier, it was nothing to how it looked underwater. Especially considering how it was coming right for him. Suddenly it turned, curving around and under him where he crashed into something solid, dragging him along for the ride. Seconds later they broke the water's surface. "Gah!" Harry coughed roughly as a hand steadied him. Disoriented, he clung to the serpent's back, coughing harshly as his lungs cleared the water that entered them. His wand was still clenched tightly in his hand. "Thank goodness," came Dumbledore's voice from above him. "We seem to be heading to the exit now. At this rate we will be there in less than a minute." It took him a few seconds to reorient himself before he was able to take a position behind the headmaster, firmly clinging to a spine once more. They were cutting through the water with ferocious speed. Suddenly the serpent wobbled, its movements becoming more erratic. "Don't stop. Take us to the exit," Harry shouted quickly, the hissing barely audible over the spray of water. It seemed that the sea serpent heard him though, as they steadied out, speeding up further. Harry could see countless inferious bodies being thrown aside in the water as they charged through, too quickly for any to grab hold. 5 minutes later, Harry and Dumbledore were staring at blue sky once more, darkened by the setting sun. They didn't hang around to see how long Harry's compulsion over their monstrous helper would last. Don't know why he didn't just submerge the platform, Harry mused tiredly, sitting down on the rock. What a horrifying experience. I'm pretty sure we would have been killed then. I barely managed the second task during the Tri-Wizard tournament and I had gillyweed then. Dumbledore let out a tired chuckle, casting the teen an amused look. Let us simply be thankful Voldemort was not as clever as you are, Harry. Yeah, that would. Suddenly it clicked. Oh, ha ha. Did you manage to hold on to the Horcrux? Dumbledore asked, clearly eager to see what they recovered. Yeah, it's here, Harry said, fishing the thing out of his pocket and passing it over. Excellent work, Dumbledore said happily. I surely would not have been able to recover it myself. Thanks, Professor. So what is it? This, the headmaster began, holding the locket up before his half-moon spectacles, is a moderately good replica of Salazar Slytherin's locket. Anyone who saw the original would know immediately, of course, he added. Like Voldemort, said Harry. Precisely, Dumbledore nodded. There is no way that Voldemort would have ever used this trinket as a Horcrux. So we must ask ourselves how it ever got there. Well, doesn't that mean someone took the Horcrux before us? Harry thought it was rather obvious. I mean, how else? Now you see the dilemma, do you not? Dumbledore smiled. How could such a thing have happened if no one knew about the Horcruxes but Voldemort himself? This is what I am hoping the locket will tell us. With that he tapped it with his wand, causing the thing to open with a click. Immediately Harry saw a small piece of parchment fly out of it, carried by the sea breeze right over the edge of their platform. Shit. But just as suddenly the folded parchment reversed course, zooming straight back to Dumbledore's outstretched hand. Magic is quite useful, no? He asked with an eye twinkle. Yeah, so does it say anything? Asked Harry, silently thanking the headmaster for his quick response. Dumbledore scanned the parchment quickly, frowning as he finished, before passing it to Harry. He gave the headmaster a quick glance before reading it aloud. To the Dark Lord, I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match you will be mortal once more. R.A.B. Wow. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. This is a remarkable revelation. However, I believe it would be better for us to continue this conversation elsewhere. He held out his arm. One last time, Harry. Wall London. I thought we were heading back to the castle. Indeed, Harry recognized the area as being near his godfather's home. A moment, Harry, and you will understand. There is only one person of whom I know that could fit the mystery before us. It is difficult to believe, but the elimination of the obvious only leaves the unlikely. Who? Sirius's brother, Regulus Arcturus Black. It was precisely for this reason that they were currently walking through Sirius's neighborhood on their way to number 12, Grimmauld Place. A few waves of his wand was all it took for the headmaster to allow them to speak without fear of being overheard or spotted. His brother. Yes, Dumbledore nodded. Regulus was as perfect a son to the Blacks as Sirius was not. Intelligent, charming, Slytherin, and most importantly to us, eager to join Voldemort's cause. He did so at the age of 16, I believe. But, Harry frowned in confusion. If we're right that he was the one who wrote that letter, then he must have switched sides at some point. I wonder what caused him to turn traitor. Who can honestly say? Dumbledore agreed. I think you will agree that there is simply too much that we do not know here. In such a situation, there is no better course than going to the source. There was no need to wait at the front door as Dumbledore was one of the few Order members with a key. He quickly closed the door behind them before returning to Harry's side. Have you talked to Sirius recently? The headmaster asked, looking around for some sign of the man. It wasn't exactly late and he hadn't gone outside since the summer, so he should be, Harry. Harry's entire posture was rigid, his wand clenched tightly in his hand. You can't feel that. The words sent alarm bells ringing through the headmaster's head. A moment later his wand was drawn, senses straining to detect what rooted Harry in place. However, try as he might, he could find nothing beyond the usual magic that permeated the old home. It's here, Professor. Harry's voice was filled with a cold certainty. So much stronger than any of the others have felt. It's definitely here. Sirius. The shout rang out sharply against the silence of the house. Surprisingly, the portrait of Sirius's mother didn't wake at all, the curtain unmoving. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Dumbledore slid the curtain aside with a flick of his wand, revealing the portrait. Or what was left of it. What the? Harry actually stepped back at the damage done to the portrait. The canvas itself seemed strangely untouched, while the picture itself was marred beyond recognition. Walburga Black's charred corpse lay at the bottom. Clearly, something terrible has happened here, said Dumbledore, slowly leading the way through the first-floor hallway. We must find Sirius at once. When did you last hear from him? Not since the summer, Harry admitted. Back in October, Nymphadora told me that he was avoiding me. At this Dumbledore paused, looking back at his student. Truly. Yeah, I think he's been really disappointed since visited Azkaban. I see. What are you doing here? Harry and Dumbledore turned in surprise to see Sirius behind them, having just stepped away from the bottom of the staircase. Sirius. What happened here? Harry made to move closer to the man, but Dumbledore held him back. If you've got no reason to be here, then you should leave, said Sirius flatly, already moving to the door. Don't come back. Where is the locket, Sirius? Dumbledore's voice cut across them all, his face as serious as it ever was. Sirius paused, turning back to them. What are you talking about? I don't own a locket. We are not leaving without it, Dumbledore responded, his voice stony. Sirius's eyes narrowed as his mouth curled into a snarl. A moment later his wand was drawn, pointing at them. Avada Kedavra. The headmaster was already moving, pushing Harry through a door on the opposite side of the hall while ducking into his own, just in time to watch the death spell catch on the doorframe, splintering it. Sirius, what are you doing? Harry shouted, poking his head around the door, only to lean back as he was similarly attacked. Professor. I can only guess that Sirius has been possessed by the Horcrux, Dumbledore said to Harry, blind firing a couple of spells back in an attempt to give them some breathing room. They returned in equal measure and with greater precision, forcing him back into the room once again. Are you saying this is going to be like it was with Ginny? Harry said, wide-eyed. We cannot assume anything in this situation, said Dumbledore grimly. Our only objective is to remove the locket from Sirius's body, wherever it may be. Harry risked another look, dodging a spell by inches before pulling back once more. I won't let you take it from me. Sirius shouted down the hall. I think it's around his neck, he said. But what are we actually going to do about it? There's no way we can let you touch it, and if I do then. Deflagratio. They both dove back further into their rooms as the man's favorite spell caused the space between them to explode. Wood splinters were thrown in every direction, the doors blasted off their hinges, small fires catching on what remained of the hall carpet and furniture that were caught in the blast. Harry and Dumbledore both covered themselves with a protego which prevented them from being outright killed, but there was only so much of the damage they could avoid, both being so close. Probably most fortunately of all, the house had more than enough protections placed on it to allow it to collapse. Even the fires weren't spreading well. Harry, are you all right? A series of coughs had Dumbledore breathing easier as Harry finally responded, still in one piece, I think. Damn, that hurt. Pushing himself to his feet, Dumbledore moved back to the now greatly expanded doorway, his mind racing. How were they going to deal with this? With Sirius doing his all to kill them, it made things that much more difficult to save the man. You're only making this harder on yourself. Sirius's unnaturally cold voice rolled over them both. You think I wouldn't be ready after that damn elf tried to take it from me? Harry and Dumbledore exchanged silent looks. There was only one elf he could have been talking about, and if Walburga was any indicator, Creature was likely dead. Are you ready, Harry? Let's go. The pair rushed the hallway, side by side, firing spells at Sirius as fast as they could. Sirius was only able to hold up for a couple seconds before throwing up a large shield and retreating up the stairs. Damn, he keeps taking the better positions, Harry cursed, unwilling to go near the landing. In that case, we will need to be more tactical about our movements. They're up to something. Sirius scowled at the empty landing from his position. If he knew anything about his godson, especially Dumbledore, they'd be trying to overcome his position with anything but brute force. They were both too crafty for that kind of action. Unfortunately for them, he was well prepared already. At the halfway point up the stairs, he'd set a simple ward used for one thing: detecting magic. If anything even remotely magical crossed it, he would know and be able to blast the spot immediately. So much for your invisibility cloak, kid. Movement behind him caught at the corner of eye, making him react in surprise, though it was far too late. He barely turned halfway before Harry was upon him, appearing from air, one arm outstretched to his neck. His locket. It's mine. No. Diving backwards over the stairs, Sirius completed his turn. His wand glowed brightly, the deadly curse it held ready to be unleashed right at Harry's chest, barely inches away from its tip. Wait. Dumbledore's shout came at the same time as his spell, the body bind hitting Sirius right in the back. Immediately he went rigid, arms at his side, wand pointed at the floor. The spell Sirius cast passed under Harry's legs harmlessly. Of course, that wasn't what he'd just shouted about. It was like watching a scene underwater. Both were in the open air over the stairs, Harry reaching for the glint of silver just visible around Sirius's neck. Harry was supposed to incapacitate Sirius from under the cloak so they could take care of the locket in another way, and yet here they were. Dumbledore was struck, not by the fact that it was happening, but at the look of intense obsession on Harry's face. Was he even in control of his actions? The two crashed and rolled down the steps to the very bottom, coming to a halt at the headmaster's feet, tails of a broken silver chain trailing from Harry's clenched fist. At that moment, the house was covered in pure silence. Dumbledore fully recalled everything that Harry told him about his experiences touching the different Horcruxes. Each and every time without exception he reacted in some, often showy, manner. Bursts of uncontrolled magic and pain were the common elements of them all. Considering how things were going, Dumbledore expected the largest outburst of them all when Harry grabbed the locket. This time there was silence. Knowing this could only mean worse, Dumbledore prepared to cast a diagnostic when the stillness was broken with a groan. Dumbledore. Sirius groaned as he rolled himself onto his side. Enervate. But it was no good. Whether Harry's own magic was preventing the spell from working or something else entirely, he was not regaining consciousness. What's going on? Unfortunately, we do not have the time to discuss that at the moment, Sirius, said Dumbledore distractedly, his wand still moving over the unconscious boy. It was so long since anything like this happened to the headmaster. Over a century of magical knowledge and experience, his own considerable talents excluded, and he had absolutely no idea what to do. No way of helping the boy before him in the slightest. It struck him deeply like nothing else could. Harry. Helplessness. Snap out of it, kid. Sirius gave Harry a small shake before his eyes caught on the silver chains at the boy's hand. Wait, isn't that? Do not touch it. Dumbledore's words froze the animagus on the spot. Unable to do anything, Sirius rounded on him in anger. Dumbledore, we can't just sit here thinking. Sirius urged, still kneeling at his godson's side. It was clear he wanted to grab the boy again but just held himself back. We need to get him help. Poppy. Saint Mungo's. There is no one. Dumbledore's words were heavy. Not a single witch or wizard on this entire continent has the knowledge or experience to possibly be able to help him. I have already been making extensive inquiries for months. Well then, what about somewhere further? Anywhere. I do not think, but he paused, an idea forming quickly. Maybe there was someone who could help. Dumbledore. The headmaster stood suddenly, ivory wand aloft as it seemed to crackle with restrained power. There may be one person who can help. Fox. A burst of fire announced the arrival of the Hogwarts resident Phoenix. He gave a trill that seemed to fill both men with courage. Sirius, there is a good chance that this will render me unconscious. Please take good care of me. I am not as young as I used to be. There was a flash. A burst of flames followed by a harsh crack in the air. Sirius quickly moved to catch the headmaster, who collapsed immediately, one eye still locked on where his godson was moments before. Harry was gone. Many thousands of miles away, another elderly man was sitting placidly in a round-walled office, leafing through the local paper for anything interesting to read. After a very full morning of meetings that dragged somewhat deeply into the afternoon, he wanted nothing more than to sit back at his desk in peace. Unfortunately, given the nature of his work, peace and quiet tended to come less than frequently, no matter what he did to help it. Of course, if it really bothered him that much, he'd not have taken the job for another 4 years in the first place. The man was in the middle of turning the page when something in the back of his mind froze his movements. A moment later, the room was filled with a burst of wind and a crack like a rifle being fired, throwing all the loose papers on his desk in the air. Not 2 seconds later, a door concealed against the far wall burst open, 2 men in black suits entering, each carrying a drawn handgun. Mr. President. They stopped moving at a hand motion from the man behind the desk, who finally lowered his paper so as to get a better view of the room. A teenage boy with messy dark hair was lying unconscious on his back in the center of the open floor space in the room. What truly drew the man's attention, however, was the sole feather that rested on the boy's chest, its colors oddly reminiscent of flames. The man looked back at the 2 guards, who were waiting for instructions, guns still trained on the intruder. Gentlemen, if you wouldn't mind fetching my wife, I believe I might be needing her rather immediately. It was a subdued atmosphere that settled over the black kitchen. At one end of the table sat a very tired-looking Albus Dumbledore. It was clear he was not as young as he used to be, however, being knocked out for the better part of 6 hours was a harsher reminder of this than he expected. At the other end of the table sat an equally tired Sirius Black. It wasn't every day that you woke up from being possessed by a fragment of Voldemort's soul only to find you nearly killed your godson. Of course, it wasn't all doom and gloom. The 2 biggest pains in his day-to-day life were gone as well. Maybe a bit disturbing to find out that he was the one to kill them both, but not much more than a bit. He was always on the edge with them anyway. You're sure he's okay? The headmaster let out the smallest of sighs. This was not the first time Sirius asked that very question. It was not the second time either. As sure as I can be, Sirius, he said. Nicholas will no doubt be able to keep Harry alive, his skill and particularly knowledge far outstrip my own. Then why do you look like it's the complete opposite? Sirius said shrewdly. If he's safe, then why be so worried? That is, Dumbledore broke off for a second before making a resigned decision. He was avoiding it, but there was no denying his thoughts, nor should he keep it a secret. Not when the situation was becoming so dire. Because I do not know for how long he will remain that way. What do you mean? Alive? Dumbledore clarified heavily. For him to remain alive. This is not the first time that Harry has come into contact with artifacts like the locket, and I truly fear it may not be the last either. Sirius was completely still, a coldness having come over his entire demeanor. Was he going to fly off the handle? Even 3 years out, Azkaban still left its mark. That wasn't to say he was level-headed before the ordeal either. It takes a certain something to impulsively chase a man down in order to kill him for revenge. When Sirius spoke, though, his voice was calm. Tell me what's been happening to my godson. Understand that much of what I'm about to say is speculation, but recent events have led me to believe otherwise, Dumbledore prefaced. It usually is, Albus. Let's just hear it. With some lingering apprehension, Dumbledore explained the situation, Voldemort's Horcruxes, Harry's condition, and how they were connected. It was amazing how little time it actually took to summarize such a massive issue. Unreal, Sirius muttered, knocking back his third butterbeer. There was a good reason it was the strongest thing in the house, but at this moment he wouldn't have said no to something else entirely. There really was a problem, all those months ago. When he asked me, and you're saying Harry is still connected to him? So it would seem, Dumbledore replied, tugging at his beard. Though Harry has not mentioned any interaction between them since May, I believe that is at the will of Voldemort, rather than it being some indication of things changing. I will admit we have both been avoiding the topic in favor of more pressing matters. Regardless, with the situation as it is, I can only imagine it getting worse. There has to be something we can do, Sirius argued, still unable to accept that they were powerless to the status quo. If I discover anything, you will be the first to know, the headmaster returned. In the meantime, do not forget that it is still our job to win this war. As long as we move toward that front, then we are still helping him in some way. Yeah, Sirius relented, sinking back into his chair. Let us put this aside until a later date, Dumbledore said lightly, getting to his feet. It was quite late now and he needed to return to the castle. Get some rest, Sirius, you are still recovering after all. He stopped by the door, turning back to face the man. Ah, you mentioned earlier there was something else. If it is quick. Sirius seemed to weigh something in his mind a moment before speaking up. Yeah, I meant to talk to you about it earlier, but, you know, he trailed off with a shrug. I know it'll sound odd, but I think that Harry is protecting cousin Narcissa somehow. For the life of me, though, I can't imagine why. Or how. Really. Fascinating, Dumbledore said in interest. A curious development, to be sure. Thank you for telling me this. If you hear anything else on the matter, let me know as well. Right. Take care of yourself. And as the two men separated, both had their thoughts return to the same teen, thousands of miles away from his home. Get back safe, Harry. Darkness. Harry's first coherent thought as he slowly regained consciousness was that it was dark. It took him a little while to understand this was because his eyes were closed, but the lack of light wherever he ended up was certainly apparent. He did hear slightly muffled voices, though, arguing softly in the background, a man and woman with American accents. The situation as it is, I still don't like that we helped him. The woman's voice was neutral, if a little annoyed. So I should have left him on my rug. The man replied, though his voice was far from heated. If anything, his voice had the hint of dryness associated with a conversation repeated one too many times. Albus wouldn't have sent him if it weren't absolutely necessary. Considering what we went through to save him, I think he was justified. Yes, save him, the woman replied scathingly. I wonder, Nicholas, if anyone else in the medical field would agree with that assessment. So you think we should have let him die? The man replied simply. My love, it is not our responsibility to fix the individual problems humans bring upon themselves. Oh, so it's humans now, For the love of you know what, I never mind, I give up. Footsteps grew in volume as someone drew close to where he was. Opening his eyes slowly, he saw a pale-skinned woman staring down at him neutrally, the light in the room rising gradually. She made a few motions over him with her hand before turning around, apparently satisfied. He's awake, if you'd like to give him the good news. She walked off, soon replaced by a tall man of the same complexion. He looked middle-aged, but trying to put a number to it was as impossible as it was with the woman. Sorry about her, she's just a bit conflicted, he said kindly, helping Harry sit up against the backboard of the bed he was in. A quick look around the rather plain room didn't tell him much, but the American flag in one corner certainly supported their accents. I promise she is pleased that you are doing better than earlier. Nicholas Flamel, by the way, nice to meet you. Well, there's a shocker. Harry Potter. Likewise. Harry slowly shook his head as if to clear it, before realizing that something quite important was missing. The Horcrux. He looked at the man, whose expression shifted at the word. The locket, where is it? Here. Flamel motioned to his left, and the locket floated over to his outstretched hand. Though if it really was a Horcrux before, it certainly isn't one now. Without hesitating, he put it into Harry's open palm, causing him to flinch and drop it on the blanket, now looking at it in shock. What did I do? Harry stared at his hand in a mixture of confusion and fear. He remembered sneaking up the stairs under the cloak, but beyond that he'd just woken up. But it was clear the locket in his lap wasn't a Horcrux any longer, and that could only mean one thing. Are you okay? Harry asked Flamel suddenly, which got him a confused look in return. Earlier I must have. Did anyone get hurt? I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, but you haven't done anything since arriving, the man said, shaking his head. You were in pretty bad shape though. It was touch and go for a bit there. Nothing new then, Harry muttered tiredly. Strange though, that he didn't damage something. Catching the look Flamel was giving him, he said quickly, "Is everything okay?" "No, it is not." "What is it?" "Perhaps it would be better to wait until you are back on your feet before." "Don't," Harry said shortly, frowning. "Don't spare me, just say it." "Very well." The alchemist stood fully, hands folded in front of him. "You are dying." "I'm really dying." Though he'd become accustomed to his life being in jeopardy every other day or so, after everything he'd survived through, it just didn't seem possible for some reason. "Yes," Flamel said with a nod, giving the teen a clinical look. "Judging on what is happening to your body, I'd give you at most half a year if you somehow manage to hold out. More than likely a month or so shorter if anything unexpected happens." "I'm very sorry." "I don't." Harry broke off. He felt suddenly short of breath. "But I don't feel like I'm dying." "You do feel it, you just haven't recognized it for what it is. I'd imagine you feel a bit heated, don't you?" This is probably the best way of putting it. Now that he mentioned it, it was true. Harry felt a bit warm. Not enough to be uncomfortable, but enough that it was noticeable given what he was wearing. Suddenly he recognized where he'd felt that very thing before. "Hang on, I've it way worse than this before. When I don't use magic for long periods of time, I get a bit hot. It's easy to burn off too. How is this supposed to kill me?" He was unable to keep the accusation out of his voice there. Flamel, however, just became more somber. "In that case, I'm afraid you've just been dying for a while longer than I'd thought. The difference," the alchemist continued before Harry could argue back, "is that it sounds like you have been able to keep up with it before, potentially pushing this off for years or longer. Unfortunately, you will soon lose this battle." "And how do you even know that?" Harry demanded. Flamel paused, taking a patient breath. "While I may never have reduced myself to the likes of creating Horcruxes, I have worked enough with soul magic that I can recognize problems. I am no Merlin, but in this day and age I may as well be. I could count on one hand the number of people on this planet that could have even a passing knowledge of such magic. If," Harry broke off for a second before starting again. "If you knew I was going to die in such a short time, then why did you save me anyway?" "What are you, my wife?" the man said in exasperation. "Months to make your peace with the people you care about and do anything else you want to do before you go is a lot more than no time, isn't it? Don't be absurd." "But," Harry was struggling to find the words. "I've got, and I'm sorry things are the way they are." Flamel continued to speak even though he knew Harry was only partially paying attention at this point. "There is still much for us to discuss, but we can talk more when you've recovered a bit more of your strength." He waited a few seconds for Harry to respond, but the teen was lost in his own thoughts now. With presently nothing else to say, the alchemist walked out of the room, closing the door quietly behind himself. "I'm dying." Harry scowled. Who cared where he was? Who cared why it was happening? "I'm actually dying." He could be wrong, of course. Just because someone said something didn't automatically make it true, regardless of who they were. Since when has that ever worked in my favor? And after everything he'd been through, it would fit right into his screwed up life. Doesn't it? If Flamel was right, and given that he was something like 5 times older than Dumbledore, a man who had a habit of being annoyingly right about almost everything, he probably was. Harry likely wouldn't even live to see his 17th birthday. A spot of wetness landed on the back of his hand, making him scowl all the more as he wiped it away. He used to cry so much when he was little. So much. When he wanted the Dursleys to love him and they did anything and everything they could not to. One day he'd just stopped. He didn't cry with joy when he found out he was a wizard. He didn't cry in pain when he was tortured by Voldemort. He didn't cry in sadness and anger when the letter from his mother held little more than rambling nonsense with literally nothing from his father. "Boy, we wanted to let you know there's food for you too." Harry's miserable eyes met the pair belonging to his visitor, her head peeking through the jarred door, causing her sentence to trail off. She let out a heavy sigh before fully entering the room, closing the door behind her. Considering who he'd just met, this was no doubt Perenelle Flamel, the wife of the famed alchemist. Of course, that wasn't to say she was a mere accessory to the man's renown. The woman was a legend in her own right. Want to talk about it? Weren't you the one who said he should have let me die? Harry said dully, not really offended at all by the sentiment. It was positively neutral considering some of the people he met. What do you care? I think you've gotten a bad first impression of me, said Perenelle, crossing her arms. I was mad that he allowed himself to be involved in the first place, not specifically that he saved your life. We try not to do that in general. If you can help someone, why wouldn't you? Said Harry, not really understanding her stance. That's the nice thing about being so young. Perenelle was actually giving him a somewhat fond expression. You haven't been twisted by age. Don't get me wrong either, that headmaster of yours is still a boy by my standards. I might look young, but I'm old enough to be your mother more than 10 times over. More than that, when you live as long as I do, you see that you can't help everyone, and eventually your choices change the people around you. Some for the better, some for the worse. Always both, never just one. That's sad, I guess, Harry said after a second. He looked up at her, expression a bit lost. I don't know what to do. I mean, I've been fighting all this time for the chance at a future. If I'll never get it, is there even a point? What did you want? Perenelle asked, curious. A family, I guess, he said with a shrug. The picture was easy to call to mind, a blurry image built on warm emotions and smiles. One of those stereotype big happy families. You know what I mean. Yes and no, the woman admitted. I've certainly had them, but none were ever truly mine. The elixir of life can prolong it indefinitely, but completely prevents the creation of the new. She rolled her eyes slightly at Harry's confusion. I'm sterile, boy. Both Nick and I have been since our first drink. Oh, Harry's eyes fell to her middle for a moment before dropping to the floor. I'm sorry, that's terrible. We got over it, she said with a shrug. You would too after more than 500 years. Harry just looked away from her. What little energy he'd gained from the conversation faded as his mind returned to reality. Half a year at best. What could he possibly do in 6 months? Less even. Thinking about it again. How could I not? I still don't know what to do. Not enough time. Do you like asking questions about the obvious? Harry snapped, glaring at the woman. To this she actually chuckled for a second before making a small swatting gesture at the air in front of her. Harry's head immediately jerked forward as an unseen force slapped the back of his head. Don't be rude, I'm actually warming up to you, Perenelle said lightly, the right corner of her mouth turned upward. Come on, we can continue this after you eat something. You've been asleep for about 3 days, so no doubt you're starving. 3 days, Harry said in shock. Assimilating a Horcrux never even knocked him unconscious before. 3 whole days. Quickly checking to make sure he was decent, Harry swung his legs over the side of the bed, testing his weight on the floor. He felt weak but not unable to move. It was really close, wasn't it? It wasn't really a question. Yes, you certainly danced with death. Come. She led him out of the room into a hall that stretched to the left and right, lightly decorated with fancy-looking furniture and paintings at regular intervals. No doubt you've realized you're in the States, but your actual location is Washington, D.C., Perenelle told him as they walked. This is the magical wing of the White House. Isn't that where the president lives? Harry asked, watching as every portrait gave them a crisp salute as they passed. Why are they doing that to us? It's just a part of who they are, and they're doing it to me, she corrected. Being First Lady counts for something. First Lady. It means I'm married to the president, she explained, though giving him an odd look. You're married to Nicholas Flamel as the U.S. president, Harry exclaimed in shock. Perenelle opened another door and motioned for him to enter. But who's your minister of magic then? Someone else, said the man in question, grabbing Harry's attention. Flamel was sitting at a table with a great deal of random food on it, contentedly reading a paper with non-moving pictures. Eat, Harry, then we can talk. We've got a great deal to cover, I'm sure, and I've secured us some time. I'll be back soon, Perenelle said to her husband before retreating out of the room. The door was closed with a snap. You're the president, Harry repeated, still surprised. Sure, he didn't look out of place in his muggle attire, but the reality of it still threw him for quite the loop. That I am. Flamel gave Harry a level look over his paper. Again, eat. You won't get another word out of me until then. Resigned to waiting, Harry made a plate for himself, only to immediately realize how ravenous he actually was. He ate 3 full plates before eventually slowing down to nibbling at his fourth. Flamel just watched him, having finished his paper. Do you really have time to just sit there and read? Harry finally asked, curiosity outweighing even his most recent life-changing events. Aren't you supposed to be really busy? Of course, I'm one of the busiest people I know, Flamel said with a nod. Then, and as such a busy person I simply endeavor to be in as many places as I can at once, he finished. A little magic never hurts either. Right, Harry dragged out the word without really meaning to, conveying exactly what he'd thought of that response. In that case, what's it like being the president of Muggles? It was just such an odd idea, he'd never thought it possible that the two worlds would mix at this level. Non-magicals, Harry, Flamel corrected immediately. I've found that giving a group of people a name always causes more harm than good. Calling a non-magical a muggle, or the like has long been looked down on here in the States. Harry was about to defend himself. It wasn't like he meant anything offensive when he called someone a muggle, but stopped when he realized how different, non-magical, felt in his head. Plainer. Where did the word muggle come from anyway? All right, he said after a second. I would like to know though. Oh, it's actually not so bad, Flamel said with a smile. The highest levels of government are aware of magic anyway, and I do care about the country and its people. It helps that I was around when the country was founded too. Old legislation can be difficult to understand at times. Makes sense, Harry said with a nod, though he didn't really know anything about how governments worked. Some people, who were elected, had power and could decide how everyone else was supposed to live, within reason. He felt like morals fit in there somewhere, but there was a lot of room for corruption and harm. Look no further than his own home government. What's it like being Britain's chosen hero? Flamel asked in return. Immediately Harry glared at him, though the man wasn't put off in the slightest. I really am just curious. Such fame must be rather enjoyable for one your age. You don't know anything, Harry said harshly, unabashed by his tone. My fame and everything that came with it. No one is prepared to take him on, and it's only a matter of time before he does something extreme like overthrow the ministry or burn all of London to the ground. I've lost so much to this war, and now, Harry cut off as he tried to rein his anger in. The plate in front of him was rattling slightly. A few seconds later it fell silent. They want me to save them again. They actually think I'm going to protect them. Fight Voldemort for them. The same people who called me crazy barely 8 months ago. Who are you fighting for then, if not the people of your home? Flamel asked. Ron laughing, Hermione rolling her eyes as she smiled. My friends, I guess. People I care about. A woman gently reminding him to eat his carrots. Flamel smiled at him in a way that diffused much of his aggressed emotions. My apologies, Harry. Getting you a little worked up seemed the best way to see if you were still unaffected by touching the soul fragment. It is still quite hard for me to believe. I'd imagine a piece of Lord Voldemort's soul would make one more like him, and from my reports he is not the type to fight for anything but himself. Dumbledore said the same thing, Harry said, pushing his annoyance at the test aside. I'm still me. Which is, you'll forgive me for saying so, the most bizarre facet of your unfortunate condition. Soul touching has never been anything less than disastrous. I believe it is well within my rights to say you are an anomaly of magical sciences. Harry couldn't help but smile, not for the statement itself, but at the thought that Hermione would love to have a conversation with this man. Just the words, magical sciences, would make her jump with delight. Then the thought of telling Hermione he'd be dead by June crossed his mind, and every good feeling he accumulated in the last 10 minutes promptly imploded. Is there any chance of me surviving? The words almost felt forced. I don't know, Flamel admitted. I've never seen your case before, but from what I have seen in the past. Then let's start there, Harry interrupted. What have you seen? What's actually happening to me? There was a pause as the door opened once more to admit the alchemist's wife. Perenelle took a seat next to her husband and quietly made herself a plate of food. Harry's eyes met with hers for a moment but were drawn back to Flamel when he continued speaking. You understand that most of what I'm going to say is speculation at best. Yes, I know, was the impatient interruption. This is definitely not my first one of these conversations. Tell me. Flamel exchanged a look with his wife before beginning. Your soul has, for lack of a better word, captured the piece of Horcrux that you have been interacting with, and integrated with it. I can only imagine that this was even possible due to the fact that you have been host to a Horcrux yourself for most of your life. Believe me, that itself is baffling enough. How did you know that? Harry said in astonishment. Even he and Dumbledore weren't absolutely sure it was the case, though they both agreed it was most likely. Something like that will always leave scars. The alchemist shook his head as Harry touched the scar on his forehead. Traces, echoes, shadows, memories, they are all the same here. It is clear that you had a fragment of another's soul attached to your body, however, it is equally clear that you haven't been affected by it until recently, and not in the ways any would expect. Baffling, as I said. What do you mean? Harry asked, confused. You must understand that a soul fragment placed in a living creature will dominate that being. They often develop into their own versions of the original, equally broken and lost. Unstable. He paused to gesture at Harry. Yet here you are, unafflicted. At least in soul, Flamel added. I'm sure Albus would say the same. Yeah, he has. In any case, we move to the actual problem here. At this, Harry gave Flamel a rather lost look. Wait, I thought Voldemort's soul was the problem, he said. It was bad enough they were talking about souls like he could even fathom what that might mean magically. It certainly is, but not for the reasons you might think. While being dominated by someone's soul is certainly undesirable, it does not change the fact that such a thing is otherwise harmless, the man explained. Your body will still continue to function as normal. The soul fragment is, after all, nothing more than a hijacker of the body. They do not blend the way that it seems you and yours have. But how is that even possible? Harry demanded, more than frustrated. Flamel's words were certainly informative, but he still felt like the man was just stating the obvious. If that's how it's supposed to happen, then why am I different? Unless, Harry broke off for a moment as a possible solution came to mind. The Dementor. Dementor. It was the first time Perenelle spoken since entering the room. Voice sharp, her eyes were narrowed. What do those foul creatures have to do with this? Well, 2 summers ago I was attacked by a pair of Dementors and apparently one of them keyed me. With you relatively unharmed afterward, Flamel said, nodding to himself. How dreadful. What an odd child you are. Yeah, I had problems controlling my magic for a bit, but it went away eventually, Harry continued with a shrug. I guess you can say that's when all of this started. And 3 days ago you came into physical contact with another soul fragment of the original, Flamel finished, his expression a mix of worry and intrigue. Perenelle just had a look of distaste on her face. Yet instead of attempting to end Avenue, the host, it reassimilated itself. Perhaps it tried and failed. Even so. About that. Both adults looked over to find Harry scratching the back of his head. He looked sheepish. It's actually the 3rd Horcrux I've touched of his. Silence. Well, my dear, it appears you were right. We shouldn't have saved him. He's suicidal. It wasn't like I did it on purpose, Harry added hotly. I mean, I meant to touch them, but only because I had to. Things just happened that way. I'm not stupid. I'm sure, Perenelle said thinly. With a tisk she regarded her half-finished meal before finger flicking it out of existence. Harry just stared at the newly cleared space of table with wide eyes. Lost my appetite. Indeed, it is most discomforting, Flamel agreed, though he apparently had a great deal more regard for his potato salad. Harry, believe me when I say I have no idea why you aren't the most warped living thing in existence. Putting aside the fact you should be long dead, of course. Of course, Harry returned. How comforting. Can we get back to what we were talking about? Yes, yes. Flamel made an impatient silencing motion with his hand. As I was saying, being possessed doesn't inherently harm a person. You, however, are not possessed. Within your body is a single soul which could only be considered yours. If a battle of some sort of dominance occurred, then it's safe to say you have clearly won. Then what? But it was not a fight from which you emerged unscathed, Flamel continued on, cutting Harry off. There were still side effects. Symptoms that were initially easy to play off as harmless, but now are growing worse and worse. What does this tell us? Flamel drew himself up as he regarded Harry with a darkened expression, a single finger extended in his direction. Voldemort still lives within you. Stunned, Harry was unable to break eye contact with the man. The silence dragged on as the words echoed through his head. Stop it, Nick, you're giving him the wrong idea. Harry tore his gaze away from the alchemist to focus instead on the wife. How the bloody hell can you not get the wrong idea from that? Harry snapped, patience fraying. Months of practice controlling his emotions could only go so far when faced with this kind of stuff. What's it supposed to mean? You've won control of your body, Perenelle started simply, moving her finger through the air. Harry's eyes were naturally drawn to it as it left a small glowing purple spot in the air. She followed it with a golden streak that separated to completely encircle it. You are on the outside, him on the inside, but you still are one soul. One being. Makes sense so far. Yes. He was honestly still a little distracted by her blatantly wandless display of magic. He can't struggle against you to gain control again unless something disturbs the new balance. Coming into contact with more soul fragments, for example. Another small purple spot appeared and went to join its fellow in the center, not breaking the gold but passing through it. Yet 3 times it's happened and none have yielded control. Perenelle suddenly paused, shooting Harry a curious look. Did you fight the Horcruxes in some way when you touched them? Yes. Harry thought back to each struggle, feeling but never truly understanding the stakes of what they were fighting for. All those times. It has effectively become your prisoner, she continued, however joined your existence already is. One which has been resisting in the only way it could. Producing magic. You're saying I have Voldemort batteries in my soul. If that helps you understand what I'm saying, then yes, it basically does. Harry let out a sharp breath, running a hand roughly through his hair. What was even normal anymore? Could he have ever even dreamed a single moment of this back when he was blowing out candles on his pitiable floor dirt birthday cake years ago? There's nothing I can do to push it back. He asked finally. Stomp him out. Make him stop. You have to understand that there is no him in there. There is only you. And with what we've seen so far though, no. Unless you can increase the weight of your own original soul, Perenelle added, shaking her head. That concept doesn't even make sense. It was bad enough considering this with a single fragment of soul being imprisoned. From what we've learned not minutes ago, you actually have 4. Her voice became almost strained. 4. To us, the fact that you're alive now is a miracle, let alone that you'll live a bit longer still, Flamel added. Now you're completely out of balance, and your body is paying the price. Harry frowned, mind scrambling for a solution to this. Something that they might have missed. Can't we, I dunno, filter some of him out? He asked. Could it work in reverse? If there were, we would have done it already, Flamel said simply. The fact and issue remains that there is only one soul here. Your soul. If we tried splitting pieces. Can we do that? Harry's voice was soft, but not weak. The two regarded him with pause. Split my soul. Perenelle exchanged glances with her husband before speaking. You would take someone's life to save your own. Harry's expression darkened as his eyes sought the table. I don't want to, he said finally, looking back up at them, but I won't pretend that I can keep living without killing someone eventually. It wouldn't be the first time, and it probably won't be the last. Again the two exchanged silent glances before Flamel spoke. Theoretically it could work, however realistically it is impossible. Though you are aware of how to split your soul, that does not give you the ability to simply do so. More than that, to separate your soul in the way you need would take a master of the art, and your knowledge wouldn't even register toward that level. That aside, he regarded Harry with a serious expression, you will learn no such thing from us. It was just a thought, Harry returned, looking away. There was nothing else to be said really. They arrived exactly where they started. With nothing they could realistically do. Eventually only one other thought came to mind and he voiced it. How do you know so much? Harry couldn't help but be a mixture of amazement and skepticism. I've barely been here and you, He broke off as Flamel gave a chuckle. You know everything. Not everything, surely, Flamel corrected. Still his grin never faded. Harry, I've been alive for hundreds of years. Magical study is perhaps the only thing that has held my interest without fail. I'm not pretending to be an expert on everything, I am an expert on everything. It probably wouldn't be much of a stretch to say I'm the expert on everything. Perenelle too, for that matter. So how does wandless magic work? Harry asked immediately, eyes flicking to Perenelle. Entirely by touch, he replied, wiggling his fingers in a very Dumbledore-like way. As long as you are touching it, you can act on it magically. It's surprising not many figure that out these days. The art has really fallen to the wayside. That's it. That's it. Harry just grunted in annoyance. That doesn't help at all, I already knew that. I just can't get it to work again. The fact that you're saying what you did just shows how little you know, Perenelle smirked. She beckoned for his hand, which he extended hesitantly. Was she going to show him something? Now, take a nap. And a tap of her finger sent him into darkness. Leeds was burning. Not to the extent London did when she died, but certainly enough that it wasn't just a wizarding problem anymore. Millie moved with purpose through the thinning crowds as muggles ran for safety, frequently shifting her appearance to be sure no one had even a remote chance of following her. Death Eaters were scattered across the city in small groups doing what they did best, while members of the DMLE did the same, often starting small skirmishes that caused more damage than they'd actually come to prevent. Having worked with the department for a number of years, Millie was more than aware of how bad the situation could get when you were facing a group like the current generation of Death Eaters. The newer groups were so much more taken with murder and arson than in the past war. Beyond reason, they happily ended the lives of men, women, and children alike, regardless of the fact that it further drove any but the extreme from them. All the while, Millie knew that something about them was getting even worse. She could see it in their eyes when they prepared for a raid. The glee her two partners had trapping a family in a car before slowly heating it to cook them alive was sickening to even be aware of, let alone watch. They wielded power over helpless victims like cruel gods. This was why she didn't hesitate killing them. A quick turn took her into an abandoned gift shop, where she took the moment to gather herself, hidden behind shelves of odds and ends. 11. She'd killed 11 Death Eaters so far that day. The first 2 were in pure rage without thought. She freed the muggles and made sure no one saw her act. After that, it was easier and easier to justify her victims' ends. 2 who cornered a woman instead of just killing her quickly. Another 3 sending spell after spell into a multi-floor business just for fun. Of course, they locked the front doors first. All the others were simply isolated, but there was no doubt they were on their way to end another's life. They were like mad dogs. Slowly, Millie pulled her sleeve up to stare at the newer of the 2 marks she received. The Serpent's Mark, as she came to learn. Unlike the Dark Mark, this one seemed to have feelings of all things. It enjoyed the rush of power magic could bring, empowering her through her rage. It fed on destruction and death. And it grew. Her own mark was now the size of her pointer finger. An alarming fact considering how it looked earlier that day. How it grew without her awareness. What was even more scary was that all of the Death Eaters she saw now had this mark. Many of them displayed it openly, showing how large it could truly grow, like a mark of prestige. She saw one man with the snake taking up the majority of his arm, going over his shoulder and under his shirt. She'd also noticed how those same Death Eaters didn't stick around for long. An explosion shook the building she was in, causing her to scramble to her feet. The contents of many shelves tipped onto the floor to create even more of a mess of the place. It was only after hearing an ominous creaking that she quickly grabbed at her emergency portkey, vanishing in a whirl of magic. She hit the grass with a thud and a grunt, though quickly righted herself. A wand was aimed right at her head. You don't need the wand. Ugly enough to scare anyone stiff, Millie shot at the man, pulling her sleeve up to expose her dark mark. Other Death Eaters nearby who also escaped the battle chuckled at the man's expense. And you don't need to open your mouth to remind anyone or abide.ch, the man shot back immediately, unoffended. You stayed pretty long. Had a good time. The best so far, she replied. The scary part was that she wholeheartedly meant it. How many did ya get? Asked another. 11. You're a real twisted by .ch aren't ya? Ain't nothing wrong with having a bit of fun, added a third. They're just animals after all. Yes. Millie couldn't help but smile with the rest of them as she looked around. They're really just animals. Across an ocean, a boy was once more led through a number of long hauls in a small sense of deja vu. That still wasn't very nice, Harry grumbled to his guide. No matter how much I really needed the rest. For all that had happened days before, he still found it hard to let go. In a disgruntled, not too serious sort of way. Allowing a patient to worry themselves to death goes against my oaths as a healer, Perenelle said simply. You're a licensed healer, Harry said in surprise. Licensed? Came the amused return. Of course not. You understand the thought of being told I'm allowed to do anything by someone with a fraction of my skill is pure nonsense, yes. Of course, what was I thinking? Harry drawled, rolling his eyes. If there was one thing he learned about Perenelle Flammel in the hours that he officially knew her, it was that she was incredibly vain when it came to her abilities. Whack. Another was that she really liked whacking him over the back of his head with magic. Apparently this meant she liked him. Here we are, she said, opening a door to a completely round room with windows across the back of it. Flammel was sitting at the lone desk, scratching away at a small stack of papers with this pen. Two men nodded to them and exited behind them, letting the door close with a soft snap. Isn't this that room? Harry asked, looking around. It was by far the most grand-looking office he ever saw. Even Dumbledore's office had a certain amount of chaos to it. If you mean the room you appeared in, then yes, Flammel said without looking up. It's also the room you will be leaving in. Wait, you're letting me go back. Harry was suddenly caught flat-footed. I thought you weren't letting me go to make me rest or something. Of course this accusation was more directed to Perenelle than her husband. Yes, keeping you from your life would only be detrimental in the end. How are you feeling? Like I need to go do something, said Harry. Indeed, even though it was less than a week total, he was feeling extremely restless. His mind whirled with things he wanted to get done. Things that needed to be done. Well then, in that case we'll try to be quick about it, Flammel said with a nod, capping the fountain pen. I'm having an international portkey brought here, and we shouldn't have to wait too long for it. I'll iron out any kinks in the process. Like how I'll leave when the building has wards as thick as Hogwarts. Just so, Flammel grinned. In the meantime, did you want to ask us anything else about what we've spoken on? No actually. I did have another question though, Harry started, taking a seat in a free chair. Well, there really wasn't anyone better to ask. He had nowhere else to turn anyway. Have you ever heard of tethering? It was as if the entire room was frozen in time. Perenelle's utter shock, hand stopped halfway to her hair, was only matched by the look of danger that flashed across her husband's face. At once everything seemed to resume as normal for everyone except Harry, who found himself rather unable to move himself, though no idea how it happened. The feel of being held under magic was unmistakable. Something I said, he managed with a slight grin, though inside he was more than worried. What on earth? Where? Nicholas began slowly, giving Harry his fullest attention. Did you learn of such a thing? Merlin. Harry replied, unable to stop the nervous chuckle from escaping his lips. To be fair, it sounded pretty ridiculous. Perenelle said something vehemently in a language Harry didn't understand, while Flammel himself focused on Harry all the more, silencing his wife with a quick motion. Merlin. A man nearly a millennia dead talked to you. Well, it wasn't actually him. It was a painting, Harry explained quickly, not liking where this was going. In Hogwarts. Look, you could meet him yourself if you wanted to. Could you let me go now? There was a second of hesitation before he could suddenly move his body again. Immediately he stretched, feeling stiff from being so tense. Mind telling me what that was about? Merlin, Perenelle began coldly, is a detestable creature with far too much power for his and everyone else's good. She broke off to look at Harry. You said you met him. How? He left a portrait of himself at the core of Hogwarts. We're definitely not friends, Harry added quickly. Believe me when I say I understand you, Flammel said. I am curious though, How did you yourself end up in such a delicate place as the castle's keystone? It's a long story actually. The short of it is that I found out Merlin tethered a girl to the castle from when he was really young, so now she actually thinks she's Hogwarts. He suddenly became excited. Do you know how to save her? I didn't even know where to begin looking for help. When he was young, you say. And where would you have us put her? Harry turned to Perenelle, who was giving him a mildly impatient look, as if he'd not thought this through properly. Well, she just needs a body, right? Just needs a body. Perenelle repeated with a laugh. What magic do you know that simply creates fully functioning human bodies without using some appalling ritual of sacrifice? A sudden memory of a haunting graveyard and lifeless friend filled his head. Okay. Never mind. Give me a break. I'm not an ancient text like you. Whack. How are you even doing that? In any case, Flamel interrupted, apparently not having been paying much attention as he mulled over what he'd just heard. This girl is unfortunately in a situation we cannot do much about. I will give it thought though. That's all I'm asking, Harry said in relief. If anyone could help, it was them. The door suddenly reopened after a light knock. One of the guards from earlier returned with a small box. Wonderful. Just place it on the table there. We'll be through shortly. This is the portkey, Harry guessed, looking at the thing. It certainly looked plain enough, though that never meant anything in his world. Yes, said Flamel, finally rising to his feet and walking over. Inside is the phoenix feather you arrived with. Its magic, along with my own tampering, should enable you to leave here and return to the precise spot that you left from to get here in the first place. Of course, he paused, turning to the windows and the grounds beyond. You should be careful, as long-distance teleportation can always go awry in some way. There was silence for a second as the papers on his desk gave the slightest of twitches. His expression suddenly went flat. He touched it, didn't he? He did, Perenelle confirmed, wholly unconcerned as she inspected her nails. Without help, she was unable to resist a light laugh as she exited the room. He sighed, looking back out the window. Hopefully the next time he saw Harry Potter the boy wouldn't be dead. Damn fossil, Harry roared. Unfortunately for him, the woman his rage was directed at would never hear him. Indeed, it was unlikely anyone near heard what he said, as it more or less came out like so. BRBL. Gasping, Harry emerged from the fountain near Grimmauld Place, already half planning his bloody revenge for when he next met the alchemist's wife. Mommy, why is there a boy in the water? Don't look at strange people, sweetie, it's not their fault the way they are. Lovely, Harry grumbled, stepping out of the knee-deep water. He waved to a nearby couple before hitting himself with a subtle notice me not and began walking back to 12 Grimmauld Place. Soaked or not, he needed to see Sirius. Needed to make sure he was okay. 1 week of worrying was enough to set his nerves on edge. It was a very long time since the middle black sister felt the particular emotion she was currently experiencing. So long, in fact, that she was having a difficult time truly placing it. Wormtail. The voice of her master cut through the halls of Malfoy Manor. Cold and harsh, it did nothing to make the rat-like man next to her move any quicker. He was always one to hesitate when there was danger involved, and her master's name was synonymous with death. Don't keep him waiting, little traitor, she said softly, causing him to jump. Did he forget she was there? Unlikely, given that they'd been in each other's company for nearly an hour. Jealous he didn't call your name instead. The man snapped back. He didn't wait for a reply though, and scurried out of the parlor. Bellatrix, however, said nothing, already dismissing what the rat said. There was possibly some truth to the statement her master recently seemed to call on her less and less as time went on, but that was not what concerned her presently. Concern. Was that what it was? Her master was not like he usually was. There were little things that put her ill at ease, things she knew always been there, but were more pronounced than ever before. Bellatrix shifted to her feet with a small stretch. She was reading a book of all things. A completely true recounting of Harry Potter's wondrous adventures as a young boy, defeating darkness and saving the light through love and friendship. Why it was even in the house was anyone's guess. She only found it after digging around the parlor bookshelves in boredom. Perhaps her sad excuse for a nephew enjoyed them as a child himself. Chuckling as she hid the book behind a chair pillow, Bellatrix walked out of the room only to stop cold as one of the very things she was thinking about moments ago stared back at her with empty dead eyes. She stared back for a few seconds before pulling her wand and levitating the body down the hall, dumping it out of the first window she saw. One of the caretakers would deal with it. Though it did look like they'd have to get another one. Again. Bellatrix paused as the grandfather clocks in the manor chimed in unison. Once. Twice. Thrice. Her eyes closed as they continued slowly. An unpleasant feeling crept into her chest as she counted the fifth, and finally the sixth. The mark on her forearm burned black, causing her to hiss as she endured it. The 18th hour was reserved daily for her exclusive training by her master. Day after day she honed her skills and sharpened her edge in order to make her as lethal as the day he'd met her. Every session was a fight for her life, one she welcomed even, considering the thrill the fight brought her. But each day his call was harsher. Each day it burned more. And she just didn't know why. Sirius wasn't home, much to Harry's initial distress. Shouting the man's name with no response at all from the house boded the worst in his mind. Already he was wildly imagining all the horrible things that could have resulted from the possession when Hestia Jones poked her bleary-faced head around a corner, clearly having been woken from an intense couch nap. "Oh, Potter, we've been wondering about you," she'd said with a yawn. "Sirius is out doing something for the Order with Remus. Should be back a bit later." And that was exactly how he left the woman, a quick thanks and relieved breath all she'd registered before Harry left the house. Unfortunately, it was only after returning to the couch that she bolted upright, having realized who she'd just seen, all traces of wariness gone. Currently, Harry found himself preoccupied with a grim piece of parchment. Not knowing what to do, or even where exactly to go, he went with the first thing that came to mind, as odd as it may have seemed. The parchment wasn't very long, nor was the list he'd written on it. He'd been over the items many times, but that only served to make him frown all the more. Ron and Hermione, Hogwarts friends, Weasleys, Sirius, Dumbledore, Narcissa, people he cared about enough that he wanted to know his days were numbered. The problem was that he couldn't decide which was worse, telling them or not. He read the list again, biting his lip absently. For the first time since writing it, he took up his quill and crossed it out, creating another one beside it. Ron and Hermione, Tracy, Daphne, Luna, Neville, Weasleys, Sirius, Dumbledore, Narcissa. He read the names again, eyes moving over each letter as the people filled his thoughts. With a sudden pang he made a strike through the top 3 lines. Sirius, Dumbledore, Narcissa. Was it because they were too young? That they'd take it too hard? No, that wasn't it at all. They'd simply hold onto him tighter as a result. He'd never be able to do what he needed if he told them. Yes, that was better, but there was still something. Nim. Her name would be right up there with Ron and Hermione, but obviously there was no need to write it. Maybe that was a good thing. The thought of her crying was a sad one. Snape. Interestingly enough, it felt good to add his name there. If only things started out better for them. Who knows how things would have turned out with a mentor like Snape? How far could he have gotten? How much better could his life have been? Stella. How would she take it? Likely better than any of the others bar Snape, but she was regaining her lost humanity slowly and surely. Was it even reasonable to hope he'd see her freed from Hogwarts? At least he'd found someone to help. Maybe. Which brought his mind back to the final name from the original list. Narcissa. He wrote her name without hesitation, and yet the idea of telling her scared him. Terrified him. This is stupid, Harry muttered, crumpling up the parchment and shoving into his pocket. It is what it is. I'm not about to let things fall apart because of something like this. What are you on about? Harry looked up to see that he wasn't alone as he'd originally assumed he was. Then again, did he really expect privacy in the Dursleys' sitting room? Hey duds, what are you doing here? I live here, his cousin responded, arms crossed. Unlike you. Why are you back? It's not even summer yet. Taking a break from school. Trust me, I'm not staying, Harry replied after a second, pulling his wand and making Dudley go rigid. Relax, Dud. I'm not going to do anything to you. He flicked his wand at the hearth, causing the handful of logs there to catch fire. The light crackling and warm glow made Harry relax a little, reminding him of the comfort of the Gryffindor common room. Stowing the wand, he continued to his cousin, "So where are your mum and dad? Out at a business dinner or something? Why are you not going to school?" Apparently the display of magic wasn't enough to sufficiently scare him off. Honestly, Harry considered his cousin for a moment. He wasn't the pudgy mini whale he used to be, having taken so well to boxing and the muscles that came with it. Really, Vernon and Petunia must be so pleased. "I'm dying." Dudley's remarkably stupid-looking dumbfounded expression was a nice reminder that you couldn't take the dud out of Dudley no matter how much exercise he got. "How's that?" he said loudly. "To give the short of it in words you'll get, I'm sick." "No cure," said Harry. "I'm not contagious, dumbass," he snapped when Dudley took a very large step back. "Pretend I have magic cancer or something. It doesn't matter." Dudley gave him a very strange look. Unlike most other times, Harry really couldn't tell what his cousin was thinking. "You're really dying. You think I'd get your hopes up for nothing?" Harry scoffed, unable to keep the cold bite out of his words. Dudley seemed unaffected. "Mum and Dad'll be happy, I guess." Harry would sooner key Voldemort than admit he felt anything at that statement. "But I'm not." "No kidding, wait, what?" He heard that right. "I'm not my parents, you know," he shot, angry. "No, you're just exactly like them in almost every way," Harry countered sarcastically. "I don't want to be just like them," Dudley returned. "Well, you've got a long way to go, Dud." Harry returned his gaze to the fire as Dudley continued to stand at the edge of the room. "You never answered my question," he said eventually. Harry turned back to see Dudley pointing at his pocket. "What were you doing?" Harry removed the crumpled parchment, looking down at it for a moment before tossing it into the flames. "Trying to figure out who to tell. You do have people who care, don't you?" Dudley continued, bemused. "Over at that school of yours?" "Yeah, I do. And you told me first." They looked at each other for a few seconds before Harry finally laughed, getting to his feet. "I guess I did. See ya, Dud." And that was the last time he ever stepped foot into number 4, Privet Drive. "Sorry that I couldn't do more for him. We've never seen a case like his in our entire lives. If he hasn't told you already, I predict he won't make it past April or May, if he's lucky. Until that time though, I am dedicating whatever spare time I have to finding a solution to this. Please let me know if anything happens. Your friend, N.F." It was a very long time since Albus Dumbledore last felt this sad. His eyes moved from the paper on his desk up to the teen before him, sitting as he usually did in the chair facing the desk. Gone were the days of innocent wonder as he looked around, the days when he didn't hold the look of a fighter, of someone who ended a life. Of someone whose days were numbered. "It beeps, I know." Harry's voice was a great mix of emotions, but more than anything there was resignation. "But there's nothing I can do about it now, and I've sulked enough. I've got." He cut off sharply for a moment but pushed forward. "There's stuff I need to do." It took a long time for Dumbledore to respond. "Harry, I am so very, very sorry. Truly I have failed you." "No you haven't," Harry returned at once. "This isn't your fault and you've always looked out for me." "Even so. No, you are right." Dumbledore took a deep breath and sat up straighter, expression resolute. "I believe we have a great deal of work to do and an even greater need of time. Particularly if the final Horcrux is kept where we think it may be. I've been thinking about it a lot recently and I can't think of anything better," said Harry with a frown. It wasn't like he really needed to. The two of them spent hours brainstorming purely about potential Horcrux locations. Their list was frighteningly short for something so critical. Indeed, if Lucius was deemed worthy enough to protect a fragment of the great Lord Voldemort's soul, then it stands to reason that Voldemort's other greatest lieutenant received one as well. "Are we set to raid the manor?" "Not yet." Dumbledore shook his head. "Our new time frame clearly has found us ill-prepared to take our next steps. The area still needs to be scouted properly. You should also know," he added, "that I've brought Sirius into awareness of everything." "What? Really?" Harry was, understandably, shocked. We do not have the luxury of complete secrecy anymore. We are only two, after all. Who better to start with than Sirius Black? Besides, Dumbledore smiled as he sent a glance to one of the portraits on the wall. When it comes to helping you, I don't think there is anyone more willing and able. Definitely, Harry agreed, glad they had more help. Sirius was probably the best choice anyway. And if the manor doesn't work out, we'll actually break into Gringotts. Yes, Dumbledore returned smoothly. As if he didn't just casually mention trespassing on one of the most heavily fortified locations, probably in the world. We will discuss that more if it comes to it. With any luck, this hunt will end with Lestrange's manor. The headmaster paused for a moment before switching gears entirely, his voice lowering as well. Will you be returning to Hogwarts for the term? All at once, Harry felt a surge of gratitude for the elder man in front of him. For him to ask such a thing was beyond what he ever expected. No. And your friends? The pain behind Harry's eyes was very clear. I'll make sure I see them at some point. I promise. Then in that case, do stay safe. If I need to contact you, I will send any messages via Fox. Dumbledore nodded. Harry nodded as well, standing, but not moving. There was a long stretch of silence. The conversation definitively ended, but there was still a sense of something hanging over them. There truly is no way to save your life. He simply could not let it go. Perenelle sarcastically said that the only way she could think of was by increasing the weight of my soul. Harry just shook his head. She's a frustrating person. I'll admit I do not have the slightest idea what she could mean by that, Dumbledore agreed, baffled out of his sadness. The weight of a soul. Guess it's just something kids like us wouldn't understand anyway. Harry shrugged, unable to resist shooting the headmaster a grin. Dumbledore just chuckled in amusement, a hand finding and tugging at the long white beard once. Indeed. For some reason, walking the stretch of wall 3 times to open the room felt odd. Like he ain't done it in years, rather than a little more than a week. Harry. He barely entered when he was swept up in a tight hug. He only hesitated a second before returning it, enjoying the warmth. Hey, Narcissa. She released him, and in perfect sync they moved, Harry ducking and Narcissa's fist passing through the space his head just vacated. The bloody hell is wrong with you? She yelled. You've been gone for more than a week and missed Christmas. I'd half a mind to think you died. Who was I supposed to ask? Instead of swinging once more like he'd expected, she simply drew him into another much more gentle but secure hug. I'm sorry, I pretty much just got back, to be honest, Harry replied, his voice subdued. Got back from where? She said in exasperation. The States, actually. It's a long story, he added as Narcissa took a step back to give him a baffled look. In any case, I need you to get ready to go. We're leaving the castle. Leaving? What's wrong? The situation's changed a bit. I promise I'll explain everything after we've relocated, okay? If that's what you want to do. Narcissa was confused, curious, and even more concerned, but she knew he wouldn't go back on his word to her and was willing to be patient for now. Will you be back, Stella? Harry turned to face the woman who chosen to keep her distance from the aggressed mother. I will, but I don't know when. Remember, my doors are always open to you. I know, thank you. It didn't take long for them to be ready to leave. Within a few minutes Harry's trunk was in his pocket and Narcissa taken her usual riding spot on his arm in snake form. It would be a real blow to lose the utility of the room and even more so Stella herself, but he couldn't stay here any longer. Not like this. Well, I'll see you around. Take care of yourself, Stella. You as well, Harry, she said with a small bow of her head. Be sure to keep up your practice. Harry paused at the door, Narcissa's head poking up from his collar ever so slightly to see what was happening. He smiled in a way that spoke nothing of humor. I'll find a way. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.